A chilling terror has descended upon the globe. The prodigious youth, Song Zang, upon entering the horrifying dungeon, encountered a glitch that bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of malevolent spirits, as well as a tattoo from the formidable dragon of great might. Player, the Undertaker has entered the game. As the game commenced, he found himself in a prison, swiftly operating a sewing machine and brutally decapitating the workshop director's son, known as Xiao Baidangan Introduction. To the harsh realities of physics, he later assumed the role of a teacher at the academy, leading his students to conquer the institution. Are you the principal? Ghost? Kneel and bow 999 times before all the students, the kind that draws blood. In a small mountain village, he ravaged the entire community. Village chief, please gather all the villagers. I have an important announcement to make. This player certainly expended a considerable amount of effort in this game. Chapter 1. Terror Descends. The beginning in Prison Class 2, Year 3. Anatomy Room. A corpse with one side of its head sliced open lay upon the dissection table. A middle-aged teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood beside the corpse, surrounded by a throng of students. Class, look here. When you flee for your lives, it is your cerebellum at work. And what the malevolent spirits relish most is none other than the human cerebellum. The teacher paused momentarily. Adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles, he rose and produced a vial of potion, declaring, "This brings us to the topic of Bennu Energy Essence. This essence, independently developed by Heavenly Corporation, is a powerful drug designed to enhance our human physical capabilities." In the corner of the classroom, Song Zang rubbed his temples and placed his phone on the desk. He glanced up at the middle-aged teacher, who was enthusiastically lecturing, feeling utterly disinterested. He had completed the entirety of his university coursework long ago. Even his research topic had been finalized, focusing on human anatomy and tissue embryology. It had been over a year since the onset of terror, and educational institutions worldwide had initiated survival courses against malevolent entities. This was due to the alarming probability that individuals turning 20 would be transported into horrifying dungeons. Within these dungeons, survival was contingent upon adhering strictly to their rules. A momentary lapse could result in eternal entrapment as a wandering spirit. These instructors truly have the audacity, intertwining personal agendas with their lessons, tarnishing the very essence of being a teacher. Before he arrived, the voice preceded him. Zhang San, a behemoth of a figure, took a seat beside Song Zang. The two had been childhood friends and inseparable allies, having grown up as if sharing the same pair of pants. Since he could remember, Song Zang's parents had mysteriously vanished, and he had relied heavily on the Zhang family during his 9 years of compulsory education. It was only upon entering high school that he could sustain himself through scholarships. "Don't be so cynical, most teachers are genuinely good," Song Zang replied casually. Having just finished reading Liu's Rural Teacher, he felt a profound connection to the selfless educator who dedicated his life to the service of others in the realm of science. Fiction. Casting another glance at the middle-aged man on stage, who was fervently promoting yet another whitening pill, Song Zang added, "It's merely a small portion of them that we happen to encounter. Huh? Old Song, your words carry such depth. You truly deserve to be known as the brains of our dynamic duo." Zhang San laughed heartily, completely disregarding the disdainful glare from the instructor. Dynamic Duo was a self-bestowed moniker by Zhang San. He had always been robust and towering, and in university he had grown to nearly 2 meters tall. Conversely, Song Zang was slender and fair, standing at 183 centimeters, leading Zhang San to jest that he looked as though he had some grave illness. Of course, Zhang San only dared to speak ill of Song Zang behind his back in terms of physical prowess. Song Zang had been able to best Zhang San since childhood, and even in university, Zhang San dared not confront this intellectually gifted and physically formidable individual directly. "Let's go. Listening to this fool drone on is tantamount to slow suicide. We'll treat you to some donkey meat." Zhang San, fidgeting, could no longer remain seated. "Wait a moment." Song Zang gazed out the window. What had been a scorching summer day suddenly gave way to a refreshing breeze, with dark rain clouds looming in the distance. The instructor's monologue continued, having veered completely off topic. "So, dear students, if you purchase from the teacher today, what costs $19.99 outside is only $14.99 here, and you'll receive agency qualifications, allowing you to not only save on personal expenses, but also earn a living. Just a small step can lead to financial freedom, academic success, and love, propelling you to the pinnacle of life. All right, let's go. Stowing away his phone and books, Song Zang was the first to exit the anatomy room. Hey, wait up, old Song. You can't just leave me here to look cool, Zhang San exclaimed, rising to chase after him. Get lost. If it weren't for the law protecting you, I'd knock you out cold. Believe it. Zhang San glared menacingly at the bespectacled man, shoving him aside as he strode out. The bespectacled man stumbled, but by the time he regained his balance, the two had already exited the anatomy room. Zhang San and Song Zang, huh? You two can expect to have your credits docked. Standing in the shade of a tree outside the laboratory building, Song Zang retrieved the promotional video he had just recorded and sent it to the school's disciplinary office. Just as the screen displayed "sent successfully," the phone's brightness adjusted automatically. Song Zang looked up. It was not his phone that had brightened, but rather the sky had abruptly darkened. The previously ominous rain clouds had spread to engulf the entire city. A bolt of lightning rent the sky. The dazzling flash compelled Song Zang to instinctively shut his eyes. Then, everything began to spin. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Rongqing is experiencing a terror descent. All citizens are urged to prepare for defense. Attention, this is not a drill. The announcement played repeatedly 3 times. As Zhang San dashed out of the laboratory building, he caught sight of Song Zang enveloped in blinding light, only to vanish from sight. Old Song. As the white light dissipated, Song Zang found himself standing on a slab of concrete. The moment the dark clouds obscured the sun, he had suspected it was a harbinger of the impending terror, just as it had been described on television. What surprised him was his misfortune in being among the first selected individuals in the city. With a resigned sigh, he realized that he had no choice but to abide by the game's rules to survive and complete his mission. Song Zang began to survey his surroundings. He was in an outdoor basketball court. The sky, a dreary shade of gray, was shrouded in clouds devoid of sunlight. In the distance loomed tall walls, crowned with electrified barbed wire. Before him stood an impressive concrete building. Every window had been sealed with rusted metal sheets, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. This was a prison. As this thought settled in, a burst of white light suddenly flared nearby. When the light faded, a young girl in a JK uniform appeared out of thin air, looking utterly bewildered. With her arrival, countless other flashes of white light ignited simultaneously. In no time, the basketball court was filled with a diverse array of individuals. Each one bore an expression of confusion and shock. What the hell? I just got out of prison yesterday, and now I'm dragged into a horror game. A bald man in the crowd cursed loudly, adjusting his trousers. The surrounding people were startled awake by his outburst. Upon seeing the fierce-looking man, they instinctively stepped back. A scream erupted from behind Song Zang. A woman in her 30s, clad in a dress, bore tear-streaked cheeks, her face reflecting sheer terror as she looked towards the man who had just spoken. The man turned to regard her. Seemingly intrigued, he approached her with a sinister grin. The woman, as if confronted by a demon, cried and retreated frantically, inadvertently colliding with Song Zang, grasping his arm for protection and trembling uncontrollably. Song Zang frowned. Before he could utter a word, a chilling electronic voice suddenly resonated from above. Welcome to the realm of terror. The map for this instance is Divine Mountain Prison. Game scale, 50 players. Game duration, 7 days. Game prompt. Players will be teleported to various regions in 5 minutes. This is a terrifying prison housing serious offenders, a den of malevolent spirits. It is advisable not to provoke them. Of course, if you possess sufficient courage, you may attempt to forge alliances with entities beyond the players. Unexpected rewards may await you. Upon the conclusion of the game, players will be evaluated and rewarded based on their performance throughout. As the electronic voice faded, a transparent screen materialized in the sky. The countdown began for the 5 minutes. Before the crowd could react, a delicate-skinned, androgynous young man disdainfully remarked, imitating a horror game? Which film crew is shooting a reality show here? Director Foam or Director Chun? Apologies, but my schedule is fully booked, and your act of bringing me here without my consent is tantamount to abduction. Expect a lawyer's letter. Having said that, he strode towards the large door at the back of the crowd, seemingly intent on leaving. Others in the vicinity observed the man's departure and began to move, as well a few young girls, evidently familiar with him, excitedly jostled one another before pursuing him, with hearts aflame. Most, however, silently entered the building, having grasped the gravity of the situation and wishing to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. The bald giant, noting the dispersing crowd, looked up at the countdown. I've been locked up for 5 years. How did I survive those 5 years? Not even Jesus could stop me along. For minutes remaining that should suffice. With a smirk, he unbuckled his belt and approached a woman in a flowery dress with quick strides. The woman's face turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her icy hands clutched tightly onto Song Zang's arm, her nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood from her fear. Help! Help me, he wants to. She pleaded desperately to Song Zang. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The conditions for the novice gift pack have been triggered. How will you choose to respond to the stranger's plea for help? Option 1. Step forward and assist the stranger, embodying the virtues of a brave and righteous young man. Reward: Great Dragon of Might. The Great Dragon tattoo grants protection against malevolent spirits, suppressing demons that IT can be upgraded. Option 2. Mind your own business and stay aloof. Cruelly refuse the stranger's plea for help and watch the drama unfold. Reward: a yatagon. This is a proper yatagon, capable of disemboweling, grooming nails, and shaving IT can be upgraded. Option 3. If you cannot defeat them, join them, becoming an accomplice of the oppressor. Reward: Eye of Delusion. Ignore mental illusions, actively release to eavesdrop on the thoughts of spirits, demonic power. Awaken the darkness within, gaining the ability to inflict harm upon spirits. Chapter 2. Bug Encounter, Treading the Sewing Machine, a Novice Gift Pack? This was the arrival of his golden finger. As a university student, Song Zang had read countless web novels. Being a part of the rather handsome readership, he naturally understood what a golden finger meant, along with the significance of 5-star reviews and requests for updates. Come on, can you stop him? As the bald giant drew nearer, the woman was in a state of panic, clinging to Song Zang as if he were her last hope. Ignoring her desperate cries, Song Zang began to contemplate the 3 options presented in his mind. The first, Great Dragon of Might, a protective skill. Given the bald giant's rather rotund appearance, it seemed easily achievable. The second option was merely the safest, allowing him to remain uninvolved while also acquiring a weapon for self-defense. However, compared to the other 2 skill-based rewards, it was significantly inferior. The third option was undeniably tempting. Of course, Song Zang was drawn to the demonic power and the impressively named Eye of Delusion, not the woman's predicament. In this world dominated by spirits, the notion of being thwarted by a ghostly barrier was rendered utterly insignificant. Moreover, a mere mortal could wield demonic power? That was the exclusive strength of the spirits, with higher levels of demonic power being increasingly formidable. After careful consideration, Song Zang had devised a plan. He then extricated himself from the woman's desperate grasp and declared, "As a human, I sincerely apologize." Those 8 brief words drained the color from the woman's face. What followed next plunged her into a chasm of despair. I would never place myself in jeopardy for a stranger. You can see the disparity between me and that man. You never even consider the consequences I would face should I choose to assist you. I am clearly stating that I will not interfere if he threatens my life. I may even side with him. Thus, I am truly sorry. Receive task reward. Yatagon. Turning to face the woman, a cold blade now appeared in his hand. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's ingenuity. Utilizing his body to shield the bald giant's line of sight, he discreetly passed the knife to the woman. Hide it and wait for an opportunity to strike. I will assist you as circumstances allow. Song Zang signaled to her with a glance and whispered, "Indeed. Only children make choices." Song Zang's decision was to take it all. The woman's eyes were filled with uncertainty, unable to distinguish between the truth and deceit in the young man's words. Yet, she nervously accepted the knife into her hands. Seeing her conceal the small blade beneath her skirt, Song Zang casually stepped aside, concealing his hands behind his back. Receive task reward. Great Dragon of Might. Great Dragon of Might. The Great Dragon tattoo grants protection against malevolent spirits, suppressing demons that it can be upgraded. Within his garments, a black dragon tattoo emerged on Song Zang's back, the dragon's neck curling over his shoulder, a fierce dragon head looming on his chest, its eyes as red as blood, exuding an air of both majesty and eeriness. In comparison, the two gecko tattoos on the bald giant's arm seemed utterly trivial. "Ha! You're quite the clever one. Once the horror game commences, Brother Dragon will have your back." The bald giant approached, noticing Song Zang's recognition of his status, his laughter becoming even more boisterous. "Ha! Then I must thank Brother Dragon in advance shortly. I shall restrain her for you, so this woman doesn't spoil your fun." No sooner had he spoken than the demonic power surged within him. Song Zang's eyes shimmered with a deep violet hue before swiftly returning to normal. Initially contemplating capturing or knocking out the woman to present her to the bald giant, he was surprised that the task had already been deemed complete within the span of 2 sentences, which certainly saved him trouble. Receive task reward. Eye of Delusion. Eye of Delusion. Ignore mental illusions. Actively release to eavesdrop on the thoughts of spirits. The host has successfully completed the system task for the first time and received the reward. Alternate dimension. 100 ghost coins. Song Zang stood frozen in place. This system is remarkably generous. Not only did it allow him to easily exploit a bug, but also provided him with elements from a fantasy novel. He felt his consciousness connecting to an ethereal void. A ghost coin worth 100 units lay quietly within. Ghost coins served as the universal currency in a realm of terror, utilized for entertainment, trade, and the exchange of human lives. The bald giant remained oblivious to Song Zang's peculiarities, his attention entirely focused on the woman. As he approached her, Song Zang naturally moved behind the giant, quietly picking up a brick from the ground. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." A massive eyeball along with its intricate network of blood vessels and nerves was extracted. In the realm of horror games, sustaining damage from malevolent spirits is devoid of pain. The middle-aged man merely observed as the eyeball drifted away from him, ultimately resting within the long tresses of a female ghost. A soft explosion echoed. Although the trajectory of the eyeball was obscured, the sound of chewing emanating from the ghost's mouth spoke volumes. The man touched the blood trickling from his empty eye socket, his heart racing in terror, his mouth agape in shock. Fortunately, he swiftly grasped his throat with his other hand, silently weeping. A fleeting glance had allowed him to glimpse the prison schedule, detailing work and rest periods. The recreation time was designated from 18 to 18:30. The wall clock indicated it was already 1700 hours, meaning only 1 hour remained until the workday concluded. Time is running short. A purple glimmer flickered in Song Zang's eyes as he turned his gaze toward the long-haired specter. Activating his unique ability, he heard the ghost's inner thoughts. "It itches. Oh, how it itches. These useless fools. None can relieve my torment. So itchy, so unbearably itchy. I crave torment, this cursed hair, how I love and loathe it. I dare not grasp it, my frustrations remain unexpressed, suffocating." Song Zang was perplexed. The prisoner spirits had completed their tasks, now fixating their lifeless gazes upon the human players in the room. They watched the unsteady ghost clawing at the air. Song Zang rose to his feet. "Roar!" The prisoner spirits gasped in astonishment, while the human players dared not breathe, staring at Song Zang in bewilderment. To them, his actions were akin to lighting a lantern in a cesspool, searching for filth. Meanwhile, the ghost tilted her head in confusion. Yet, what transpired next dropped jaws among both humans and spirits alike. Song Zang boldly approached the ghost, seizing her flowing hair, and forcefully slammed it against the wall. Bang! The sound resembled a watermelon bursting. Centered around the ghost's head, a fan-shaped splatter of black blood and shredded flesh marred the wall. "Ah!" A sound of pure delight escaped the ghost's lips. Her hair seemed to take on a life of its own, eagerly entwining itself around the sewing machine's thread spool. Under Song Zang's watchful gaze, it navigated the threading guides and finally pierced through the needle's eye. The machine whirred to life, the needle beginning its stitching. By the time the others comprehended the scene, Song Zang had already sent forth a flurry of sparks from the sewing machine, rapidly assembling sheets of human skin. Limbs connected to the torso, forming a complete figure. In mere minutes, a flawless human skin suit was meticulously crafted by Song Zang. He carelessly tossed it aside and commenced work on a second, then a third. The ghost's hair appeared inexhaustible, continuously supplying Song Zang with stitching thread. The melodic hum of the ghost and the rhythmic sound of the sewing machine intertwined, leaving the onlookers drenched in cold sweat. "Bro, could you spare us a few strands to complete our tasks?" One player whispered from behind. The others nodded eagerly, their eyes alight with desire. "Help yourselves, there's no danger," Song Zang replied without looking up. An awkward silence enveloped the group as they glanced at each other, eventually summoning the courage to approach the ghost and grasp a lock of her hair. Fortunately, the ghost was preoccupied with the intensity of Song Zang's work and paid them no mind. Each player was smeared with blood, especially Song Zang, who was drenched in it. The sewing machine's wheels glowed red from the heat, the belts emitting a faint, charred scent. The ghost's long hair was now transformed into shoulder-length locks, revealing a standard oval face. However, her prominent cheekbones and bony visage were somewhat disconcerting. The whites of her eyes were surrounded by protruding veins. Strangely, this appearance resonated with Song Zang's aesthetic, reminiscent of Hinata Hyuga. Ghost's favorability. 20. The ghost regarded Song Zang with an enigmatic gaze before extending her withered claw over the first completed skin suit. Her spectral fingers glided over the newly crafted form, seemingly inspecting it. Upon reaching a frail young man, the ghost paused. She spun around, her pure, adorable white eyes fixated on him. The skin suit was lifted by her claw. The stitching was crooked, carelessly executed, with several seams inadequately joined. The young man quivered as he stood. "Unacceptable. Your skin will be used to patch it," the ghost declared in a voice as dry as dust, pronouncing his death sentence. "No, I cannot die here. I have more pressing matters to attend to." His eyes bulged with blood, and he charged toward the exit like a cornered bull. The ghost remained unmoved. With a flick of her claw upon the skin suit Song Zang had crafted, the suit came to life. The stitching at the chest split open, and it lunged towards the young man. As he reached the doorway, before he could step outside, the skin suit enveloped him entirely, stitching itself tightly around him, leaving only his head exposed. The young man stood frozen at the threshold, his blood-red eyes wide open until the very end. Song Zang swallowed hard. The contrast was striking, evoking a peculiar thrill. "Very well done, your work is commendable," the ghost remarked, her voice trailing off as she drifted away. "Congratulations, player, for flawlessly completing the side quest. You have earned a reward and activated the hidden task, Secrets of the Restroom." A damp, black, elongated object on the table caught Song Zang's attention. Bloodied hanging rope. A ghostly artifact woven from the female ghost's hair, a single strand alleviates 1,000 woes, usable by both humans and spirits. Yuan's soul level. Artifacts are items usable in the realm of horror. Like spirits, artifacts are ranked, including wandering souls, vengeful spirits, malevolent souls, evil spirits, wicked entities, malignant spirits, and ghostly spirits. However, the efficacy of an artifact cannot solely be defined by its rank. It is also influenced by the wielder's spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the greater the artifact's potential. It's akin to an adult wielding the same hammer as a child. The adult can easily crush the child's head, illustrating the principle. He tucked the hanging rope away. The ghost had concluded her inspections. All the prison-clad spirits lined up to exit, occasionally glancing back with sinister smiles towards the remaining human players. Recreation time. Players, please proceed to the prison yard for some fresh air and to stretch your legs. Note, this is an excellent opportunity to bond with your fellow inmates. The game's notification echoed. The surrounding players were eager to leave, and upon receiving the game's prompt, they swiftly stood and rushed outside. Only Song Zang remained. Player has triggered an unexpected event. Choose between the unexpected event and the hidden task. Hidden task: Secrets of the Restroom. Take a look at the restroom in the hallway. Unexpected event. Stay and build rapport with the workshop supervisor. Seize the opportunity to curry favor. Reward: Charisma 1. Song Zang was overwhelmed. How could a survival-based instance contain so many tasks and events? Based on a year of research into the horror phenomenon, instances vary widely, the simplest being survival types. As long as one abides by the rules, there is over a 45% chance of survival, making it the most favorable category. The emergence of events and tasks signals both danger and reward. Should he consider this his fortune or misfortune? Sensing the temperature drop once more, Song Zang hastily rose and departed the workshop. He had no desire to cultivate a relationship with the ghost. Being a Death Knight is not an easy task. Chapter 4. The Big-Headed Ghost Baby and the Physical Exorcism. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, its shadows obscuring the line between the living and the spectral. Song Zang trailed at the rear of the group, taking deliberate steps. It is often said that ghosts do not make a sound as they tread. This evening, he found that adage to ring true. Although there were clearly over 20 figures ahead, only a handful of footsteps echoed in the stillness. A foul odor, mingled with the scent of camphor, wafted from his right. Casting a glance over his shoulder to confirm he was alone, Song Zang cautiously pushed open the wooden door on the right and slipped inside, soundlessly. The hidden mission location was indeed this restroom. The player has initiated a hidden mission, the secret in the restroom. Task requirements. Exorcise the wandering soul of the big-headed ghost baby, resolving its grievances with compassion. As the wooden door closed behind him, the unmistakable sounds of footsteps in the corridor ceased, leaving the space feeling entirely isolated, devoid of even a sliver of light. Darkness enveloped him, thick and oppressive, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The silence was suffocating, as if something sinister lurked within the shadows. Leaning against the door, Song Zang extended his hand to feel the wall. The surface was hard, cold, and slick ceramic tiles. However, he could not locate any semblance of a light switch, which should have been in this vicinity. He groped again, and the moisture on the wall coalesced into droplets that trickled down to his wrist. At that moment, a thin cord struck his arm. It appeared the restroom employed an antiquated pull-string switch. Grasping it, he yanked downward. With a soft click, a tungsten bulb flickered to life, casting a dim, yellowish glow that illuminated the vicinity, though the far corner remained shrouded in darkness. To his left lay a row of urinals, their walls encrusted with a thick layer of yellowish grime, emanating a pungent odor. In the corner stood a solitary stall with its door ajar. As he glanced further right, a sudden crack echoed. The tungsten filament had snapped, plunging him back into oppressive darkness. Maintaining his position at the entrance, he turned to find himself locked in a gaze with a pale, childlike, ghostly visage. The figure was less than 3 feet tall, but bore a head 3 times the size of an ordinary child's, grinning eerily. Seeing Song Zang's unmoving stance, the big-headed ghost baby assumed it had successfully terrified him. It tilted its head back, its mouth splitting open grotesquely, the gash tearing through its facial muscles and extending to the nape of its neck, leaving only a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth dripping with viscous saliva, poised to devour Song Zang whole. Just as its enormous mouth loomed before him, a slender arm plunged into the ghost baby's throat. One hand braced the upper jaw while the other seized its tonsils with unyielding force. The big-headed ghost baby's face contorted, unable to bite down against the overwhelming pressure, convulsing in a fit of retching. "Who do you think you are, big-headed ghost baby?" Song Zang exclaimed, his grip tightening. The creature's chin bobbed in a frantic nod, perhaps sensing the power of the black dragon tattoo upon Song Zang's skin. If his friend Johnson were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Is this still the cunning boy I know?" He has turned into a complete ruffian. Song Zang's initial brutality stemmed from a childhood fear of the big-headed ghost baby, a lingering shadow from his past shared with Zhang San. Now armed with ghostly strength and the formidable presence of the great dragon, he felt justified in exacting his revenge. "I care not whether you are a ghost or a monster. You have 5 seconds to reincarnate, or I shall demonstrate the true meaning of physical exorcism." The creature's jaw remained still, seemingly reluctant to comply. With a slight increase in pressure, it nodded vigorously. "Good. Remember, you have but this one opportunity. Refuse, and I shall send you to oblivion." A flicker of purple light danced in his eyes as he released his grip. The big-headed ghost baby's form rapidly healed, returning to its original ghostly state. It shook its head, fear evident in its demeanor as it retreated a few steps, adopting a posture of submission, its ghostly eyes glinting with malice. In the next instant, the restroom stretched infinitely, the stalls multiplying into countless shadows. Seizing the moment, the ghost baby transformed into a flash of white light, darting into the toilet bowl, leaving behind a stream of frantic thoughts. Curse you! Curse you! Curse you! Song Zang shook his head at the mischief of this little rascal, evidently lacking any moral guidance from a young age. In a blink, the ghostly barrier laid by the big-headed ghost baby was shattered by the purple light, restoring the restroom to its former state. Glancing at the floor of the stall, stained with a noxious mixture, Song Zang momentarily hesitated. Fortunately, he possessed a ghostly artifact. He retrieved a blood-stained noose made from the long hair of a female ghost, which slithered like a serpent, extending into the toilet. Before long, a dark force surged forth, entwining around the black rope. Moments later, a sleek, oversized head emerged from the depths. Song Zang grinned as he pulled the big-headed ghost baby from the otherworldly realm. The creature, now visibly shaken, gasped, "Mama? The essence of Mama? Uncle, have you seen my mother?" Taken aback, Song Zang glanced at the rope in his hand and then at the ghostly infant. So this was the so-called secret of the restroom. Was he to exorcise the offspring of a female ghost? "Uncle, could you take me to see Mama? I miss her dearly. I've waited here for countless souls, yet none remember her," it whimpered. "Child, cease your tears. Your mother sent me to find you." Gently stroking the ghost baby's oversized head, Song Zang frowned, shaking off the unidentifiable substances clinging to his hands. "You were cast into the cesspool at birth, weren't you? Born to die, transformed into a wandering spirit, consuming the resentment of countless souls. You have amassed enough grievance to rival that of a vengeful ghost, even commanding a ghostly barrier. Do not fret, dear child, I shall assist you." A sharp crack shattered the tender moment as a loud thud struck his temple, a deep gash opening with black blood and dark energy seeping forth. The big-headed ghost baby's eyes flared with rage and fear, yet before it could react, a black-brown brick loomed larger, slamming into its face, caving in its nose, and spilling dark ichor. Then came the third brick, the fourth, the fifth. After delivering a total of 81 bricks, Song Zang finally halted his relentless assault. The big-headed ghost baby's head lay deflated in the toilet, motionless. Though a university student, Song Zang exhibited no mercy when meting out punishment. He was known as the Wolf Annihilator. Once, he had been mistaken for a debt collector and confronted by 3 thugs in an alley. Emerging bloodied, but victorious, his defense deemed justifiable. From that day forth, the title of Wolf Annihilator became synonymous with his name. I grant you but one opportunity, and it is singular. In this world, one must uphold their integrity. With that, he seized the big-headed ghost baby by the neck. Chapter 5, Dinner Time, Lesson for the Fat Ghost. Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden mission. Female, ghost affection level, 40. Obtained item, big head doll. The tungsten bulb flickered back to life. With a creak, the restroom door swung open. 2 human players cautiously entered the restroom, brushing against each other as they approached, only to be met with the sight of Song Zang emerging from a stall, his hands stained with blood. Taken aback by their presence, Song Zang kicked the severed head behind him and casually closed the small wooden door of the stall. With a smile and a nod, he made his way to the sink, washed the blood off, and departed. "Did you see that?" one player exclaimed. "As soon as I walked in, I saw him twisting that head off. My goodness, is he possessed by Chong Wei, or perhaps the reincarnation of Yingshu? Not just that. Did you see the blood on his hands? This is truly a case of ripping apart a ghost. We should leave. This place is no longer safe. Not even for a bathroom break. Aren't you going to relieve yourself?" "I already did. I'll just change into a clean pair of pants later." Upon exiting the dim corridor, Song Zang headed straight for the cafeteria. It was mealtime at 18:30, and failing to appear, there would surely attract the attention of either the guards or the inmates. The news provided by the female ghost turned out to be extraordinarily effective. Reflecting on the earlier events, Song Zang realized that the moment he touched the noose, he felt an unfamiliar yet instinctual power within him that allowed him to manipulate it, making it extend, contract, tighten, and twist as if it were part of his own body. This was the essence of controlling ghostly objects with ghostly power, an effortless endeavor. The reward for completing this hidden mission, a doll, was indeed remarkable. Its description was succinct. It allowed the player to avoid death once. At 18:45, Song Zang arrived at the prison cafeteria. Players and inmates were already seated in rows. Hundreds of prisoners, each with distinct appearances, sipped their soup while eyeing the 30 or so players present. Drool mixed with soup dripped onto their prison uniforms, as if the scent of humanity made the meal more palatable. "You're late." A grotesque, overweight ghost with only half a head blocked Song Zang's path, chewing loudly as he shouted, his foul breath assaulting Song Zang's senses. "I had to use the restroom." "It's still mealtime," Song Zang replied, frowning, a hand shoved in his pocket, his expression impassive. "I say you're late, so you are." The fat ghost, enraged by Song Zang's defiance, shook his sagging gray flesh and lunged at him. All eyes in the room were drawn to the commotion, including those of the frightened human players, who looked at Song Zang with pity, as if he were already a corpse. "Stop!" A woman's voice rang out from afar. However, the fat ghost paid no heed, his expression twisted with rage, seemingly intent on killing the human before him to quell his fury. As the ghost's massive hand approached, Song Zang sidestepped 2 paces and pretended to pull out a bottle filled with a golden liquid from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap, and the warm liquid sprayed forth, transforming into a shower of golden droplets. Splat! The fat ghost was drenched, and his gray skin reacted as if scalded, releasing thick clouds of steam. Beneath the mist, the affected area rapidly decayed, and in the blink of an eye, his entire face and neck were reduced to a ghastly skeleton, accompanied by anguished wails. The noose appeared in Song Zang's hand, coiling like a black serpent around the fat ghost's arm, continuing its relentless grip to ensnare his remaining half-head. The fat ghost raised one arm, but could only emit muffled whimpers, presenting a comically grotesque sight before Song Zang. "Enough! Let us end this conflict here. Put away your black rope and bottle." A woman in a prison guard uniform approached, revealing herself to be the previously meek woman in a floral dress. To Song Zang's surprise, she had been assigned the role of a guard. Her long hair was now styled up, adorned with a special hat, and her uniform imbued her with an air of sprightliness. Song Zang nodded in acknowledgement. He carefully replaced the cap on the bottle. Based on his observations, the ghost at the entrance of the horror dungeon seemed particularly averse to human urine. Thus, he had concocted this bottle in the restroom, and it had proven to be more potent than anticipated. The urine expelled from the effeminate man had not produced such explosive effects against the ghost. Upon reflection, he surmised that perhaps his 20 years of celibacy had contributed to this. The pure essence of youthful urine doubled its efficacy against malevolent spirits. With a flick of his wrist, he released the ghost from its bindings and took a step back, coldly regarding it. "You filthy insect! Don't think that just because you possess ghostly power, you can urinate on me." The fat ghost, clearly blinded by rage, with its skeletal visage, attempted to attack Song Zang once more. Just then, a crackling sound erupted behind him, followed by a series of electric snaps. The fat ghost collapsed, convulsing violently, a piece of human finger mixed with saliva falling from its mouth. The female guard withdrew a stunned baton from within the fat ghost's body, casting a disdainful glance at it as she spoke. "Unprovoked attacks on other inmates will result in a first warning with a stun, and a second offense leads to immediate execution. Here's your tray. Go collect a pack of compressed biscuits to eat." She handed Song Zang a tray and said nothing more before turning to leave. The once timid woman who had been bullied had transformed so drastically in just 2 hours. One could only wonder what she had endured. Taking the tray, Song Zang noticed that nestled within the chopstick groove was the very leaf-shaped knife he had previously gifted her. The implication was clear. She now deemed it necessary for her own defense. Stowing the knife in his dimensional space, Song Zang approached the serving window. Standing at the end of the line, "Hello, big shot." A young man in front of him greeted Song Zang eagerly, gesturing for him to go ahead. It was one of the 2 players he had encountered in the restroom. With a polite smile, Song Zang declined the offer. "Big shot, please take us 2 newbies under your wing. Your strength is incredible. Are you perhaps an experienced player from another city?" The young man gushed. Song Zang understood the young man's intentions. He saw him as a potential ally and wanted to latch onto his prowess. During the Year of Terror, numerous private organizations had emerged, gathering experienced gamers to form guilds that capitalized on horror dungeons for profit. Items such as an old man's shoe insole could fetch exorbitant prices due to their supernatural properties, believed to summon spirits when walked upon during the night. Accompanying players was a common practice. Guilds would send representatives to accompany selected players into the game, ensuring their safety. It is worth noting that players chosen during the initial horror events in each city were forcibly entered into the game, with subsequent selections occurring randomly each month. Those chosen would develop ghostly tattoos days before their summoning. Of course, there were also wealthy individuals who, for whom money was no object, sought thrills and excitement through this terrifying game. Reports of psychological ailments, such as anxiety and depression, being cured through the adrenaline of horror games numbered in the thousands. The third category of players were those who simply sought to buy their way out of danger, fearful of death. They would hire guild members to participate in the horror game on their behalf. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there is a market, and such life and death transactions were no exception. Consequently, this burgeoning profession quickly gained immense popularity, with guilds inundated with requests. Even the authorities established departments to recruit skilled players from the community, training them to become elite operatives and reserve talents. Thus, the real world began to grasp some of the patterns associated with horror games. Cities experiencing their first horror invasion typically did not feature overly difficult dungeons with high mortality rates, as the aim was to entice players into beginner dungeons for profit. However, every coin has two sides, and, as the saying goes, while you fish, I fish, bronze players can become kings. It is not uncommon for various guild members to encounter one another in novice dungeons, competing fiercely for additional side quests and resources, thus jeopardizing the entire team of newcomers and ultimately leading to their annihilation. This illustrates that the pursuit of self-interest, whether in times of peace or chaos, serves as a tragic catalyst. Ahem, and now, it is your turn. A voice, raspy as if choked with phlegm, emanated from behind window 1. The young man, momentarily pulled from his excitement, remembered that this was not a place for idle chatter. He hurriedly turned to the window, trembling as he presented his tray. Chapter 6. Gruesome News. Immediate retribution. The person serving food at the window was an old hag, emaciated and with only a few wisps of gray hair atop her head, resembling Gollum from the Lord of the Rings. Upon receiving the young man's tray, the old hag displayed a terrifying smile. Her wrinkled face and squinting eyes formed a narrow slit. She turned and scooped a generous spoonful of a grotesque mixture of human skin jelly, teeming with fly larvae, into the tray. Cough, is that enough, dear? If not, I can give you another scoop. Staring blankly at the gelatinous mass on his tray, the young man felt frozen in place. Just as he was lost in thought, another spoonful of the jiggling human skin jelly was plopped onto his tray. That's enough. Auntie, that's enough. All right, make sure you finish it all, dear. Wasting food is a disgrace. I will check later. The old hag's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. With a dejected expression, the young man hastily retreated from window 1. As Song Zang approached, the old hag coughed violently, seemingly preparing for a new round of phlegm production. Song Zang rubbed his nose, recalling the revolting lump of phlegm and glancing at the tray filled with the high-protein human skin jelly. He found himself longing for the cafeteria staff from his university days, even though they too had a tendency to shake while serving. Young man, come and pass the tray to the old hag. She'll prepare something fresh for you. The old hag croaked, having prepared a significant stock, eagerly reaching out from the window to snatch Song Zang's tray. Never mind, my stomach feels a bit uneasy. I'll go get something light. Unfazed by the old hag's outstretched claw, Song Zang quickened his pace, casting a glance at the dish options from the serving window. Ah, today's youth are so picky. As she spoke, mucus dribbled from the corner of the old hag's mouth, which she expertly spat into the serving basin, making the jelly glisten even more. The cafeteria enforced strict regulations. Staff members were required to maintain their work environment, or else they would be cooked and served to patrons. Song Zang traversed from window 2 to the final serving window. The array of dishes was astonishing. Braised human bones, sashimi of large intestines, fried human tongues, delicacies of human kidneys, and a soup floating with toes and eyeballs. The only somewhat normal offering was a yellow pancake mixed with rotten vegetable leaves. No wonder they told me to grab a bag of compressed biscuits to eat. He picked up a bag of compressed biscuits from the staple food area and opened it. A wave of mildew assaulted his senses. The biscuits were covered in mold, and he had no idea how many years past their expiration date they were. Song Zang inspected the packaging. Production date, February 30th, 1999. Manufacturer, Jiangnan Food Company, Limited, Luftang City Branch, Tazai Office. Well, that date was over a decade old and was even a fictitious one. He tossed the biscuits into the trash bin. Ding! A familiar sound followed, as an enticing aroma wafted from a corner. For a hungry individual, this scent was utterly irresistible. It was the smell of meat. Following the scent, he spotted a greasy ghost chef in a corner, leaning against a cash window, who was handing a portion of braised pork to a human guard in exchange for 20 ghost coins. It seemed that one could indeed purchase normal food. Although he had no salary as a prisoner, he had received a reward of 100 ghost coins from a prior task, which would come in handy. He retrieved the ghost coins and approached the corner window. "Hello, I would like a portion of braised pork." It's sold out. The ghost chef shot a disdainful glance at Song Zang, wrapping his pipe against the microwave and deliberately blowing ash onto him. Unfazed, Song Zang stared defiantly at the ghost chef and pointed to the freezer behind him, calmly saying, "Then I'll have 2 donkey meat pastries." "We don't have any." The chef was about to protest, but then recalled that he had left the freezer door open when he fetched the braised pork, revealing the ingredients inside. "2 pastries will cost you 100 ghost coins." "Why so expensive? If you want it, pay up. If not, get lost." "I'll take 2. The ghost chef accepted the ghost coins, grinning smugly. "Dirty insect money is so easy to earn. I should have sold this for 10 ghost coins. But I sold it for 50, and the insect doesn't dare to complain." Turning, he tossed 2 donkey meat pastries onto the counter. "Hurry up and scram with your filthy food." The chef, defiantly puffing on his pipe, added, "You can use the microwave, but it'll cost you 100 ghost coins each time." His deliberate provocation attracted the attention of the other serving ghosts, who began to jeer. "Dirty insect, where did you find the ghost coins to spend? If you don't leave soon, I'll chop your bones for soup." At 7 p.m., the television mounted above the cafeteria flickered to life. "Welcome to gruesome news." A man and a woman appeared on the screen, their faces pale and cheeks painted bright red, resembling 2 paper dolls. Following this was the international news. The energy development of the Ghost Realm's terror corridor was progressing rapidly, gradually seeping into the Blue Ball Nation, potentially becoming the first Blue Ball Nation under Ghost control. The Blue Ball Goose Nation and Utopia were at war, with bombings causing the collapse of the energy corridor to the 2 nations, which is now temporarily closed. In domestic news, the Ghost Friends from the Southern City and the Ghost Friends from the Northern Circle have engaged in full-scale warfare, sparked by a debate over whether tofu brain should be sweet or salty, and which is preferable, human meat zongzi or sweet date zongzi. The prisoners in the cafeteria raised their arms in excitement at this news, envisioning a day when they could feast on humans freely in the real world, which thrilled them immensely. In stark contrast, human players appeared deeply troubled. The Da Xiaolongbang is the name of their nation in reality, and if this news is true, then the real world will eventually descend into a nightmarish hell. Next came entertainment news. A male ghost star was exposed for cheating during marriage, leading to a formal divorce from his original wife, who declared that they would remain a family moving forward. The following day, the original wife snapped the necks of both the male ghost star and his mistress. The ghosts nearby reveled in the sensational entertainment news while Song Zang rubbed his temples. Lost in thought, it seemed that this terrifying world was not merely a map dungeon. Everything here was genuinely real and established a certain connection to the real world. Humans could be transported to the terrifying world to participate in games, and ghosts likewise had means to venture into the real world, albeit facing obstacles. Do not leave your cell tonight. Do not venture out, regardless of what occurs. A woman's voice broke through, belonging to a young woman in a floral uniform. She wore a stun baton at her waist, her hands clasped behind her back, with feet shoulder-width apart, a standard stance. "I am Lu Yuan, responsible for the cell and cafeteria areas. Should you encounter any trouble, call for me. I have the authority to punish all prisoners within these zones." Lu Yuan stood upright, her gaze steady, speaking in a tone only Song Zang could hear. "I am Song Zang. Thank you for the warning." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "There is one more thing that may assist you. In this dungeon, humans are free to attack ghosts and even players without facing repercussions, provided they are strong enough. This rule is known only to the human guards. I, too, witnessed the actions of the chef ghost earlier, but lacking managerial authority. One must simply accept the misfortune and endure it. At worst, one can seek retribution later. Lu Yuan gently reminded him. For Song Zang had once extended a helping hand to her. She genuinely feared that this young man might let his newfound strength lead him into trouble, ultimately resulting in a tragic demise and becoming fodder for the hungry. Rest assured, Song Zang replied with a smile, rising to his feet. I am not one to harbor grudges for long. I generally repay any grievances in the moment. Chapter 7. The chef ghost learns a lesson. The cash window stood devoid of spirits. Just 2 minutes prior, the chef ghost had entered the employee restroom, pipe in mouth. Such a splendid opportunity could not be overlooked by Song Zang, who swiftly made his way toward the restroom. He paused at the entrance, captivated by the conversation between two human guards. Hey, did you hear? Eben and Utopia are at each other's throats. Indeed, this is quite the significant event. How fierce. Well, sort of, one guard replied. Song Zang halted at the restroom door, observing the two guards who seemed to be faring well in this realm, exhibiting none of the nervousness characteristic of newcomers, instead appearing quite relaxed as they bantered. You two are mere scum, Song Zang remarked, his eyes half open, addressing them with a tone of disdain. What transpired outside was a war of life and death, a struggle for survival, rather than a trivial matter for individuals of their ilk to treat lightly. Feeling the chill of the young man's demeanor, the guard's expression stiffened, becoming somewhat unsightly. Hey, no need to be so serious, one of them protested. We're just having a discussion. How does that bother you? If I were to eliminate you in this horrific realm, would you prefer the outside world to condemn me as a murderer, or would you rather have a horde of strangers with twisted minds fixate on your wives, daughters, and sisters? With your home lost, do you believe your concerns are noble? Having spoken, Song Zang stepped into the restroom, unwilling to engage further. Once he vanished around the corner, the two guards simultaneously exhaled, their previous fear dissipating. That person did have a point, the guard referred to as second brother ventured, stepping inside, with his subordinate reluctantly following. However, just as the younger guard turned the corner into the employee restroom, second brother rushed back out, looking as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong, second brother? You didn't seem this rattled when we were dealing with the prisoner ghosts, the younger guard remarked, puzzled, glancing toward the restroom. Upon locking eyes with that cold, piercing gaze, his face went pale, and he turned on his heel to flee. There stood the young man who had just scorned them, bare-chested, gripping the chef ghost by the neck, glancing towards the doorway. His tattoo of a black dragon seemed to come alive, dark energy swirling behind him, forming the shape of a crimson-eyed dragon. The chef ghost flailed its arms in a frenzy upon seeing the guards, yet they, like blind men, turned and fled without setting foot inside. It attempted to scream, but could not produce a sound, resorting instead to clawing at Song Zang's arms in desperation. Song Zang's left hand gripped the chef ghost's left arm, dark energy coiling around it, as if it were a festering curse. He then exerted force, tearing the entire arm from its socket, eliciting a cacophony of wails from the ghost. Now, do you possess the qualifications to serve me? Song Zang grinned malevolently, pressing his left hand against the chef ghost's head. Yes. Oh, esteemed one, I was blind to offend you. Spare my life. The chef ghost trembled in terror, unable to fathom how this young human could wield ghostly power and suppress him with such eerie energy. Now, will you heat these two for me, or shall I stuff them down your throat? Song Zang produced 2 frozen meat buns. I'll take care of it immediately, the chef ghost stammered, snatching the 2 donkey meat buns and bolting out in haste. In reality, food spirits cannot consume anything. Eating those buns would be akin to a normal person swallowing 2 fiery coals. Once dressed, Song Zang exited as well. He had no desire to escalate the situation into a brawl, yet activating the black dragon tattoo had caused his clothing to nearly rupture, and lacking a spare, he had no choice but to remove his shirt beforehand. At the counter, the one-armed chef ghost greeted him with a smile, presenting 2 fragrant and crispy donkey meat buns. I had given you 4. Indeed, it was a mistake on my part. It was 4. The chef ghost, quick to grasp the situation, promptly retrieved 2 frozen buns and placed them in the microwave. Ding! 4 donkey meat buns were presented with both hands. Change, Song Zang commanded. Hearing his words, the chef ghost, feeling somewhat guilty, obediently produced 80 ghost coins. Song Zang did not accept. Is this all? Taking a deep breath, The chef ghost exchanged 80 ghost coins for 100. I distinctly remember giving you 500. Song Zang raised an eyebrow, mimicking the earlier, taunting demeanor of the chef ghost, returning the affront in kind. Oh, esteemed one, I am but an ordinary employee. My salary is limited. Where would I procure such an abundance of ghost coins to honor you? Song Zang interrupted the chef ghost lament. Ah, yes, it was my mistake. Just as relief washed over the chef ghost's face, he heard a voice, chilling as a demon's whisper. How forgetful of me. I initially gave you 1,000 ghost coins. Young man, do not take advantage of ghost. The chef ghost began to protest, but was silenced by the dark energy swirling around him. Having been a ghost for decades, today he encountered someone formidable. Fine, I concede. Struggling against the swirling malice in his chest, he begrudgingly offered 900 ghost coins. Now, that is more like it. Remember this lesson. You should be grateful to have met someone as accommodating as me. Had it been another, they would have reported you to the guards for punishment. Waving the ghost coins in hand, Song Zang strolled away with nonchalance. In the end, the chef ghost could not suppress himself any longer, spewing a mouthful of black blood before collapsing unconscious. Regardless of whether it was foul or rancid, to us, it is still sustenance. Brother, let us just do it. To victory. The two young men, eyes tightly shut and faces contorted in agony, were shoving slippery human skin jelly into their mouths, their expressions truly something to behold. Glancing at the two surplus donkey meat buns in his possession, Song Zang resolved to distance himself from them to avoid any disruption to his meal. In this terrifying realm, unlike reality, compassion is a rare commodity. While gifting 2 free donkey meat buns was inconsequential to him, such a casual act could foster an image of a benevolent older brother in others' minds, leading them to seek his assistance in times of trouble. Should his strength be sufficient, he could maintain that image of a good brother indefinitely. However, should he find himself powerless to aid them, that same good brother could easily become a foe who stands idly by as they perish. To circumvent such complications, it is most prudent to avoid forming relationships from the outset. Song Zang was resolute in his demeanor. Helping was a matter of kindness, while not helping was merely a matter of duty. He felt no guilt whatsoever. After consuming 4 buns, feeling slightly unwell, he requested a bottle of chilled cola from the chef ghost and downed half of it in one go. A long, contented belch escaped him. Chapter 8. A Day Ends, Warmth and Healing 2000. During the break period, all human players lined up at the internal affairs window to collect their personal hygiene supplies. Each received a bloody, transparent toiletry bag and a plastic basin, revealing the dreadful contents within. Combs and toothbrushes fashioned from human bones, with bristles made of hand-tied black hair, curled and twisted grotesquely. The soap exuded a ghastly odor reminiscent of decay, slick to the touch. The makeshift towels were mere scraps of human skin sewn together during the day, a truly macabre sight. Upon entering the washing area, a wave of bloody stench assaulted them. They found 4 or 5 prisoner ghosts gnawing on the remains of a human, who had perished after inadvertently splashing water onto them while washing. A voice from behind quietly alerted Song Zang. As I turned back, I saw the middle-aged man who had lost his eyes during the day. Cautiously, I smiled at him and made my way to an empty wash basin, where I washed my face and rinsed my mouth, considering it sufficient for my ablutions. Hearing the gluttonous sounds of swallowing behind me, I felt my stomach grow heavier and hurried out of the washroom. Cradling the basin, I followed the personnel list affixed to the wall and arrived at cell 404. A half-iron railing was embedded in the doorframe, while the other half was completely bare, lacking any means to secure the cell. Was this so-called cell truly open 24 hours a day? After a thorough inspection confirmed the absence of a closing door, I stepped inside. The room contained 4 bunk beds, with a squat toilet enclosed by low ceramic tiles in one corner, adjacent to a wash basin. Within the confines of the room, there were 6 souls, both living and spectral. My gaze was immediately drawn to a glaringly bald man seated upright on the lower bunk to my left, exuding an air of tension. Opposite him, an elderly woman with a village hairstyle stared at him with gaping jaws. Upon noticing my presence at the doorway, the bald man's eyes brightened, and he awkwardly waved and smiled, his expression more pitiable than joyful. The old woman turned her head to glare at him coldly, as if my arrival had interrupted her solemnity. Choosing to disregard the bald man's overture, I reminded myself that I was not here to socialize. My earlier submission to him was merely a means to fulfill a system requirement. The old woman, perhaps intrigued by the bald man, rendered further engagement unnecessary. Seeing that I ignored him, the bald man's initial irritation quickly faded, and he lowered his gaze, refraining from further scrutiny. He had witnessed my actions in the cafeteria. After all, I had dared to confront even the spectral beings, making me someone not to be trifled with. I recognized the individual on the upper bunk above him, a girl in a uniform, seemingly asleep. The old woman's upper bunk was occupied by a young man with dyed yellow hair, lying still, though the tremors of his body betrayed his wakefulness. I took the upper bunk on the right, adjacent to the yellow-haired youth. The lower bunk housed a water ghost, pale and slick, its features obscured by swelling and decay. Rendring identification impossible. Despite its long, damp hair, its male form could still be discerned. It appeared as if it had just been pulled from the water. Droplets perpetually oozing from its body, seeping through the bed slats onto the concrete floor, creating a dissonant drumming sound in the silence of the cell. In the upper left bunk, a middle-aged man sat drenched in sweat, his balding head glistening, visibly anxious. "Ah, little brother, you reside in this room as well?" The one-eyed middle-aged man cheerfully remarked from behind me, displaying a surprisingly optimistic demeanor despite his lost eye. "Your spot is the lower left bunk. Don't wander around after lights out." Sensing his amiable nature, I gestured to the left and offered a word of caution. I then placed the wash basin and my shoes at the entrance and climbed to the upper bunk. As I ascended barefoot, no dirt fell from my feet, leaving the water ghost without grounds to trouble me. The water ghost glanced at its bedding, rolling its swollen eyes in exasperation. "Well, who would have thought we have such a mixed dormitory?" it murmured. The middle-aged man set the wash basin beneath his bed and engaged in a hushed conversation with the balding man above him, indicating prior acquaintance. After a comforting pat on the shoulder, he settled onto his own bed. At precisely 2100, the entire dormitory area plunged into darkness. A slow piano piece commenced, Black Friday. This dormitory was truly bizarre. Employing such a tune for sleep aid, I mused. Regardless, I decided to sleep. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly stimulating, and the undulating melody lulled my weary mind, ushering in drowsiness. I turned onto my side, seeking a comfortable position to drift into slumber. Time passed, and I began to feel a chill. Stretching out the blanket that had slipped to the side, I instinctively opened my eyes. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the eerie green glow of the emergency exit sign at the entrance. Suddenly, a pale, swollen, ghostly face loomed at the edge of my bed. Fixated on me in the green light, I gasped, holding my breath, locking eyes with the ghastly visage. After a moment, the water ghost, seeing my lack of reaction, shifted its attention to the opposite bunk, slowly extending its head toward the Mediterranean man, gently blowing air in his direction. In the dead of night, engaging in such ghostly antics was exhilarating. I had nearly struck the water ghost, yet considering my unfamiliarity with its capabilities and the potential alliance with the old woman, I ultimately restrained myself. The piano melody continued to play softly, and in the green glow, I noted the still forms of the young girl, the Mediterranean man, and a one-eyed middle-aged man, all lying motionless in their respective places. The corner where the bald man resided was too dark to discern, though I could see the outline of something bulging beneath the covers. Meanwhile, the old woman's bunk was conspicuously empty. I had no inclination to ponder her whereabouts, so I turned over, facing the wall, and resumed my sleep. The following day dawned at 6:30 a.m., as the soothing morning melody began to play. Once upon a time, I had a home with dear father and mother. One day, father got drunk and picked up an axe, heading toward mother. "Father, oh father." He struck many times, painting the walls with red blood. Mother's head rolled beneath the bed, her eyes still gazing at me. "Mother, oh mother, why? Why?" Then father called upon me to help him. We buried mother beneath a tree. Then father raised the axe and skinned me to make a doll. Chapter 9. The Hanged Man. Changing jobs. As the comforting yet haunting music resonated, the occupants of cell 404 awoke in unison. The stench of excrement invaded my nostrils, penetrating to the very core of my being. Frowning, I opened my eyes, and the scene beside me instantly jolted me awake. A pair of feet, caked in filth, swayed as the corpse hung, causing the others in the room to sit up in alarm, eliciting a cacophony of creaking beds. A trembling sound emanated from the one-eyed, middle-aged man below. I beheld the Mediterranean man suspended from the ceiling fan by a strand of black hair. His face a ghastly shade of blue, eyes bloodshot, tongue drooping to his chin. His trousers were soiled, splattering the floor with dark yellow filth, characteristic signs of a hanged man. Cough, cough, came a woman's voice from the lower bunk. Emerging from the bald man's bedding was an elderly female ghost, appearing to be in her 50s or 60s. Yet her beauty from youth was evident. However, the flesh beneath her neck was entirely decayed, festering with blood-filled sores, devoid of any semblance of health. Long, clean up that disgusting mess. It's revolting. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet her appearance would mislead one to estimate her age as merely 30. In stark contrast, the bald man's voice had grown extremely frail. He peeled back the sheets, stained with the ghostly woman's blood and flesh, resembling a dutiful spouse as he began to clean up the mess on the floor beneath the Mediterranean man. The others in the room exchanged glances, observing that the bald man had visibly lost considerable weight overnight, at least 30 pounds, judging by the drastic loss of his previously robust physique, now riddled with wrinkles. Seemingly unable to endure the horror any longer, the young girl hastily exited the dormitory. Exchanging a knowing glance with the one-eyed middle-aged man, I too left the room. I was taken aback to discover that the old woman was even more terrifying than the water ghost. She was a man-eating, blood-sucking specter. My name is Zhang Rui. And what is yours, brother? Let's be cautious tonight. We must not attract the attention of any vengeful spirits. Zhang Rui, ever the sociable one, placed a hand on Song Zang's shoulder as he spoke. Noticing the hand resting there, Song Zang felt a twinge of discomfort, his tone becoming somewhat frosty. Haha, brother. Do not misunderstand. I lost an eye yesterday, and my balance is a bit off. If I did not support myself, I tend to veer off course. I'm still getting accustomed to it. Though he stated that it was no trouble, Song Zang instinctively moved a little farther away. Did you hear the commotion last night? That man was found hanging from the ceiling fan, and I was completely oblivious. I did not hear anything. I sleep very soundly. However, I find that little girl quite suspicious. With so many horrifying incidents occurring one after another, she shows no signs of distress. It is certainly not the behavior one would expect from a child. Zhang Rui analyzed with a grave expression. He yawned, rubbed his remaining eye, clearly still in need of rest. Regardless, we must strive to survive. We are at a distinct disadvantage here. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of yesterday. Song Zang chose not to follow Zhang Rui's line of conversation. He preferred not to speak ill of others behind their backs. Each individual has their distinct character, and since they were all strangers to one another, it would not be justifiable to cast doubt upon anyone. After washing his face, the two made their way to the prison's backyard. It was 7 a.m., time for morning training. An invigorating broadcast echoed through the loudspeakers. Rise and shine. Greet the sun and invigorate your body with positivity. After a night of rest, it was reported that 4 players had chosen to end their lives, while 5 had attempted to escape their cells. Regrettably, all had met with fatal consequences. The management of Shunshan Prison expressed deep regret over the actions of these 9 players. Is our comfortable dormitory unable to provide warmth? To foster a sense of belonging and cohesion among the inmates, our noble and selfless management has decided to prepare the fresh bodies of the 9 players for communal consumption at lunchtime today. Upon hearing this, over 100 prisoners erupted into frenzied cheers, with some even so excited that they decapitated their companions and tossed the heads into the air in celebration, the severed heads whistling in delight. In stark contrast, the human players wore expressions of mixed emotions, with no one able to muster a smile. At 7:30 a.m., it was time for work. Navigating the dimly lit corridor, Song Zang arrived at the sewing workshop. The female ghost awaited him inside. As he passed by her, she extended an arm to block his path. He noticed that her arm, which had appeared skeletal and pallid yesterday, now resembled that of a normal human, plump and with a hint of a healthy complexion. Had she changed her skin? Just as Song Zang pondered this, The ghost's raspy voice broke the silence. "You are assigned to work in the underground morgue today." "Understood." Song Zang offered no further words and turned to leave. Just as he exited, he encountered Zhang Rui, who had entered with his single eye covered, acting as though he did not recognize Song Zang at all. He bowed to the female ghost and took his place at the workstation. "Good, this lad is learning." Upon leaving the sewing room, Song Zang descended to the prison's lower level. Unlike the dark corridor above, this one was illuminated by a row of white fluorescent lights, although a few flickered intermittently, casting an eerie glow that enhanced the unsettling atmosphere. At the end of the corridor stood a solitary uniformed guard, seemingly on patrol. "Excuse me, where is the morgue?" Song Zang inquired, his voice echoing ominously in the silence. The guard trembled, nearly collapsing as his legs buckled, but he managed to steady himself against the wall. "You are a human player," he muttered, relief washing over him as he turned to face Song Zang. Upon recognizing him, he exhaled softly, adjusted his cap, and hurried over. "Brother, why aren't you working diligently? What brings you down here? Are you courting danger?" Chun Tan, who appeared to be of similar age, asked anxiously. "I was just assigned to work in a morgue. Are you the only one down here?" "Strictly speaking, yes. There's a ghost doctor in the medical room at the end of this floor, but he never comes out." Chun Tian pointed toward the left-hand room at the corridor's end, his expression serious. "If you're going to the morgue, make sure to report to him first. Be cautious. He has an eccentric disposition." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Zang waved goodbye to Chun Tian and walked toward the medical room at the end of the corridor. As he approached the door, he heard a series of buzzing noises. He knocked 3 times, and before his hand could drop, the door swung open. A wave of formaldehyde scent hit him. "Hurry up and come in. I didn't call you here to stand around." A voice commanded from within. The ghost doctor seems to be ill-tempered, Song Zang thought. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a room the size of half a football field. In the center stood a large basin, nearly overflowing with a liquid that reeked of formaldehyde, containing numerous intact human skins and various limbs. Surrounding the basin were several large stainless steel work tables, cluttered with human skin, while tools such as hammers, electric saws, and cutting scissors lay scattered on the floor. Various medium to large-sized machines adorned the walls, blinking with alternating yellow and green lights, giving the space the appearance of a large experimental facility rather than a medical room. In a corner of the room, enclosed by transparent walls, stood a ghost doctor clad in a white coat, his hair disheveled and his face marred with death spots, diligently working atop a scaffold 3 meters high. Beside him lay a stack of severed limbs. "I heard from the sewing department that your suturing skills are exceptional. Come here and lend a hand," the ghost doctor commanded coldly. Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 pieces of human skin and affixed them to the scaffold's metal pipes, signaling for Song Zang to begin suturing. Task: follow the ghost doctor's instructions to stitch a torso. Note: although the ghost doctor has an eccentric personality, he is fair in his rewards and punishments. Completing the task flawlessly will yield rewards. Warning: any errors in your work may result in you becoming the 18th corpse in the basin. The notification echoed in his mind, similar to the task provided yesterday for stitching human skin. "Doctor, I used a sewing machine yesterday, and now I have no tools," Song Zang stated honestly. "Use the suturing needle on the table. You have thread on you," the ghost doctor replied, revealing that the female ghost had informed him of Song Zang's situation. Without further delay, Song Zang seized the lengthy suturing needle and stepped into the transparent room. The ghost doctor's suturing needle, a malevolent grade, ghostly object, imbued with a paralyzing effect. Song Zang's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that even a seemingly ordinary item would possess such formidable power. This doctor's strength might rival that of a long-haired ghost, perhaps even surpass it. Facing the ghost doctor's impatient gaze, Song Zang dared not to slacken his efforts. He retrieved the hanging rope and threaded 2 strands of black hair through the suturing needle. This technique, derived from the system's suturing methods, allowed him to sew 2 lines simultaneously, ensuring the work was doubly secure and aesthetically pleasing. Standing beside the ghost doctor, Song Zang deftly maneuvered the suturing needle through the layers of human skin, carefully adhering to the doctor's directives. Gradually, he found himself relishing the tactile experience of manual craftsmanship. Without needing the ghost doctor's reminders, he punctured the skin, threaded the needle, and executed each operation with meticulous care, as if he were refining a masterpiece. 2 hours later, after tying off the final knot, a torso that towered over Song Zang took shape. The ghost doctor's expression turned fervent, showering Song Zang with praise. Excellent, truly remarkable. The product produced previously pale in comparison to this. That needle is yours. The task is complete. The Doctor of Spirits has a favorability rating of 20, and I have acquired the item, the suturing needle of the Spirit Doctor. What is your name? Song Zang. The Spirit Doctor walked to the wall and retrieved a bone tile from a glass jar filled with fingers and toes. After tracing it with his fingers, he tossed it to me. I caught the tile, which was inscribed with Song Zang, assistant to the Spirit Doctor of the Divine Mountain Prison. From now on, you shall work here as my assistant. If any of those prisoners dare to bully you, I will have them minced and fed to the dogs. No one will dare to intervene. Now, go to the adjacent morgue and handle those fresh corpses. Ensure that the skin bodies are placed into the number 2 elevator before noon, and then you may go for a meal. You need not work this afternoon. Report to this room punctually tomorrow morning. It seems my identity has transformed from prisoner to assistant of the Spirit Doctor, which is quite favorable, as I am no longer bound by the rules of the inmates. Before noon, the number 2 elevator is currently 10 o'clock, leaving me with 2 hours. Song Zang silently recited this and prepared to leave. You should take a moment to review the work regulations of the morgue. It will benefit you, said the Spirit Doctor with a strange chuckle. Aware of the ominous nature of the doctor's laughter, I felt a tinge of caution. In the corridor, Chun Tian, who was patrolling, seemed relieved to see me emerge unscathed. Are you all right, brother? He inquired. Seeing his genuine concern, I smiled kindly and reassured him. It's fine. That doctor is quite reasonable. No need to worry. Chun Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he lifted his shirt to reveal a scar on his waist. Reasonable? Yesterday, I failed to greet him while on duty, and he slammed me against the wall, forcing me to sacrifice one of my kidneys. You call that reasonable? I helplessly rubbed my nose, realizing my perspective had indeed been narrow. After all, having awakened a system upon arrival and even vanquished a spirit, I had swiftly transitioned from prisoner to Doctor's assistant, a stroke of extraordinary luck among these players. In any case, as long as I perform my duties diligently, I should be safe. I must now enter the morgue. There is a timed task that cannot be delayed. As I spoke, I pushed open the door to the morgue and stepped inside. Chun Tian attempted to say something, but the door closed automatically before he could. Did you think the morgue was a place of safety? Realizing something, Chun Tian shuddered and quickly walked away. His responsibilities were limited to patrolling the corridors and directing the corpse transporters. He was not permitted to enter any of the rooms here. A side quest was triggered. Side quest. As a newly appointed assistant to the doctor, can you complete the task assigned by your superior? Option 1. Be brave. I fear no challenge. It's merely skinning. I could even skin my own flesh if I had to. Reward. Master-level skinning tools. Option 2. The wise escape while they can. This place is too terrifying. Filled with cold corpses. Reward. A can of chilled peach slices. Unexpectedly, upon entering the room, I triggered a quest. Without hesitation, I firmly closed the door to the morgue. My ability to fulfill the role of a Doctor's assistant hinged entirely on the successful completion of this task, and I had no intention of fleeing. Acquiring master-level skinning skills, my scalpel transformed into the Hannibal surgical knife. The Hannibal surgical knife. Permanent, an exceptionally sharp scalpel. Using it for ordinary surgeries would be a waste, and its wielder's personality may be slightly influenced. As a beautifully engraved scalpel appeared in my hand, a wealth of knowledge regarding human anatomy, including the structure of internal organs and the layout of nerves and blood vessels, flooded my mind. Chapter 11. The Fiery Lowly and the Employee Code. This sensation is simply marvelous. I closed my eyes, savoring the newfound knowledge that encompassed the pathways of nerves, the distribution of blood vessels, the functions of organs, and the intricacies of acupoints, all presented in vivid three-dimensional imagery. I was confident that with my current understanding of human anatomy, I could easily lecture at the Capital Medical University. Gripping the Hannibal surgical knife, I was eager to apply my theoretical knowledge in practice. The morgue's decor was simple. The walls were painted white, with an autopsy table occupying a quarter of the room. 9 stainless steel gurneys lined one end, each bearing a corpse covered in white cloth. Beside the gurneys stood a wall formed by a series of refrigeration cabinets. Arranged haphazardly, there were a total of 49 cabinets, each labeled to identify the deceased within. I pushed the nearest gurney next to the autopsy table and lifted the white cloth. A pair of lifeless eyes, the size of ping-pong balls, bulged from their sockets, staring blankly at me, with a long, crimson tongue hanging out and a dark bruise encircling the neck. It was the Mediterranean man, using the mechanical arm beside me. I lifted the Mediterranean corpse, cutting away its clothing with scissors and discarding it in the trash. After thoroughly cleansing the body with a high-pressure water gun, I placed it atop the table. Medical students touch corpses more often than they do their girlfriends. Despite the terrifying appearance of the Mediterranean man, I felt no fear. Speaking calmly to the corpulent body, I said, "In a vast universe, the deceased are paramount. Today, you have transcended to the heavens, rendering this body devoid of significance. Before I wield my knife, I bow in respect." With solemnity, I bowed deeply before eagerly slicing open the Mediterranean man's throat. I quickly stepped back. Warm blood erupted from the incision, spurting forth under the pressure for about half a minute before I approached the table to begin my dissection. In the corridor, Chen Tian stood at the staircase, nodding off. It wasn't that he was particularly brave. Rather, in this terrifying world, his mind was perpetually on high alert, leading to fatigue and drowsiness. Just then, the sound of the elevator operating echoed from afar. Ding! The indicator light at the corner glowed, and the elevator doors slowly opened. A gurney carrying a corpse was pushed out of the elevator, turning into the corridor toward the morgue. The gurney was of high quality, its wheels turning smoothly and emitting only a low rumble, which did not disturb Chen Tian's slumber. When the gurney came to a halt before him, Chen Tian stood aside, his head drooping in exhaustion. Subconsciously, he stubbornly lifted it again, only for it to droop once more. A pale hand slowly reached toward his waist, precisely targeting his remaining kidney. "Hey!" A light exclamation, and the pale hand accurately jabbed into Chen Tian's waist. He jolted awake with a scream, clutching his side and jumping high, then plopping down onto the steps. Once he realized he was unharmed and saw who it was, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Loli, you can't scare people like that. People can die from fright." Chen Tian, still holding his waist, stood up and complained to the petite girl before him. "Huh, scaring you is the least of my worries. If that old ghost catches you, even your 2 kidneys won't suffice. He might take your life, and I'd have to push you into the morgue to freeze." The newcomer was Loli, a girl from the same cell as Song Zang. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Chen Tian chuckled awkwardly. Loli was right. Had any ghost been there instead, he would have been done for. Yet, her thick accent and fierce demeanor shattered any illusions he had of a delicate, charming girl. The rumors of soft voice, a gentle nature, and an easy pushover were far from reality. Standing at 5 feet and 8 inches tall, she was just right. Oh, what a pity it was that she had such a sharp tongue. "Loli, is this the 10th player corpse today?" Looking at the blood-stained white cloth that concealed a headless body, Chen Tian moved closer to Loli. "Yes, it was brought in from the badminton workshop. I heard it was a defective shuttlecock that got the workshop's supervisor killed. Look at your cowardly demeanor." In a dismissive tone, Lori cast a scornful glance at Chen Tian, proclaiming, "What are you afraid of? It's just a corpse." She continued, "All right, you stand guard properly and don't doze off again. I wouldn't want to have to push you in there this afternoon. It's a rare opportunity to converse with a younger brother who actually engages." As Lori began to push the corpse towards a morgue, Chen Tian hurriedly called out to her, "Sisterly, sisterly, wait a moment." He whispered, "What is going on?" "Ahem, there is someone inside. I heard that the ghost doctor assigned a time-sensitive task. If you're not in a hurry, perhaps you should wait and not disturb them." "Oh, has the ghost doctor's assistant changed since this morning?" Lori inquired with heightened curiosity. She parked the gurney against the wall of the morgue and approached the glass door, peering in with raised foot. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth formed a perfect ta shape. Observing Lori's reaction, Chen Tian could not help but move closer to take a look as well. Just as he began to gag, a small hand swiftly covered his mouth. With a swift motion, Lori delivered a sharp slap to the back of Chen Tian's head, raised her middle finger to her lips, and shushed him. In a panic, Chun Tian nodded fervently. Sisterly, I need to use the restroom, he exclaimed before darting down the corridor. Lori, dismissing the cowardly child, continued to gaze inside. She witnessed the young man deftly draining the corpse, performing a series of elegant motions with a surgical knife. It appeared as if he effortlessly peeled away the flesh, leaving no trace of blood or tissue beneath. Upon inspecting the body, even a layer of fascia encasing the muscles remained intact. Blood flowed through specially designed grooves into a container, and soon, organs were extracted and meticulously arranged on a tray, displayed alongside the skinned remains. Then came the second and third corpses. The young man carried on with poise, methodically disassembling the 9 bodies in the room. Once he placed the 9th head into a glass jar and poured in a solution for preservation, Song Zang completed his task. With the task accomplished, his affinity with the ghost doctor increased by 20. Following the ghost doctor's instructions, he left the head and the skin in the dissection room, while the remaining parts were placed in the elevator. He pressed the activation button. As the elevator door began to close, a sound of an opening door resonated behind him. Could it be that young guard? Song Zang immediately thought of Qin Tian outside. Turning around, he found the room empty, save for a cold storage cabinet whose door was ajar, its label faintly swaying. At the entrance, a girl pressed half of her face against the glass. Due to her height, she strained to lift her face, her nostrils aligned with his. But it wasn't he who opened the door. At that moment, Song Zang's gaze fell upon a framed notice in the corner by the door. Staff Regulations Regulation 1. Only doctors and their assistants are permitted in the morgue. Regulation 2. If any other humanoid entities are spotted moving within, please promptly inform a doctor and press the emergency button before evacuating swiftly. Regulation 3. Exercise caution around the cold storage cabinets. The sound of cabinet doors opening echoed once more. Chapter 12. The Assembled Monster. Urea bags, 20 cold storage cabinets opened simultaneously. A mist of cold air billowed forth, blanketing the floor. Song Zang furrowed his brow, carefully observing this supernatural spectacle. Activating his supernatural vision revealed no alterations in the room. It was not merely an illusion. Was there artificial waste here? It seemed there was an unseen specter awaiting his performance. Just as he pondered, the cabinets sprang open like drawers, and grotesque, misshapen humanoid monsters crawled forth. These creatures were adorned with stitches, possessing 4 arms and 3 legs, some with a single head featuring 4 faces, while others were entirely covered in mouths. The cacophony of bones crashing together filled the air as the monsters lunged collectively towards Song Zang. Faced with such a bizarre sight, even Song Zang could not suppress the cold sweat trickling down his back. Recalling his best performance in a gang fight, where he barely survived against 3 opponents, now he faced over 20 grotesque entities. However, before he could dwell on it, the monsters were already upon him, grasping a noose and a scalpel. He kicked the foremost creature squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and it seemed less formidable than anticipated. Using the recoil from the impact, he retreated a few steps, extending the noose which transformed into a long whip, striking the creature. Upon closer inspection, a small metallic needle was concealed within the whip. With a resounding crack, the running monster halted abruptly, colliding with those behind it, forming a chaotic pile. This granted Song Zang more time. He relentlessly wielded the whip, darting around the dissection table and the gurneys. The 20 assembled monsters, ensnared by his kite-flying tactics, remained motionless despite their fierce expressions and desire to tear him apart. Without pausing, he approached the first immobilized creature and swiftly severed its tendons with the scalpel. The numbing effect of the suturing needle was not long-lasting, necessitating prompt action. Casting a glance back at the restless horde, he felt a twinge of unease. With careful precision, he severed the limbs of over 20 creatures, then used the noose to hang them from the overhead pipes like cured meats, finally finding solace. Afterward, he utilized a mop to clean the blood-soaked floor and concluded his work. Song Zang approached the door to the dissection room and opened it. "Ah, it's you. Is there something amiss?" He smiled at the astonished Lori standing outside. Yes. I'm here to transport a corpse. Please take this one," she replied nervously, pulling the gurney closer. "Sisterly, that strange fellow is gone, right?" Chun Tian emerged from around the corner, having just exited the restroom. and caught sight of Lori pushing the gurney into the room. Lori's expression turned awkward as she ignored him. As he curiously approached, his expression froze upon seeing Song Zang smile within. "Ah, you completed the task, have you?" Chen Tian felt mortified. Lori glanced back into the room, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. "What about that human player who was here before? Is he not inside?" "No. Perhaps he was killed by the ghost doctor." "There are about 10 human corpses in the medical room," Song Zang replied nonchalantly as he strode towards the corner elevator, his stomach growling after a long morning. "Ugh, what a weirdo. And he still has an appetite." Lori grimaced at the thought of the room filled with entrails and hanging corpses as she followed Song Zang towards the elevator, casually pulling Chen Tian out of the men's restroom along the way. 1200, lunchtime. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was lively as the three arrived, already bustling with spirits. The elderly ghost at window 1 had been replaced, and a blood-soaked meat cutter was hard at work, with the corpses that Song Zang had skinned awaiting their turn. The management of this prison truly had a knack for maintaining order. Even the hostility towards human players dissipated in the face of food temptation. With no spirits to cause trouble, the trio navigated through the throng of ghosts and soon arrived at the cash window. Hey, did you hear? Bring me 2 more sea cucumbers. That's what Granny 13 ordered." Bald-headed Along shouted at the window, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier timid self in the dormitory. "No way. That woman's quota is only 2 per day, and you already collected yours this morning. Even if your great-grandfather arrived, you still wouldn't get more than your share." The chef ghost retorted with a furrowed brow, unyielding. Having already been enraged by a human who severed one of his arms yesterday, the chef ghost was now brimming with fury at this brazen individual. "Get lost. If it weren't for that woman's reputation, I'd swallow you whole." Upon encountering the fearsome visage of the chef ghost, Aaron succumbed to trepidation and slinked away from the window. As he turned, he chanced upon Song Zang standing behind him, bolstered by the presence of an elderly ghost. The bald man brazenly approached Song Zang, deliberately jostling his shoulder. "Oh, look who we have here. The brat who dared to teach that fat pig a lesson yesterday. Feeling bold. Are we? Forgotten your brother long, have you?" The memory of being disregarded the previous night in the dormitory ignited Aaron's ire. In this current era, the camaraderie of youth had vanished. During the day, youngsters would curry favor with him, only to feign ignorance when he found himself in trouble at night. Alas, the world had changed. He possessed the ambitions of a hero, yet lacked the support of a loyal ally. "I'll come for those 3 donkey meat buns shortly." "Sure thing." The chef ghost nodded, hastily opening the freezer to prepare ingredients. With an impassive glance at the bald man, Song Zang proceeded to the serving window, rummaging through something on the ground. Behind him, the anxious expressions of Lori and Chen Tian were palpable. The bald man was taken aback. Why was the chef ghost behaving so unusually obediently? The 2 companions who had arrived with him cast him curious glances. Whatever, time to retreat. Before the bald man could make his exit, a large urea bag was suddenly thrown over his head, and he was knocked unconscious by a solid object. A purple glint flickered in Song Zang's eyes. As he raised a brick, he inadvertently activated his magical vision. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt that activating this vision granted him an additional layer, enhancing his combat state. That bald man is quite the fool, provoking someone like this psychopath. Chen Tian mused inwardly. Lori, beside him, remained silent, covering her mouth, unsure of what to say. Song Zang turned to the 2, a slight smile breaking his stern demeanor. "You 2 stay outside. Don't involve yourselves in this. Avoid unnecessary trouble." Bending down, he grasped one of the bald man's legs and dragged him slowly into the staff restroom. Soon after, a graceful figure passed by them and entered as well, propping a construction tripod at the restroom door. "Currently cleaning. Please refrain from using." Chapter 13. Teaching the bald man a lesson. The ruthless warden. Half an hour later, Song Zang emerged from the restroom, sharing light-hearted banter with a female prison guard. Since Lu Yuan learned of Song Zang's new role as the ghost doctor's assistant, her previously frosty demeanor had thawed, allowing them to interact as colleagues rather than as guard and inmate. After exchanging a few hushed words, Lu Yuan departed the cafeteria. "Big brother is here. Look at this ginseng and abalone, brimming with vitality, succulent and juicy. Do try some." The chef ghost beamed with obsequiousness, presenting Song Zang with several wriggling sea creatures from the preservation tank. Never mind, I'm not accustomed to such fare. Just give me those 3 buns. Song Zang replied nonchalantly. Certainly, and a bottle of ice-cold cola? Make it so. Lori and Chun Tian stood by, jaws agape. Was this truly the irritable chef ghost they had encountered yesterday, who had berated them? Observing the chef ghost's empty sleeves and the fearful glint in his eyes directed at Song Zang, they began to comprehend. This was a formidable individual. As Song Zang indulged in his meal, the bald man remained conspicuously absent. Curiosity got the better of him. Boss, what happened to that bald guy? After taking a sip of his cola, Song Zang replied, Oh, he'll be crawling out in about an hour at the least. Bert, what did you two do to him? Chen Tian asked cautiously. Song Zang regarded him with a grin. No need to fear. It's nothing serious. That bald man is a scoundrel, devoid of any redeeming qualities. The woman you saw earlier was his ex-wife, who had been forced into marriage with him at a young age and endured years of domestic violence. Despite his wealth and power, he tightly controlled her. After finally getting into trouble, he was out on medical parole before she could enjoy a few years of peace. His first act upon release was to unleash his wrath on her. As for me, I merely subdued him and provided some guidance, which led her to stab him over 100 times, avoiding vital areas. In the end, I even had him castrated. Song Zang's words evoked gasps of delight from the two, who thought to themselves that the bald man truly deserved such a fate. It was far more gratifying than mere death. Boss, you're incredible. I bow to you. Hey, you two aren't trying to mooch off my donkey meat buns, are you? Those 3 are not for you. If you want some, go buy your own. Observing their longing expressions, Song Zang departed the cafeteria with his buns in hand. In the afternoon, with no assigned tasks, Song Zang wandered through the building. The sewing department, assembly department, cleaning department, research department, cutting department, all were bustling with activity, particularly the human players, who wore expressions of intense focus and diligence. In just a day and a half, the players had grasped the rules of the environment. By dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks, they could minimize the risk of life-threatening incidents. After completing a circuit, only one unfortunate individual had accidentally knocked over a garbage bin and was subsequently fed into the grinder by the workshop supervisor. Soon after, Lori entered the workshop, her expression impassive as she placed the remains of a half-bodied corpse onto the body transport cart, preparing to take it to the morgue. Song Zang followed her into the elevator, as he was to assist Lori in the transfer of the corpse. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a large, gnarled hand, covered in cracks, thrust itself between the doors, halting their closure. A giant clad in a pure black police coat, towering nearly 3 meters, appeared at the entrance. The giant's square face bore a scar the width of a finger, slashing from his left forehead to his right neck, resembling a centipede resting upon his countenance. The warden. Lori addressed him with a tone that was neither subservient nor disrespectful, bowing slightly before falling silent. Observing this, Song Zang mimicked Lori's respectful gesture, his expression even more solemn. The warden ignored them, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor, causing the doors to close slowly. Song Zang and Lori stood in opposite corners of the elevator, silent, as the warden's head nearly brushed against the ceiling, casting a shadow over the two. Noticing the light for the first floor illuminate, the warden turned to Song Zang, his expression devoid of emotion. Come to my office tonight, alone. As the elevator stopped on the first floor, the warden left behind those 2 sentences before exiting. Song Zang and Lori exchanged bewildered glances, unable to decipher the warden's intentions. Then, a game notification chimed in Song Zang's mind. Player has triggered a side quest, the warden's invitation. Automatically accepted. Enter the warden's office within 6 hours and fulfill all his requirements. Quest rewards. Official employment at Shunshan Prison with full employee benefits. Activate hidden storyline, unique. Failure to complete the task by the deadline will result in you becoming a delicious ingredient in the cafeteria tomorrow morning. It was a time-sensitive mandatory task. Song Zang's expression soured. Is this guy trying to eliminate me? Lori remarked in astonishment, casting a sympathetic glance at Song Zang. As the warden, he undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of strength in this prison. Even the most formidable individuals would struggle against him. given Song Zang's slender physique and delicate appearance. Lori's concerns only deepened. Who knows what he wants from me? Worst case, I'll have to fight him. Can he really overpower me? Song Zang replied helplessly. Even he found Lori's perspective quite plausible, considering the warden's notorious reputation in the prison. That evening, in the office, the requirement of attending alone, and the nature of each piece of information, all exuded an unmistakable sense of foreboding. What's this? There's a socket above this button. Song Zang pondered, recalling that there were no stairs leading down the corridor, and pressed the button, but it yielded no response. No one can access level 2. I heard from Qin Tian that only the ghost doctor possesses the key to activate it, Lori explained, although she had no knowledge of what lay underground. Ding! The elevator has arrived at level 1. The two exited with the cart. With Qin Tian absent, the corridor remained as desolate as ever. After taking just a few steps, Loli paused. Another one had appeared upstairs. This was a matter for the big boss to handle. Wishing the boss good luck for the night, she waved her small hand through the closing elevator doors. This was likely a task assigned to her by the game, requiring her to arrive at the scene swiftly whenever a life was lost. Song Zang pushed a corpse transport cart into mortuary. Inside hung over 20 bodies, resembling dried meat, swaying slightly from the ceiling. He disposed of the remains into the grinder, reducing them to pulp. Tomorrow, the cafeteria might serve a new dish of human dumplings or minced meat with eggplant. After placing 2 player corpses into the refrigerator, while tidying up a fallen cabinet, Song Zang noticed a name tag hanging on the cabinet door. Zhao Jiangwo, Huang Lizzie, XINZ. As he stepped into the corridor, he happened to see Qin Tian emerging from the restroom. Song Zang chuckled. Everything seems normal, but what about you? At your young age, visiting the restroom so frequently? Hee hee. My stomach isn't great to begin with, and standing guard in this eerie corridor makes me more susceptible to colds, Qin Tian replied, scratching his head awkwardly. You should be careful. Getting caught by the ghost doctor for your frequent bathroom visits won't end well. This job is relatively easy, so don't go looking for trouble. You might end up regretting it, Song Zang advised, patting Qin Tian on the shoulder. Don't worry, Brother Zang. Sisterly has said similar things to me. Meeting you all is truly my fortune. Qin Tian beamed, nodding enthusiastically. All right, I'm off to catch the news. See you tomorrow. Sure. Take care, Brother Zang. See you tomorrow. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, it was precisely 7 o'clock. 2 pale-faced hosts appeared on the television screen. Welcome to Thrilling News. Here are the international headlines. The beautiful ambassador of the Ghost Realm visited the Korean Ghost Realm for friendly discussions. However, the meeting turned sour when the Korean ambassador claimed that Freddy from the Haunted Street and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre belonged to their realm. The beautiful ambassador disdainfully refused to argue and stormed out in anger. The next day, the Indian Ghost Realm declared war on the Korean Ghost Realm, sending troops led by the Vithagara and Shiva Baba to invade. The conflict between the Blue Goose Kingdom and the Utopia has intensified, leading to a rapid increase in power for the Utopian Ghost Realm, resulting in a ghostly overflow. Various factions have extended olive branches to the Utopian Ghost Realm, seeking to ally with them while isolating the Goose Ghost Realm. In domestic news, the internet-famous ghost who was injured yesterday succumbed after a day of treatment, his soul dissipating. Next, we have precious footage from the internet-famous ghost. The screen shifted to reveal a heavily burned ghost holding a selfie stick, his body charred and blackened. The ghost's vocal cords had been damaged by the flames, producing a hoarse and sharp voice, struggling to articulate certain words. The footage showed the blackened ghost slowly disintegrating into ash. Dear families, Xinjia, Tang Shui Yin will soon be launched. Click on my quick steps and follow me. Next, what I'm about to say is crucial. The blackened ghost still has half his body remaining. Da Xiaingi. I found Da Xiaingi. The method of destruction is, the blackened ghost completely dissolving. Cut. This waste. Even when he is dying, he is still advertising, burying the most important news. The ghosts in the cafeteria erupted in angry curses. At that moment, in a lavish villa within the horror world, a table made of ancient, gloomy wood shattered into splinters. Go. Check. Death. The shadow in front of the television uttered 3 syllables before falling silent. 3 towering figures, one black, one white, and one gray, knelt in submission. Vanishing from sight, The hall returned to silence. Reaching out, the shadow grabbed a crying object from a nearby cartoon basket and tossed it into its mouth. With a mouth full of jagged teeth, it bit down hard, blood splattering. Regarding today's news, Song Zang was left speechless. This internet celebrity had demonstrated what it meant to tempt fate with their actions. This was a live broadcast that reverberated throughout the horror world, and such behavior could bring catastrophic consequences to their team and even their family. Song Zang believed that soon, anyone related to the Xian family would mysteriously vanish, never to return to this world. The reason was simple. If the news were true, who wouldn't value an exclusive report capable of influencing two realms? Song Zang approached the cash window. 3 donkey meat pastries, please. We only eat this? The chef ghost queried, puzzled. There are so many delicacies from the human realm. In our hometown, there's a saying, if you want to live long, eat donkey meat. No need for further discussion. Brother, your hometown sayings are indeed philosophical. The last one is meant for you. At 2,000 hours, during break time, the human players have become clever, gathering together to take turns washing up, preventing the lurking prisoner ghosts from finding an opportunity. However, this was only effective against ordinary ghosts, just as a group of players remained vigilant. A mass of long hair silently emerged from the sink drain. A decaying head squeezed through, floating eerily towards one of the players. As the player washed his face and opened his eyes, he was met with a horrifying visage. He spluttered, water spraying all over the ghost's face. The water ghost thrilled, lunged forward and sank its teeth into his throat. The other prisoner ghosts surged in, leading to a feast of flesh. Seeing this, the others in the washroom quickly splashed water on their faces and fled. Bald-headed, Along lay on his bed, his body riddled with wounds. Yet his chest rose and fell steadily, indicating he was in decent condition. A beautiful elderly ghost lay atop him, breathing in sync with his chest movements. Her nose pressed against his lips, inhaling deeply. Loli, like the day before, lay motionless in her spot. It seemed this was her method of safely passing the break time. Closing her eyes, she thought, whatever happens, happens, a simple yet effective strategy. She removed her shoes and climbed into bed. Just as she settled down, Zhang Rui entered, wrapping an arm around the shoulder of a blonde youth and guiding him to the bed. No need to be afraid. Get some good rest. You'll feel better tomorrow. Remember, don't wander around at night. The blonde youth, tears welling in his eyes, nodded gratefully. A bloodied water ghost appeared at the door, dragging a trail of blood. Sitting opposite Zhang Rui's bed, trembling irregularly from the excitement of having just tasted human blood. At 2,100 hours, somber piano music began playing on schedule. In cell 404, only the sound of the beautiful elderly ghost inhaling could be heard. The water ghost sat motionless at the edge of the bed, its ghastly grin stretching until it split. Black blood dripping to the floor, emitting a foul odor. Creak! The water ghost approached Zhang Rui's bedside, maintaining its eerie smile. Bending down to rest its head on Zhang Rui's pillow. The ghost was too close for comfort. Zhang Rui, however, was not ready to sleep. The ghost's heavy breaths sent chills down his spine, and he felt the sharpness of its teeth poised to bite down at any moment. Creak, creak. Just when Zhang Rui believed his end was near, someone from the upper bunk stirred. Chapter 15. The Water Ghost's Downfall. A midnight appointment, the water ghost turned its head as a human descended the bed ladder. Upon noticing the shoes on the person's feet, its eyes lit up with fervor. Even in the absence of light, the dirt that had fallen onto its bed was clearly visible. As the reasoning for this gruesome act unfolded, Song Zang came to a halt just before stepping down onto the final bar. He forcefully pressed his other foot onto the center of the lower bunk sheets, leaving an unmistakable imprint of a size 43. Ignoring the astonished water ghost, Song Zang exited the cell. The few who pretended to be asleep within the confines of the dormitory were drenched in cold sweat, straining to listen intently, their minds racing with a singular thought. What has triggered this child's behavior? Upon leaving the cell, Song Zang proceeded towards the staircase. According to the rules, he was required to appear in the dormitory during rest hours, yet he could not neglect his obligation to the warden. The water ghost, having feigned supernatural antics throughout the night, would undoubtedly notice his absence. Since evasion was not an option, there was no need for apprehension. That footstep on the bed was entirely intentional. He was bound to attract its attention, so he might as well rattle its composure. Water ghosts, such as this one, were the most reviled in school dormitories. Those occupying the upper bunk were never purposefully responsible for soiling the lower bunk's bedding. Yet they were perpetually scrutinized, as if they were thieves. While some understanding could be afforded to the situation, it was nonetheless irksome. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw the water ghost swaying behind him, rolling its bulging eyes in a grotesque manner. If it so relished in staring, then perhaps he should pluck out those very eyes. With Hannibal's scalpel in hand, Song Zang walked ahead, sharing a sinister grin. The desires within him seemed to amplify. He found himself eagerly anticipating the moment when he would sever the water ghost's scalp. Upon exiting the cell, a thin mist enveloped the prison grounds, obscuring the sky and hiding the stars and moon. Only the cold white light filtered through the fog, illuminating the ground below. The concrete edifice appeared lifeless, devoid of any glimmer of brightness. One man and one ghost traversed the darkened entryway, moving through the corridor. The elevator chimed as it arrived, and Song Zang stepped inside. Although the warden's office was on the top floor, he did not press the button for the uppermost level. Instead, he bowed his head, pressing his thumb against the door-open button. "Youngster, are you not aware that elevators are the most perilous places in a realm of terror? Now beg me, and perhaps I shall grant you a swifter demise," the ghost proclaimed with a bloodthirsty grin, reveling in the sight of humanity groveling at its feet. "Is that so? I only know that elevators are confined spaces, ideal for striking," Song Zang retorted, revealing a grin of his own as he licked his lips. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the water ghost could only recall the flickering violet gleam in those pupils before losing consciousness. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the first floor. Song Zang, bare-chested, bent to retrieve his discarded shirt, only to find Chun Tian standing outside the door, eyes wide with terror. "Sang Yi, did you just deal with that female ghost? The spirit rider still needs you." "Female ghost? Can't you see this is a male?" Song Zang replied. Indeed, the water ghost had been devoid of clothing, its body dehydrated and shriveled after death, long hair concealing its ghastly visage, slumped in a corner of the elevator in a position reminiscent of a young girl. At first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a gaunt female specter. "Oh, a male ghost." Chen Tian's eyes widened further. "Zanggu, you're truly versatile. Not picky about gender or race. This is what I call immersive role-playing. I admire you." Song Zang sighed. "What is your focus? The point is not gender. Just continue your patrol." He could not be bothered to explain further as he dragged the water ghost's corpse out of the elevator. It was unacceptable to present such a thing to the warden, nor could he leave it in the elevator unattended. Thus, he had to deposit it in the morgue. He carelessly tossed the body onto the autopsy table and, with a swift motion of the scalpel, extracted the water ghost's eyes. It's vital to uphold one's credibility in this line of work. "If I say I'll gouge your eyes out, I certainly will," Song Zang chuckled, placing the two eyeballs into separate glass jars, allowing them to gaze at one another. As he exited the morgue, he overheard Chun Tian muttering in the corridor. "He has taken out the ghost. The boss is truly a pervert. I suppose I must be more cautious. Even boys must learn to protect themselves when out in the world." Song Zang appeared behind him. "Chun Tian, huh? I didn't expect you to come out so quickly." Chun Tian shivered, awkwardly chuckling in a polite manner. "Heh, Zanggu, what is up? Several serial dismemberment offenders have just been incarcerated. I've heard that such psychological deviants particularly favor the type of sunny, strapping young man you are. Be careful during your shift," he added, lightly brushing Chun Tian's hand and raising an eyebrow at him before entering the elevator alone. Of course, these gestures were intentional on Song Zang's part. Once the elevator ascended, Chun Tian's expression grew peculiar, and he quickly shook off the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. He resolved never to speak ill of Song Zang again. The sensation of being caught in the act after boasting moments prior was nothing short of a horrifying social demise. As the elevator reached the top floor, darkness stretched endlessly to the left. To the right, the door of an office stood ajar, a faint glow spilling forth. A hazy silhouette occasionally flickered within the light, revealing a figure with several tentacles sprouting from its head. Could this be the warden? The tentacled creature? Song Zang's expression shifted rapidly as he conjured up unsettling images in his mind. Was this night destined for a violent confrontation? After all, retreat was not an option. At worst, he could engage in a fierce battle, and it remained uncertain who would meet their demise first. Feeling the black dragon tattoo on his chest and gripping the scalpel's handle, he concealed the blade within his sleeve, gaining a sense of reassurance. Approaching the doorway, he noticed that the light's source emanated from an old television, its screen filled with static. Utilizing the illumination from the television, he observed the disarray within the office. Benches and cabinets lay in ruins, pots shattered on the floor, garbage strewn about, and even some children's toys scattered haphazardly. A towering shadow, 3 meters high, stood motionless next to the television, clutching a flesh-colored spherical object. The light only illuminated the lower half of the figure, with its chest obscured in shadow, rendering it difficult to discern. From a uniform, it was evident that this was indeed the warden. "Warden, I'm a new assistant from the infirmary." The warden remained unresponsive. Song Zang frowned. This was becoming problematic. How was he to complete his mission if this individual paid him no heed? He scanned the room once more, seeking any useful information. His gaze was drawn to a desk that stood out amidst the chaos. The area occupied by the desk was remarkably tidy, starkly contrasting the disorder of the office. The surface glimmered as if waxed, with folders and notebooks neatly stacked, even the pens in the holder tilted in the same direction. It was clear that the desk's owner was a perfectionist. At the center of the desk lay a sheet of red-lined paper, with a pen resting atop it. Standing too far away and with the room dimly lit, he could not ascertain whether there was any writing on it. After calling out a few more times, it was as if the warden's soul had been drawn into the television, completely unresponsive. Glancing back at the desk, and then at the dazed warden, Song Zang resolved to examine the contents of the paper. Its prominent placement indicated its significance. Even a fool could deduce that. To ensure safety, he activated his vision-enhancing technique. The office appeared unchanged, devoid of any supernatural traps, allowing him to proceed without trepidation. Stepping inside, the warden's inner voice resounded in his mind. Who would spend 2 dimes and 5 cents to learn how to blow bubbles? Blowing bubbles. His foot, which had just lifted, froze in mid-air. Song Zang mechanically turned his head to gaze at the upper half of the figure, obscured in shadow, attempting to see who this person truly was. Alas, he could only discern the outline of a head crowned with 4 tentacles. Who could have imagined that a 3-meter-tall brute would be preoccupied with thoughts of SpongeBob SquarePants? The thoughts he overheard, using his enhanced vision, were genuine. The warden's mind truly fixated on this absurd phrase. A chill crept down Song Zang's spine. The bizarre nature of the situation was utterly unfathomable. His mind raced with confusion. The intensity of his surroundings was enough to overwhelm anyone with a faint heart. Fortunately, the figure before the television remained stationary, continuously murmuring that phrase, displaying no signs of dangerous behavior. Sitting down at the desk, I placed the fountain pen aside and tilted the red-lined paper towards the television, hoping to catch the light to discern the words inscribed upon it. The quest to uncover hidden narratives had failed. Such hidden plots possess a singularity. Other players are engaged in their own storyline tasks, necessitating patience for updates or the conclusion of their quests before attempting again. The moment I grasped the red-lined paper, the game announcement echoed, causing the words to vanish, transforming the sheet into a mere blank page. Encountering the warden in the afternoon could yield task clues, indicating that everything was proceeding as expected. The current failure merely suggested that, within this brief interval, someone elsewhere had claimed the hidden mission, thwarting my efforts. It appeared that wherever there were others, competition thrived, and the realm of terror was no exception. In the dead of night, I was not the only one stealthily pursuing tasks. Many formidable players were willing to exert effort. "Doctor, can you save my Patrick Star?" A gnarled hand extended before me, cradling a flesh-toned Patrick Star toy. Stunned, I slowly lifted my gaze. The warden had shed his earlier impassive demeanor, now gazing downward with an expression of pitiful trepidation, as though fearing rejection. Upon noticing the cap perched atop his head, I was at a loss for words. Quest update. Fulfill the warden's request and successfully lull him to sleep before midnight. Quest reward. Official employment at Shunshan Prison with benefits including comprehensive insurance. It was merely an ordinary plush toy. Its belly seemed frayed, revealing the white stuffing within. "Uncle, Patrick is so pitiful. His insides are spilling out. Please save him," the warden implored in a child's voice. "Fear not. Uncle will help mend him," I reassured, producing a suturing needle and black thread to comfort him. "Wah. Patrick is so unfortunate. I am his best friend. I must endure this suffering alongside him." An intense aura of malevolence erupted. The warden, without hesitation, thrust his gnarled hand into the toy's belly. A squelching sound echoed as grayish intestines, mingled with dark blood, were pulled out, splattering the ground. "Oh, my dear friend, I can feel your pain." A smile of satisfaction emerged on the scarred face, revealing no trace of anguish. I was so taken aback that I could scarcely speak, hastening my suturing motions. The earlier ferocity surpassed even that of a malevolent doctor, at least several times more formidable. I was uncertain of the warden's previous disposition, but his position as warden indicated considerable strength. He was certainly not the simpleton he appeared to be. I held two hypotheses. One, he possessed a dual personality, with the daytime persona being the warden and the nighttime guise resembling a dark version of SpongeBob. Two, he was unwell, potentially due to malevolent forces or game mechanics tied to the hidden narrative. Regardless of which was true, now was not the time for deep contemplation. With only half an hour until midnight, if I failed to soothe this behemoth, I would be the next breakfast served in the cafeteria. Waving the stitched Patrick star, I said, "Look, Uncle has healed Patrick. Now, Uncle will help you become as healthy as Patrick." I pitched my voice to sound endearing. Thankfully, we were alone. The situation was quite nauseating. However, I could not allow him to continue extracting his insides. He would eventually hollow himself out, and if he were to perish, my task would be rendered impossible. "All right, baby will sit here and not move," the warden declared, perching himself on the desk with utmost seriousness. "Baby?" Upon hearing this term, and gazing at the towering figure before me, a 3-meter-tall man with a scarred visage, I felt a weight in my chest. The warden squatted between his legs. "Oh dear, this position seems rather inappropriate." Rising to check the time to alleviate the awkwardness, only 10 minutes remained until midnight. "All right, now SpongeBob is going to bed with Patrick." "No, I want to play horsey with Patrick. You be the horse." The warden bounced eagerly, shaking the floor beneath us. "Let us not be naughty. It's late. We can play tomorrow, but now it's time to sleep," I urged, maintaining my composure. "I want to play horsey. Kneel down now. Let me ride Patrick." The warden, radiating an aura of malevolence, resembled a mischievous child poised to act out. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself, "Stay calm. Do not anger. Cannot afford to lose." "All right, you go watch some television while I fetch a saddle." "Yay, soon I'll be a cowboy," and Patrick will be moments later, as I was engrossed in the spectacle. A bag filled with urea suddenly enveloped my head, followed by a brick crashing down on the back of my skull. My immense form swayed from the impact, and a wave of oppressive malevolence surged around me. Just as I regained my balance, another brick struck the same spot on my head. Dizziness ensued. My bottom felt as though it had been pricked. Suddenly, the pain in my head dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming heaviness in my eyelids, a profound desire to sleep. A pungent, slightly sweet handkerchief was pressed to my mouth and nose. 2 minutes later, the ether on the handkerchief evaporated. I twisted open a bottle of sedatives and poured its contents into the warden's mouth before administering a final injection for reassurance. I had gathered all usable materials from the infirmary. The opponent's strength was formidable. It was wise to exercise caution. Quest complete. Player becomes an official employee of Shanshan Prison. Occupation, Surgeon. Employee benefits. Authorized to conduct physical examinations and surgical treatments on any prison member without facing scrutiny or accountability for survival rates. A steel badge landed in my hand. Surgeon Song Zang, Shanshan Prison. The warden had slipped into a deep slumber. I stowed the remaining sedative materials into the dimensional space and quietly exited the office, gently closing the door behind me. Chapter 17. The Quest is Stolen. Academic discussion in the dead of night. Shanshan Prison lay in utter silence. Even the night breeze seemed unable to penetrate, rendering this place an isolated realm, with the trees and mountains outside appearing like a painted backdrop. A white silhouette traversed the concrete structure soundlessly. The figure, clad in a doctor's coat, was none other than Song Zang. He sought to locate the individual who had usurped his hidden narrative, possibly still engaged in a task. If found before the completion of their endeavor, I could leverage my medical identity to concoct a reason to detain them, ensuring that upon their failure, I would seize the opportunity. Alas, the building was deserted. Not only was the individual absent, but even ordinary NPCs were nowhere to be seen. Dashing my hopes of grinding for favor or pursuing side quests through the night, I stowed my coat into the dimensional space, opting to present myself as a regular prisoner. With the enemy visible and myself concealed, I held the advantage. Now that the enemy was hidden, I must be all the more vigilant. The identity of a doctor was too conspicuous. Who knew if the opponent had received word of my presence, aware that I was competing for a hidden narrative? In this realm devoid of humanity, all played the game with their lives. Perhaps while I focused on my narrative task, the other player was plotting my demise to secure the greatest gain. Such is the nature of this terrifying world. As the fog in the sky gradually dissipated, I arrived at the basement morgue. Without hesitation, I selected a gurney and lay upon it, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. In my dreams, it felt as though whispers brushed against my ear, accompanied by furtive laughter from the corners, rendering the night as rest quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, in the game, a mere symbolic rest of 2 or 3 hours sufficed to restore my vigor. The morning training bell rang. The game announced that a player had perished last night. Opening the door, I prepared to descend to the first floor for breakfast. A young man with golden hair lay languidly on the morgue cart, his blood-red eyes fixated upon me. The marks around his neck, the incontinence, all reminiscent of the Mediterranean. Today, he was the only one, and still from my own cell. How could he remain so despondent after 3 days of this game? Returning to the mortuary, I discarded the corpse of the water ghost onto the floor and arranged the golden-haired youth to lie upon it, rinsing away the filth from his lower half before abandoning him to his fate. I washed for the sake of my work environment. I left because if I did not hurry to the cafeteria, breakfast would soon be over. Work belongs to the boss, but my body is my own. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to my stomach. My part-time experiences during university taught me a crucial lesson. Never exhaust oneself for the sake of work, for in the end, one may fall ill, merely to grant the boss a new car while exchanging oneself for a new mistress. Upon reaching the first floor, I noticed several shadowy figures moving silently down the dim hallway. No words were exchanged, no footsteps echoed. I had grown accustomed to their presence, even beginning to find these ghostly prisoners somewhat endearing. Their emotions were vividly expressed upon their faces, far more genuine than those of living beings. Turning, I collided with a female ghost whose hair cascaded to the ground, the impact sending me stumbling back a few steps. In just one day, her hair had grown longer and more voluminous. Observing her ample curves, I seriously suspected she had undergone a transformation akin to the film-painted skin. As it turned out, my intuition was correct. As the workshop supervisor for stitching, she had the privilege of selecting from the finished human skins, a delightful employee benefit. The female ghost said nothing but eagerly extended her delicate hand, taking mine and leading me straight to the stitching workshop. Feeling the softness of her palm and the undulating form beside me, I temporarily set aside my breakfast thoughts. She undoubtedly needed assistance. A task awaited. As my pupils shimmered with a violet hue, I gazed at the ghost's bosom, attempting to discern her thoughts. Finally, I could relieve my itch. Only I could satisfy her needs. Alas, there was no task, only manual labor. I retracted my magical gaze and entered the stitching workshop. 2 hours later, a brick was embedded in the crown of the female ghost's head, stained a dark, murky hue with ghostly blood. As her head wound swiftly healed, the brick vanished and appeared in my hand. I acquired a ghostly item, a blood-stained brick. The female ghost's favorability reached 20. With her favorability now at 80, the conditions for unlocking a hidden storyline were met. However, the attempt to access it failed. The hidden storyline was unique. Other players were engaged in their own narrative quests, and I had to await their task updates or completion before trying again. It seemed the female ghost was indeed tied to the hidden storyline. Though I had not received the task, my efforts were not in vain. The brick I had scavenged from the square had transformed into a ghostly item, Perhaps due to its posthumous formation, it bore no level or effect labels. Held in my grasp, its weight had increased, rendering it more manageable. "Thank you," the female ghost said, her tone now warm, akin to a friendly chat. "Is your work with the ghost doctor satisfactory? He seems to be researching some sinister matters. You must be cautious. A human has already accepted a task from me. I apologize, though I wish to reserve it for you. You will be here soon." Such is the advantage of high favorability. The female ghost provides hints, though they seem of little practical use. "Who is that human? What is his name? What does he look like?" I seized the opportunity to inquire. This evening, the female ghost appeared momentarily stumped, staring at me in silence. After a brief pause, she turned and exited the stitching workshop. It appeared that such critical information was not permitted to be divulged, as it pertained to the balance of the game. Upon returning to the hallway, I found a female ghost and the shadowy figures had departed, leaving the space eerily vacant. It was nearing noon. Breakfast was no longer necessary. Descending the stairs, I greeted Chun Tian, who stood guard in a stupor, before pushing open the door to the infirmary. The ghost doctor stood beside the solution pool, selecting arms and thighs, seemingly unconcerned by my tardiness on my first day of work. You ask why? When human skin, limbs, and torsos are combined, there still exists a rejection reaction? He posed the question to me, but it felt more like he was questioning himself. The ghost doctor answered his own inquiry. I replaced flesh with ghostly energy. Using a complete human head, with the brain and cerebellum intact, one must wonder why. I interjected, "Doctor, are you suggesting this is related to those bodies stitched together next door?" "Indeed, it seems you have encountered them. I warned you yesterday to pay closer attention to those failed specimens. Only a few can move. They're mindless monsters, uncontrollable." The ghost doctor spoke with a casualness that betrayed no remorse. To him, my survival and completion of yesterday's task qualified me to be his assistant. If I could not even handle a few monsters, then death would be my fate. At worst, the stitching or cutting department would send over more personnel. "Have you considered that there may be fundamental issues with this experimental process?" I reminded him. The ghost doctor fell into contemplation, gesturing for me to continue. "On the surface, retaining the human brain aims to preserve human characteristics, particularly the capabilities for cognition, learning, and thought. However, this may lead us astray. With a scalpel deftly spinning between my fingers, I employed my academic knowledge, weaving in advanced medical theories gleaned from the game, and elaborated. This habit had formed during my studies. Holding an object while pondering helped clarify my thoughts. Upon death, the human brain ceases to function permanently, deteriorating over time, rendering it useless. Even if one were to animate the decaying brain using the ghostly energy of this terrifying world, what would be produced is merely a monster, a mindless creature driven by primal hunger. The ghost doctor's eyes began to gleam, a grotesque smile spreading across his corpse-spotted face. "I thought you were going to mention prion disease to mislead me. Prion disease only spreads through cannibalism and cannot arise spontaneously. Those failed specimens are unrelated to prion disease." "Then what are they related to?" The ghost doctor pressed. From the spark in his eyes and the grin upon his face, it was evident he had gleaned the answer he sought, merely testing whether I could satisfy his expectations. "Materials. Using only humans as materials results in a heap of wasted flesh. To succeed, one could reference the half-ghosts, merging humans and ghosts." Our gazes met, both of us unashamedly displaying our shared madness. Humans are the pinnacle of creation, unparalleled in adaptability, and the extreme of ghosts possesses remarkable malleability. By substituting human brains with ghostly ones, with humans serving as vessels, while sourcing everything else from the ghost realm, the artificial ghost produced would, while not rivaling half-ghosts, be vastly superior to the refuse you have been creating. Half-ghosts are anomalies within this terrifying world, with spirits coexisting within human bodies, their power surpassing that of ordinary ghosts. "Excellent. You, human, are precisely to my liking. What took us the lives of over 1,000 humans to achieve, you have completely overturned with just 2 sentences." Hearing my candid assessment of those experimental subjects, the ghost doctor, rather than becoming enraged, chuckled, reaching for a stack of documents on the nearby table. The ghost doctor's favorability reached 40. With it now at 80, the conditions for unlocking a hidden storyline were met once more. However, The attempt to access it failed again. The hidden storyline remains unique. Other players are currently engaged in their narrative quests. I must await their task updates, which will automatically prompt the story to unfold upon their completion. It appeared the Ghost Doctor was likewise intertwined with the hidden storylines. Unlike the prison warden and the female ghost, this time the hint explicitly indicated that I could accept the task, merely requiring that the other player complete his own. It seemed that while the Ghost Doctor's narrative was related to those of the warden and female ghost, it did not conflict, allowing for separate completion. Xiao Song, you performed admirably. You need not work this afternoon. Come back here tonight for some extra hours. Nodding slightly, he exited the infirmary. Typically, the ghostly doctor would hand over a document or a note as a means to initiate a hidden quest. Moreover, Song Zang was aware that even if you were to pick up a file from the desk, it would inevitably transform into blank paper, much like a piece of red string. Chun Tian jogged over, gesturing towards the room. Brother Zong, is that old ghost inside, studying the art of the human body? Any new inventions? Are you interested in such things? Song Zong inquired flatly as he walked towards the staircase. Those grotesque creatures, hastily assembled, would give me nightmares at a mere glance. It's you, Brother Zong, who would dare to hang such things as cured meat. Chun Tian trailed closely behind, a look of trepidation on his face. Those monsters are merely paper tigers. A single blow could bring them down. By the way, hasn't the game provided you with any weapons for protection against the guards? Chun Tian sighed. My position is merely that of a contractor. My duties entail daily patrols and standing guard, unlike the official guards above, who are equipped with firearms and stun batons. Song Zong nodded, casually asking, have you encountered anyone else on this floor or heard other sounds? Not all, Chun Tian replied. Aside from you and Sister Lee, it's just that ghostly doctor. Generally, ghosts do not descend to this level. Oh, Song Zong mused as he ascended the stairs, dismissing Chun Tian, who remained downstairs. The doctor had referred to us, indicating that more than one ghost was involved in the study of artificial ghosts. Who else could it be? An intuition struck him. His hidden narrative was undoubtedly linked to artificial ghosts, as it stemmed from the doctor's storyline, inherently tied to those two words. Suddenly, he felt a void beneath his feet. An earth-shattering snore emanated from the office on his right, suggesting the effectiveness of the sleep-inducing materials. The warden had yet to awaken. He would need to stock up on those. Due to the darkness of the previous night, he had not closely examined the corridor on his left. The rooms on both sides were identical, with the first room on the left being a large office. Both sides were perfectly symmetrical, with the only difference being that all the doors on the left were tightly shut, dust accumulating high on the doorknobs, cobwebs clinging between the handles and walls, clearly indicating they had been idle for a considerable time. A sudden gust of cold wind brushed past, causing his arms to itch. Static electricity surged, raising the hairs on his skin. The sensation of being watched was intense. Song Zong initially intended to turn back down the stairs, but instinctively moved toward the abandoned office. This was not due to any supernatural influence. On the contrary, Song Zong believed that the more eerie the atmosphere, the more one should explore, for this was a realm of terror. The feeble ghosts relied on the supernatural to instill fear, while the formidable entities simply devoured their prey and vanished. Uninterested in playing games of illusion, arriving at the office, he paused, prioritizing caution, activating his demonic eye. Ignoring the dust on the doorknob, he grasped it firmly and twisted. It was locked. Muffled whispers filled his mind, laced with suppressed laughter. He heard a faint hee-hee. Wait, how could the thoughts of a ghost reach his ears? Turning slightly, he glanced over his shoulder, but there was no one, no ghost in sight. This was peculiar. Could the system's skills still be operational? Since he could not unlock the door, there was no need to investigate the other rooms. The whispering and laughter persisted in his mind, indecipherable. Another chuckle echoed, neither ethereal nor distant, but directly behind him. Even the usually composed Song Zong felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. He swiftly turned around, performing a complete 180, the surgical knife adorned with silver patterns slicing through the air behind him. There was nothing there. Hissing, he drew in a slow breath. Song Zhang's gaze grew colder, fueled by anger and the presence of the surgical knife. Another side of him began to emerge. His adversary was playing a game of cat and mouse. How delightful to play. He took a few steps forward, murmuring into the emptiness before him. Let us see who the true cat is. His pupils transformed into a deep violet hue as he rotated the surgical knife in a slow, peculiar manner, taking steps that seemed to stretch into eternity. After several steps, he exclaimed, "Got you!" Suddenly leaping onto one leg, he pivoted 90 degrees to the right, using the momentum of his landing to slam his back against the wall. The sensation he encountered was not that of a solid wall, but a cold body. "Are you all right?" Shadow Ghost. Chapter 19. The Shadow Ghost. Self-worth Song Zang tilted his head, a ghostly figure pressed closely to his ear. It was a lean man, with hollowed cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and thinning, disheveled hair, exuding an air of excessive indulgence. The Shadow Ghost. They relished moments of solitude, silently adhering to humans, regardless of gender, as long as they met certain criteria. "Hey, please spare me." The voice of the Shadow Ghost echoed in his mind. It seemed this ghost could not speak, but fortunately, his magical eye facilitated seamless communication. Song Zang maintained a friendly smile, draping an arm around the Shadow Ghost's shoulder as they approached the staircase, creating the impression of long-lost friends reunited. He thought, "Big brother, I mean no harm. I merely saw you alone, and my occupational instincts kicked in. By the way, where are we headed?" The Shadow Ghost laughed awkwardly, unable to fathom the intentions of this human, preoccupied with finding an opportunity to escape. Song Zang remained silent, gently patting the Shadow Ghost's shoulder, signaling it to relax and not to feel anxious. Taking his time, he produced a black cord and pressed it against the ghost's lower leg. The cord coiled around the trembling, ghostly limb like a serpent sensing prey, securing both legs to the stair railing. It then ascended, wrapping around both arms in a similar fashion, binding them to the staircase, ultimately traversing horizontally across its forehead. The large, ghostly head tilted back under strain, its wide eyes filled with terror. "Hey, thought, big brother. Hey, thought, let us talk this over. Hey, thought, I admit I'm a perverted fiend, but I'm not shaking." A cold surgical knife pressed against the Shadow Ghost's lips, silencing its protests. "Hush." One hand pressed against the ghost's bald forehead, causing it to freeze in place. The scalpel easily penetrated its throat, slicing through vocal cords and damaging its vocal pathway. "Much quieter now. To prevent your escape, I shall first sever your 2 feet. You have no objections, I trust?" The Shadow Ghost could only convey its shock through its eyes, which were filled with dismay. "All right, I'll take that as consent." Song Zang crouched down, swiftly severing both ghostly feet. "Thought, you're not human. I'll report you. I'll tell the warden you're hoarding controlled weapons and abusing ghosts." The Shadow Ghost wailed in agony, yet no sound escaped its throat, only a torrent of black blood spilling forth from a wound. "Thought, you come at me with 2 blades without even asking what I'm about. How could you?" With a swift motion, one ghostly hand fell to the ground, allowing the remaining hand of the Shadow Ghost to wail. Song Zang remarked coolly, "I can hear your thoughts. Thought, daddy, speak, and I shall share everything." Pleased with the Shadow Ghost's demeanor, recognizing its cleverness and adaptability, he sheathed the scalpel, lest he be tempted to decapitate it. "Who sent you?" "Thought, who?" "Big brother, do you not know the conditions for our appearance? We Shadow Ghosts materialize when a human is alone. If you ask who sent me, it's merely the rules of this world. You might not believe it, but one moment I was lurking behind a female student in a school restroom, and the next I was compelled to be behind you. So you're not a ghost of the prison?" "Thought, of course not. We Shadow Ghosts only stick around and never harm anyone. Even the laws of the ghost realm cannot punish us." Song Zang felt a sense of resignation, choosing not to respond. After all this, it was clear that this was not a local ghost, and it seemed unlikely he would extract any useful information. Seeing Song Zang's disappointment, the ghost who followed felt a pang of anxiety. Regretting his earlier words, he realized that by claiming he was not a local spirit, he had rendered himself useless. Desperate to salvage the situation and prove his worth, he exclaimed, "Hey, big brother, I noticed you were trying to enter the deputy warden's office earlier. There's nothing of value there. You might as well head to the canteen and seek out that old lady. She has a task for you that could make your time in the prison much more comfortable." "Oh." Song Zang's interest piqued. "To be candid, we spirits who follow possess certain unique traits in this world, akin to what you might refer to as Easter eggs. If we are caught while sticking close to someone, We must divulge a piece of information to humans as a reward. I also know of a task in this prison. If you can finish the delicious meal prepared by the old lady within 5 minutes, you will become a temporary worker in the canteen. As for the deputy warden, it's no secret. Many spirits outside are aware that he mysteriously disappeared a year ago. No trace of life or death. Rumor has it that he fell out of favor with the chief warden and met his demise. There are even whispers suggesting it was for a woman. The ghost rambled on, eager to share what he knew, fearful that this unpredictable figure might deem him useless and resort to violence. Stop, stop, stop. Song Zang interjected, interrupting the ghost's incessant chatter. He had gleaned enough useful information and contemplated reattaching the ghost's severed limbs before allowing it to depart. This ghost, traversing various realms, possessed a wealth of information that could be beneficial in the future. Of course, to guard against any potential retaliation, Song Zang retained a subtle control over the situation. A trace of imperceptible dark energy entwined with the sutures, seamlessly reconnecting the ghost's severed hands and feet, leaving no visible scars. Song Zang marveled at his newfound suturing skills. In contrast, the ghost was filled with astonishment. As it moved its limbs, it experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Its form instantly morphed into a fleeting blur, and exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, you're incredible." Chapter 20. Reporting, medical check voices echoed from all directions, creating a surround sound effect. Song Zang could sense that the ghostly figure before him had only momentarily blurred, yet in that fleeting moment, it had circled him multiple times. The ghost, brimming with excitement, promptly offered a grand gesture of respect typical in the spirit world. Its vocal cords restored, it could speak again, and even its previously renowned speed seemed enhanced. It had completely forgotten the torment Song Zang had inflicted, wishing only for more of that treatment on its body. "All right, you may leave now. If you hear any credible information in the future, come back to the prison to inform me," Song Zang instructed, turning to descend the stairs. The ghost let out an excited cheer and departed from the top floor corridor. "Don't worry, big brother. Thank you," echoed in Song Zang's mind, indicating that the ghost bore no malice towards him. Sensing the rapidly departing dark silhouette, he felt it leave the confines of the prison in a mere breath, after which he could no longer sense its presence. The dark dragon energy within him seemed to unlock numerous functions, and the residue left within the ghost validated one of those abilities, tracking. A target imbued with dark dragon energy would manifest as a black dot in his mind, allowing him to sense their location within a certain range. The remarkable healing effect also seemed tied to the dark energy within him, along with the terrifying backdrop of this world and the ghostly suturing tools he possessed. In a corridor on the first floor, ghostly figures flitted by, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind. Compared to the previous days, these spirits appeared hurried, as if they were on urgent matters. The prisoners dining in the canteen were sparse, noticeably reduced by half, and they quickly consumed their meals before hastily leaving without lingering to chat. The two young ghosts, clad in work uniforms, busied themselves behind the service window. It appeared that the ghost's words held truth. Finishing the old lady's gelatinous dish could indeed secure a position akin to that of a laborer. Approaching the cash window, the chef ghost puffed on a pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Haven't you heard any news? Human, mind your tone," the chef ghost reprimanded. Then, with a sinister grin, he added, while others remain oblivious, "I know your current status. A temporary assistant in the infirmary? Humph. If I report you to the ghost doctor, your hard-earned position will be forfeit." Realizing the chef thought he had found a leverage point to threaten him, Song Zang calmly produced the 1,000 ghost coins he had pilfered from the chef. The chef feigned ignorance, secretly reveling in his perceived advantage, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. "Is this you conceding? Watch how I deal with you." Without a sound, Song Zang discreetly slipped the ghost coins into the chef's pocket. The chef, now serious, questioned, "What are you doing? Bribing a public servant? This is blatant disregard for the law." "Hush," Song Zang whispered in the chef's ear. "Do you think you're in control? Or that I'm incapable of wielding a blade?" The chef froze. A glimmer of cold light flashed across his face, followed by a spray of black blood. One of his large nostrils fell to the ground as the remaining smoke swirled around. Before he could let out a scream, a steel needle pierced his lips, swiftly stitching them shut before his terrified eyes, rendering him only capable of muffled sounds. As he crushed the severed nostril beneath his foot, Song Zang extracted his hand from the chef's pocket, conveniently pocketing the over 500 ghost coins that had been there. The two young workers, squatting on the floor, scrubbing dishes, were invigorated by the display. The boss is truly impressive. Go for it. At that moment, Officer Lu Yuan approached, her hand resting on her belt. She raised her hand to signal her lack of hostility and negotiated with Song Zang. If possible, please refrain from killing him. Half of the canteen staff have been called away. We are short-handed. Very well, Song Zang agreed, tossing the chef aside. The chef, seething with vengeance, thought to himself, I'll find the ghost doctor. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you. Song Zang glanced at the chef but chose to ignore him. With his pupils returning to their usual dark hue, he asked Lu Yuan, where have the canteen staff gone? Something seems off with the spirits in the prison today. The infirmary reported a case of contagious virus. It's quite dangerous. All prisoners and temporary staff need to undergo a health check. We, the guards, received the notification but were not permitted to participate, reason being the high contagion risk, instructing these spirits to go to the infirmary for testing. A contagious virus? Do ghosts get sick? Song Zang mused, glancing at the old lady ghost at window 1, who was coughing incessantly. If they were tracing the source of the infection, this old lady would surely be the first to be contained. Wasn't he that ghost doctor researching artificial spirits? When did he begin investigating viruses? Health checks? It seemed like a ruse. Yuan Jia, come here. I need to discuss something, Song Zang whispered, moving away from the food window with Lu Yuan. Look, the boss and the policewoman have entered the changing room. Surprising, right? That's the boss. In the game, he strides with confidence, especially with a beauty by his side, remarked another, his face filled with envy. Moments later, Song Zang emerged first, maintaining a composed demeanor. Lu Yuan followed, nervously adjusting her uniform belt, her expression slightly uneasy. After a brief exchange, they each departed from the canteen. Seems like the boss's endurance is lacking. The two young workers exchanged glances, both thinking the same thought. Simultaneously, a figure in a white uniform dashed from the canteen towards the underground infirmary. The chef ghost, clutching his remaining nostril, blood trickling through his fingers, was already plotting his revenge against Song Zang. First, persuade the ghostly doctor to dismiss his assistant. Being a ghost, it should be quite simple, as the doctor cannot possibly favor an outsider. Then, team up with a few kitchen ghosts to find an opportunity to conspire against him. If all else fails, wait until midnight when he is asleep and simply butcher him in his bed. The chef ghost plotted, growing increasingly excited at the thought of seeing Song Zang reduced to a heap of flesh. As he approached the staircase, he found it crowded with ghosts of various forms, their feet pressed together, shoulders brushing as they slowly descended. Oh, make way! The staircase was packed, forcing the chef ghost to elbow his way through, step by step, down to the lower level. Finally squeezing into the underground corridor, he discovered it was even more congested, with some smaller ghosts caught between larger ones. Their feet lifted off the ground, compelled to move with the throng. Enraged, the chef ghost leapt forward, landing atop the heads of those beneath him. Ignoring the insults directed at him from below, he staggered to his feet, stepping on ghostly heads as he sprinted towards the infirmary. Just as he reached the infirmary, the door swung open, and he seized a prisoner who had just entered, darting inside. The heavy door slammed shut, isolating him from the chaos outside. The chef ghost bent over, gasping for breath, blood dripping and staining the floor. Open your mouth, came a chilling command from behind. He raised his head to find the ghostly doctor looking down at him from behind a mask, his decaying eyes glinting with a cold light. The sutures on his lips were cut open with a scalpel. Open your mouth. The tone was harsh, leaving no room for the chef ghost to explain. Perhaps due to the overwhelming workload, the chef ghost quickly understood the vast superiority of the doctor's abilities, and his anger subsided, replaced by a reluctant empathy. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth to comply with the doctor's examination, but doubts crept into his mind. With so many ghosts awaiting their turn for inspection, was it truly wise to urge the doctor to dismiss his assistant? Just as he pondered this, a sharp pain pierced his throat. His body froze, unresponsive before the doctor. It dawned on him that the object probing his throat was not a cotton swab, but rather a portable syringe. Although his body was immobile, his mind remained acutely aware. The chef ghost watched helplessly as the doctor lifted him and carelessly tossed him onto a large screen before departing. It was over. Around him stood dozens of prisoner ghosts, each as motionless as he was, their eyes filled with dread. The chef ghost was filled with regret. Initially, he had not been scheduled for this round of examinations. So why had he insisted on coming now? Next, the doctor's icy voice echoed again. The infirmary door swung open and closed. Open your mouth. Chapter 21. You're a good person. The plot begins. The entire prison was teeming with prisoner ghosts in the lower level. The infirmary at the end of the corridor, resembling a gaping abyss, consuming these specters. Throughout the afternoon, an average of 10 ghosts entered, with only 2 or 3 emerging, looking as though they had narrowly escaped disaster, relieved to have evaded infection after the doctor's scrutiny. This only heightened the anxiety of those waiting outside. Faced with such a terrifying infection rate, order was abandoned as ghosts clamored to enter the infirmary. It was not until nightfall that the examinations for all prisoners concluded. Song Zang emerged from the kitchen to find the hall empty, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Lowly lounged in the first row of the canteen, nonchalantly gnawing on a pig's trotter, and waved her greasy hand at him as he emerged from the kitchen. What are you doing in there? It was like a slaughterhouse in there, she exclaimed, her brow furrowing as she recalled the gruesome imagery, instantly losing her appetite for the pig trotter. Checking the time, Song Zang noted it was dinner hour. Besides a few staff ghosts, only a handful of players were in the back nibbling on biscuits. Where are the ghosts? He inquired. They're isolating at home to avoid the virus, Lowly replied, seemingly indifferent, tossing aside the half-eaten pig trotter to devour a steamed lobster instead. Are you not afraid of that so-called virus? Also, where did you get the ghost currency to buy all this food? Intrigued, Song Zang sat across from Lowly, casually picking up a fragrant, crispy donkey meat pastry. With one bite, the juices burst forth. The tender donkey meat melted in his mouth, a flavor beyond description. I've already had 3 vaccines, including the booster, and besides, even if I got infected, I could heal through the reward system once this chapter ends. Why worry? All this food, I found it in the fridge over there, Lowly remarked, pointing to the cache window, her mouth stuffed full, making her words slightly unclear. Though Lowly's performance in the game was average, she was undeniably clever, a master of survival skills. After consuming 2 pastries, Song Zang wiped his oily hands and remarked calmly, Brother, while horror games can certainly elevate one's adrenaline hormones, we're not quite at that level, are we? Lowly rolled her eyes, bluntly responding, besides, your type isn't my preference. You're too skinny and gaunt. Though your looks are decent, your expression is lifeless. You might be a good person, but I can't accept that. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Just find a place to stay put. Something may happen tonight. After saying this, Song Zang left his seat. Turning away, he felt a slight twitch in his eye. He had spoken out of turn, and the absurdity of it left him feeling inexplicably like a do-gooder. Exiting the corridor, he stood at the entrance of the building. The shadows on the concrete ground gradually swallowed by darkness as fog began to envelop the prison. As night fell, a familiar piano melody played on cue. Time to get to work, Song Zang murmured. He turned and descended the stairs, where discarded masks and debris littered the corridor, the cold light from the tubes casting a desolate glow. Chun Tian was absent, likely off somewhere taking a paid break. Arriving at the infirmary, he didn't bother knocking, knowing the ghost doctor would sense his presence. Come in, Xiao Song. We have a busy night ahead. The most powerful artificial ghost in history will be birthed tonight, and it will surely send shockwaves through the ghostly realm. I will etch my name in ghostly history, becoming one of the greatest figures in the ghost world. The ghost doctor stood before a massive machine, his face alight with fervor. Inside, a colossal model lay, suspended, countless wires hanging around it, while the previously stitched human-like body rested in the center, covered in monitoring devices resembling electrodes. First, assemble the limbs according to the blueprint. If materials are insufficient, use the key to retrieve more from downstairs. As for the head, you needn't worry. I have plans for that. With a swift motion, the skeletal ghost tore down a lengthy black curtain. Hundreds of eyes fixed upon Song Zang, the prisoner ghosts standing like statues, eerie and unsettling. The doctor retrieved a cutting saw from the cranial box, eagerly advancing toward a group of isolated ghosts. At the forefront stood the chef ghost who had jumped the queue earlier in the afternoon, since the infirmary door had swung open. Upon seeing Song Zang and hearing the doctor's dialogue, the chef ghost had experienced a whirlwind of emotions: joy, surprise, anger, confusion, shock, despair, and pleading. After the afternoon examination, this group of ghosts displayed considerable mental fortitude, capable of being extracted and placed in a small brain. The doctor grinned maniacally, delivering a kick to the chef ghost, trampling its head as he sawed through it horizontally, then placing a transparent device resembling a pot lid atop it and pressing the activation button. The chef ghost writhed like a fish thrown onto a hot iron plate, convulsing violently. Yet, despite its frantic movements, the pot lid, connected to the transmission line, remained steadfastly anchored to its head. Soon, the chef's body went limp, devoid of any reaction. The ghostly doctor then kicked down another, splitting open his skull, and repeated the process. Faced with the pleading gazes, Song Zang chose to ignore them. At this point in the unfolding narrative, there was no way to alter the course. He had underestimated the ghostly doctor's madness, who was willing to sacrifice an entire prison of inmates for an experiment. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, all the ghosts would perish here tonight as test subjects. This was not a moment for compassion. He would not forsake his hidden storyline mission to save these malevolent spirits. Before him stood a machine resembling a space capsule, with a connecting device at its apex, its pipes extending into the unknown depths below. For safety, Song Zang wedged the stainless steel table against the capsule's door before stepping inside. Glancing at the ghostly doctor, who was engrossed in his work, he dismantled the torso he had sewn together the previous day and re-stitched it with a thread infused with swirling black energy. Each was engrossed in their tasks, and soon, the clock pointed to midnight. In 3 hours, Song Zang successfully completed all the stitching. A headless torso, towering as high as a floor, stood before him, its surface seamlessly blended as if it were a natural entity. Tonight would reveal its fate. He gently caressed the taut flesh, akin to stroking a beloved treasure. Other players had completed the hidden storyline, the Ghost Woman's Revenge. The hidden storyline, the warden's wish had insufficient conditions to be fulfilled and was thus rendered void. Automatically, the hidden storyline, the Ghost Doctor's Revenge, was activated. Chapter 22, Shadow Player, Hell, and Heaven. Task accepted, the Ghost Doctor's Wish. Task description: the Ghost Doctor harbors malevolent intentions, merely wishing to eliminate all those who have looked down upon him, to prove he is not worthless. Option 1. Assist the Ghost Doctor in fulfilling his wish, slaying all who have ever mocked him. Primary targets: former colleagues Gu Yu and Hu, ex-wife Jiao Jiao, university mentor Jia Jingyi, 7 roommates. High school biology teacher Kai Li Chong, middle school crush Ru Hua, elementary school desk mate Pang Hu, kindergarten buddy Xiao Xi. Option 2. Humanity possesses genuine emotions and love. Use compassion to redeem the Ghost Doctor, allowing him to reincarnate and embrace the virtues of the human realm. Upon task completion, player performance will be factored into the game rating. A notebook materialized on the stainless steel table behind him. In the distance, corpses piled high, and the black blood pooling on the ground crept closer to Song Zang. The Ghost Doctor had finished his gruesome work and picked up his axe, moving ominously towards another group of robust, malevolent spirits. There was no time to peruse the contents of the notebook. He quickly disposed of it into another dimension and exited the infirmary. Having already completed the Ghost Doctor's task, he could easily claim he was retrieving materials from below if discovered. Currently, the priority was to eliminate potential threats. Otherwise, completing the upcoming storyline missions would prove arduous. As he stepped outside, he encountered lowly wheeling a corpse cart around the corner. A large bald head lay on the cart, facing him, its shine reflecting the light. Was he hanged? How do you know? Song Zang did not pause, ignoring lowly as he hurried into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The Ghost Woman's Revenge, the Warden's Wish. Though lacking direct evidence, Song Zang surmised these two narratives were interconnected, since the two tasks could not be completed simultaneously. His hypothesis was validated. If a player had just completed a task, they would undoubtedly still be at the scene. The Ghost Woman's Revenge. Revenge on whom? The Ghost Doctor was the first to be excluded. For the Ghost Woman, the inmate spirits were too feeble. Thus, the most probable target was the warden. The elevator reached the top floor. Song Zang's suspicions were confirmed. Silently entering the office, he spotted a small shadow with its back turned, engrossed in a piece of red-threaded paper on the desk. Behind the shadow, at the center of the room, two ghosts were tightly embracing. The long-haired female ghost clung to the warden, her claws plunged into his waist while she bit his neck. The warden, with one hand pressed against the ghost's crown, had the other arm piercing through her chest, as if to protect the back of her head. The scene was eerie and terrifying. Had the female ghost killed the warden? A mutual demise? Ignoring the two ghostly corpses, he extended the black thread cautiously towards the shadow. So that was it. A hoarse, dry voice, laced with a hint of amusement, emerged from the shadow. So, you must be the player who received another hidden task? The shadow turned, revealing an extraordinarily grotesque face. Its features contorted as if shaped by a heavy hand. Song Zang simply acknowledged with a grunt, unwilling to engage further. The visage before him surpassed the limits of human imagination, making any dialogue feel repulsive. What? You came here just to stare at me? Don't harbor such hostility. We are both players. Come sit and talk. The shadow stepped forward, attempting to retrieve a chair that had fallen at the door. Song Zang retreated 2 steps, maintaining a fixed distance. He don't trust me? Understandable given my appearance. The shadow chuckled and shook its head, stopping in its tracks while maintaining a peculiar smile. How do you expect me to trust you? Should I pat your shoulder and call you brother? Song Zang responded with a smile of his own. The shadow remained unfazed, its eyes gleaming with a hint of sharpness. Misunderstanding. I tend to wear a mask while on missions. Don't hold it against me, brother, hee. Upon having his identity exposed by Song Zang, the shadow, surprisingly, took it in stride, laughing as he grasped his scalp, causing his entire face to contort. With a ripping sound, the facial skin was torn away, revealing the true height and appearance of a middle-aged man beneath the shadow, none other than Zhang Rui, the amiable fellow from Song Zang's cell. You truly possess keen insight. No wonder the ghost woman chose you upon entering the instance. Zhang Rui fixed his remaining eye on Song Zang, placing the torn mask into his pocket. Seeing the other nod in agreement, he continued, from the moment you utilized long hair to hang the Mediterranean, I deduced that only you and I had interacted with the ghost woman and survived. Initially, I was unaware of how you control the long hair to kill, but when you comforted Huang Mao, it dawned on me that you had performed the same gesture as on the first night while conversing with the Mediterranean. If my guess is correct, you must have used ghostly objects to latch onto the human essence on the shoulder, right? I immediately shrugged you off, preventing your successful locking. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Now, it's your turn to inquire. At this moment, a hint of curiosity emerged on Song Zang's calm face, although I can surmise that your actions of hanging them relate to your affinity with the ghost woman. I still wish to know how you garnered such favor so swiftly, almost as if you had done your homework and targeted your efforts. In 2 words, killing. Zhang Rui grinned, gesturing to his eyeless sockets. Our guild invested heavily to gather strategies for novice instances, and coincidentally, one of them included a hidden task for this prison instance. When encountering the ghost woman, a minor error allowing her to extract an organ would yield a compensatory item, which could then be used to kill, thus garnering favor. Madness. Utterly insane. Should one lose a leg or similar, it would severely impact survival in subsequent instances. Yet, Song Zang understood that risk is the opposite of opportunity. Such characters, valuing money over life, thrive on gambling, and he had indeed gambled correctly, exchanging the cost of one eye for a hidden storyline. After the instance concluded, he could heal his eye with the score. Now it's my turn to ask, brother. Regarding your hidden task, are there options that could be completed through killing, such as eliminating the ghost doctor or someone else? Zhang Hui vasted Muchimi, getting straight to the point. Song Zang fell silent for a few seconds. Yes. All right. I have no objections. To demonstrate my sincerity, feel free to ask any questions. Zhang Rui smiled, striving to appear more approachable. How does your guild enhance the probability of entering the instance? There exists a qualification for substituting another in the dungeon. Song Zang inquired bluntly. Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow, increasingly intrigued by this young man. Not only was he astute, but his inquiries also diverged from the typical concerns of the game, delving into elusive information difficult to ascertain in the real world. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed such a question, but given that he needed to discuss matters with him shortly, he thought it harmless to share. After all, he could always dispose of him before the dungeon commenced. The answer to your question is the same as the previous one. It's 2 words. Zhang Rui replied with a sinister smile, fixating his gaze on Song Zang's expression. Regrettably, he did not observe any signs of fear or trepidation on Song Zang's face. The city where terror descends randomly selects individuals over the age of 20, coercing them to participate. You are certainly aware of this. Song Zang nodded in acknowledgement. The randomness is intentional, as this is a beginner dungeon of lower difficulty. Veteran players cannot opt in voluntarily. Yet, we have discovered a method to enhance the likelihood of being chosen. Murder? Song Zang interjected. Precisely. The more individuals you eliminate, the greater your chance of being selected. However, it is not guaranteed. Last month, a guild member who killed over 10 was not chosen. Instead, a subordinate merely loitering nearby was selected. Zhang Rui wore a smug expression, as if recounting a trivial matter. Aren't you concerned about facing repercussions in the real world for murder? Repercussions? Zhang Rui chuckled, as if he had heard a most amusing joke. Not to mention the connections our guild has with those in business and politics. Consider a city with a population of over 1 million. Who would notice if a few dozen were to perish in a single night? Do you care? Those homeless, inebriated, taxi drivers, even the young revelers who indulge all night. People go missing every day. Moreover, in this world of terror, even if families reported disappearance, it is deemed as having been transported into the realm of horror. If they cannot be found, the case is simply closed as a death within that world. The outside world is no longer what it used to be, young brother. Zhang Rui's excitement grew as he kicked the warden's corpse, laughing maniacally. For you lower-class individuals, both reality and this place are hellish. Yet for us, it is a paradise everywhere. Chapter 23. Pulling each other. Entrapped in a snare. As for the substitute device you mentioned, I have one here. He produced a card-sized electronic panel from his pocket, with fingerprint scanning sections on both ends and a transparent circle in the center, inscribed with a Taiji pattern. The 2 parties placed their fingerprints, and upon matching blood samples, once the calibration is complete, whoosh, Zhang Rui twirled his wrist, believing himself quite impressive. Song Zang felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated this individual was also adept at awkward humor. Clearing his throat, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Zhang Rui coughed lightly and stated seriously, "Since there are no further questions, let us discuss the matter at hand." Song Zang remained expressionless, awaiting Zhang Rui's next words. His stoic demeanor provoked Zhang Rui's irritation. After the dungeon concludes, that face must be removed. This damned expressionless mask, internally cursing, yet smiling on the surface, he said, "You see, my sincerity is ample, is it not? Regarding the hidden quest associated with you, I wish to collaborate. If we jointly eliminate the target, the game will recognize it as a shared accomplishment. How will the scoring and rewards be calculated?" Zhang Rui faltered momentarily, then quickly replied, "Of course. It will be divided equally, with no impact on each other." Song Zang scoffed inwardly. He found Zhang Rui's words utterly untrustworthy. If there were no effect on the original rewards, he would not mind collaborating with him. Upon hearing Song Zang's agreement, Zhang Rui's joy was palpable. Before he could break into laughter, he noticed Song Zang's expression of difficulty. "Regrettably, I rejected the option to eliminate the ghostly doctor and chose to cooperate instead. The rewards I received, while perhaps not as grand, were more secure for a newcomer like me. What a pity it is that I could not collaborate with Brother Zhang sooner." Song Zang lamented with a feigned sense of regret, portraying an air of missed opportunity. Zhang Rui's smile faltered, but such a person would not be easily deceived by 2 sentences from Song Zang. He promptly replied, "Well, no matter. Relinquishing it ensures safety, sparing us from battling with the specters. How do we proceed with the collaboration? I possess ample information that will surely be useful." The implications of Song Zang's words were unmistakable. "My quest does not require your assistance. If your own task holds rewards, do not attempt to claim mine." The 2 exchanged smiles, fully aware of each other's intentions. yet each vying to articulate their thoughts more eloquently, the art of veiled jabs exquisitely displayed. Young man, the path has narrowed, hasn't it? I have extended my offer to share the quest, which is more than generous. Were it not for my concern that eliminating you would void my own task, do you think I would waste my breath? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Life is paramount, or is it the reward that holds greater value? You should discern clearly. If I cannot succeed, then no one shall. The tug-of-war between the two experts culminated in a swift change of expression from Zhang Rui. He had anticipated a battle of wits. Yet the other party could no longer maintain composure. I just remembered. I possess several ghostly items whose purposes are unclear, possibly related to side quests. This brick, rumored to be stained with a ghost's blood, is perfect. If you can discern its significance, Brother Zhang, I shall gift it to you. Song Zang feigned a look of concession, reluctantly producing the blood-stained brick and extending it toward Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui, ever vigilant, refrained from accepting the grimy brick, regarding Song Zang with suspicion. Yet, Song Zang maintained his offering posture, his face betraying an unspoken sense of helplessness. Was this a trap? Or did he recognize he could not contend with me, opting instead for self-preservation? Regardless, this young man is clever, Zhang Rui mused. Thus, he proceeded with caution, tearing a piece of rag to cushion his hand before daring to accept the brick. Inspecting it closely, he confirmed it was indeed a ghostly artifact tainted with spectral blood, devoid of any description. Such an occurrence was rare. Song Zang's inability to identify it was entirely reasonable, and Zhang Rui's initial wariness gradually subsided. This is the cardiac arrest injector discovered at the ghost doctor's lair. This is sterile gauze that cures all ailments. Observing Song Zang crouching with his back turned, rummaging for items, Zhang Rui smirked disdainfully. Did he truly believe he required a stealth attack to eliminate a mere child? Let us see what he is up to. Perhaps he possesses some quest items after all. Crouching beside Song Zang, Zhang Rui began examining the array of bottles and jars on the ground. This is a hardening delay spray. This is Hannibal's scalpel. Zhang Rui felt puzzled. These items sounded akin to ghostly artifacts, yet they were merely ordinary medical supplies, not true ghostly tools. As his gaze shifted to the scalpel, he suddenly felt it slice across his forehead. Alarmed, the icy blade sliced swiftly into flesh, and Zhang Rui barely managed to turn his head. There was no obstruction. The sharp edge grazed his face. He felt warmth on his skin, followed by the searing pain that nearly caused him to faint. Nevertheless, he retained his composure, rolling away from Song Zang. Rising to his feet, the agony of flesh being torn from bone drove Zhang Rui into a frenzy, one eye maliciously fixed on Song Zang. Glancing down, he saw half of his facial skin, bloodied and mangled, along with a piece of his cheekbone, lying where it had fallen. The side of his face that had been devoid of an eye was now nothing but bone, with a layer of fresh blood and flesh remaining. Players experience pain, yet under the game's mechanics, the sensation is moderated to the brink of collapse, preventing unconsciousness that would impede gameplay. Haha, adding a prefix to ordinary items does make them sound quite like ghostly artifacts, Song Zang remarked, toying with the scalpel, grinning mischievously at Zhang Rui. You little rascal! How dare you act dishonorably? Zhang Rui exclaimed, infuriated that he had been outsmarted by a mere child. I will tear you apart. He hurled a filthy doll, plunging the office into an abyss of darkness. The cries of countless children echoed, and pairs of blood-red eyes flickered open from the darkness. In the next moment, myriad small hands of infants emerged from Song Zang, gripping his body tightly. Zhang Rui had already hardened his heart to kill, seeing his opponent ensnared in an illusion. He did not hesitate to fling a black rope towards him. The rope accurately looped around Song Zang's neck, quickly tightening. Now, with a mere exertion of strength, Zhang Rui could strangle him to death. Humph, the naive little brat, struggle in your ghostly delusion. When you awaken in despair, believing you are saved, I shall carve you alive, one slice at a time. Just the thought is utterly hopeless. Chapter 24. Weapons of the Living. Violence for violence. Zhang Rui was already devising how to torment Song Zang next. Just as he was about to exert force, an intense chill coursed through him. Those who dance on the edge of death possess an uncanny sense of danger, honed through years of peril. The threat lay behind him. With decisive agility, he sidestepped, allowing a similar black rope, reeking of blood, to swoop down behind him. This rope seemed to possess a will of its own, missing its target. It swiftly changed direction and struck Zhang Rui's arm. Instantly, his entire arm went numb. It drooped helplessly, and his grip on the rope slackened. Zhang Rui was alarmed. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, wary of the enigmatic black rope's next attack. Fortunately, after its initial strike, the rope intertwined with his own, gradually being drawn back by Song Zang, whose eyes shimmered with a violet light. It appears you are not adept at wielding the noose. Allow me to take it from you. Zhang Huipa naked. The young man's demeanor unsettled him, akin to a predator toying with its prey, a tactic he himself relished before killing. Having just been kicked aside by Zhang Rui, the prison warden lay on the ground with the ghostly woman, his unblinking eyes fixated on Zhang Rui. Damn it! The searing pain on his face spurred Zhang Rui into action as he ruthlessly produced his most prized ghostly artifact. A silver bell adorned with a myriad of colors jingled in his grasp, unleashing a sound that summoned a semi-transparent long-tongued ghost. The ghost's eye sockets were mere black voids, its crimson tongue lashing out towards Song Zang, propelled by the bell's resonance. Song Zang stood ready, immediately wielding two black whips braided from ropes, striking the long-tongued ghost. However, the whips passed through its form as if it were air, producing only a hollow sound. The long-tongued ghost paused slightly, then continued its advance. A creature of formidable spirit could not be harmed by this specter. With another lash, exploiting the momentary delay, Song Zang swiftly sidestepped, evading the ghost's claw. The silver bell rang more vigorously as the long-tongued ghost turned, resuming its clawed assault. Realizing he could not harm this ghost, Song Zang swiftly redirected his focus to Zhang Rui. Since the bell was the key to controlling this ghost, destroying it or eliminating Zhang Rui would render the specter harmless. Thus, Song Zang thrust his hands into his pockets, retrieving 2 bags of flour weighing 20 pounds each, much to Zhang Rui's astonishment. The long-tongued ghost pierced one of the bags, and the flour exploded into a cloud, obscuring Song Zang's position. The second bag was hurled violently against the ceiling. With a resounding crash, flour dust filled the room. Zhang Rui's expression turned grave, stepping back uneasily. The sudden appearance of the flour bags caught him off guard. Could this young man conjure illusions? The bell rang even more frantically as the long-tongued ghost flitted about, searching for Song Zang's figure. Yet, it seemed as though Song Zang had vanished. The ghost circled the room in vain, its urgency escalating as it began moving toward the door. Just as Zhang Rui was about to step out of the office, an emotionless voice resonated. You rely too heavily on ghostly artifacts. Has the horror of this world made you forget how to be human? A flash of fire ignited mere steps away, and the gunshot reverberated throughout the floor. The bullet pierced the long-tongued ghost's body, striking the doorframe and scattering debris. Do not shoot. I surrender. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhang Rui realized he had fallen into this ghostly brat's trap, promptly raising his hands in surrender. Bang! The bullet struck Zhang Rui's leg. His scream was drowned out by the gunshot. Bang! The shot severed one of Zhang Rui's fingers. Bang! The silver bell was pierced, and the long-tongued ghost let out a dreadful wail before vanishing. Zhang Rui howled in agony, clutching his severed leg with his mutilated hand. Cold sweat streaming down half of his forehead, mingling with blood that soaked through his shirt. My apologies, I am inexperienced with firearms, lacking precision, but now it is sufficient. Song Zang emerged from the mist, gun raised, harboring no guilt for eliminating someone like Zhang Rui. This firearm had been borrowed from Lu Yuan in the afternoon. After all, dealing with the living required a touch of worldly tools. Can this be exchanged for a life? A leather mask was tossed over, which Song Zang caught with one hand. The ghostly face mask, when worn, it alters one's physical characteristics. This is indeed a valuable item, but I could also find it on your corpse after I kill you. Zhang Rui grew frantic upon hearing this, yet he knew Song Zang spoke the truth. You could offer something that would be impossible to obtain if you were dead. Such as information, Song Zang suggested. My guild is called Songlong, a level 3 guild, and I hold the position of squad leader. I also know several hidden tasks in this dungeon, which I can disclose to you once this dungeon concludes. I can offer this as well. I can input my blood into the device, and if you are selected by the horror game again, you can switch identities with me, allowing me to enter the dungeon in your stead. Song Zang accepted the square device, but did not allow Zhang Rui to press his fingerprint to input blood. In his eyes, Zhang Rui was already doomed. Perhaps it was due to his nonchalant attitude towards killing in reality, or perhaps it was the feigned camaraderie of Mediterranean individuals, trading lives for task progression. Song Zang found such arrogance repugnant, placing oneself above the lives of others. Why do those who strive to survive appear as mere livestock in their eyes? And why do 2 lives in reality hold less value than a single tear from a wealthy woman driving a luxury car? Moreover, with a mere flick of a finger, one could obliterate 12 years of hard work, replaced by a privileged child attending a prestigious university, while the rightful recipient of the acceptance letter remains oblivious, their life ruined. Song Zang did not consider himself a benevolent person nor a paragon of justice. However, he possessed humanity and his own set of values. The evil that moral laws cannot constrain will inevitably encounter someone like him, and the result will be that they are treated as they treat livestock. Zheng Hui, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, quickly donned a facade of brotherhood, professing his loyalty. Brother, ask away. My continued existence will undoubtedly benefit you. Once we exit the dungeon, I can introduce you to our guild. Song Zang smiled as he raised the gun. How did you treat those you killed when they begged for mercy at the moment of their demise? Halfway through the sentence, Zhang Rui sensed danger and bolted toward the door. Bang! The bullet struck his back, shattering his heart, sending bloody fragments flying from the hole in his chest. Turning around, Song Zang approached the prison warden's corpse, but the sound of stones shattering echoed behind him. Upon seeing Zhang Rui, Song Zang instinctively raised his hand and fired multiple shots. However, Zhang Rui evaded through the door, leaping and bounding toward the staircase. A woman's scream echoed from around the corner, followed by a series of collisions and thuds as bodies fell to the ground. When Song Zang chased outside, he beheld Zhang Rui grasping a young girl by the neck. Rising from the floor, a dagger concealed behind her. Lori's nose was bleeding profusely, clearly a result of a recent and severe impact. She raised her hand awkwardly and waved at Song Zang. Hey, boss, Chapter 25. We are not acquainted proceeding with surgery, hey, Song. Don't push things to the brink. If you keep this up, we might all perish together. Zhang Rui attempted to hide behind Lori, but at his height of 156 meters, his coverage was quite limited. Are you threatening me with her? Song Zang calmly raised his handgun. So what? If you dare to pull the trigger, make sure to take her out first. I advise you to stop here. Let us not interfere with each other's affairs and wait for the instance to conclude. Otherwise, I might just kill your girlfriend first, and then we can fight it out. No loss on my part. Zhang Rui was cornered and nearly frantic. Saliva spraying from his mouth as he roared, splattering Lori's back. Big brother, can you at least leave my sister a way out? Why does it have to be my death either way? Shut up. Disappointing you, but we are not acquainted, Song Zang replied with a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his fingers curling as he prepared to pull the trigger. Seeing this, Zhang Rui hurriedly pressed his head against Lori's back. But the blade he held against her fair neck drew blood. Lori shouted behind her, Familiar, familiar, familiar. Big brother, please don't listen to his nonsense. You're using me to threaten him. Just don't press too hard. My little neck can't take it. He has a 92 pistol. I'm certain there are 3 bullets left in the magazine. Don't provoke him further, or we'll each have a bullet and still have one to spare. Just negotiate with him. A peaceful resolution is best for all 3 of us. After crying out, her voice trembling, she pleaded with Song Zang, Big Boss. Can you think of a way? Let him release me first, and you two can find a quiet place to settle this. Wouldn't that be better? Song Zang paused for a moment before asking Lori, when did you arrive? When you took the elevator. It felt creepy down there, so I ran up after you. Lori chuckled awkwardly, then sniffled as she wiped the blood and mucus from her nose. You heard everything we discussed in the room? Yes, every word. And you heard about his heinous acts in reality? Indeed, the 3 who hanged in the cell were also his doing. I heard that too. So tell me, does he deserve to die? Absolutely. The evidence is irrefutable. He can easily receive a severe punishment. At this point, Lori, filled with righteous indignation, puffed out her chest, embodying a figure of justice. One, I think even 10 bullets wouldn't be enough to repay his debts. The opportunity lies before us. Can you let him go? Of course not. Good. Then trust me. Stand straight. Seeing his motivational words had taken effect, Song Zang suddenly shouted, startling Lori into standing upright. Bang! Lori's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the muzzle flash, and blood erupted from her chest. He truly pulled the trigger. A bullet struck Lori just below her right chest, penetrating through her back and ultimately hitting Zhang Rui squarely in the temple. With a thud, Zhang Rui collapsed. His temple shot through, dead beyond revival. Lori stood, mouth agape, incredulous as Song Zang approached her swiftly and wrapped her in his arms. Strangely, despite being shot, she felt little pain, only a heavy dizziness, as if her head were light. Bang! Another gunshot jolted the dazed Lori awake, as Song Zang fired another shot into Zhang Rui's head. Hang on for 2 more minutes. I'll save you, he instructed Lori, rummaging through Zhang Rui's body, but finding no revival items. After a minute of tense waiting, he saw no signs of Zhang Rui reviving, and under Lori's astonished gaze, he severed his head with a scalpel. Once the head was thrown into another dimension, he felt a sense of relief. If it could still be revived, he would be out of options. I'm going to perform a simple surgery on you now. As long as I can staunch the bleeding, you won't die. The environment here is not ideal. There is a high probability of fungal infection, but it will suffice until the instance concludes. If you agree, just blink. Boss, I can still talk, Lori replied weakly, her spirit somewhat intact. Conserve your strength and refrain from idle chatter. Do you agree? A doctor must have consent from the patient or family before operating, Song Zang remarked, donning a white coat and mask, his demeanor turning cold and serious as he brandished the scalpel. I agree, Lori whispered faintly. With a swift rip, her white shirt was torn open, along with her athletic tank top beneath. Song Zang gently examined the delicate skin around the bullet wound, his expression softening behind the mask. This was his first time performing a proper surgery on a living person, and he felt a rush of excitement. Yet, despite the thrill, his hands moved with the steadiness of a seasoned surgeon. I'll administer local anesthesia. The bullet exited from your back, and the wound is quite substantial with significant tissue damage. Once I stop the bleeding, I'll clean it up and finally stitch and bandage it. Lori's face flushed from her neck to her ears, and she emitted a faint sound, her voice barely audible. Disinfection, injection, incision, debridement, suturing, and bandaging. Song Zang completed all steps in just over 10 minutes. All right, now I'll turn you over to treat the wound on your chest. Thanks to the game mechanics, players could inflict severe damage on one another without causing unconsciousness. As he worked, Song Zang explained each step to Lori. At this moment, Lori resembled someone with a high fever, her face flushed, her eyes tightly shut, no longer responding. This was tactical feigning of sleep. Song Zang saw through it, but said nothing, focusing on the task at hand. 10 minutes later, the wound on her chest was also bandaged. Your clothes are torn. I've fashioned a bandage around your chest, which won't impede your movement, Song Zang said, his tone unusually shy. Lori opened her eyes with a poor attempt at feigning confusion. Huh? Is it over? Oh dear, I fell asleep. Glancing down, she had to admit that his bandaging technique was indeed professional. The gauze on her chest was neatly wrapped, creating a smooth line across her abdomen. Could it be that he is a doctor in reality? He looked to be around her age, perhaps just a medical student? Maybe he was in his final year of internship. Just lie here on the operating table for a while. Don't run off. With that, Song Zang slipped his hands into his coat pockets and headed toward the exit. Hey, where are you going? It's creepy being here alone, Lori called out, attempting to rise from the operating table. After struggling a few times, she found herself unable to sit up. Her upper body remained numb, lacking strength. I have matters to attend to. If you're scared, just close your eyes and sleep. Whatever you do, don't go outside. It's not safe out there, Song Zang said, exiting and closing the door to the operating room behind him. Damn it, leaving me, a young girl, in a place like this. You really have no qualms. Not far away, a blonde and a bald man lay on a corpse cart, with another emaciated body in the corner, its hairstyle reminiscent of a dormitory ghost. None of you better play dead, as I was the one who pushed you here. Don't do anything ungrateful, Lori muttered, staring at the ceiling with resignation as she awaited the effects of the anesthesia to fade, showing no signs of fear on her face. As Song Zang stepped outside, he glimpsed through the medical room glass, witnessing the ghostly doctor dismembering the deceased prisoners. He didn't enter, but turned and walked toward the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. Chapter 26. The Objective of Resurrection. Seizing opportunities. When Song Zang descended from the top floor, it was already late into the night. As he entered the elevator and was about to press the button for the first floor, he remembered the key given by the ghostly doctor, took it out, and inserted it into the buttonhole, planning to check the second floor. When the elevator doors opened, a chilling wave of air greeted him. Stepping out, he found himself on a thick layer of dark red ice. Clearly, it was blood that had dripped onto the floor, layering and solidifying over time. To his surprise, he also spotted several infant corpses resembling the large-headed ghost baby, their faces twisted in eerie smiles, curled up in a fetal position, their heads increasingly larger. Beside lay several female corpses, their abdomens grotesquely ruptured, some with their lower bodies mangled beyond recognition, while others remained as mere halves. As he ventured further, Song Zang encountered creatures of bizarre amalgamation, dog-headed, human-bodied, with pig-like claws. At the end of the corridor, a doorknob emerged on the wall, seemingly untouched since its inception, its outline obscured by thick layers of ice. Through a fog glass pane, a cramped space could be discerned, filled almost to capacity with remnants of limbs and the agonized forms of severely wounded prisoners. In the dim corners, a skylight was visible amidst the gaps of the bodies, through which half-dead, grievously injured spirits were incessantly cast down. The location suggested that this space lay directly beneath the infirmary. The purpose for which the ghostly physician discarded the prisoners remained a mystery. It was clear that this room served a significant function. Just as he prepared to turn away, a headless body, shrouded beneath a curtain in the corner, caught Song Zang's attention. Upon unveiling the fabric, he discovered an exceptionally tall corpse, rivaling the artificial specters above in stature, clad in a uniform reminiscent of a prison warden's coat. This was undoubtedly the body of the deputy warden, missing for over a year. The head had been severed. Was it the work of the ghostly physician? Or did it originate from the chamber behind him, where a loud thud echoed as the ghostly physician sealed the upper lid? The sound of electronic humming resonated from within, and the cries of the struggling prisoners ceased abruptly, dark blood oozing from their bodies, their ghastly visages rapidly deflating, their bones contorting under the pressure. In an instant, what had been a room filled with remnants was left with half its space vacant, the withered flesh compressing further, indicating that the pressure inside continued to escalate. Without lingering, Song Zang hastily grabbed a stack of human skin and departed. Upon returning to the infirmary above, he found the ghostly physician operating several machines. A long-handled axe lay discarded at his feet, its blade dulled from use, while the physician's white coat was stained a deep black with the viscous blood of the damned. Nearly 1,000 prisoner spirits had dwindled by more than half, with dark blood pooling everywhere, exuding a potent stench. The human skins within the capsule had transformed entirely. It was unclear what materials the ghostly physician had infused within, yet despite the absence of a head, an aura of ferocity and malevolence emanated from them. Song Zang then realized that the lid of the pressure chamber below was affixed to a connector embedded in the ground. The other end linked to the top of the capsule, dispersing numerous tubes that penetrated the neck cavity of the headless body, countless ghastly visages struggling beneath the flesh, yearning to escape their confines. How long could he take to gather human skin? From a nearby, spherical device laden with tubes, the ghostly physician extracted an oversized head and presented it to Song Zang. Cradling the head, which was nearly half his own size, he noticed its eyes, large as fists, glowering with ferocity, warm to the touch, as if freshly severed. Was this the deputy warden's head? Although it appeared larger than the headless body below, the cut surface of the neck seemed compatible. Did the ghostly physician intend to resurrect him? Whose hand had severed the head? Could it truly have been the warden's? No wonder the ghostly physician wielded such power, daring to operate on all the prisoners. These two were undoubtedly allies. After the warden's mind had faltered, the entire prison fell under the ghostly physician's dominion. Stop dawdling. The grand plan is about to succeed. Soon, I will take you out of this prison, and you shall become the most esteemed human in the realm of spirits. Song Zang hesitated. If this continued, he would edge closer to option one, emerging from this ordeal to wreak havoc alongside the ghostly physician, initially hoping to turn the tables. He found himself facing an unforeseen turn of events, perhaps even resurrecting a formidable entity with his own hands. Little Song, what are you waiting for? The ghostly physician urged, his tone sharp and deliberate. What to do? Rather than resurrecting and inviting further complications, it would be wiser to abandon the plan and confront the ghostly physician directly. Time was of the essence, forcing Song Zang to alter his strategy on the fly. Drawing a scalpel from his sleeve, his pupils were suddenly enveloped in a violet glow. Just as he lunged forward, a voice echoed in his mind. Do as I say, and I can help you. With his feet already propelling him forward, he swiftly pivoted, sidestepping and redirecting himself towards the capsule. What a rash young man, he thought. His peculiar maneuver raised no suspicion from the ghostly physician, who merely remarked before continuing his operations. The refined, energy extracted from below had been fully delivered. Now, it was up to him to execute the next steps. A multitude of tubes were withdrawn from the neck cavity, dripping with a viscous, black-brown fluid akin to crude oil. Hesitating, Song Zang positioned the enormous head atop the neck cavity. Though a hidden ghost was poised to assist him, the reins of control were not in his hands, inducing a sense of unease. Yet, with no other options, he had to proceed, cooperating with the ghostly physician to create this monstrous being. He retained a backup plan, ensuring that even if he had to turn against the physician, he would not be left entirely vulnerable. Resolving his indecision, he grasped the suturing needle and commenced the stitching process. The operation unfolded seamlessly. Throughout, Song Zang maintained his magical vision, yet the ghost concealed in the shadows remained silent. In less than half an hour, with Song Zang's deft handling, the head and body were seamlessly integrated. The suturing threads, entwined with fine black energy, melded into the flesh. Even knowing that the ghost lurked invisibly nearby, Song Zang instinctively glanced around, uncertain if his actions had been observed. A thorough scan revealed no signs of discovery. He continued, severing the final suture thread, when suddenly the oversized eyes before him twitched. The ashen pupils fixated on his face, and the gaping maw, slick with mucus, opened wide. Ha! Let me see what's inside that little head of yours, capable of resisting my ghostly tongue. Chapter 27. The deputy warden, the ghostly physician, goes mad, damn it. Once the task is complete, they LL dispose of me. Song Zang cursed inwardly, raising the suturing needle and plunging it into the monstrous head's face, piercing through the skin. The head momentarily froze, but quickly broke free from its stupor. Seizing the opportunity, Song Zang leaped out of the capsule, overturning a table that obstructed the door, and securely locked the hatch from the outside. The humanoid monster did not rush to emerge. It twisted its neck, emitting crackling sounds, before surveying the hundreds of prisoners outside. The plan succeeded. He had finally shed the burdensome title, which had previously confined him to tolerance of their chaos. Today, he would make an appetizer of all their filth. The humanoid monster licked its lips, grinning maniacally. Of course, the first to taste will be you, my little snack. With a thunderous punch, the steel plate of the capsule hurtled towards Song Zang. No sooner had he begun to evade than the ghostly physician seized a prisoner and hurled them at the oncoming steel. A sickening splat echoed as the prisoner was obliterated upon impact, redirecting the steel plate to crash against the wall. Cold sweat trickled down Song Zang's back. He had underestimated the monster's strength. Even if he managed to evade this blow, he would likely lose a limb in the process. The disparity in power was too great. Truly, one could not trust the words of a ghost. The specter that promised assistance had vanished. In the end, one could only rely on oneself. If all else failed, he would have to resort to his trump card. However, the current situation indicated that the ghostly physician had no intention of allowing him to perish. Song Zang's mind raced as he decided to bide his time and observe the unfolding events. Kicking aside several steel plates, the monster advanced slowly towards the ghostly physician, its gaze malevolent. Deputy Warden, listen to me. This boy is of use. The physician implored urgently. Never mention the title of Deputy Warden again. The monster bellowed in fury. You worthless fool, what good are you? Is this your grand plan? Transform me into a soul entity. You, a worthless fool, have spent an entire year without yielding results. Ultimately, it was a mere youth who enabled my resurrection. The ghostly doctor, chastised by the monster, bowed his head, repeatedly justifying, at least the plan is feasible. At least it succeeded. I truly can bring you back to life. Do you consider yourself capable? Had I not rescued you from that wretched hospital, you would merely be a pitiful doctor delivering meals to the sickly. The identity of the prison's ghostly physician was bestowed upon you by me. The instruments you wield were provided by me. The living and spectral subjects for your experiments were arranged by me. Even that accursed scar-faced warden was controlled by my expended soul power. What have you, a worthless being, accomplished? In need of an outlet for his pent-up fury, the monster seized a steel plate and forcefully struck a prisoner ghost, which instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Shaking his large head, he gazed hungrily at the hundreds of prisoners, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of his mouth. I must admit, the artificial ghost project stands as your most illustrious achievement. This body is magnificent. At last, I can indulge openly in feasting upon my own kind. The ghostly doctor, hunched and increasingly covered in corpse-like bruises, buried his face in his chest, obscuring his expression, twitching slightly as if possessed. Observing himself in the mortuary, he pondered that the amalgamated monstrosities must have originated from him. Song Zang silently reflected, continuing to observe the unfolding events. The creature, drooling, approached the prisoner ghosts. Even though the effects of the paralyzing drug had worn off, the ghosts still dared not flee, knowing such an action would lead to a swifter demise. They huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear. A soft, alluring voice emerged from the innermost corner, belonging to the warden. A stunning female ghost emerged from beneath several towering male specters, her every movement causing a ripple of fear. As Song Zang contemplated an escape, he couldn't help but look up at this exquisite specter. Wasn't this the elderly spirit? After 2 days, she had undergone a miraculous transformation, surpassing even the legendary Tang Sang's flesh. The monstrous giant revealed a sinister grin. Warden, you have ignited my fury. I require extinguishing. The female ghost, trembling in terror, gently caressed the creature's massive head. Warden, no, darling. Your head is so enormous. Upon finishing her sentence, she instinctively crouched down. Then came a startled exclamation. Ah, where is it? Song Zang finally realized that while crafting the human skin model, he had neglected the consideration of gender. An entire piece of skin had been wrapped around, leaving the lower half completely bare. No matter, remaining still would suffice. Thick, white mucus dripped onto the female ghost's face as she fearfully raised her head. A gaping, crimson maw, dripping with saliva, devoured half of her body, tilting its head back as her lower half was swallowed whole, followed by a prolonged belch. Seemingly unsatisfied, it pulled a prisoner from each side, crunching them between its jaws. Its stomach appeared insatiable, devouring hungrily. At this pace, even hundreds of prisoners would not suffice. Observing this, Song Zang resolved to slip away. Should the creature become addicted to its feast, it might continue its carnage elsewhere in the prison. He maneuvered cautiously, avoiding the scattered remains and metallic implements, striving to make no sound as he crept toward the exit. I am not worthless. My plan is flawless. I am not worthless. My plan is flawless. The ghostly doctor seemed to harbor a particular loathing for the term worthless, completely consumed by madness. Hearing the doctor's frantic ramblings, Song Zang halted momentarily. The doctor's power likely rivaled that of malevolent spirits, far surpassing that of the prisoner ghosts. If he could harness this strength to confront the monster, even if it did not result in death, it could inflict substantial harm. With this thought, Song Zang hastily approached the doctor. Doctor, your plan is impeccable, but the artificial ghost has slipped from your control. Do you possess a solution? A solution? Huh. How could I not resolve an issue concerning my creation? But it is my child. Such actions would cause immense pain and suffering. The ghostly doctor lifted his head, his eyes blood-red, his expression morbidly thrilling, gazing at the monster with a twisted smile full of indulgence. Clearly, he had adopted the role of a doting parent. Your maternal instincts are commendable, But this unruly child is a menace. I must strike at its vulnerabilities. That soul within the body is not your child. It is the warden, who regards you as a worthless failure, exploiting you. How do you perceive this? Can you endure it? I certainly could not. The doctor's countenance began to darken, the patches of decay on his face expanding. He mechanically turned his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Song Zang, his waxen face grinning wider. I am aware. I relish this final insult from it in this world. For after today, none shall dare speak to me in such a manner again. With a smile, the ghostly doctor produced a remote control from behind him, pressing the red button. Chapter 28. A Radical Reversal. Who is Little Song? The gluttonous giant abruptly halted, blackened web-like patterns appearing on its gray-white flesh. The creature turned in disbelief, exerting all its strength to perform this simple action. Its enraged eyes began to be engulfed by the inky veins, gradually losing their spark. You worthless fool! How dare you? Black veins surged from its neck to its crown, rapidly engorging, choking the monster's words in its throat. The ghostly doctor, hunched over like an aging elder, trembled as he approached the monster. How does it feel to be slain a second time by the worthless you scorned? The giant's eyelids twitched, its head now covered in thick black veins. It had lost control of its body, unable to articulate a single word, seemingly aware of the giant's unspoken thoughts. The doctor mocked. From the moment I proposed the ghost-making plan, you were orchestrated into it, serving as the most crucial component. To reincarnate into a body outside the rules does not necessitate a soul state. I deceive you into becoming a soul entity merely to control the warden, thus sparing me much trouble and providing me with experimental data. Just moments ago, I could have abandoned you and entered this body directly. But do you know why I sought to resurrect you with such fervor? Because only by resurrecting you and then slaying you can I erase your existence from this world entirely. How does it feel to be outsmarted by a worthless being? Oh, lost your voice, have you? Allow me to assist. Even the right to speak was granted to you by the worthless. The ghostly doctor straightened, beckoning with a finger, causing the monster's body to kneel before him. Extending a ghostly claw to grasp the giant's neck, he applied slight pressure, causing the engorged veins to rapidly crawl up his arm like ants drawn to honey. Were your terms? The giant, not foolish, suppressed its rage upon recognizing the dire situation and posed a question that could ensure its survival. Terms? Huh. I merely wish to hear your despair as you approach death. The ghostly doctor erupted into maniacal laughter, while the giant, the deputy warden, fell into silence. A radical reversal. You are but a ghost born of filth. How do you deserve to possess this body beyond the rules? Insulting without revealing vulnerabilities, the doctor's words nearly shattered the deputy warden's defenses. Yet under the roof of circumstance, one must acquiesce. The monster's black veins had thickened to the width of fingers, obscuring its features, its mouth opening and closing in a frantic manner. It is too late. Like those others, you have never acknowledged me at heart. Even if you were to commit suicide according to my plan, you would have left many escape routes. Tonight, the entire prison, save for Little Song, must perish. With that, he released his grip on the giant's neck, producing a vial of dark green liquid and consuming its contents. The atmosphere among the spirits shattered into despair and confusion as they turned their gaze to the ghostly doctor, then back to Song Zang. Their expressions seemed to ask, "Who is Little Song?" Song Zang forced an awkward smile and waved at them, pondering what aspect of himself had caught the attention of the ghostly doctor. Was it merely his ability to sew? However, he had long ceased to believe in such superstitions. Today, he had witnessed the very essence of deceit. First, there was the invisible trickster, coaxing him into action, followed by the ghostly doctor and the deputy warden, who appeared to collaborate closely while secretly pursuing their own agendas. It was possible that in a moment of madness, the ghostly doctor would forget who he was. He picked up several pieces of human skin, feigning interest in the instruments against the wall. Once he had distanced himself from the ghostly doctor, Song Zang pressed against the wall's shadow and quickly moved toward the exit. Yet, just a few steps away, as he passed a cardboard box, a hand suddenly emerged from within, grabbing the hem of his pants. Startled by the unexpected grip, Song Zang wondered if this was the hidden ghost. Was it truly a cardboard ghost? Such a lowly apparition appearing now, to assist him. He wished for nothing more than for it to refrain from hindering his escape. Casting a glance at the distant, ghostly doctor, he noted that the deputy warden had already exploded in a frenzy, with bits of flesh and dark blood splattered everywhere. The ghostly doctor resembled a zombie afflicted by a viral outbreak, his upper body slumped over a headless shoulder, twitching uncontrollably. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Song Zang focused on the ghostly doctor's movements while tugging at his pant leg, attempting to free himself from the grasp. "Let go," he whispered in frustration, but the pale hand, resembling a ghostly claw, refused to relinquish its hold. "I'm a boss here." Two eye holes had formed in the box, large eyes blinking within, and a voice emerged, hushed yet insistent. "Why are you everywhere, you silly child?" Infuriated, Song Zang felt blood rise to his cheeks. How could this clever girl always create chaos at critical moments? "Zanggu, it's me, Chun Tian," she exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "I couldn't let you be alone, so I had to come check on you. Quickly, this is no time for idle chatter," he urged, lifting the box to reveal the two crouching inside. Song Zang stepped outside first, turning to hold the door for them while keeping an eye on the ghostly doctor. The monstrous figure inside remained kneeling. The ghostly doctor howled in agony atop its back, his head dangling from the hollow neck. A mix of excitement and torment evident on his face, as his body melted slowly away, limbs dissolving into a thick, inky liquid that flowed over the exposed skin. The two girls, crouching low, followed Song Zang out, glancing anxiously toward the ghostly doctor before exiting. As he muttered a curse under his breath, he grasped the bandaged chest of the startled girl, pulling her away from the chaos. Chun Tian emerged last, casting a glance back without speaking, though his pallor suggested unease. "Tonight, the ghostly doctor will slay everyone in the prison, both the living and the dead. Do not involve me in your reckless pursuits. Find a place to hide." "Can I follow you?" asked the girl eagerly. "We heard the ghostly doctor say he wouldn't kill you, and you're Xiao Song, aren't you? I will seek refuge on the rooftop. If you choose to join me, I cannot prevent you, but let me be clear, if the ghostly doctor appears, I cannot guarantee your safety. Likewise, if I find myself in peril, you're under no obligation to rescue me. Look after yourselves." Having delivered his warning, Song Zang turned to leave, only to be met by a tall, graceful figure descending the stairs. "Song Zang, are you all right?" After handing over her firearm, Lu Yuan had been restless, fearing for his safety. Upon hearing a series of gunshots, she could no longer remain idle. She ventured to the rooftop, discovering only a headless corpse, which was evidently not Song Zang, granting her a modicum of relief. Having never witnessed death before, she found herself strangely unaffected by the sight, perceiving it as a stark reality. In a world where her biological parents treated her as merchandise and her husband abused her, she felt as though all the evils of humanity had descended upon her, just when she was at her lowest. The horror of this new reality illuminated the darkness surrounding her. While the terrifying world may have been a nightmare for others, Lu Yuan recognized it as a catalyst for her awakening. The grotesque apparitions around her, though unsettling, felt far more genuine than the humans outside. Moreover, she had encountered a kind-hearted youth who, despite his initial coldness, had become a beacon of light in her otherwise gray existence. Having experienced the depths of human depravity, she cherished the goodness that others could offer. Thus, she wished to protect this young man, hoping to lend him her assistance within her limited capacity. Upon spotting the three individuals outside the infirmary, Lu Yuan exhaled with relief. She had formed an acquaintance with a clever girl, who was responsible for handling the bodies of fallen players. The boy must be Chun Tian, whom Song Zang had inquired about. "I heard the gunfire and couldn't help but worry, so I came to check," she explained. "Big trouble, Lu Yuan. There's a ghost taking form inside. We plan to hide on the rooftop with the boss." The girl shouted, emerging from behind Song Zang. "Is it a handprint on your bandaged chest?" Lu Yuan asked, surprised. "It's nothing, just a small injury. I brushed against some dirt in the infirmary. Let's not linger here. We must move quickly." The girl deflected, successfully shifting the conversation. Lu Yuan turned to Song Zang, sensing he had something to share. "You're right, but before we proceed, I think it necessary to inform you. The headless body inside was hanged by another player." Song Zang indicated toward the mortuary. A shiver ran through Lu Yuan, and she felt a mix of emptiness and uncertainty. Should she feel joy or sorrow? In this terrifying world, having awakened to her reality, her first decision was to eliminate her long-standing nightmares. The news of his death was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, yet it felt incomplete, as if a knot remained untied, leaving a lingering sense of regret. Noticing Lu Yuan's expression, Song Zang said nothing further. He retrieved a long-handled fire axe from the emergency box, hastening his actions. Handing the axe to Lu Yuan, he glanced back at the infirmary, observing that the ghostly doctor's lower half had completely dissolved, enveloped in thick, purulent liquid. Lu Yuan paused, her expression firming as she nodded, taking up the axe and entering the mortuary. Minutes later, the door swung open from within, and Lu Yuan emerged, her blood-stained axe in hand, a look of ease on her face. She wiped the blood splatter from her cheeks and smiled at Song Zang. "Let us go." With that, she took the girl's hand, heading toward the elevator. "You two go ahead. Chun Tian and I will take the stairs," Song Zang instructed, pausing at the stairwell with Chun Tian. "What is wrong with you? There's an elevator, and you choose the stairs?" Lu Yuan had already closed the elevator door before he could respond. "That Chun Tian has issues," Lu Yuan murmured. What's wrong with Xiao Tian?" the girl asked, bewildered. She felt as though Lu Yuan and Song Zang had already grasped the essence of the game, while she remained oblivious. "I'm not entirely sure. In any case, there is no one by that name in the police roster." The elevator descends to the basement level. Song Zang observes as the elevator doors close and ascend, while Chun Tian remains silent a short distance behind him. "The missing refrigeration unit in the morgue was hidden by you, wasn't it?" Song Zang turns to Chun Tian, his pupils now a vivid purple. "What are you talking about, Brother Zang?" Chun Tian replies, bewildered. His inner thoughts reveal a hint of amusement, realizing that he had been discovered long ago. Observing Chun Tian's serious demeanor, Song Zang can't help but chuckle silently. Having an advantage makes one audacious. What should have been a puzzle-solving game has devolved into a game of truth or dare. Nevertheless, he follows Chun Tian's lead and continues. "This game involves 50 players, and there are 49 cabinets in the morgue for storing corpses. Whenever a player dies, the corresponding name appears on the cabinet label. The first time I saw the storage cabinets, I thought that the height of 7 floors was rather inconvenient for retrieval. However, upon seeing the names above, I understood that the cabinets, which should have been 5 stories high, were altered by you to 7 in order to appear neat and symmetrical. The one you concealed is the cabinet meant to hold Chun Tian's corpse. I assent it." Chun Tian's gaze becomes peculiar. He has been pondering what aspect of himself Song Zang has seen through, even suspecting that Song Zang might possess some supernatural insight. Yet, the truth is that Song Zang primarily gleaned this information while listening to his unvoiced thoughts in the cafeteria. The eye of falsehood does not affect ordinary individuals. As long as he can hear one's inner voice, it unequivocally proves that the person is a supernatural entity. After all, such advantages must remain undisclosed even in death. If word got out, the consequences would be dire. "The ghost that claimed it would help me was you, wasn't it? I'm quite curious about your intentions," he surmises. Striving to conceal his identity, Chun Tian poses as a trivial character, not intending to kill anyone. "I suspect even the ghost doctor has never encountered you." Song Zang articulates his doubts. If possible, he would rather not expose Chun Tian's identity. However, given the current circumstances, he does not wish to be ambushed by such a ghost while battling the ghost doctor. "You will soon learn of my intentions," Chun Tian replies, his smile suddenly freezing. A tearing sound emanates from above, fissures rapidly spreading to the back of his head, and a pure black shadow emerges from the crack. Ascending into the air, the shadow lacks facial features, its voice raspy and coarse. The most foolish act of the ghost doctor was failing to sever your brain. But no matter, we shall meet again soon, and I will personally extract your brain, just as the shadow, presumed to be exposed, seems about to confront him. It swiftly flees, leaving behind an empty skin belonging to Chun Tian crumpled on the ground. Song Zang is speechless. Why does every ghost desire to consume his brain? Am I the reincarnation of Dave? Chapter 30, Prison Chronicles, the Ghost Doctor Scheme upon reaching the top floor. Lu Yuan stands ready with a long-handled axe at the door of the warden's office. Loli stands beside her, nervously peering left and right. gripping a large hammer adorned with wolf teeth. "Boss, where's Xiao Tian?" Seeing Song Zang arrive alone, Lowly surmises the situation but still inquires. "The Xiao Tian you know is a cunning one. This player, Chen Tian, was likely killed and possessed right after entering the game." Song Zang glances at the hammer, which is nearly as tall as Lowly, recognizing it as a quality ghostly artifact. "What?" Lowly exclaims, her expression one of shock. The worst-case scenario, she had imagined, was that Chen Tian was a player with ulterior motives. But to discover that her loyal follower was merely a ghost in disguise is a surprise. "What should we do now?" Lu Yuan asks anxiously. "We wait." According to the information obtained from the ghost doctor, the body they are fighting over can ignore the restrictions of the rules and leave this confined map of the prison. The best outcome would be for it to eliminate all the ghostly prisoners in these two buildings and leave alone, although that is unlikely. I believe it will eventually come for us to kill us all, or perhaps kill the two of you and take me away. Ignoring the incredulous looks from the two women, he continues, "There's also an uncertain variable, the Black Shadow. Although its intentions are unclear, there's a strong possibility that it is also a result of the ghost doctor's experiments. If that is the case, it may work to our advantage. After all, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured, which is good news for us. Ultimately, we can ascertain that whether the ghost doctor prevails or the shadow seizes the body, they will come looking for me. Therefore, it is best for the three of us to hide separately. It will ensure your safety." Having completed his analysis in one breath, Song Zang approaches the desk, retrieving a diary, a piece of red thread paper, and a notebook. I'm not afraid of death. It's safer to stick with the boss," Lowly says with a cheeky grin, moving closer. Seeing Song Zang open the diary, she suddenly adopts a serious tone. "It's illegal to read someone else's diary. I advise you to be cautious." Song Zang does not lift his head. "If you keep babbling, I'll sew your mouth shut." He opens the ghost's diary. Each page contains only a few sentences, revealing that the female ghost was initially just a prisoner in the prison, living a monotonous life, until another figure appears in her diary. "Today, the director instructed me to sew a very important skin, and I was chosen to complete it. I was elated. Upon meeting him for the first time during the measurements on the top floor, I felt an instant connection, and I'm certain he feels the same. The skin I crafted for him is ready, and the director instructed me to deliver it directly. I was thrilled when I saw him again. He appeared somewhat frail and aged, but that's all right. Once he wears the skin I made for him, he will regain his majestic form. Today, he visited the workshop, and his presence intimidated all the prisoners, but it didn't affect me. He said he really liked the skin I stitched. The director didn't come to work today. He visited again, calling me out to say he wants to build a family with me. I also desire that, but I am a prisoner. I can only keep this relationship hidden, but I believe that one day we will be together. The director has been missing for several days now, and tomorrow marks the end of my sentence. A beautiful life awaits. I have decided to stay and manage the sewing department. We are finally together. It was all a deception. He was merely using me. This is not my child. It is a demon. I want to kill him, and that child too. Let us die together." At the end of the diary is a surgical record detailing the entire process of artificially creating a ghostly infant. From cultivating the ghostly fetus to implanting it in the female ghost's womb, catalyzed by the infusion of Yin energy, ultimately transforming into a large-headed ghost infant. No wonder the female ghost issued such a task. She despises this ghostly infant, which is why she killed it herself. However, due to maternal instinct, she did not want it to wander the dark, sunless sewers, prompting her to send players to exorcise it. Conversely, is the warden truly as depicted in the female ghost diary? Setting the diary aside, Song Zang picks up the red thread paper. The hurriedly written words on the paper are few, yet they are forceful and vigorous, reflecting the writer's character. "I have made an egregious mistake. I should not have allowed her into my world. The deputy warden not only uses her to threaten me, but has also allied with the ghost doctor, conducting research on unspeakable matters. Only now do I realize that my continual compromise will only serve to inflate the deputy warden's ambitions. Its true goal is not this prison, but the world beyond it. I hope you can thwart the deputy warden and the ghost doctor's plans. If it's not too late, please ensure her safety." In light of this, many things begin to make sense. The quest initiated by the female ghost is the simplest, she is determined to kill the warden, and players merely need to assist in the assassination to easily complete the task. While the warden possesses formidable strength, he would not kill the female ghost outright, which is why she could easily defeat him. However, an unexpected complication arises with the deputy warden. The warden was seduced by the ghost's whispers, and while his body instinctively wished to protect the female ghost, he ultimately, albeit unconsciously, dealt a fatal blow, resulting in both ghosts embracing each other and perishing together. The Ghost Doctor's manual lacked a compelling narrative. It merely contained surgical cases and the Ghost Doctor's fanciful notions regarding the creation of ghosts. Concepts such as genetic engineering, neuron grafting, bionic limb construction, and the balancing replacement of muscle tissue were detailed, all of which were grotesquely anti-human. One particular case described the procedure for creating a ghostly infant for the female ghost. However, the Ghost Doctor provided a more intricate account of this case, even suggesting the mass production of ghost embryos to be deployed into the real world through energy channels. The name of this plan sent shivers down Song Zang's spine, the Human Extinction Project. Such madness could not even be described as insanity. It was sheer depravity, an annihilation of humanity. As he turned the pages, Song Zang's gaze lingered on the conclusion of the notes. Perhaps the Ghost Doctor had only just conceived these ideas and had yet to implement them. The last page contained only a few simple words: the God-making project. Could humans, endowed with ghostly powers, ascend to divinity? These few words ignited boundless speculation within Song Zang, particularly because he was an ordinary individual endowed with ghostly abilities. Could it be that the Ghost Doctor had discerned this long before, and his appreciation for Song Zang was not merely due to his adeptness in needlework? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The phrase God-making project alone made his heart race. However, the absence of further description, ending with a question mark, left him wondering if this was merely a conjecture from the Ghost Doctor. What if the possibility of creating a god existed, but the method remained uncertain? The thought chilled Song Zang's heart. Alas, he could not escape the fate of being dissected. The Ghost Doctor intended to use him for experimentation. With a bitter smile, he closed the notebook, summarizing the 3 narrative tasks. The female ghost would directly accompany him. Killing the warden would fulfill the narrative, maximizing the Ghost Doctor's and the deputy's interests, ultimately leading to the creation of artificial ghosts to eradicate the prison's inmates and wreak havoc in the terrifying world. The warden storyline appeared the most feasible. Eliminate the 2 antagonists, resolve the misunderstandings with the female ghost, and restore normal operations to the prison, resulting in peace. The Ghost Doctor's task was the most depraved. Annihilate all living beings, including himself, the one accepting the task. At this point, it seemed that only one path lay before him: to resolutely exorcise the Ghost Doctor and destroy the artificial ghosts. Though the task was daunting, the unexpected trump card that had just been introduced provided Song Zang with a glimmer of hope. The closer one held onto a trump card until the last moment, the greater the chance of victory. Song Zang, boss. Lu Yuan and Luo Li spoke simultaneously, without the need for further explanation from them. The heavy footsteps echoing from the staircase reached the room. So soon? Song Zang wondered. Yet what was meant to arrive would inevitably come. Rising to his feet, he instructed the 2 women, "Do not leave the room. No matter where I go, do not come to help." Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Are you going out to confront it?" Having exhausted all options for evasion, he decided to face it head-on. He could not simply hide behind 2 women. Taking a deep breath, he pushed past the dazed Luo Li and stepped outside. That kid. Lu Yuan stared at the young man, who towered over her. This damned sense of security. "Fine, I admit it. It's effective bravado," Luo Li remarked, observing that despite his slim appearance, when the moment called for it, he truly displayed manliness. However, she did not forget her reckless nature and stealthily followed him outside. Lu Yuan intended to stop Luo Li, but the latter swiftly dashed out of the room, and after a brief hesitation, she too exited, wielding a long-handled axe. Song Zang, having turned the corner, stood quietly in the corridor, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. The paint on the walls of the staircase began to dull and peel, disintegrating into fine ash before it could even touch the ground. The footsteps ascended slowly, like a muffled drumbeat, striking against Song Zang's heart. Dense black mist engulfed the lower floor, and as the footsteps drew near, they halted directly below him. After a few seconds of silence, a hoarse laughter echoed from below, followed by the black mist creeping up the stairs, revealing a massive shadow shrouded in darkness. Such a powerful presence? Song Zang pondered, his chances of success diminishing from 7 to 50-50. I told you I would personally come to claim your brain, the shadow growled in a raspy voice. The ghost doctor had met a complete defeat. Without even seeing the form it took after merging with the creature, he had already fallen. As he watched the figure ascend the stairs, enveloped in swirling black mist, Song Zang felt a twinge of sympathy for the ghost doctor. After all the meticulous planning, it was as if the mantis caught the cicada, only to be devoured by the shadow, an infuriating twist of fate. You do not seem afraid of death, the shadow remarked, showing little urgency in the face of a human it could crush with a mere gesture. Before we engage in battle, I would like to inquire, is that ghost doctor alive or dead? Although the ghost doctor's fate directly influenced the hidden task, Song Zang had already cast aside the mission. His mind fixated solely on one thought. When would it arrive? The shadow fell silent for several seconds. Your focus exceeds my expectations. The massive figure's left shoulder swirled with black mist, and a whirlwind erupted, revealing a ghostly head affixed to its shoulder, none other than the ghost doctor, whose face was marred by decay. However, the ghost doctor's eyes were completely white, indicating he had lost his autonomy. Any remaining questions? If not, you may proceed to die. As the shadow's words faded, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A fierce wind surged upwards, aimed directly at the shadow's head. The shadow stood its ground, but the ghostly head tilted back at a 90-degree angle upon impact, with the surrounding black mist dissipating. Is this your trump card? The shadow mocked, its grotesque grin revealing a head that, once freed from the black mist, took on an irregular spherical form, resembling a glossy black ball devoid of features. Did you see? I saved the best spot for you. You thought you could find this fellow to help you and remain safe, didn't you? The shadow gestured toward the head. The black mist rewrapped the orb and directed its attention towards the intangible ghostly figure before Song Zang, stating, if you were to manifest in physical form, I might have some trepidation. But now, what can you rely on to win? With that, the shadow lunged forward. A chilling aura, mixed with a fierce wind, aimed at Song Zang. In response, Song Zang unleashed a terrifying force of his own, the howling winds nullifying the shadow's assault. The surrounding air pressure plummeted, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums as he witnessed the shadow darting towards him with a speed that belied its imposing stature. Engaging the intangible ghost in close-quarters combat, Song Zang quickly retreated, unwilling to be caught in the maelstrom of their battle. The shadow, seeing Song Zang slip into a half-open room, attempted to pursue him but was fiercely obstructed by the intangible ghost, letting out a frustrated howl as it unleashed a flurry of attacks upon its opponent. In the distance, Lu Yuan and Luo Li peered around the corner, watching the two ghosts battle it out. They observed the shattering glass and the chaos of twisted railings, both women swallowing hard in unison. Luo Li, in a fight of this magnitude, we would only be a hindrance. Stay put. If it comes this way, we must flee immediately. Do you understand? Lu Yuan admonished, gripping Luo Li's gauzy garment with concern. Got it. If danger arises, you retreat first. I'll cover you. Luo Li replia nonchalantly, having found a miniature camera from somewhere and aiming it at the two battling ghosts. Lu Yuan sighed and shook her head, vexed by the reckless nature of the young girl. With her approach to amusement, a mere few lives would not suffice. You wait in the office, and I will come find you shortly. With that, she hurriedly dashed outside. You reckless girl, don't be foolish. Lu Yuan called out, her expression darkening with genuine frustration, as she failed to comprehend Luo Li's self-destructive behavior. Yet Luo Li had already dashed out, promptly closing the office door behind her. The sound of handcuffs clicking into place made Lu Yuan instinctively reach for her waist, only to discover that the handcuffs she had placed in her waist pouch had been stolen. Arriving at the door, she found it securely locked. Luo Li, Lu Yuan shouted loudly, yet silence enveloped the outside world. Chapter 32. The Demise of the Lowly, Mutual Destruction. Crouching low, she swiftly approached, wedging the camera between her strapless top, and peered inside discreetly. Suddenly, The prison warden's body flew out from within, plummeting straight down the staircase. The shadow cornered Song Zang. I merely require your intellect. If you cooperate with your suicide, you may linger here as a wandering spirit. Should I forcibly consume you, you will be rendered incapable of even becoming a ghost. Kang Yi, the shadow's hoarse voice mocked. Song Zang glared coldly at the shadow in the corner. Do you recall that saying? With arms extended, Song Zang opened his palms. The shadow's smile vanished, unease creeping into its heart as it failed to comprehend why this human remained so composed, instilling a sense of threat within itself. Suddenly, Song Zang emitted a low growl. His garments tore apart, and a wave of malevolent black energy, even more intense than that of the shadow, surged forth from his being. In an instant, the black mist coalesced into a crimson-eyed black dragon, coiling above Song Zang, its claws aimed menacingly at the shadow from afar. The shadow felt its body stiffen as the black energy quaked uncontrollably. The villain perishes through excessive chatter. Song Zang bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, fingers curling into claws, as if grasping an invisible tether in the void. The shadow let out a wretched howl as the black energy clinging to its form dissipated, revealing a body encased in dark green slime beneath. Song Zang's hands and the dragon's claws synchronized, gripping the void and forcefully pulling towards himself. Within the monster's taut flesh, something writhed, reminiscent of countless serpents awakening, gradually becoming agitated. The flesh emitted tearing sounds as sutures emerged, entwined with black mist, which, under Song Zang's control, separated from the monster's body and burrowed into his own. The shadow looked down. Although it lacked facial features, the shock was evident in its posture. The dark green skin cracked inch by inch, and as the sutures were removed, large patches of flesh fell away, transforming into pools of foul-smelling dark green liquid. Soon, the monster was left with only its head, shrouded in black mist, its body drenched in black blood, countless faces etched upon it, wailing and pleading for Song Zang to grant them release. Damn it! The shadow roared in a frenzied manner. The ghostly faces on its body grew increasingly agitated, soon reaching an uncontrollable frenzy. This body was doomed. The shadow's numerous plans lay in ruins. At this moment, it only desired to shred this human to pieces. Yet the remnants of its rationality reminded it that such an action was unwise. It needed a new vessel to inhabit, and this human before it was the optimal choice. Seizing his body would present future opportunities. Suppressing its bloodthirsty impulses, the shadow gathered all its ghostly energy, preparing to invade Song Zang's body. Hearing the shadow's intentions, Song Zang's eyes brightened with unexpected delight. This was a fortuitous surprise. His black dragon tattoo could prevent malevolent spirits from entering his body, allowing this ghostly entity to possess him, thus trapping it in its own snare. With this thought, Song Zang stifled a laugh, feigning greater weakness as he slid down against the wall. Just as he curled up on the ground, ready to welcome the shadow's entry into his body from behind, a shrill shout interrupted his pleasant reverie. "Hey, monster, take this hammer!" Initially believing he could conclude the battle, Song Zang nearly choked on his own spit. He beheld Lowly charging into the room, wielding a long-handled hammer, leaping in a single bound, and bringing the hammer crashing down onto the shadow's chest. The chest caved in, and the ghostly faces that had been struck ceased their struggles, seemingly finding relief, transforming into a mushy mass that dripped onto the floor. "You fool! Hitting it on the head would be better." Observing Lowly's impressive hammering prowess, Song Zang cursed her in frustration. Lowly stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, I'm not tall enough." She glanced down at her own stature, barely reaching his legs. "Sisterly, you hit hard," the shadow spoke in a chilling tone resembling Chun Tion's. Then, with a single hand, it transformed into a piercing attack. Its arm, riddled with ghostly faces, pierced through Lowly's chest, then flung her aside against the wall. Lowly glanced down at the gaping hole in her chest, blood spurting forth in rhythm with her heartbeat. The bandage on her strapless top was torn, falling to the ground, and the camera, perched atop, it also tumbled to her side. With her last ounce of strength, she grasped the camera, which astonishingly made contact with the ring on her finger, causing it to vanish. Exchanging a glance with Lowly, Song Zang shook his head. as if to say, "You truly should not have come out." In contrast, Lowly regarded him with a look of helplessness, as if conveying, "It's over, Barbie." Without granting them time for further dialogue, the black mist surged before them, rising from the monster's head and spreading across the ceiling. "It's here. It has finally arrived." Song Zang felt his heart surge with anticipation as he gazed at the oncoming black mist above. He spat a mouthful of old blood. He stared in disbelief at the prison warden, drenched in black blood, who crashed through the door, toppled the monster, and sat down upon it, delivering powerful punches to its head, each blow causing wisps of black mist to dissipate. Just as the warden was immersed in his onslaught, he was suddenly struck with a heavy punch to the jaw, driving his head into the concrete ceiling, leaving him suspended by his neck. "Is it never ending? Are you all like the Gore kids rescuing Grandpa?" The black mist raged furiously. "Go to hell. And you, I had planned to enjoy your soul's lament before ending you. But you have thoroughly exhausted my patience." The black mist reformed around the monster's head, slicing towards Song Zang with a swift hand strike. "Damn you." Seeing that the opponent had no intention of possessing him, but rather sought to end his life, Song Zang cursed in desperation. Facing the incoming lethal blow, he barely managed to retrieve a surgical needle, plunging it into the monster's arm, and blood gushed forth. An arm flew out of the window. Song Zang could not afford to waste this fleeting opportunity gained at the cost of his arm. He took a bold step out of the corner and hurled several bags of flour from an alternate dimension. Puff, puff, puff. The flour bags smashed against the walls, filling the room with a dense white cloud. With his remaining left hand, he tossed a few more bags against the ceiling, reducing visibility in the room to a mere meter. Reaching Lowly's side, he glanced at her smooth chest with a gaping wound. "If we don't kill it, we all perish. I hope your life is strong enough to hold on until I can save you." With that, Song Zang thrust his hand into her chest, flinging her out the door. Lowly could no longer utter a word, lying on the ground, her eyes wide as saucers. "You think this will prevent me from capturing you?" The shadow's body emerged from the thick mist, standing before Song Zang. "Whether I capture you or not is irrelevant. What I desire is the concentration of dust in this place." Song Zang produced a bottle of alcohol with a cotton swab at the opening, igniting it. "And then what?" The shadow tilted its head, observing Song Zang's enigmatic actions. "Ha, if only you had studied more, you wouldn't be feeding pigs." Song Zang grinned maliciously, smashing the alcohol bottle violently between them. "Now, let me show you something from the mortal realm." The moment the bottle hit the ground, sparks flew, igniting the dust throughout the room. Boom! Chapter 33. Hidden Plot, Exorcising the Ghostly Doctor. The violent explosion engulfed Song Zang, the force of the blast lifting the roof off. The prison warden, lodged in the ceiling, was sent flying to who knows where, while the shadow monster's position was reduced to a puddle of charred muck. Locked in the office, Lu Yuan swung an axe at the wooden door, the sudden explosion rendering her momentarily stunned. After several more minutes of hacking, she finally carved out a sufficiently large hole in the office door. Grabbing the axe, she hurriedly squeezed through. Just as she turned the corner, she spotted a hairless body lying at the end of the hallway, resembling Lowly. As she drew near, Lu Yuan was struck by the grim reality that Lowly had become a lifeless corpse, her chest bearing the marks of a horrific fate. The blood within her had long since congealed, her skin a desolate shade of yellow, devoid of moisture, and her eyes, once vibrant, had been obliterated by the searing heat. With a gaping mouth, devoid of lips, she stared into the room with hollow eye sockets. With a heavy heart, Lu Yuan gently laid Lowly's body down and, engulfed by sorrow, ventured further into the room, where another charred corpse lay against the wall. The tragic fate of Lowly stirred a profound sadness within her, leaving her bewildered as to what could have driven Lowly to forsake her life in pursuit of something so elusive. Upon entering the room, she recognized the carbonized figure against the wall, yet the identity of the person could only belong to Song Zang, the sole survivor of this catastrophe. Standing before the remains, Lu Yuan was beset by a tumult of emotions. For the boy who had always exuded a sense of security, her heart ached with pain and longing, but above all, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret that he had met such an end in this wretched place. "Thank you," she whispered, bowing her head in respect to Song Zang's remains. She knelt and embraced the charred body, determined to lay both Song Zang and Loli to rest in the prison yard. Having grown up in the countryside, she firmly believed that only through burial could one find peace in death. It was the only act of kindness she could offer them. As she cradled the lifeless form in her arms, a sudden ethereal white light enveloped the body. The radiant glow surrounded her, gradually diminishing until it transformed into a large-headed doll, which then split apart. Congratulations, player! You have completed the hidden storyline task and successfully liberated the ghostly doctor. The task rewards will be calculated in your final game score, along with the total rewards. Lu Yuanya, as she glanced down at the figure in her arms, she was astonished to find it smooth, adorned with burned scars, and missing an arm. Yet it had transformed into a living person, blushing and gazing back at her. Lu Yuan's mind momentarily faltered in disbelief. Song Zang, realizing the reality of the person in her embrace, she joyfully exclaimed, pulling him tightly to her. Cough, cough! Lu Yuanjia, please let go. Song Zang struggled to escape her grasp. Relishing the softness, yet fearing that improper use of facial cleansing products might lead to his suffocation and subsequent demise once more. I mean, dear Lord, you let it go. But why must you insert your hand in such a manner? Are you not aware that this was the direct cause of my death? Loli stood at the doorway. Hands on her hips, her bandaged bodice re-wrapped, glaring at the two inside. Upon noticing Lu Yuan cradling Song Zang in a princess carry, she caught sight of his scars. Her eyes widening in shock. You two carry on. I just remembered I have something to attend to over there. With that, Loli dashed away like a rabbit, leaving no trace behind. Having escaped the brink of suffocation, Song Zang swiftly retrieved a white lab coat, donning it with a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat. Lu Yuan turned her flushed face away, staring at the ground, astounded to see Song Zang now dressed. Where did you get that outfit? Game rewards, Song Zang replied casually. Though his heart raced, his demeanor returning to its usual stoic nature. And you two? Lu Yuan gestured towards Song Zang and then peered towards the direction Loli had fled. I acquired a resurrection item in the game. Loli must have had a similar one, or else she wouldn't have acted so recklessly, Song Zang stated bluntly. Recalling Loli's reckless behavior elicited both anger and amusement within him. Had it not been for her barreling in with a great hammer, he might not have used his precious resurrection item. Yet, one could not fault her intentions, as she had acted to save him. Searching through the ashes, Song Zang sought the severed arm, but found none, realizing it must have fallen downstairs. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pondered why Loli had returned unscathed while he bore the scars and had lost an arm. Clearly, resurrection items varied in quality. His doll-like form was the most basic, merely ensuring revival without healing. What shall we do now? Lu Yuan emerged, picking up the battle axe from the ground. I don't know. Since we clear the level, the game should end now. Perhaps we'll have to wait a few more days until the game time concludes automatically. As if in response to their conversation, Song Zang suddenly found himself enveloped in a blur, and when clarity returned, he was standing in the basketball court where they had originally entered. Surrounding him were a dozen human players, most looking groggy and bewildered. Dungeon, Shunshan Prison, hidden task successfully unlocked. Dungeon concluded early. Player performance ratings are currently being calculated, and rewards will be issued shortly. A cold mechanical voice echoed above the basketball court, causing players to break into tears of joy upon hearing the announcement. Completed? It's over? We survived. Ended early? Surely, there's a great player leading us. Which one is the great player? Can I add you as a friend? As the players shifted from shock to joy, their gazes fell upon Loli, who stood out in her blood-stained attire, brandishing a hammer. Taking advantage of the distraction, Song Zang donned a ghostly mask akin to a face creation game, and with a thought, fashioned an unremarkable visage, changing his lab coat into casual wear. Only Lu Yuan noticed the transformation, while the remaining players either wept in joy or surrounded Loli, begging for friendship, while a few sat on the ground, lost in thought. No one noticed the severed arm lying on the cement floor nearby. Song Zang approached, picked up the arm, and realized he lacked enough hands to retrieve the stitching needle, resulting in a rueful smile. Understanding his plight, Lu Yuan approached and took the arm, helping him align it properly. Go, go, go. If you don't want to be pummeled, stay away from me. Loli, overwhelmed by the crowd, swung her hammer to drive them away and joined Lu Yuan's side. Wow, You have quite the collection of items. You even possess such fine treasures? And you're not too shabby yourself. With such an unassuming frame, you conceal quite an arsenal, Song Zang retorted. He was, of course, referring to the array of items Loli had, noting how she could carelessly engage in reckless pursuits yet still thrive, while he was left scarred and stitching his arm. Loli, eyes wide with indignation, was about to retort when a flickering light appeared beneath her feet, coalescing into a circle. Since Lu Yuan was holding Song Zang's arm, the circle encircled them both. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed above. Only through experiencing despair can one be filled with hope. Having faced the brink, can one fear nothing. When life is imbued with meaning, death is not to be feared. Congratulations to the surviving players. The reward settlement is complete and will be distributed upon your teleportation. Teleportation will commence in 1 minute. The horror world eagerly awaits your return. Surrounding players expressed their disdain. Who would want to return? Amidst the complaints, all players stood within the circle, reluctant to move, fearing a teleportation error. Seeing that Song Zang had stitched his arm successfully, Lu Yuan offered him a gentle smile. Thank you, Song Zang. After speaking, she took a step back. Song Zang was taken aback, but upon witnessing Lu Yuan's resolute expression, seemed to grasp her intent. He opened his mouth, but found no words to convey his thoughts. Loli, noticing Lu Yuan standing outside the circle, urgently shouted, Lu Yuan Jia, what are you doing? Step inside quickly. Lu Yuan maintained her smile, her gaze growing more determined. And thank you as well, Loli. I hope this marks our final farewell. May you both never again be chosen by the horror game. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the circle enveloped them in radiant light, and in the next instant, Song Zang and the others vanished from their spot. May I never see you again, Lu Yuan murmured, turning resolutely towards the concrete building. Chapter 34. Identity Rewards 85. 7 Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the Divine Mountain Prison Dungeon. Survival score, 5. Work task completed, 2. Score, 0, 6. Side quest completed, 2. Score, 1, 2. Hidden task completed, 1. Score, 1, 5. Hidden narrative score, 6. Total score, 143 points. Should the player publicly display their identity information? Song Zang chose to decline. The skill Great Might Heavenly Dragon has been upgraded. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Adorned with tattoos, it slays gods and demons, delivering retribution to the wicked. The Celestial Dragon Tattoo possesses the ability to imprison malevolent entities within the host's body, granting the host the option to either forge a pact or forcibly annihilate them. By actively engaging the host's essence, one can achieve enhancement and transcend the multitude of beings. Growth skills. Activate System All and expend Ghost Coins for purchases. Acquire a new identity, Deputy Warden of the Divine Mountain Prison. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to the Divine Mountain Prison, the Warden has decided to bestow upon you a permanent position, granting you all associated powers. Simultaneously, the Divine Mountain Prison will become an open instance, synchronized with the world. Have you been promoted? Now, due to recent events, it has transformed into an open copy, thereby becoming a prison connected to the world map, accessible to all. A new informational panel regarding the Divine Mountain Prison has appeared in my mind. Divine Mountain Prison. Position, Deputy Warden. Prison Staff, Warden Xing Xiong, Deputy Warden Song Zang. Chief Educator Lu Yuan, also responsible for the kitchen, serving meals, and sanitation. Incarcerated prisoners, 50 heinous felons. Current issue, nearing closure. Proposed solution. The prison is desolate, and malevolent spirits roam the earth. As the Deputy Warden, it is your duty and obligation to fortify the prison and augment its personnel. Divine Mountain Prison generates revenue monthly. After deducting expenses, you will share the profits with the Warden in an 80-20 split, with you receiving the larger portion. Note: incarcerated prisoners serve as the prison's labor force and do not require salary expenditures. If you can recruit a kitchen team, the prison's monthly expenses could be reduced to 0. Indeed, this is a scenario that would make capitalists kneel and bring tears to the eyes of the Jewish people. Observing Lu Yuan's multifaceted roles, Song Zang couldn't help but reflect that the issues facing the prison must be resolved promptly. The great might of the Heavenly Dragon has upgraded both actively and passively. This growth skill seems to be related to one's ghostly power. The stronger the ghostly power, the mightier the skill. However, since acquiring ghostly power at the outset, I have not heard of any means to enhance it. Alas, I must proceed with gradual exploration. As I examined those ghostly artifacts, noting their commendable attributes, I was about to delve deeper into my study when an electronic voice interrupted Song's actions. Would you like to expend points to heal the player? Almost forgetting this function, Song Zang hastily selected yes. He consumed all the ratings to prioritize the elimination of fatal ailments, eradicating 143 cancer cells from his mind, leaving behind 857. Song Zang. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, followed by a blinding white light, and then the reassuring sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Upon opening his eyes, Song Zang found himself once again at the entrance of the laboratory building. Students, unfamiliar yet curious, gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment as they scrutinized Song Zang, eager to discern what components he might be missing. The surrounding classmates gasped once more. To avoid arousing suspicion, Song Zang contemplated for a moment and, during the transmission process, removed the ghostly mask, ultimately opting to reveal his true self on campus. What was once a clean and handsome visage now appeared monstrous and terrifying, akin to that of a demon, causing the crowd to recoil in fright. A few girls even fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Get the hell away!" came a booming shout. A tall, dark figure emerged from a tent by the roadside, roughly pushing aside several onlookers before approaching Song Zang and embracing him warmly. "Old Song, lousy thought you had perished within." Standing at 2 meters tall, the bear-like Zhang Sen tightly grasped Song Zang's shoulders, weeping and wailing, tears and snot streaming down his face. A member of the crowd recognized Zhang San, and a hushed conversation ensued. Is this person truly Zhang San? Isn't he the notorious bully from our esteemed Rongsher Medical University? The way he wept made the speaker falter, unable to continue. Zhang San's infamous reputation within the school is clearly evident. Thus, it is certain that the individual in question is Senior Song. Since the terrifying events unfolded a few days ago, Zhang San has established his camp here, waiting steadfastly for his senior, Song, who is forcibly drawn into the nightmarish game, refusing to leave until he emerges. But how has Senior Song transformed into this state? He is indeed the representative figure of our Rome City Medical University, possessing both intellect and striking appearance. Just look at him. Surely there are at least 100 junior classmates who would swoon at the sight. Indeed, isn't there a way to heal after the game concludes? The entrance of the laboratory building has become congested, with the surrounding students' discussions growing increasingly boisterous. Is this never-ending? Are they simply being provocative? Zhang Sen turned his head and scolded fiercely. Unfortunately, snot was still dripping from his nostrils, which not only failed to intimidate his surrounding classmates, but also elicited laughter from some who lacked self-control. Song Zang, however, remained indifferent prior to his disfigurement. His handsome visage often attracted the attention of his peers, so he had grown accustomed to it. What troubled him now was the sudden emergence of cancerous cells in his mind. Nevertheless, he resolved to leave this place for the time being. Clad in the white coat that had been brought out from the prison, a garment commonly seen in medical schools, he felt no need to conceal himself. He was the first to step out of the crowd, making his way towards the school gate. "You, please tidy up the tent and dispose of it in the trash bin." Zhang San snatched the phone that was pointed directly at his face, furrowing his brows as he glared at its owner. Upon seeing the boy nodding in fear, he tossed the phone back to him and hurried after Song Zang, leaving the school premises. Despite his mischievous nature, Zhang San possessed a commendable awareness of environmental protection, having endured numerous beatings from Song Zang in the past for such transgressions as spitting and littering. In the comprehensive building, the principal's office, a tall, slender man ended a phone call and stood by the window, observing the bustling crowd gathered beneath the experimental building. Is that truly the group of students from our school who have been forcibly drawn into a terrifying game? The man gazed at the dispersing crowd and inquired in a low voice, "Teacher Jean, why are you so anxious?" The principal turned and settled onto the genuine leather sofa, brewing a pot of exquisite Dahong Pao. "Would you care for a cup?" The principal did not lift his eyelids and inquired. Thank you, principal. I assure you, I am your most devoted subordinate, dedicated to serving you with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Teacher Jean, with a flattering smile, seated himself across from the esteemed principal of the university. The principal, engrossed in the task at hand, meticulously prepared the tea once more, pouring himself a cup of steaming water. Teacher Jean, awkwardly extending his hand to receive the teacup, hesitated in mid-air, wiping the beads of cold sweat that had reappeared on his brow. With a forced chuckle, he rose to his feet, bowing slightly as he stood to the side. After taking a careful sip of the scalding tea, the principal, with measured calmness, instructed, "Go, convey this message to Manager Liu of the Songlong Guild." "Yes, certainly." Teacher Jean felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Upon reaching the doorway, he recalled 4 pivotal words, in person and orally. Exiting the comprehensive building and standing beneath the sun, he finally exhaled deeply. Each encounter with the principal left him with the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by an unseen pair of eyes, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine and filled him with dread. The mere thought of that sensation caused him to shudder involuntarily. Principal Gao stood by the window, retrieving his phone. "My people have arrived." Chapter 35. Taking the initiative. The room is haunted. In the villa district adjacent to the university town, nestled in the deepest corner of the community, lies a traditional Chinese villa. "So, you were once killed in an explosion. Why did you not seek treatment when this scar appeared?" Song Zang reclined on the sofa. A mouthful of soda erupted forth, prompting him to sit up hastily and wipe the tablet in his hands with a tissue. The injury was too severe. The rating was insufficient. Song Zang casually fabricated a reason. The issues swirling in his mind, when articulated, would only serve to burden others with unnecessary worry. "So, the newcomer player, exalted to divine status online with an extraordinarily high rating, is you, isn't it?" Zhang San turned the tablet over, revealing the scores from the recent Shin Mountain prison assessment. First place, 143 points. Second place, 8 points. Third place, 71 points. Fourth place, 53 points. Fifth place, Jean de Biao, 53 points. The score of the first place is indeed striking, far surpassing the other competitors by a considerable margin. Fortunately, nearly all players concealed their identities. Song Zang nodded. With only the 2 of them present, there was little to hide from Zhang San. "Ah, you know how business trips go, at least a month or 2, Zhang San remarked nonchalantly. "But I truly admire you, old Song. Honestly, it's impossible not to. You're like a little cow traversing the world, showcasing your prowess wherever you go. Come on, let's celebrate. Do you want to dine at the Shaxing Grand Hotel or indulge in Lanzhou cuisine?" Zhang San laughed heartily, a sensation akin to discovering that his brother was an unassuming champion dominating the pinnacle of the game. Song Zang couldn't help but smile. It was only in Zhang San's company that the typically stoic and wise demeanor of his character would unveil itself. Despite Zhang San's fierce appearance, he was genuinely upright and relatable, unlike the arrogant elites often remarked upon by others. This character trait fostered a deep bond between them since childhood, akin to that of brothers over the years. Habitually rubbing his temples, Song Zang rose, momentarily faltering in his smile. Once standing straight, he regained his composure and addressed Zhang San. "I'm not going out today. I'm utterly exhausted. Please bring me 3 donkey meat sandwiches for dinner. I'm going to take a nap." With a wave, he ascended the stairs. Standing before the mirror, he examined his physique. His right arm was unscathed, yet the rest of his body bore horrific marks. After a cold shower to alleviate his restless thoughts, he lay on his bed, contemplating his ailments. The scars were of no consequence. The gravest issue at hand was the life-threatening cancer. However, Song Zang felt no immediate panic or despair. Even if the real world had yet to conquer cancer, there existed a terrifying realm where treatment could be procured through the expenditure of points, essentially just a few dungeons worth of effort. He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that the terrifying world, which struck fear into many, had become his sole hope for survival. Although the likelihood of being chosen again after having completed a dungeon was significantly diminished, it did not mean it was impossible. The real question was whether he could endure until the day he would be selected again. Song Zang recalled the substitute item he had received from Zhang Rui. He couldn't place his hopes on an uncertain chance. Action was imperative. Yet, a new dilemma arose. while he could replace the chosen individual to partake in the horror game. Where would he find someone to take their place? He couldn't simply grab someone off the street to check for ghostly tattoos. Searching online was too perilous, especially since he had personally eliminated a guild member. Claiming they wouldn't retaliate was laughable. Despite his ability to confront wandering spirits and vengeful souls in the horror realm, he knew that if discovered, the malicious individuals in the real world would not hesitate to eliminate him with a single bullet. What would he possibly do? Song Zang felt overwhelmed. After much contemplation, he decided to clear his mind and get some rest. As midnight approached, the room remained dim, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the window. Nestled in an upscale villa, the meticulously landscaped exterior cast dappled shadows that danced across Song Zang's body, resembling ghostly claws. The tranquil room was punctuated by the soft sound of snoring. Zhang Sen entered, noticing Song Zang still asleep, and placed the donkey meat sandwiches by the door. It was summer, and Song Zang lay uncovered, sprawled on the bed. As he turned, revealing a dark dragon tattoo on his back, Zhang Sen exclaimed, "Whoa, a shoulder dragon. Impressive." After staring at the unclothed Song Zang for a moment, he mumbled a few words before closing the door and heading downstairs. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sen, as he focused on the tattoo, a wisp of dark energy escaped from Song Zang's body, coalescing into a distinct shadow figure. The shadow seemed to gain consciousness, cautiously inching toward Song Zang, enveloping him. Despite the moon's glow outside, the shadow remained undispersed, as though it were the true essence, and Song Zang was merely its subordinate. The shadow hesitated, waiting for Song Zang to remain unresponsive before slowly extending its hand from his arm toward his neck. Just as it summoned its dark power to tear at Song Zang's throat, a flash of red light erupted from the dragon's eye on his chest. With a roar, a fierce black dragon erupted from Song Zang's body, soaring around the room before lunging at the shadow. Although the shadow attempted to evade, it was tethered to Song Zang, restricting its movement. In a moment of desperation, it could only watch helplessly as the black dragon descended upon it. Another furious roar followed as the dragon's claws clasped the shadow's shoulders, disregarding its struggles, and dragged it into Song Zang's body, imprisoning it. "Old Song?" Hearing the commotion, Zhang Sen grabbed a baseball bat from under the couch and rushed upstairs, intent on bursting through the door. Just then, the door swung open. Zhang Sen, caught off guard by his own force, could only watch as he drew closer to Song Zang. With a thud, he collided with the door, leaving him momentarily dazed. Though Song Zang was quick to steady him. "Xiao Zhang, when will you learn to temper your impulsiveness?" Song Zang, now dressed in pajamas, glanced at the donkey meat sandwiches that had fallen to the floor, exasperated. "I can't change who I am." "What was that sound?" "It sounded like a dinosaur roaring." "Let's discuss it downstairs. I'm starving." Just as I was about to eat, you made a mess of things. Song Zang picked up the sandwiches, which looked relatively clean, and planned to heat them up for a meal. The horrors of the other world had seeped into reality. Chapter 36. The Identity of the Shadow. A display of talent goodness. "Old Song, where are you?" Zhang San exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he scanned the surroundings. Did a ghost come to the real world? While it sounded outrageous, Zhang San understood Song Zang's nature. He would never joke about such matters. Furthermore, he had always held immense faith in Song Zang, believing everything he said. "First, heat these sandwiches in the microwave. I need to have a word with it." Handing the sandwiches to Zhang San, Song Zang settled onto the sofa in the living room. Observing the frenzied shadow within him, he maintained his composure, refraining from rushing to speak. With a calm demeanor, Song Zang observed quietly. "No worries, just a rude ghost trapped in my body, nearing its end." He took a large bite of the sandwich, deliberately ignoring the shadow's inquiries as he continued his conversation with Zhang San. "This is exhilarating. Our world not only has ghosts, but you can actually confine one within your body. It's been a while, Old Song. Are you still even human?" Zhang San gaped in disbelief. "You think those 143 points came for free? They are rewards from the game. I was simply fortunate enough to receive something unique." Song Zang had no intention of revealing his system's advantages to Zhang San. Some knowledge was best kept private, as it could lead to unnecessary complications. "I'm at my limit. The dark energy within you is corroding me." The shadow finally recognized its predicament, If things continued this way, it would soon be obliterated. Not so impressive now, are you? First, tell me what kind of ghost you are. The shadow snarled in frustration. I am a shadow ghost. Speak clearly. Song Zang insisted. How did you come to follow me? Isn't there a barrier preventing you from crossing into the real world? You know about that? The shadow stammered. Its fear palpable as dark energy surged around it, compelling the shadow to explain promptly. In the beginning, was it not the ghostly skin you stitched together with thread? It turns out you have resorted to trickery, leaving behind this dark aura. The shadowy specter pointed fearfully at the black mist that could consume it. Later, when you teleported away, I thought I was doomed, but your body served as a barrier against the formidable presence of the Great Xia. Ultimately, as you witnessed, I emerged under the cover of night, when the darkness was most potent, intending to eliminate you, only to find myself subdued by your prowess. The shadowy specter, dejected, recounted the events in one breath. Song Zang looked at the substantial mass of black energy within him, perplexed. You mentioned merely being tainted. How has it now transformed into such a large entity? Ah, this pertains to our unique constitution as shadow spirits. As long as we are not utterly destroyed, even a remnant can revive completely. The specter proclaimed with pride. Oh, I see now. Does this mean I can annihilate you entirely? Song Zang manipulated the black energy to confine the specter in the center, akin to a game of snake, where any contact with the black mist would lead to its instantaneous dissolution. With but a thought, he could obliterate the specter entirely. Zhang San, observing Song Zang's mischievous grin and self-talk, anxiously interjected, Hold on, old Song. I've yet to see a ghost. Let me have a look before you finish it off. The specter curled up and quickly chimed in, Right? Let your friend have a glimpse of me. I can showcase my talents. I could be of service to you. Truly. Unintentionally, Zhang San's comment sparked a realization in Song Zang. It was not the sole option to eradicate the specter. He could forge a pact, allowing it to become his ghostly servant, provided it proved useful. Very well, then. Display your abilities, he commanded, dissipating the black mist to grant the specter some freedom of movement. Have it strike you once, the specter said decisively. Song Zang regarded it with surprise, confirming it was not jesting, and warned, I hope you value this opportunity to showcase your abilities. Otherwise, I possess 100 ways to end your existence. Rest assured, I would not jest with my ghostly life, provided you trust me and refrain from dodging. Agreed. Song Zang turned to Zhang San and instructed, Strike me on the face. Zhang San, skeptical, waved his hand in front of Song Zang, questioning, Old Song, are you all right? Have you been possessed by a ghost? Didn't you want to see a ghost? Come, deliver a solid punch. Let me witness it too. Upon receiving Song Zang's affirmation, Zhang San relaxed and became excited. With a colossal fist slicing through the air, Song Zang swiftly leaped from the sofa, evading the impending blow aimed at his face. Brother, what happened to our trust? The specter rolled its eyes. Old reflexes kicking in, Song Zang awkwardly remarked, settling back into his seat. Before he could steady himself, a more forceful punch whistled through the air, landing squarely on his face. Haha, I anticipated your anticipation. This punch packs a real punch. Zhang San roared, teeth clenched. For years, he had longed to deliver a sound thrashing to Song Zang, but never succeeded. Now, presented with such a splendid opportunity, he resolved to feign a move before delivering a true blow. Indeed, he managed to predict it. However, the next moment, Zhang San was petrified, followed by a primal scream. The impact of the punch transformed into a pitch-black void, as if a shroud eclipsed Song Zang's face, rendering even his nose invisible. The strike felt akin to hitting a concrete post, and Zhang San distinctly heard the sound of bones dislocating, as the darkness receded from Song Zang's face. The specter smugly proclaimed, How do you like that? This technique can replace your skin, allowing your shadow to absorb damage, keeping you invincible in close combat. With two crisp sounds, Song Zang realigned his dislocated bones and remarked in an educating tone, You've been holding back that punch for at least a decade. Haven to you? Zhang San awkwardly forced a smile, chuckling softly as he scurried off to apply some medicinal alcohol. Song Zang pondered and inquired, What level of ghostly attacks can you withstand? Can you fend off bullets? I can handle wraith-level spirits without issue. Malevolent spirits depend on the circumstances, while formidable ghosts are currently beyond my capability. As for bullets, I have yet to test it. Perhaps you could give it a try. The specter thought, you'd better try it. If you die, I can escape easily. Is that so weak? Then it's better to just crush you. You were quite fierce when you dealt with the prison warden, weren't you, brother? I haven't fully matured yet. Once I do, I'll be a force to reckon with. For now, I'm merely surviving by possessing others. The stronger the host, the greater my power. The body I inhabit is engineered, devoid of a soul. Thus our compatibility is so high. The specter added silently, if it weren't for your insanity destroying me, I would have already come to feast on blood and flesh. Hey, the specter was taken aback by Song Zang's sudden call. I can hear your thoughts. A surge of black energy rushed forth, enveloping the specter's limbs and torso. By the time the specter realized, only half of its head remained. Ghostly power. You desire ghostly power? I can provide it. The urgency in its voice echoed. As the black energy abruptly halted. Chapter 37. The Malevolent Force. Contracting the shadow spirit. You know I require ghostly power? Of course. I can sense that your ghostly power is merely at the lowest tier of wandering spirits. To be direct, I can consume other spirits to augment your strength. This is a unique trait of our kind. The specter, now reduced to a mere layer of skin, recognized that survival necessitated revealing its potential value. With such an ability, why are you still so weak? Song Zang questioned bluntly. The specter thought, how polite you are. But it quickly realized it had to amend its words. I meant no offense. Rather, I was implying that you do not comprehend our kind. Even in the realm of spirits, shadow spirits are exceedingly rare. Individually, we are weak. We must attach ourselves to other spirits to grow stronger alongside our hosts. The method of empowering the host is through consuming other spirits, and the shadow spirit can perfectly absorb ghostly energy, supplying most of it to the host. Only when the ghostly power reaches a significant level can we detach from the host and exist independently. Since you possess ghostly power, I can indeed attach myself to you and help you grow stronger. Upon hearing the specter's explanation, Song Zang resolved to keep it. While other methods of enhancing ghostly power remained uncertain, an opportunity was right before him, and it could not be overlooked. At present, he urgently required to bolster his self-defense capabilities. Until he was fully healed, he could not afford to sustain fatal injuries in the horror realm. Or even if he completed the mission, he would perish without receiving treatment. Dissipating the black energy, he released the specter, which shrank to the size of a black dot, allowing it to expand back into a swirling shadow on the floor within minutes. What is this thing? Is that the ghost? Zhang San exclaimed, taken aback by the specter's form, which was surprisingly not sinister or terrifying. The specter's displeasure was evident at Zhang San's reaction. Perhaps it sought to demonstrate its abilities before Song Zang. The shadow moved to Zhang San's feet, creating ripples of black waves. Intrigued by the spectacle beneath his feet, Zhang San decided to see what this dark mass could conjure. The pitch-black ripples gradually faded, revealing a gray face that bore a striking resemblance to Zhang San. The malevolent aura radiating from the visage was more potent than Zhang San's. With closed eyes, it resembled a posthumous photograph trampled underfoot. Zhang San appeared profoundly affected, his body trembling. The ghostly image's mouth split open, suddenly revealing a pair of dark eyes. Bellowing, "Call me father." Stumbling back several steps, Zhang San spun around in a panic, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He grinned widely, reaching for a baseball bat on the ground. His ferocious demeanor strikingly similar to the face in the ghostly image. Grabbing the bat, he turned and approached. The specter was taken aback. This person was unafraid. Based on its observations, wasn't this face the very thing that terrified him? Continuing to control the visage, the specter taunted, "Unfilial child. I am filial. I swear I'll be filial to you." The wooden bat crashed against the phantom face, shattering it. "Humph, foolish shadow spirit," it began to mock, only to be met with an unprecedented wave of pain. The soul of the shadow demon trembled in pain, with only one question echoing in its mind. How can ordinary humans inflict harm upon themselves? In a fit of rage, Zhang San swung a stick, feeling a sense of relief as he dashed to the shoe cabinet by the door and retrieved a baton. "I'll smash you to pieces, you pretentious demon. How dare you impersonate my father? I'll make you regret it. I'll crush you." He struck the shadow demon relentlessly, causing it to wail in agony. Song silently mourned for the shadow demon for 3 minutes, utilizing the fears that dwell in the hearts of people to inflict psychological torment. The demon's terrifying tactics would have succeeded against anyone else. However, it had encountered Zhang San, though Zhang San feared his father the most. His own ferocity had long surpassed any dread of spirits. As he proclaimed, "Before absolute power, all phantoms and monsters are but mere paper tigers I have crafted. As long as I am fiercer and more malevolent than them, were these demons to me." Seeing the shadow demon on the verge of collapse, unable to even scream, Song intervened. "What made you provoke it? Besides, wasn't it said that ordinary people can't harm demons?" Song asked the shadow demon with a smile. The demon, too weak to respond, lay still like a dead fish, thinking, "You two are both insane. While I lack demonic strength, that fierce power directed at me can still inflict physical harm. Where did you find such deranged companions? I've never encountered anything like this in my life. Meeting you two is the worst luck imaginable." Song merely rubbed his nose, not intending to hold a grudge against the shadow demon. After enduring 2 brutal beatings that nearly took its life, it was only fair to let it vent its frustrations. Song waved his hand. "I've decided to keep you here as you suggested." Upon hearing this, the shadow demon perked up and immediately attempted to enter Song's body. Before it could complete its action, Song stepped on the shadow. "I need to establish a contract to prevent you from turning against me later." "That's fine," the shadow replied, "but a demon must first enter its host before signing a contract. You likely don't know this, so allow me to teach you." As the shadow attempted to break free, Song showed no signs of letting go. "The contract in the demon realm won't do. Let us use mine." With a wave of his hand, a circular array appeared above them. The circle was black, surrounded by incomprehensible complex runes, with a menacing black dragon emblazoned in the center, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in the shadow demon. Song scoffed, "If you refuse to sign, I won't be able to sleep tonight." He understood the contracts of the terrifying realm, wherein humans and demons could establish equal agreements and coexist. Allowing demons to parasitize humans and become semi-demonic beings with enhanced power and accelerated growth. However, such contracts were inherently flawed, as parasitic demons could unilaterally violate the terms and forcibly detach from their hosts, albeit at a significant cost to themselves. The parasitic demon would suffer severe backlash, effectively risking its very existence. In contrast, the human host would face a far more tragic fate, being drained of their blood and flesh to sustain the demon after its departure. Thus, should a parasitic demon sever its bond, the human host would be doomed. "You have 2 choices: be obliterated by me or enter into a contract." With no other options left, the shadow demon ceased its struggles. The process of contracting with a demon was straightforward. Song stepped back and waved his hand. The contract array emitted a dark glow, gradually spinning, and with a roar of a dragon, it suddenly crashed down. Once the area returned to normal, Zhang San smacked his lips in awe. That was truly impressive. Chapter 38. A familiar face, the lowly identity with the shadow demon subdued, Song felt an invisible power connecting him to it, should it dare to harbor ill intentions. The contract's force would annihilate it. Rather than a contract, it felt more akin to enslavement. The sky outside took on a greenish hue. Upon seeing Song emerge, Zhang San hurriedly followed. "What's the rush?" Observing Zhang San's plump face struggling to maintain a comical grin, it was hard to believe he had no ulterior motive. "Old Song, you must recognize your current identity." Zhang San's demeanor shifted as he spoke earnestly. "You are just like those supernatural beings now. Not only can you emit dark fog, but you also house a demon within you. You're far superior to those gaming enthusiasts who sell cursed items. From my long-term perspective, you will inevitably be recruited by some organization or authority. I should stick with you, and by then I could serve as your accessory. Who knows? Maybe I could even land a decent position." Rubbing his temples, Song replied, "Do as you wish. I'm just going out for a stroll. My gaming identity must remain confidential. Perhaps the organization you mentioned is actively searching for me, intent on eliminating me." He had slain a squad leader from the Wolfpack Guild. As he stepped onto the bustling street, Zhang San's words about the guild members' fervor echoed in his mind. It was hard to fathom the darkness and crime lurking behind the facade of normalcy in the city he called home. People continued their daily lives as if nothing had changed since the arrival of terror, with only occasional snippets of conversation about the horror games drifting through the air. "Old Song, you're wandering around like a maiden," Zhang Sen lamented, trailing behind Song. From dawn until dusk, aside from mealtimes, Song had been incessantly roaming, scrutinizing the people around him, regardless of gender. This behavior led Zhang San to suspect that Song was suffering from some psychological ailment, likely the trauma induced by the horror games. Searching for individuals chosen by the horror games in such a vast crowd was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even if someone bore a demonic tattoo, it could easily be concealed by clothing, and perhaps even the individual themselves wouldn't notice. Upon entering the neighborhood, the shadow demon suddenly spoke up. "Oh, it's that little girl who tried to smash me with a hammer." Startled, Song was taken aback. He had yet to acclimate to the presence of a demon within him. Glancing at the shadow demon, he noticed a young girl standing by the community fountain, looking around. Clad in a white shirt and a deep gray pleated skirt, her black knee-high socks accentuated her petite frame. Upon seeing Song enter the neighborhood, the girl tiptoed and waved at him. "Old Song, that girl seems to be greeting me." Zhang San, smitten by the sight of the lowly, exclaimed excitedly. Song remained silent, casting a cold glance behind him. He noticed no one else nearby the entrance of the community. "Wow, happiness has knocked on my door. My springtime has arrived." Ignoring the oddity in Song's demeanor, Zhang San bounded past him, leaping toward the girl. As Zhang San approached, resembling a clumsy bear, the girl wondered if he had misunderstood something. Reaching her, Zhang San adjusted his collar and, lowering his voice, asked, "Sister, have you been waiting long?" "Who is your sister? Are you out of your mind?" The girl retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. "Hey, how can you talk like that? You greeted me first, didn't you? That is why I came running over." Despite realizing his mistake, Zhang San stubbornly played it off, determined to save face. "Ugh, what a nuisance. You're such a tall guy. It's a waste of your height," the girl quipped, effortlessly putting Zhang San in his place with a flurry of sharp remarks. Before Zhang San could retort, the girl dashed towards Song, leaving him bewildered near the fountain. "Let us head inside," Song said, his expression darkening as he left behind a parting remark and made his way toward the innermost villa. Zhang San sensed that something was amiss with Song Zang. He suppressed his playful demeanor, pointed to the location where they resided, and hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the corner of the community, Lori beheld a solitary villa, devoid of neighboring structures, its entrance wide open, standing alone in the dimming evening light that cast an eerie aura about it. Shivering slightly, she reflected on her purpose for being there and steeled herself to step inside. As she crossed the threshold, a dull thud resonated from behind her. The door slammed shut with finality. The room remained unlit, and Zhang San, a robust figure, stood blocking the entrance, engulfed in shadows. "Come on, is it really necessary to scold me right now? Is it too late for my apology?" Lori stammered, overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere. The ominous sound of a bullet being chambered echoed through the dimness. Illuminated by the faint light, Song Zang sat on one side of the sofa, clad in sportswear. Gripping a familiar .92 pistol, its barrel resting on a coffee table, propping up his right arm. "You know there's still one bullet left in this gun. I suspected your identity was not simple. You've got quite a few supernatural beings around you, and you know your way around firearms. Regardless of your motives, you once risked your life to save me in the game. So for now, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and not aim this at you. However, your ability to find my address within a day and breach the community's security single-handedly indicates that you possess a formidable background. Now speak." Lori exhaled deeply, her heart racing. She was relieved to have deterred her colleague from accompanying her, as it could have led to a greater catastrophe. This man, indeed, was a terrifying presence in reality, capable of instilling fear with a mere change in demeanor. "I am from the Spirit Administration Bureau," she declared, opting for candor, having gathered some knowledge about Song Zang. "Ah, that makes sense," he replied. "Are you here to recruit me into the Spirit Administration Bureau?" Lori scoffed. She had rehearsed countless arguments before coming, prepared to negotiate with reason and emotion, yet Song Zang's statement rendered her well-prepared speech moot. Is this how intelligent individuals converse? "Also, may I take a seat?" Of course, Song Zang smiled, setting the gun aside and gesturing for her to sit. Lori settled onto the sofa, her knees together as she adjusted her pleated skirt, then looked up to say, "This place you and your brother reside in is quite hard to locate." "If it weren't for goodness," Lori exclaimed, abruptly cutting herself off as she slipped to the floor, startled. Chapter 39, Job Invitation. Re-entering the crystal chandelier in the living room flickered to life, revealing Song Zang's bald head, which sent Lori tumbling from the sofa to the floor in shock. "Why aren't you using healing ratings? Are you engaging in performance art?" she exclaimed, leaning in to scrutinize Song Zang's face, utterly perplexed. "Let us discuss that later." Song Zang was somewhat familiar with the Spirit Administration Bureau. Following the emergence of terror, various civilian guilds and private organizations sprung up like mushrooms, leading to the establishment of the Bureau to regulate these guild players and prevent chaos. The Bureau is primarily composed of three categories of personnel: official trained supernatural beings, those who have awakened their powers through horror games, and high-end players lacking special abilities. It is akin to holding a partial identity. This role is generally assigned to high-end players without abilities, who bear the brunt of the workload, frequently entering various instances. However, they are also the most valued, as frontline combatants receive considerable support from the Bureau, with resources and supernatural entities prioritized for them, along with a plethora of personal rewards upon completing missions. Conversely, the supernatural beings enjoy a more leisurely existence. While they too must enter horror instances for tasks, it is not as frequent as their player counterparts. They also bear the responsibility of addressing real-world incidents, particularly crimes committed by supernatural beings within civilian guilds. When an ordinary person gains extraordinary power, many lose control, believing themselves superior to regular individuals, and may easily commit societal harm, thus losing their humanity. The Bureau is tasked with eliminating such threats. While I'm not entirely sure what that dark aura of yours entails, I can assure you that I reported you to the Civilian Supernatural Division. Less hassle, more money. And close to home, you 1T have to clock in regularly, enjoy your freedom, and when needed, you just assist the Bureau, earning a hefty fee of 100,000 yuan and 10 days of paid leave for each completed case. What do you think? Tempting, isn't it? Lori blinked, her eyes sparkling as if to say, "Join us. You'll be profiting." "Not interested. It's dark, and it's unsafe for a young lady to stay out late, so I 1T keep you for dinner," Song Zang replied, prompting Zhang San to dutifully open the door. "Wait, big guy, close the door first. We need to talk," Lori urged anxiously. Zhang San remained still, casting a questioning glance at Song Zang. "All right, is there a way to voluntarily enter the horror realm?" Lori was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly regained her composure, sensing an opportunity. Ordinarily, newly inducted supernatural beings must undergo training before commencing duties. It's crucial for ensuring that trained beings possess the right mindset for safeguarding citizens and maintaining urban integrity, acting as a vital checkpoint. However, that's the standard procedure. I could apply for an exemption for you. Pretty generous, right? Yet, even after training, it doesn't mean they can immediately. Song Zang swiftly interrupted, displaying impatience. "To say if there is a way. You're young, but you've certainly learned the bureaucratic jargon well." "There is," Lori retorted, her cheeks flushing from Song Zang's words, muttering under her breath about how the training instructor claimed such phrases were effective. She then produced a replacement device. "This is my next task. If you wish to voluntarily enter the horror realm, you can use this. The information of the individual being replaced has already been recorded. Just press your fingerprint, and when the instance opens in a few days, you'll receive a notification for transmission." Stowing away the device, Song Zang smiled. "All right then, I'll join." Lori could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming in surprise, "Was it really that simple? Had I known a replacement device was required, I would have given it to you earlier, saving all this effort. Some matters must remain undisclosed, if you wish to avoid this kid becoming a nuisance. Refrain from mentioning the replacement device, for he could potentially take any measures to join you." Song Zang pointed toward the direction Zhang San had departed. "This kid is fearless. If he discovers a way to enter the horror realm voluntarily, he'll undoubtedly find every means to accompany me." Song Zang still possessed an empty replacement device, and had even devised a plan to trick Zhang San into entering his information. intending to take him along once the ghostly tattoo appeared on his body. Lori nodded in agreement. That big guy was indeed reckless. Yet he seemed to listen to Song Zang's every word. She pondered how this leader had managed to earn such loyalty. Upon further reflection, there's another matter. The man I killed in the game was the team leader of the Songlong Guild in this city. You should have your bureau keep an eye on that. While it's safe for now, it won't be long before they trace it back to me, which could lead to trouble. If I enter the horror realm, you must ensure Zhang San's safety. Do not forget, that kid took me hostage, which is why I killed him. Song Zang stated this with an air of conviction, completely disregarding his earlier declaration of unfamiliarity, followed by his decisive gunfire. Lori instinctively touched her chest, nodding in agreement. The Bureau's recruitment targets had yet to be fulfilled, and this month's performance hinged on Song Zang. Thus, whatever demands he made, she would agree to first, assessing the situation later. Absorbed in her thoughts, Lori listened to Song Zang for a while longer before groggily departing the villa. Upon exiting the community, her mind remained somewhat dazed. The only thing she recalled was Song Zang's assertion that as a newcomer, on his first day of duty, he was already undertaking tasks for the Bureau, a testament to his fervent support for the organization. However, venturing into the terrifying world to toil is undoubtedly perilous. Constantly lamenting the difficulties, discussing facts, presenting data, and articulating viewpoints ultimately culminates in demands. Regardless, after a round of persuasion from Song Zang, Loli merely remembers promising to procure some mundane weapons for him, such as submachine guns, fragmentation grenades, and high explosives. After escorting Loli out of the community, Song Zang produced a replacement device, a pair of entwined yin-yang fish, one crimson and the other translucent. Joining the Special Abilities Bureau appeared to be a commendable choice. At least it seemed to offer a glimmer of hope in his current predicament. Song Zang mused, reflecting on his fortunate circumstances. Pressing his thumb down, blood stained the translucent yin-yang fish, transforming the central Taiji symbol into a vibrant red. The absence of an entry prompt indicated that the instance had yet to be activated. Loli's timely gift could conveniently facilitate his entrance into the terrifying world through the Special Abilities Bureau. As for whether this new identity would affect his current life, Song Zang remained indifferent. As long as he kept completing instances and tasks, no one would scrutinize him. He could cultivate an image of diligence and industriousness. Not eating? Weren't we going to chat some more? Zhang San scratched his head, momentarily doubting his own dashing and secure appearance, but swiftly dismissed the ludicrous thought. Upon reaching the community entrance, he queried Song Zang, "Old Song, do you think that girl has an interest in me?" "Well, I certainly think so. She was too shy to even speak when we crossed paths earlier." Listening to Zhang San's confident analysis, Song Zang couldn't help but tactfully suggest, "Is it possible that she simply doesn't care about you?" The next few days saw Song Zang remain indoors. On the third night, Loli returned with several cool-looking individuals clad in black, delivering a few black cases before departing. Just then, the entry prompt for the instance appeared. After organizing the supplies in the cases, Song Zang did not rush to enter. He placed a note in a conspicuous location and exhaled deeply. Choosing to proceed, he entered. Chapter 40, Second Instance, Octopus Academy. Welcome to the terrifying world. A moment of disorientation swept over Song Zang as he opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. This time, unlike the previous instance, he did not materialize directly within it. Instead, he found himself in an indeterminate white space. Please set your character information. Upon completion of the setup, he would automatically enter the instance. A blank name field appeared before him, alongside an interface for customizing his character's appearance. Has the game been upgraded? This feature is quite commendable. It may safeguard personal information. However, Song Zang found himself at a loss for names. He typed in a unified name of all his gaming accounts, Bullhead Druid. With a tinge of apprehension, he clicked Confirm. "Sorry, the username has already been registered. Please re-enter." Song Zang rubbed his temples. The worst-case scenario had transpired. With no other option, he resorted to arbitrary naming. "Bullhead Druid. Sorry, the username has already been registered. Please re-enter." "Bullman from Thunderbluff. Sorry, the username has already been registered. Please re-enter." Frustrated, Song Zang typed out an absurdly long string of names. "Dalaran Banana Beta Bibidoo. Sorry, The username has already been registered. Please re-enter. Can you even manage? Why is it so difficult to create a name? The shadow demon within him could no longer bear the sight. If you're so capable, then you do it. Song Zang, feeling his blood pressure rise, retorted irritably. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he typed 2 characters into the name field, Ghost Shadow. Cautiously, he clicked Submit. Username, registration, successful. Appearance not set, default template 1. Player appearance setup successful. You're about to enter the game. As the game's sound faded, a dizzying sensation enveloped him, and the white space vanished, revealing an office. Game scale, 50 players. Game duration, 5 days. Player identity, newly appointed teacher at the academy. During your tenure, please prioritize the students. Upon conclusion of the game, a survey will be conducted based on student satisfaction with the teacher, determining the player's final score and rewards. The class comprises primarily troubled youths, and challenges in discipline are inevitable. Players may administer appropriate lessons, but must exercise restraint. Otherwise, they may receive negative evaluations at the end of the game. Players scoring below the passing threshold will be permanently assigned to this academy. Note, the academy has its own rules. Players should avoid compromising their integrity to gain student approval, as consequences will be borne by them. Players who die in-game will remain trapped in the terrifying world. To survive, all players must strive diligently. At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from the corridor, swiftly drowned out by the laughter of children. It sounded as though dozens of students had gathered outside the office, followed by the sounds of many rolling on the ground. Just a door away, Song Zang heard clearly. The woman's commotion had ceased, replaced by the students' eerie chuckles as they swallowed something. Soon, they finished and departed, still joking amongst themselves. The academy's regulations stated, teachers must maintain a proper appearance. Please change into your teaching attire in the dressing room. Note, during your time at the academy, if your attire is disheveled, you will not only fail to earn the respect of the students, but also face disapproval from the faculty. Song Zang surveyed the office, which was quite revealing. Several desks cluttered with teaching materials were scattered against the walls, but besides the desks, he was alone, with no space to change clothes. After waiting for 2 minutes without any sign of movement, Song Zang gently pushed open the wooden door of the office. As he opened it a couple of fist width, the door was blocked by something. Blood oozed from the crack, pooling at his feet. Through the gap, he could see the floor littered with bloody footprints, torn clothing, and bits of flesh scattered about. Confirming that the corridor was empty, Song Zang forced the door open and squeezed through. A corpse lay sprawled outside the door, its flesh and blood devoured to the bone. Though the head was missing, he could ascertain its identity based on the skeletal structure and the remnants of a urinary system near the leg bones. This was undoubtedly the woman who had screamed moments ago. Her upper body was wedged against the doorframe, arms outstretched as if attempting to pull the office door open to seek refuge. But tragically, she had perished just a step away. Song Zang felt a mix of pity and relief. Had she let a throng of students into the office, his fate would have been grim. The sounds of reading echoed from the corridor, interspersed with human screams and curses. It was already class time, and Song Zang decided not to linger any longer. He opened the door to the adjacent dressing room. Upon entering the small space, a nauseating, putrid odor assaulted his senses, making it difficult for him to open his eyes, prompting him to retreat immediately. The cramped room, less than 10 square meters, was crammed with decaying corpses dressed in uniform teaching attire. Most had fused together due to extensive decomposition, and the floor was slick with a foul black liquid. Stripping clothes off rotting corpses is indeed a challenging task for a novice player. The torn fragments of the woman's attire hinted at her cause of death. She must have entered the classroom without changing into her teaching outfit, repulsed by the experience. Holding his breath, he re-entered the dressing room and managed to peel off a relatively intact, not overly damp teaching outfit, which he donned. The bloody evidence laid out before the door made the scene before him seem less revolting. "What are you doing?" A gaunt-faced male ghost, radiating an eerie aura, suddenly appeared, berating Song Zang. Noticing the name tag hanging on the ghost's chest, Director of Moral Education, he replied, "I am the new teacher." Adjusting his teaching attire, he exited the dressing room. The students of Class 3-1 had been waiting for a long while. He needed to hurry. The ghost glanced at the name tag on his outfit, and, seemingly unable to make it difficult for him, coldly remarked as he dragged away the woman's leg. "Hurry up and go." Song Zang chuckled softly, feeling as though this attire had alleviated much of the malevolence from the spirits around him. Gazing at the mirror in the changing room, according to the sign on the wall, there are only 4 classes on this level. The class that Song Zang is responsible for, the third-year class, 1, is located at the very end of the corridor, requiring passage through 3 other classes to reach it. As he walked past the door of the third-year class, 4, there was a conspicuous absence of student chatter, only the coarse and furious shouts echoing from within. Intentionally slowing his pace as he passed the doorway, he heard, "You cowards! How dare you call yourselves ghosts? When I was your age, even the disciplinary director had to light my cigarette. For the next 5 days, don't provoke me. Do whatever you wish. But when I leave, you must all give me a good review. Don't say I didn't warn you. Those who disobey will end up like those too." Following this, cries for mercy emerged from the classroom. The sound of shattered glass resonated as the wails were expelled into the outside world. In Chapter 41, Voices of Despair, the cold-faced teacher, a flat-headed youth, clad in a teaching uniform stained with decayed flesh, stood at the podium holding a slender steel rod, berating the students within the classroom. The barrage of insults was incessant and unbearable, causing Song Zang to frown repeatedly. Clearly, the speaker was a human player, as indicated by the badge bearing the name Rogue. Below the podium, a robust student ghost, battered and trembling, knelt before the flat-headed youth. The other student ghosts maintained a rigid posture, their arms resting on the desks, all wearing expressions of fear. Noticing Song Zang, a fellow human, standing outside, the flat-headed youth nodded disdainfully, acknowledging him. Song Zang responded with a smile and a nod, continuing on his way. Soon, the sound of more glass shattering echoed, likely indicating that the robust student ghost had also been thrown out. In Class 3, cries were heard as well, but this time they were distinctly human. A player named Arrogant, "What can you do?" was surrounded by a group of tall and muscular student ghosts in the corner, having apparently committed some transgression. Though he was dressed in filthy teaching attire, Song Zang had no intention of intervening and hastened past the doorway of Class 3. On the vast ocean, wild winds gathered dark clouds. Between the clouds and the sea, swallows soared like bolts of black lightning, proud in their flight. The sound of the clear reading voice emanated from the end of the corridor belonging to the third-year class 1. Upon hearing it, Song Zang couldn't help but wonder, are the students in Class 1 truly this disciplined? Quickening his pace, he glanced at Class 2 as he passed. Inside, an eerie silence reigned, with all students seated upright, blood staining their mouths. Upon seeing Song Zang at the doorway, they collectively tilted their heads to look at him, revealing identical, strange smiles. This must be the same group of student ghosts from earlier. The woman who had been consumed was their homeroom teacher. Hoping that his own students would not harbor such heavy resentment, he thought to himself that it would indeed be difficult to manage if he couldn't reprimand or strike them for good reviews. Upon arriving at the doorway of Class 1, a resounding call interrupted the reading. "Stand up." "Good day, teacher." Song Zang entered the classroom. Observing the lifeless smiles on the faces of the students, he kindly said, "Please take your seats. I am a new ghost shadow teacher at the academy. I hope we can get along like friends in the days to come. If you'd like, you can call me Old Shadow." "Hello, Teacher Shadow," the students chorused, bowing politely before returning to their standard seated positions in unison. Their demeanor took Song Zang by surprise. He had anticipated challenges, such as lecturing in front of dozens of small, green-faced ghosts. A moment's inattention could lead to a collective uprising against him. Yet, under the current circumstances, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Or perhaps the true danger lay hidden beneath those smiles. Taking up the textbook, Song Zang instructed, "Please familiarize yourselves with the text on the swallows. It must be read and memorized thoroughly. This afternoon, the class representative will be responsible for checking recitation." The class responded in unison. Activating his magical pupil, he scanned the smiling faces. From the depths of each student's heart emerged a voice of utter despair. No words could articulate it. They lacked the strength to weep, curse, or lament, existing merely as hollow shells, their purpose solely to comply with the teacher's demands. Song Zang's smile grew strained as he observed the students reading aloud. Without the purple pupil, Who would have imagined that behind those fabricated smiles lay a profound apathy and despair? Even ghosts ought to possess emotions, shouldn't they? I wish to escape this. Only by completely perishing can I find release. His gaze landed on a small, plump boy nestled beneath his desk. Nonchalantly, he approached. Just as he descended from the podium, the boy's classmate suddenly raised his voice, discreetly poking him with his elbow. The small boy quickly discarded what he was holding, feigning an attempt to retrieve a textbook he had previously thrown on the ground. As Song Zang reached his side, the boy sat up straight, apathetically resuming his reading. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, Song Zang caught sight of the transparent hard plastic he had discarded, an open plastic cup, its edges smeared with dark blood. "Teacher, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. I do not wish to enter the small black room." The small boy suddenly grasped Song Zang's arm, shaking it vigorously as he pleaded. Wiping the black blood from the boy's wrist with his teaching uniform, Song Zang gently smiled, saying, "If you encounter any issues, please communicate with me first. Do not engage in such dangerous activities again." He tossed the plastic piece into the trash bin behind him. The phrase "communicate with the teacher" seemed to trigger something in the small boy, whose previously expressionless face gradually darkened. "Teacher Shadow?" Song Zang turned with a smile. Suddenly, the small boy lunged at him, gripping a pen and furiously stabbing it into his own neck. D! D! He shouted wildly. D! 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 The atmosphere in the classroom shifted dramatically. Song Zang surveyed the room. Other students continued reading, but their internal voices had transformed from despair into madness, all joining in the small boy's frantic cries. "This child is very angry. I can help you consume it." The dormant shadow ghost suddenly spoke. Protected by the dark shadow around his neck, Song Zang felt no harm. He stood there, conversing with the shadow ghost. "Why is he angry? Did I say something wrong?" "I do not know. I only know that his negative emotions are directed at you. By the way, I can devour and transform the negative emotions generated by anger, which would grant you a bit of ghostly power," the shadow ghost remarked, licking its non-existent lips. "How much ghostly power would I gain by consuming the entire class of students?" Song Zang inquired. "If we compare the value needed to elevate a wandering soul to a vengeful spirit to 100, these students might contribute about 5, the shadow ghost replied earnestly. "Damn. Then to level up, I might as well wait until the next century. Can't you give me a bit of power?" Song Zang scoffed, severely doubting the shadow ghost's usefulness, deeming it a mere glutton, consuming without contributing. Sensing Song Zang's thoughts, the shadow ghost grew anxious. "What I require is dark energy. These children are merely wandering souls. If you have the ability, go find a pure dark ghost for me to consume. I could elevate you in no time." "Mind your tone," Song Zang warned coldly. Having become such a host, he would not tolerate insolence. The shadow ghost wisely fell silent. It seemed the path of befriending the students was unfeasible. He would have to embrace the role of a cold-faced teacher. Observing the small boy who was recklessly stabbing himself with a pen, Song Zang's expression turned icy. "Little fatty." The small boy, who was previously consumed by rage, paused momentarily, instinctively murmuring, "Huh? Do you think I'm giving you face?" Song Zang's presence was enveloped in swirling dark energy as he gazed menacingly at the small boy. Gulp! Before the small boy could swallow his saliva, a large hand struck the back of his ear with force, sending him crashing from the last row into the blackboard. Landing on the podium, the small boy, who had just received a severe slap, had not even risen when a shadow flashed before his eyes. The specter of the instructor stood before them, raising his pudgy arm and pressing it against the lectern. A gleaming small knife was brought down mercilessly upon the wrist. Chapter 42. Resilience and Resistance. Teaching Protocol. The blade sliced through the chubby specter's wrist, causing dark blood to spurt forth, staining the podium. However, the blade merely grazed the vein, not severing the hand entirely. A chilling, peculiar itch penetrated the wound, akin to plunging into a frigid pool while being gnawed upon by countless maggots. The chubby specter's body stiffened. He yearned to scream, but could not muster a sound. The torment was such that he felt his very soul on the verge of collapse. The cursed wrist-cutting knife, a blade imbued with a benevolent curse by a self-harmer, designed to impart the despair and devastation felt by those contemplating the end of their lives. Song Zang would not resort to lethal measures against these students, as it directly impacted the final assessment of the scenario. He had even retracted the dark energy from the slap he had just delivered. Otherwise, it would not have been a mere reprimand. I come from mountains bearing orchids. A bell resonated softly. The reading ceased abruptly, and the ghostly students tucked away their language books, directing their gazes towards Song Zang. The anticipation of the end of class was palpable, even among specters. Song Zang understood their eagerness to conclude the lesson. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. "Please wait a moment. I wish to share a few brief words." He glanced at the chubby specter, whose complexion turned a shade of violet, his eyes filled with pleading. "In the days to come, I shall be responsible for your mathematics and language courses. I sincerely hope that no similar incidents will transpire again. Likewise, I wish for no student to be harmed henceforth." He cast a cold gaze around the room at the spectral students, enunciating each word carefully. The door creaked open, revealing a long-faced figure peering into the classroom. Surprised to see students still in session, the figure's gaze fell upon the chubby specter standing at the podium, knife in hand, exhibiting a morbid smile. Nodding appreciatively at Song Zang, the figure glanced at the students before closing the door and departing. "Did you see that? The Director of Moral Education supports my discipline of unruly students. If any of you wish to test your luck, feel free to step forward." Song Zang discerned that the director was no ally, yet he leveraged the authority to gauge the students' reactions. The expressions of the ghostly students soured, while the chubby specter and a few boys cursed under their breath, their frustration only escalating. This group of spectral children was truly vexing, impervious to both sweetness and severity. "Very well. You may enter the classroom 10 minutes late after the bell rings." Class dismissed. To his surprise, this little fellow was a class monitor. Nodding, Song Zang exited the classroom. A girl was the first to leave, followed by her classmates, leaving only the chubby specter and a few boys behind. "Little chubby, hurting yourself will only deepen your suffering. We will endure this. Our parents will not abandon us," the boys urged, surrounding him. "Stop this nonsense. It's futile." A boy named you sputtered, blowing bubbles. The chubby specter pressed a tissue against his wrist wound, his gaze icy. "The boss is right. This won't resolve our issues. We cannot endure this. It is they who deserve the wrath. We must rebel. Listen to me. We must find a way to eliminate this instructor. Killing him will relieve our grievances. If we fail, it's merely confinement in the dark room. The boss will be out tomorrow to avenge us. All right, we will follow little Chubby's lead." After hearing this, the boys lost their fear and gathered to devise a plan. Beside Song Zang's desk sat a youth known as the Madman, his flat-top haircut reminiscent of a certain actor. The other two teachers, shrouded in ghostly energy, sat at their desks, perusing various texts. "Brother, how have you fared? Encountered any troubles?" The Madman inquired warmly, shaking his broad shoulders as he greeted Song Zang. "Things have gone fairly smoothly. How about you? Did you toss any students downstairs again?" Song Zang replied. The Madman laughed heartily. "I tossed a few. They're all obedient now. Are you not concerned that after the scenario concludes, those students will leave you poor reviews? That could imprison you here indefinitely." Song Zang expressed curiosity. The Madman seemed to play the game according to his whims, disregarding the rules and consequences. I actually wished to treat them kindly. But as soon as I entered, a chubby specter accused me of entering with my left foot first, claiming it was rude and threatened to eat me. Before the lecture, a slender specter demanded to devour me for not introducing myself. While writing on the blackboard, the chalk broke, and a little girl from behind leaped onto my head and began to gnaw. The Madman vented his frustrations, slamming his fist down on the desk with a resounding thud. The two ghostly instructors exchanged glances, and one asked, "And then?" "And then?" They were all thrown down the stairs, their bones shattered. How could I allow them to behave like that? The Madman boasted, rolling up his sleeves. The two ghostly instructors nodded in satisfaction, taking their books and leaving the office. Song Zang glanced at them. They were reading about Morita therapy and frontal lobotomy. Once the two specters departed, the Madman whispered to Song Zang, "Those two fools just taught me how to torment the little ghosts. Is that not a sign of a serious illness? I have already decided. If I cannot escape, I shall settle here and treat it as a vacation. Eventually, the Spirit Administration will come for me, and I'll have them figure out how to rescue me. A cunning smile crept across his face. It appeared that this hulking figure was not as dim-witted as he seemed. He possessed a plan. I come from the mountains, bearing orchids. The class bell rang. I shall allow the students an additional 10 minutes to foster goodwill, Song Zang announced. The madman responded with a grunt, picking up a fallen steel rod as he departed the office. Song Zang prepared the mathematics textbooks he would need shortly. With time to spare, he observed the teaching protocol posted on the wall. 1. To enhance the quality of education, treat your students as if they are the worst class in the school. 2. To soothe student emotions, they may call their parents. Please inform the school security office in advance, and they will promptly cut the phone lines. 3. To ensure students can focus on their studies, inform them that the physical education teacher is severely ill and cannot conduct physical classes. 4. To safeguard student safety, please secure any personal knives and maintain a barrel of running water and first aid supplies in the classroom at all times. 5. To promote student self-discipline, homework must be completed the same day. If not, please refer to Article 7. 6. To maintain classroom discipline, please hide convenient tools beneath the lectern, ensuring they remain undiscovered by the students. 7. You may do anything to them. Chapter 43. Little Chubby's Plan, Cafeteria Conflict. 10 minutes later. Pop quiz. Please pass your test papers back. Where did that girl go? Silence reigned. Activating the eye of delusion, Song Zang heard the thoughts of several boys, all cursing themselves. They had originally been sent to the academy for early romance and were likely off on a date with their boyfriends. Upon realizing this, little Chubby's expression dimmed. He instinctively turned his wrist, only to remember that the plastic sheet had been discarded by Song Zang. Suddenly recalling his earlier decision during the break, his gaze turned furious, locking on Song Zang's purple eyes. What are you staring at? I'll kill you one day. Look at your pathetic self, you fool. Song Zang, perplexed, remained unaware of what had offended these little specters. The diminutive figure nodded to himself, sniffling as he approached the lectern. Instructor, what does this problem mean? I don't quite understand. A test paper was thrust before Song Zang, blocking his line of sight entirely. I'll pierce you. A sharpened mop handle was thrust through the paper, aiming directly at Song Zang's eye. The classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This problem? It requires solving a quadratic function. Simply apply the formula for the solution, Song Zang replied in a calm voice, producing a fresh test paper to hand to you. A series of bubbles ascended into the air. What exactly are today's students learning? Engaging in a game akin to Jing Ku's assassination of Qin? As the shadows under his eyes faded, Song Zang discreetly placed the wooden dagger beneath the desk, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Lele, it's your turn, shouted a chubby boy, gesturing toward another male student. Suddenly, a pencil case tumbled to the floor. The boy named Lele sprang up in alarm, extending his hand and pleading with a quavering voice, I'm sorry, teachering, please punish me. A ploy for sympathy? Song Zang was intrigued to see what the child would do, and approached him with a gentle inquiry. Why do you think you deserve punishment? The school rules state that if a pencil case falls, you must count the number of pencils inside. For each pencil, one should receive a few strikes of the dragon whip, Lele timidly replied. No need for punishment, Song Zang reassured him. The dragon whip was a teaching tool, a colloquial term for a slender steel rod wielded by the more unruly instructors. Shaking his head, Song Zang bent down to retrieve Lele's fallen pencil case. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, and a worn iron dustpan struck the back of his neck. What the hell? After a ploy for sympathy, now there's a follow-up scheme? Song Zang rose indifferently, slowly handing Lele the pencil case while fixing his gaze on the trembling boy clutching the dustpan. Do you want me to take care of him? Feeling Song Zang's anger, Nguye spoke up promptly. Get lost. As he crushed the pencil case in his grip, wiping off the dust and placing it on Lele's desk, he added, next time, I'll break your neck and skin you alive. In this world, we stand by our word. His voice echoed throughout the classroom, causing Lele to be utterly terrified, collapsing back into his chair. When Song Zang had crouched, Lele had caught a glimpse of the black dragon tattoo on his chest, with its blood-red eyes seemingly piercing his very soul. For a middle school student, encountering someone with tattoos was enough to send even the principal scurrying away. We can't compete with him. He exchanged a desperate glance with the chubby boy. The latter snorted heavily, picking up a pen and resolutely returning to his exam. Since they could not stand against him, they decided to bide their time until the leader returned tomorrow. Report. Oh, boys are troublesome, and girls are equally unconventional. This is exhausting. Song Zang rubbed his temples. Interesting. Ingwe muttered to himself. What is up? Song Zang inquired. Seemingly sulking, Ingwe fell silent. Within half an hour, all the papers were submitted, and the class bell rang punctually. It appeared these students had performed commendably overall. Regardless of correctness, their speed in answering was certainly adequate. Recalling his own middle school days, he remembered how they had to submit their papers at the sound of the whistle. Submitting even a minute early was deemed disrespectful to the examination. Class dismissed. He placed the papers on the office desk and exited, following the throng of students towards the cafeteria. The papers could be graded in the afternoon, but meals needed to be served punctually. A lack of enthusiasm towards dining indicated a problem with 1S intellect. The school cafeteria was unusually silent. Under the watchful eyes of several security guards, the students formed an orderly line, and those already eating maintained a solemn quiet. The only sounds were the clattering of utensils against pots. Finnish students carefully collected their trays and wiped down the tables before daring to leave. A stark contrast to their playful demeanor during breaks. Are you feeding pigs? A loud bellow from the serving window shattered the cafeteria's stillness. Then came the chaotic clattering of trays being thrown. Students near the window scurried away like frightened rabbits, fearing unwarranted repercussions. Sure enough, several security guards unceremoniously seized a few nearby students, administering a thorough beating, with each enduring at least 100 strikes. Their justification for this punishment? Spectating on the commotion. Strangely, despite several students being beaten to a pulp, not a drop of blood was shed. Only varying shades of bruises marred their skin. As Song Zang drew closer, he discerned that the rods were made of a round, gelatinous material, and no matter the ferocity of the blows, they evidently avoided striking the students' faces. A testament to their experience. The raucous figure stood at the serving window, glaring fiercely, while a few wilted vegetable leaves clung to the glass. With soup dripping slowly down the pane, a tray landed nearby, apparently thrown against the glass and bouncing back. Dear crazy teacher, please mind your status. If you continue to disrupt the order of the cafeteria, we will report you to the school and take necessary measures. Warned one of the security guards. Let whoever wants to eat this slop eat it. Even ghosts wouldn't touch it. Pigs would turn their noses up at it. The furious teacher spat into the vegetable pot again. The serving window displayed several rusted bowls, filled with rotten radishes and foul-smelling cabbage, boiled together in a noxious, dark yellow sauce, mingling with unknown vegetable roots and leaves, while the staple was a steamed, sprouted, rotten potato. Due to the presence of the security guards in their uniforms, they dared not confront the furious teacher, but the staff at the serving window were not so accommodating. What is wrong with this food? It's rich in iron and vitamins, providing comprehensive nutrition. Do you dare question our cafeteria department? Don't think just because you're in a uniform, no one will dare touch you. You're just a filthy bug from out of town. The server, puffed up with arrogance, was about to launch into further insults when the glass before him suddenly shattered into shards. The enraged teacher had elbowed the glass, and immediately afterward, he reached out and seized the server's head, forcefully plunging it into the pot of rotten radish soup. The server flailed and struggled desperately, hands grasping wildly. Although ghosts do not require breath, the putrid, acidic soup that seeped into his nostrils nearly rendered him unconscious. Observing this, one of the security guards, with a grim expression, prepared to intervene. The teacher swiftly drew a steel rod from his waist, plunging it down onto the server's head. The entire pot of soup was instantly tainted black. Turning to face the security guards with a menacing grin, he declared, "Let us see who dares to approach. One step closer, and I'll take you down too." Chapter 44. Excellent results, extracurricular assignments, ghostly power. This human possesses ghostly power, given the trepidation surrounding his status as a teacher. The presence of ghostly power made him even more formidable. They could not afford to confront him. If they succeeded, they might earn recognition from the school, but failure could cost them their lives. Jobs could be sought elsewhere, but 1S life is singular. The meager ghost coins provided by the school each month were not worth sacrificing oneself for. The security guards wisely retreated to the sidelines. As onlookers anticipated how this ruckus would unfold, the teacher's menacing grin faded, replaced by surprise. After a stunned 10 seconds, he joyfully withdrew his hand from the soup, wiping it on the server's uniform to clean himself before strolling towards a corner vending machine. Truly an experienced player, someone remarked within the crowd. Newcomers receive monetary rewards based on performance only on their first day. Beyond that, they can earn ghost coins through certain tasks. Given the teacher's brash behavior, it was evident he was not a novice. The teacher retrieved a steaming bowl of hot pot chicken from the vending machine, grinning as he began to eat beside it. Song Zang, with several thousand ghost coins still in hand, naturally opted not to indulge in such fare, but approached the vending machine to make selections himself. Upon seeing the price of the hot pot chicken listed at 100 ghost coins, he couldn't help but marvel at how affluent the individual was. If meals were consistently this extravagant, one dungeon run would easily cost over 1,000 ghost coins. It truly felt like a vacation. However, Song Zang had no time to enjoy leisure. He needed to utilize his break to grade dozens of exam papers for the afternoon class. Teaching is undoubtedly one of the noblest professions. Through this minor incident, Song Zang began to appreciate the challenges teachers face. Not only must they oversee the entire class's performance, but they must also cater to the varying personalities of their students. Truly being a diligent and responsible teacher is no easy task. Speaking of which, how did these two students achieve such outstanding results? After grading just 2 papers, Song Zang was somewhat taken aback. He recalled these 2 students. One sat in the front row, while the other occupied a spot near the back, making collusion impossible. Yet both papers were perfect scores. Was it merely coincidence? As he continued to grade the papers, a sense of dread grew within him, rendering even the donkey meat pastry in his hands tasteless. 15 minutes later, all 45 examinations had been evaluated. Song Zang had intended to work for an hour and a half, yet the task concluded in merely 15 minutes. As every single paper had received a perfect score, an utterly astonishing outcome. Each of the 45 responses exhibited unique problem-solving approaches, yet the final answers were entirely uniform, with no signs of plagiarism whatsoever. The loudspeaker began to play the melody of Orchid Grass, signaling the midday break. Song Zang stretched languidly, initially planning to conduct an extra class for his students, but these little devils had proven to be surprisingly manageable. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the sounds of reading from the corridor invaded the office. The ghostly teacher researching the Morita therapy walked in, glanced blankly at Song Zang, retrieved a thin steel rod from the office drawer, and swiftly departed. Curious about the reading noises during the break, Song Zang followed suit. Approaching the vicinity of Class 4, he discerned a cacophony of voices reciting English. Peering into the room, he found the maniac absent. All the students stood rigidly, holding sheets of brown paper before them, fervently shouting their recitations. Song Zang hastily shut the classroom door, as the volume had escalated to a level that had undoubtedly disturbed the distant dormitories. However, upon closing the door to Class 4, he could still hear the uproar from other classes, and soon the entire building was alive with noise. Students on both floors were shouting in unison, and even the 3 classes at the far end of the corridor were caught up in the frenzy. What a remarkable learning atmosphere. Song Zang pondered, do ghosts not require rest? Passing by the door of Class 3, he noticed the human player who had been impersonating the teacher was no longer present. It had been replaced by the ghostly teacher who had just taken the steel rod. At that moment, it was striking a student ghost's palm, which had already become bloodied, yet it showed no signs of stopping. The other student ghosts, too, were raising their brown papers, shrieking in a state of hysteria. Class 2 was no different, with another ghostly teacher intermittently whipping several student ghosts. The steel rod now stained dark red with blood, leaving streaks on the pristine white walls. Upon entering his own classroom, Song Zang found the 45 student ghosts holding their brown papers, their condition even more frenzied. Each ghost's face was flushed a dark red, and the intensity of their frenzied yelling made Song Zang worry they might faint at any moment. One girl looked utterly horrified. Song Zang was bewildered, unable to comprehend why these students had suddenly become so possessed. Even their inner voices were desperately reciting words and phrases. If there was an issue, he would need to consult the class leaders. Approaching the chubby ghost, the latter cast a sidelong glance at Song Zang, intensifying its recitation. The surrounding noise was overwhelming. And without regard for the chubby ghost's pleas, Song Zang seized its collar and pulled it outside. "What on earth are you doing? Why the possessed demeanor?" Snatching the chubby ghost's brown paper, he observed it was quite ordinary, albeit damp with saliva and a hint of something foul. "Teachering, can we discuss this later? The English teacher is coming soon, and if we don't finish, we're doomed," the chubby ghost exclaimed anxiously. A foul. Sweat like liquid had begun to bead on its pale forehead, clearly indicating its desperation. "Then you must speak quickly, or the English teacher will truly arrive," Song Zang replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Throughout the morning, the behaviors exhibited by these student ghosts had shown them to be impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Gaining their favor seemed utterly unattainable. However, now Song Zang realized an opportunity had presented itself. These student ghosts were merely children of around 10 years old. It was impossible for them to perfectly conceal their emotions. Their current abnormality must surely stem from some underlying cause. As long as there was something they feared, that would serve as a breakthrough point. What he needed to do was help them eliminate the source of their fear to win their favor. "Oh no, Teacher Ing, you are going to kill me. Every noon, we must recite the English textbook from start to finish, and we have to wet the brown paper with saliva, leaving no dry spot," the chubby ghost desperately explained in succinct terms. "Oh, what if the English teacher arrives and we haven't finished? If we falter in our recitation, we receive 50 lashes. If the paper isn't wet enough, we get 100 lashes. Teacher Ing, please. We only have 10 minutes left. Hurry," the chubby ghost continued, nearly in tears. Calm down, calm down. I told you, if you have difficulties, seek out Teacher Ing, for he is your friend," Song Zang said with a knowing smile towards the chubby ghost. It felt akin to a fisherman casting his line, awaiting a catch. "If you have difficulties, seek out Teacher Ing," the chubby ghost murmured, gazing at Song Zang with suspicion. "Teacher has a way to help you complete your tasks easily. Would you like to hear it?" "Really?" The chubby ghost's eyes widened in anticipation. "Do you look like he is?" "We are friends. There is no deception between friends," Song Zang affirmed earnestly. Teacher Ing, please tell us quickly. Time is running out. Help us." The chubby ghost placed all its hopes on Song Zang as time dwindled. A sheet of brown paper was thrust towards him, obscuring the chubby ghost's view. Taken aback, the chubby ghost recognized the scene. It was reminiscent of the assassination plan they had devised against Teacher Ing. Clenching its teeth, lips pressed tightly together, it began to blow air forcefully, just as the chubby ghost feared a wooden stick might suddenly stab at it. Song Zang finally spoke. "Blah, blah, blah." His lips vibrated wildly, saliva is spraying everywhere. The chubby ghost stared wide-eyed in disbelief. To its astonishment, the newcomer was teaching it how to deceive the English teacher. "Have you learned? Then go on in and let your classmates practice," Song Zang instructed nonchalantly. These students were undeniably clever, yet their hearts were far too earnest. "What if Teacher Ing finds out?" the chubby ghost asked, now emboldened in their desperation. "I'll be outside guarding for you. Hurry." With that, he gave the chubby ghost a push into the classroom. "Brothers, stop for a moment and listen to me," came a chorus of startled whispers. Song Zang smiled, and as he closed the door, the classroom erupted in a chorus of blabbering sounds. 5 minutes later, a chilling wind swept through the corridor, and a dark cloud began to gather towards the office. A plump middle-aged woman appeared at the office door, moving as if in a cinematic scene, gliding forward in rapid succession before abruptly halting. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Song Zang, gazing at her ashen face. With a gaping wound at the back of her head, Song Zang warmly greeted her. "Hi, Ingrid." The middle-aged woman, with her pale, grayish eyes, fixed her gaze on Song Zang without uttering a word. Had he perhaps greeted her incorrectly? He glanced at the broad chest of her teaching attire. "Hello, Mary. How's the weather today?" The English teacher, named Mary, responded lethargically with a curt "Get lost." "Seriously? You can endure this?" The ghostly figure intervened, just in time. "Let me out so I can devour her. The dark energy she possesses is equivalent to that of 50 chubby ghosts." The classroom resonated with the chaotic sounds of recitation. Song Zang, ever the gentleman, stepped aside. The issue has been resolved. There is no point in attacking her now. Patience. This woman will surely prove useful in time. The classroom door was flung open by Mary's sturdy thigh. The 45 students were vigorously reciting from the English textbook, their brown papers dripping with saliva, many of which had become so soaked they could no longer hold together, disintegrating into pieces. Having circled the classroom and finding all the little ghosts had fulfilled their requirements, Mary could find no justification to punish them, and so she left the classroom, casting a fierce glare at Song Zang as she exited, heading towards Class 2. The students ceased their recitations and murmured among themselves before erupting into a collective cheer. Upon seeing Song Zang entering, their expressions shifted to those of apprehension, as if they had been caught in a wrongdoing, unable to meet his gaze. No worries, as long as you are happy. I will wash my hands in a moment and prepare for class. With that, Song Zang departed from the classroom. The students widened their eyes and turned to Xiaopeng, who was equally perplexed by Song Zang's demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, he speculated, this teaching doesn't seem so bad. The students maintained a proper posture, their faces devoid of expression, as a suffocating atmosphere enveloped them. Song Zang could sense their unspoken thoughts. The despair that lingered within them had diminished significantly, at least no longer a pitiful wail of helplessness. The results of the morning test astonished the teachers. Every student achieved full marks. You all did wonderfully, Song Zang praised, tapping the stack of test papers without a hint of arrogance or joy. Yet, each face in the audience was as cold as a machine, listening to Song Zang's lecture. However, the constant whispers of their hearts pierced through their facade. Was this a trap? A deliberate attempt to disrupt the classroom atmosphere? What should we do? Another set of full marks. I don't want to accuse my classmates of cheating. If only I had intentionally gotten 2 questions wrong. Then I would only face 2 lashes instead of the 10 that would come if the teacher forced me to identify my classmates. This time I will bear it myself. I will no longer harm my fellow students. The students unconsciously clenched their fists, their palms bearing layers of scars, both new and old, in long stripes. Song Zang's warm smile gradually darkened. What kind of torment had these students endured to develop such distorted thoughts? From the moment he entered this realm and understood his role, Song Zang naturally shaped himself into the image of an ideal teacher in his heart, approachable, diligent, and never giving up on any student. If it weren't for the magic eye that allowed him to hear their thoughts, no one would suspect that the seemingly stubborn and rebellious students harbored such profound fears. Since student satisfaction determines grading, then these results, the sound of papers being torn apart, startled the students, their faces shifting from a blank expression to one of shock. I'm a bit tired. This afternoon's class will be self-study, Song Zang announced, stretching lazily. I want to take a short break. The only requirement is no talking, no reading. You may daydream and think of whatever you like. Think of something happy or your wishes. With that, Song Zang blinked his violet eyes and sat down, resting his body on the podium. The students exchanged glances, unable to decipher what this teacher was up to. After a long wait, the ghostly teacher on stage continued to ignore them, leading them to temporarily set aside their suspicions. After all, sitting still would incur no punishment, and they were content with that. As the students lowered their guard, thoughts began to flow in. Happy thoughts. I don't want to drink the salt water from the canteen. I don't want to see the face of the morality director. I don't want to enter the principal's office. Another girl quietly wiped her tears. Xiaopeng gazed out the window. My parents don't believe I am being abused here. They say I'm lying to escape this place, claiming I'm a master of deception. Even if I were really being mistreated, it would be my own fault. Chapter 46. The Warm Bed Ghost, Song Zang decided. Throughout the afternoon, Song Zang gained a general understanding of the students' experiences in this academy. Although he knew that the students' thoughts were truthful, he still contacted several parents using the office landline after class. The responses he received were all along the lines of how hard the teachers worked and requests for stricter discipline. Not a single inquiry was made regarding academic performance or daily life. Their attitudes suggested, I've sent my child to the academy. It's your responsibility to mold them into an obedient, understanding, and respectful child. At dinner time, Song Zang sat in a corner, eating donkey meat pancakes alone. A ruffian named Kwang too cheerfully emerged from the kitchen. purchasing a steaming fish dish for 100 ghost coins from the vending machine before seating himself at the table next to Song Zang, rubbing his hands together. He was about to dig in when he suddenly paused. "Hey, brother, could you lend me 5 ghost coins?" Song Zang noticed Kwang Tu standing awkwardly beside him. He had only 100 coins. After buying the fish, he forgot to buy rice. "Sure," Song Zang replied, a bit surprised. This fellow didn't seem like an experienced player. Could he be the legendary master of trifles? Living for the day. Nevertheless, he smiled and handed over 20 ghost coins without questioning him, as they were not close enough for that. "Oh, thanks, brother. I'll find a chance to repay you," Kwang Tu replied cheerfully. This ruffian somewhat resembled Zhang San in personality. Song Zang thought of him, wondering how he was doing at home, ever since Lowly effortlessly located his residence. Song Zang had felt uneasy. He had offended the Songlong Guild, and this potential threat lingered in his mind. Now, he could only rely on the protection of the Spirit Management Bureau. However, as a brand new, inexperienced employee, the level of protection he could provide was limited. It was evident that, regardless of how the world changed, power would always reign supreme. If he possessed strength comparable to that of a ghost or a god, what would he need the Spirit Management Bureau for? A mere flick of his finger would resolve everything. In his small apartment consisting of 1 room, 1 hall, and 1 bathroom, complete with central air conditioning and modern appliances, even offering room service. He heard that the student dormitories housed 12 people, with bedding laid on wooden boards, sharing a single public restroom. A basin of warm water was all they had for bathing. From the adjacent room came the voice of a human player. "Damn, I've been playing the fool for those ghost kids all day. Finally, I can relax." The sewer was clean, without hair floating about, and the pipes were clear, with no red liquid flowing out. Everything in a room gave Song Zang the illusion that he was in a 5-star hotel rather than a horror realm. Yet, it was precisely this comfort that filled him with a sense of frustration and disgust. Thinking of those little ghosts, their living conditions were undoubtedly 100 times worse than what he had heard. Just the thought of their restroom, where one couldn't even step, and the constant presence of mouse droppings by their pillows was enough to imagine. This was the first time he felt sympathy for the ghosts in this terrifying world. Feeling quite discontent, he was too lazy to wash up and directly lay down on the bed without even changing his clothes. The shadow ghost opened its mouth but restrained itself from speaking, fearing it might disturb Song Zang. In the dead of night, a chilly breeze swept through. A dark figure appeared in the hallway, moving silently. After lingering for a long while, it finally halted outside Song Zang's door. The doorknob turned, and the shadow slipped through the crack, slowly approaching Song Zang, who was in the bedroom. Interesting, the shadow ghost thought, licking its lips, eager to see what the figure intended to do. The shadow fell silently onto the bed, lying beside Song Zang, a ghostly hand resting on his chest. Song Zang remained unresponsive, his breathing steady. Was a heart extraction? How cruel! The ghostly hand curled into a claw, but instead of piercing Song Zang's chest, it moved towards his navel, seemingly intending to perform an autopsy. Was it trying to extract his intestines and strangle him? Excellent. This is what a qualified ghost should be like. However, the ghost's actions once again exceeded the shadow ghost's expectations. One ghostly claw crossed over the navel and slid down towards the lower abdomen. Could it be? You must be Tong Yao, right? Do you know that your next actions could lead to a criminal sentence of over 5 years and under 10? The figure lying beside him trembled, lifting her head to meet Song Zang's icy gaze. This is a rule? Tong Yao buried her head into Song Zang's shoulder, mumbling, and dared not speak further. Come out to the living room. Song Zang stood up, adjusted his clothes, and exited the bedroom. You're already awake? The shadow ghost asked, somewhat reluctantly. Of course. How could you sleep while someone was shouting in your mind? Then why didn't you wake up earlier, insisting on doing so at a critical moment? I wanted to see what she would do. When Tong Yao emerged, Song Zang was already seated on the sofa, coldly staring at her. Soda. I truly harbor no intention of causing you harm. And after all, you may toss me a few ghost coins, which would not be considered an imposition on your part. Tong Yao hastily expressed, her visage marred by fear. What are the rules you speak of? Faced with Song Zang's inquiry, Tong Yao faltered, her courage failing her. Yet, as she gazed into those enigmatic purple eyes, an irresistible urge surged within her, a sense that this individual might indeed offer her assistance. You need not articulate your thoughts aloud. You can first contemplate how to express them in your heart. Song Zang moderated his tone. The rule is that when the dean does not require our services, we must come to the teaching building to seek out the class teacher, who will bestow upon us ghost coins as a reward for remedial lessons. Other sisters may be oblivious, perceiving it as mere benevolence, but I am aware of the ulterior motive behind such actions. However, we can only feign astonishment, accept the ghost coins, and kneel in gratitude for the instruction. Otherwise, we face another round of brutal punishment. Tong Yao found herself at a loss. Typically, she could only conceal these nightmares deep within her soul, daring not to even think of them. Presently, it was no different. She yearned to speak but found her voice silenced. The rules. Tong Yao sensed that the Song Zang before her was perhaps truly different from those who had tormented her. Thus, she mustered her courage, willing to risk a beating to implore Song Zang for help. You need not say anything further, Song Zang interjected. Tong Yao was taken aback, despair etched across her features. Could it be that her budding hope was but a figment of her imagination? No, rest assured, starting tomorrow, I shall help you bid farewell to such a life. Song Zang smiled gently, wishing to preserve some dignity for Tong Yao. Uttering those words would merely reopen old wounds. You should go sleep in the inner room tomorrow. We shall resume classes as usual. Tong Yao, sensing Song Zang's disinterest in further discussion, nodded vacantly and entered the bedroom without closing the door. Song Zang reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to formulate the teaching plan for the following day. Chapter 47. United in Purpose. Social education, a new day dawned. There remained 17 players, and the teaching resources were critically insufficient. To prevent disruption to the students' lessons, vacant positions would be filled by teachers from the original academy. Note, the academy's teachers are diligent in their instruction and maintain a serious demeanor. They're not eccentric in nature. Some teachers may possess loud voices and enjoy gesturing toward students, but they are not prone to violent outbursts. Players are advised to coexist harmoniously with the academy's teachers, engaging in amicable collaboration, with the students' welfare as the priority. Outside, the overcast sky brightened. Song Zang opened his eyes. A thin blanket draped over him, and the bedroom had been tidied. Tong Yao was already gone. After freshening up, Song Zang exited the dormitory. Upon reaching the teaching building, he encountered the bleary-eyed madman as he passed by Class 4's classroom. "Good morning, Brother Ghost Shadow." The madman yawned widely. "It appears you had a restless night?" Song Zang inquired. The madman glanced over his shoulder, pulling Song Zang aside to speak in hushed tones. "Brother, did you encounter anything unusual yesterday? I heard ghostly wails emanating from the teaching building. Are you referring to that?" The two were not on the same floor. Could it be that the madman experienced a similar ordeal? "Yesterday, a ghost pried open my door, insisting on keeping me warm. Damn, it kept me awake all night." The madman cursed. Noticing Song Zang's peculiar gaze, he hastily explained, "I gave her a beating, but no matter how I pressed, I couldn't extract her motives. She only mentioned that she had other companions and implored me for assistance. Thus, I was tormented all night. Don't let their genteel appearances fool you. Those ghost teachers can be quite vicious, especially that ghost dormitory manager from the girls' dormitory. If I hadn't been armed, I would have truly been unable to contend with her." Song Zang then noticed the madman's backbore injuries, blood seeping through his teaching attire. "Let me take a look." He lifted the garment to reveal numerous lacerations inflicted by ghostly claws embedded in his back. The wounds were already showing signs of infection, the surrounding flesh darkening with necrosis. "Let us head to the office. Your back requires immediate care." The madman hurriedly followed him into the office, complying with Song Zang's request to lie down on a desk, nervously asking, "Is it that serious?" "I feel nothing at all, Brother Ghost Shadow. Can you treat it? If not, we should go to the infirmary. If you wait until evening, your entire back will be completely rotten. Your temperature has already exceeded 40 degrees. You assaulted an academy teacher and expect them to save you? By then, a single anesthetic injection could leave you perishing in the infirmary. Do not worry, I will take care of it, extracting anesthetics and disinfectants from the alternate dimension." Song Zang donned surgical gloves and commenced the removal of necrotic tissue. "Brother Ghost Shadow, you are truly my benefactor. You assisted me yesterday, and now you save me again. If there's anything, just let me know. How are the students in your class? Our class's students are exceptionally clever, but they have one flaw. They regard me as if I am their mortal enemy. Though they fear me, their glances are filled with loathing. And those ghost teachers, dark and perverse, are clearly not to be trifled with. The madman rambled on, seemingly indifferent, conversing with Song Zang. In a short while, Song Zang had finished suturing and bandaging the wounds, stating, "You should refrain from wearing that teaching attire for now. It is too filthy and may cause infection." "Is that acceptable?" The madman grinned. "No problem. Those ghostly students have been thoroughly intimidated by me. Even if I don't wear it, they wouldn't dare to act against me." Song Zang nodded. The main storyline of the quest is centered on the students, and it does not mention academic performance. The more they fear you, the further you drift from the main storyline. I believe you can integrate with them, forging a bond. Song Zang articulated his analysis and exited the office. Academic success is inconsequential. It is about forging connections. The madman murmured, repeating this phrase as he endeavored to comprehend it through his own lens. Reflecting on the quest's prompts, the madman concluded that Song Zang's assertion indeed bore merit. Slapping his thigh, "This is my forte." At the teacher's desk, a position had been vacated for a severely hunched and slender male student. "Stand up." This student, named Xiao Jia, greeted Song Zang blandly, leading his classmates to rise. "Good morning, teacher." Song Zang approached the desk and nodded. Once the students settled back down, he spoke. "Please put away all textbooks from the desk." The students exchanged puzzled glances but complied, placing their Chinese language textbooks into the desk compartments. Song Zang smiled, spending 10 ghost coins in the system shop to purchase a disc. Xiao Yu, along with the chubby classmates seated behind him, drew the curtains. The chubby boy hesitated before approaching the podium, exchanging a furtive glance with the hunched Xiao Jia, and took the disc. The classroom darkened. The chubby boy could not help but steal a few glances at the cover of the disc, which depicted 5 shirtless individuals, sending a shiver down his spine. He gently shook his head at Xiao Jia, signaling for him to remain cautious, before walking to the back of the classroom to insert the disc into the projector. Xiao Jia withdrew his hand from the desk, revealing a shortened baseball bat hidden within, eager to see what this new teacher had in store. "Which is deemed righteous? Which conquers all? Yet right and wrong remain difficult to ascertain. Who possesses the authority to decide, while heaven and earth stand as witnesses, irrespective of any background?" An exhilarating theme song resonated, sending a jolt through the entire class. Just the mere sound of a single song ignited fervor in the hearts of many male students, with several even shedding tears of exhilaration. In this terrifying world, the little ghost had never encountered such fervor. Song Zang silently positioned himself at the back of the classroom, joining these little ghosts in watching this classic film. The movie commenced with an exhilarating fervor, captivating both boys and girls alike within the narrative. When Sister Hongxing appeared, wreaking havoc on Bolan Street alongside Chun Haonan in the bustling Causeway Bay, the girls' emotions were equally stirred. "How I wish I could be as carefree as her." Song Zang overheard the sentiments of many girls. As the film concluded, the theme song surged once more. The curtains were drawn back, and Song Zang ascended to the podium. "Well, what was that, teacher?" It was absolutely thrilling. The atmosphere in the auditorium was charged with excitement. The despair that had clouded the previous day had vanished entirely. "Let us quiet down," Song Zang urged, raising his hand. "The purpose of the film we are about to watch is not merely for entertainment. You must remember the heartfelt stories portrayed, learn the spirit of resilience and defiance against fate, and refrain from becoming cruel and treacherous individuals who harm others for their own gain. For, in the end, wickedness begets its own retribution. It is not that retribution does not come. Rather, the time has yet to arrive." As silence enveloped the room, the students gazed at Song Zang, repeatedly murmuring the phrase, "resilience and defiance against fate." At the teacher's desk, Xiao Jia stared at Song Zang, her heart swelling with emotion. Her resistance against the academy was validated. Even if it meant being confined or enduring punishment, she would never yield. Unbeknownst to them, Song Zang's words had awakened something within these young hearts. "Congratulations, player. Your reputation among the students of Class 3-1 has increased. Their overall sentiment has shifted from animosity to indifference." A notification chimed in her mind. Congratulations, player. Your reputation among the students of Class 3-1 has increased further. Their overall sentiment has shifted from indifference to neutrality. All it took was a passionate film to elevate her standing in their eyes by 2 levels. Indeed, the direction was promising. The door creaked open, revealing a long face peering in. With a smile at Song Zang and a glance at Tong Yao, it withdrew. The moment Tong Yao caught sight of the moral education director, her smile froze. That gaze was all too familiar. Internally torn, she bit her lip and silently rose to leave the room. The film's narrative was beautiful, yet remained just a story, and she had to confront reality. 10 minutes for activities, but do not disturb the class next door, Song Zang instructed before following her out of the classroom. Chapter 48, Corridor Confrontation. Class 4's response students gathered in small clusters, discussing the film they had just watched. A few spirited individuals began to imitate the characters from movie, playfully tussling as they exited the classroom. A group of chubby boys approached the podium, surrounding Xiao Jia. Boss, this teacher seems genuinely different. I mean, what serious teacher would take us to watch such a film? One exclaimed. Exactly. Just yesterday at noon, he was teaching us tricks to fool Fat Mary. Would a serious teacher teach students to deceive? But thanks to Old Ing, we avoided a beating. I heard the rascals from classes 2 and 3 each took 10 lashes. Another chimed in. Hey, why do you call him Old Ing? Queried a boy. What of it? He said we could call him that. Besides, did you not see how the brothers in the film addressed each other? Listening to the animated chatter of her companions, Xiao Jia's perception of Song Zang shifted once more. Let us not oppose this individual. Our true enemy lies with the academy, and his assistance is a boon. Come, hold me steady, Xiao Jia said as she gradually rose, her hunchback almost forming a right angle. She painstakingly lifted her neck and approached the blackboard. Boss, should we take a few days to recover first? Hurry, urged the chubby boy, aware that he could not dissuade Xiao Jia. With a nod, several boys positioned themselves at her sides, exerting all their strength. Retreating to the last row of the classroom, the chubby boy took a deep breath and shouted, Boss, here it comes. With determination, he propelled himself forward, channeling all his energy into a sudden charge against Xiao Jia's back. A cacophony of cracking bones resounded. Xiao Jia grimaced in pain, her severely curved spine straightening against the wall, yet she did not emit a single sound, disengaging from the support of her friends. Her face paled further as she pressed against the blackboard, gasping for breath. Rising fully, she found her movements restored. The boys swallowed hard. If it came to a contest of toughness, they would yield to her. Not good, not good. The athletes from Class 2 have surrounded Lele. Several girls rushed into the classroom in a panic. All 10 or so remaining students turned their attention to Xiao Jia. Let us go, she declared, her expression fierce, seizing a short stick from the desk as she bolted out. Those brutes from Class 2 again, the chubby boy exclaimed, following closely behind. Grab your weapons, brothers. Support the boss and rescue Lele, shouted Xiao Yu, his battle cry resonating in their minds. As Xiao Jia approached the territory of Class 2, she witnessed Lele and others being mercilessly assaulted, their arms twisted and blood splattering the ground, encircled by over 20 unruly students who continued to pummel them. You scoundrels from Class 2, I curse your ancestors. Xiao Jia leaped high, swinging her stick down on the head of the hefty student at the edge of the crowd, creating a gaping wound that released a torrent of blood. The fat boy clutched his bleeding head, anger bubbling forth, but before he could utter a word, another blow struck his temple, rendering him unconscious. Isn't that the confined Xiao monkey? Just released and already daring to challenge us. This time, we'll make sure to take your head. A leading figure from Class 2 charged at Xiao Jia. The chubby boy and Xiao Yu, along with other boys, were taken aback as they witnessed half the class mobilizing. This was no mere scuffle. When they saw Xiao Jia battling fiercely, bloodied and bruised, while several classmates writhed in pain on the ground and Lele lay among them, drenched in blood with broken arms, their hesitation evaporated. With shouts of indignation, they plunged into the fray. The corridor erupted into chaos. 3 classes embroiled in an all-out brawl. In Class 3-4, a rogue stood at the podium, pummeling a sturdy boy of similar stature. This was the last remaining student who dared to provoke him. Did he really believe he could escape unscathed? He delivered a punch to the boy's nose. I've taken out several meal-fetching scoundrels in the past 2 days, even a ghost teacher. I'm not worried about taking you down. With another punch, he declared, killing you will yield me some ghost coins. What does it matter? I don't care about bad reviews. Grabbing the boy, he approached the window, where shards of glass remained, poised to sever the boy's head if he loosened his grip. Class 4 fell silent, for they had never encountered someone so devoid of morals. The rogue's brutality etched itself into their memories. Just then, the sounds of a fight erupted from outside, intensifying as it neared their classroom door. Is it true that you've killed a ghost teacher? The sturdy boy asked, his nose bloodied and face marred, but he seemed unconcerned, lifting his bloodied eyelids to gaze excitedly at the rogue. Why would I lie? The rogue retorted, kicking the boy aside as he exited the classroom. Outside, he saw the athletes from classes 2 and 3. The sturdy boy wiped the black blood from his mouth with his sleeve, stepping outside without a hint of resentment for the rogue's earlier assault, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. What do you know? Tell me. The madman raised an eyebrow, his temperament making him feel exhilarated upon witnessing such a scene of combat, even if it involved a group of unruly brats. Dazhuang cracked a smile, revealing a few missing teeth. Upon learning that the madman had killed a ghostly teacher, he no longer harbored animosity towards him. In fact, he felt a sense of admiration. The two classes were predominantly male, and, taking advantage of their status as a special class at the academy, they frequently banded together to bully others. Most of them had connections with the academy's ghostly staff, thus escaping severe punishment, which made them exceedingly arrogant. Such behavior was truly deserving of a beating. The madman spat, and those who were being beaten? The class scapegoats? Huh, not all. It was Xiao Jia from Class 1, a fellow who, like me, could not abide the conduct of those two classes and dared to confront them head-on. Class 1? The madman recalled the words of Song Zang and glanced at the restless Dazhuang, his mind suddenly formulating a plan. He feigned disdain, saying, like you, don't flatter yourself. I reckon he's far more ruthless than you. If not, it would be you getting beaten right now. Oof. If it weren't for you teachers locking us in the little black room, do you think I would be afraid? The madman turned around, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. So, you're quite brave, huh? To tell you the truth, there's not a coward in Class 4. All right, whether they're cowards or not will be evident when they come out. The madman bellowed. All the brave souls from Class 4, step forth. Go and beat those special students from the other two classes to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Chapter 49, Moral Education Inspection. Mask attributes in a moral education office. Bang, bang. 2 sharp knocks. A delicate hand pushed open the wooden door, swiftly entering the room and securely closing it behind. Hee. Sit down. The moral education director feigned a smile as he approached the door, gently patting Tong Yao's back. Don't be nervous. The teacher is merely checking on your physical and mental development to ensure your well-being, which will affect your grades at the end of the month. You would want to receive poor marks, would you? Locking the door, he gently guided Tong Yao to the inspection bed. This ISN the first time. Do I need to teach you? The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room into shadow. The director's smile widened, his face twisting grotesquely, dark veins crawling across his eyes as he discarded his teaching attire onto the floor. Tong Yao remained silent, biting her lip as she lay on the inspection bed, her tense hands gripping the hem of her dress, desperately trying to conjure happy thoughts, believing that only in doing so would the impending ordeal leave no trace in her memory. Gasping for breath, the director gulped down a glass of water. It was a habit of his to consume several blue pills before conducting moral inspections, to calm himself and avoid ending the inspection prematurely. His heavy breathing grew nearer. A foul stench assaulted her face, causing her to grimace and struggle to hold her breath. A rough hand impatiently tore open the collar button. Bang, bang. A thunderous noise erupted as the door was kicked open. A middle-aged, overweight man with a dark, round face and a furious expression stormed in. The man was severely balding, with a ring of hair around his head, resembling the twisted leader from the Crucible. The dean? The moral education director momentarily lost focus, his elongated face contorted with fear. The fat man said nothing, fixing a piercing gaze on him. Suddenly, he hurled a thin steel rod, piercing through the director's palm. nailing his arm to the wall. Then came the other hand, feet, shoulders, and knees. Dark blood gushed forth from the holes in his body, pooling on the ground. Yet the moral education director dared not emit even a single scream. The arrival of the fat man did not offer Tong Yao a sense of salvation. Rather, she found herself plunged into another, darker abyss. Ruthless, bloodthirsty, and deranged, this man was synonymous with cruelty. He showed no mercy to his subordinates who erred. And over the years, hundreds of ghosts had perished at his hands, all subjected to brutal torment. Her delicate shoulders were seized as a terrifying force yanked her from a bed. Tong Yao felt the world spin around her, a powerful impact striking her body, and she realized she had been thrown out of the room. Looking back inside, it seemed the director's medications had taken effect. The fat man remained silent, turning away, casting a disdainful glance at the moral education director before swinging his hand to break a soft bone. The director fought the urge to scream, but fear compelled him to clamp his mouth shut. In a moment of desperation, he bit off his own tongue. The fat man exited the room, lifting Tong Yao and leaving the moral education office without uttering a word. The director, nailed to the wall, spat out half a tongue, black blood oozing from his mouth, frantically nodding at the fat man while mentally repeating words of gratitude for the dean's teachings. As they passed a deserted restroom, casting a glance back to assess the surroundings, the fat man pulled Tong Yao into the restroom. Just when Tong Yao thought the true nightmare had arrived, the fat man plunged his fingers into his own eyes and mouth, forcefully tearing at his face. The flesh was ripped to the point of distortion, ultimately taking the scalp and clothing off entirely. Teachering, Tong Yao rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. From now on, you'll no longer have the ability to harass you. Song Zang stored the ghostly mask away. During the earlier class, when he saw the moral education director's elongated face peering in at Tong Yao, he had already guessed the director's intentions. Following Tong Yao out, Song Zang contemplated how to appropriately teach the director a lesson until he passed the wall of renowned teachers and saw the dean's portrait. There was no identity more fitting than that of the dean. Furthermore, when Song Zang horrifiedly realized that he could mimic the dean's likeness using the ghostly mask, a torrent of violent, bloodthirsty, and other negative emotions surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming his rationality. Ultimately, relying on his formidable willpower, he managed to suppress the negative emotions to a controllable level, yet he teetered on the brink of losing control, yearning for blood and desiring to inflict pain. Song Zang speculated that this might be the mask's mimicry attribute, capable of imprinting a portion of a character's personality. Truly a sinister artifact. Tong Yao, feeling as though she had lost her soul, trailed behind Song Zang. Everything that had just transpired felt utterly surreal. Could it be that her nightly prayers had finally been answered? Starting tomorrow, I will lead you all away from this kind of life. Reflecting on last night's words, Tong Yao felt increasingly certain that this person could rescue everyone. He certainly could. Upon returning to the teaching building, just as they turned into the corridor, they spotted Xiao Jia and several others hurriedly carrying Lei Lei out, with Xiao Yu struggling to support two arms at the rear, panting and blowing bubbles. Raising her eyes toward the corridor, the horrific scene left Song Zang and Tong Yao in shock. Black blood splattered everywhere, the floor and walls marked with bloody footprints. Dozens of bloodied little ghosts squatted against the wall, their heads riddled with dents, faces unrecognizable, and not a single inch of their bodies left unharmed. Meanwhile, another group of little ghosts cackled, twisting the arms of the squatting ghosts in pairs, accompanied by screams and the sound of cracking bones as they wrenched arms off, carelessly discarding them onto the ground. Noticing Lei Lei's empty sleeves, dark energy swirled around Song Zang as he coldly inquired, "Did they do this?" Xiao Yu and the others were too frightened to speak. Xiao Jia was equally dazed, momentarily unsure how to respond to the imposing Song Zang. "Let those little ghosts put Lei Lei down," Song Zang commanded, retrieving a suturing needle to attend to Lei Lei's severed arm. Lei Lei, frightened, attempted to evade, but after being pricked by the needle, half of her body lost sensation, leaving her to helplessly witness Song Zang's actions. Fighting in the academy resulted in severe penalties. Once a fist was thrown, one would be confined in the little black room, especially in such a large-scale brawl. Several classmates cast another glance at Song Zang. and Xiao Yu recounted the whole story, finally pointing towards Class 4. Later, Teacher Kwang called out the entire Class 4, and with the support of Zhuang and others, we were no longer overwhelmed. Ultimately, it was Teacher Kwang who took action, throwing down several of the fiercest from Class 2. Only then were these two classes subdued. As he spoke, Song Zang completed the stitching of severed limb. Once the anesthetic wore off, he would be able to move. He rose and walked into the corridor. How about it, chubby? Feeling relieved? Teacher Kwang draped his arm over the shoulders of the chubby boy as they exited Class 2. Yes, Teacher Kwang is really amazing. The chubby boy grinned, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and handing it to Kwang. Oh, you have this delightful item? Kwang accepted it without hesitation. The chubby boy then produced a lighter, leaning in to light it for Kwang. Hee, this is a leftover from the previous teacher. Teacher Kwang, please make sure Zhuang puts in more effort to twist off all the arms of Class 2 and 3. Don't leave any behind. After saying this, he stuffed the entire pack of cigarettes, along with the lighter, into Kwang's hands. Look at you, why so polite? I'm brothers with your ghost shadow teacher. Our two classes are like brother classes. If there are difficulties, just say it. No need to be courteous. Kwang patted the chubby boy's shoulder again, pocketing the cigarettes and tossing the half-smoked one to Zhuang. Hey, Zhuang, put in some effort and make these little brats remember their place. Got it. Everyone, put in some effort and release all that pent-up frustration. Zhuang took the half-cigarette, took a deep drag, and shared it with a few younger boys who were working hard. Just then, Zhuang suddenly shivered. Chapter 50. Satisfactory Explanation. Sharing the burden, the aura emanating from the person before him sent a chill down Zhuang's spine. Ghost Shadow Teacher. Zhuang and the other little ghosts respectfully called out, instinctively lowering their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Upon seeing Song Zang, the little ghosts from Class 1 all gathered around, each bearing significant injuries, yet their faces displayed a fearless expression as if flaunting their recent victory. Clang! Clang! A few mountain-cutting knives were tossed onto the ground from the system store. All of them chop off their feet and throw them downstairs, Song Zang said blankly. Zhuang and the others sniffled, hesitating as they looked towards Kwang. The latter excitedly nodded, picking up a mountain-cutting knife, eager to take action himself. You can't do this. My uncle is Chef Liu from the cafeteria, a young ghost exclaimed in fear. Kwang paused, asking cautiously, the lame Liu? Yes. Both our classes have some standing. You better not cause trouble. The little ghost threatened, lifting his chin. Sorry, I just took care of him before breakfast. Kwang grinned, swinging the knife down, severing an ankle and carving a shallow groove into the cement floor. The young ghost writhed on the ground, limbs severed, screaming in agony. Nearby, a darker-skinned ghost tried to inch away, fearing the knife-wielding brute. And my uncle is teacher sure. The ghost stuttered, but before he could finish, he collided with a leg behind him and was met with a surgical knife to the head. These two humans possess ghostly power. As the darker-skinned ghost slowly disintegrated, the little ghosts were filled with terror. As death approached, they finally understood their predicament. Even if they fought amongst themselves, no matter how severe the injuries, they could gradually recover. But in front of humans with ghostly power, they were equal. The injuries they sustained were real and irreversible, capable of leading to actual death. Dozens of little ghosts began to plead for mercy from Song Zang. Even the students from classes 1 and 4 looked at him with fear in their eyes. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from afar. Xiao Jia came flying like a cannonball, rolling several times before landing at Song Zang's feet. Everyone turned towards the staircase, just in time to see Xiao Yu and several other classmates being kicked away by Teacher Yuan from Class 3, one after another rolling towards this side. Even Lele, who lay on the ground, unable to move, was not spared. Another ghost teacher appeared behind Tong Yao, pityingly stroking her long hair, then harshly tugging it, disregarding her cries, dragging her to the door of Class 2. Two ghost teachers stood opposite Song Zang, staring at their students, whose arms had all been twisted off. The ghost teacher, named Run Liang, angrily scolded. Am I explaining this to you? All right. Song Zang stepped forward, blocking Kwang, who was about to take action. Before that, I would like Teacher Ren to clarify what this means. What did these students who were kicked away by Teacher Yuan do wrong? Surely, you cannot punish them without reason? Wielding a surgical knife, Song Zang approached the group of little ghosts from Class 2, asking leisurely. They were not in the classroom during class time, and the boys and girls were gathered together. When they saw the teacher, they did not greet us, and their appearance was disheveled. Any one of these is a reason. Since the ghost shadow teacher has no time to discipline them, I shall take it upon myself to manage these rebellious wastrels. I remember that Xiao Jia just came out of the troubled room today, right? It seems the troubles in her heart are not yet resolved. I will consult the instructor to extend her time by a month, so she learns to let go of her troubles. Ren Liang coldly huffed and kicked Tong Yao in the abdomen, harshly tossing her towards Song Zang. He caught the pained Tong Yao and placed her aside. Song Zang's smile grew ever more radiant. I truly appreciate your hard work, Teacher Ren and Teacher Yuan from Class 3. It's all my fault for not having time to discipline the students. Your students, too, were not in the classroom during class time. Boys and girls gathered together. Upon seeing us, they did not greet us. Their appearance was disheveled, and they committed even more offenses, attacking classmates, wielding controlled weapons to gather and fight, and even attempting to assault teachers. One little ghost immediately retorted, "We didn't tea. Where did weapons come from in our class?" Song Zang smiled, crouched down, picked up a mountain-cutting knife, and placed it into the little ghost's hand. Now there is. The little ghost stared blankly at this seemingly kind teacher, whose heart was more terrifying than a demon, feeling an urge to cry out of frustration. Rising, he patted his forehead, and Song Zang sheepishly smiled. Since both teachers are working so hard, to express my gratitude, I shall take it upon myself to relieve you of the burden regarding these mischievous little ghosts. With a flourish of the surgical knife, two ghost heads rolled to the feet of Run and Jiang, the two ghost teachers. Teacher Yuan, seemingly not one for words, drew a dragon whip, preparing to strike, but was stopped by Ren Liang. Calm down. This human possesses ghostly power. As he spoke, two more ghost heads fell to the ground. Even though Ren Liang believed he and Teacher Yuan could subdue Song Zang together, he would not risk it for a few little ghosts. Compared to the lives of a few little ghosts, if he were injured, that would not be worth it. The ghost shadow teacher is truly imposing, Ren Liang remarked sarcastically. I just want Teacher Ren and Teacher Jiang to remember. Our Class S students are not for you to discipline. Are you really not afraid I'll report you to the instructor? Kwang finally couldn't hold back, pointing at Ren Liang and scolding, "You old hypocrite. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. Stop being so sarcastic and hypocritical. Look at your utterly insincere face. Can't you eat some kidneys to nourish yourself? If you can't win, go find the higher-ups. You really have some ambition, don't you?" By the end of his tirade, Kwang was poking Ren Liang's forehead with his finger, scolding while pushing him back. Ren Liang's deadpan face turned ashen, smoke seemingly rising from his head, as if Kwang had struck a nerve. "All right, you two wait. I'll report to the instructor. When the time comes, I will naturally deal with you." With that, he turned and stormed off. Yuan, the teacher, remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the ferocious delinquents and Song Zang, taking a few steps back before hastily pursuing Ren Liang. Upon catching up with Ren Liang, Yuan curiously inquired, "Ren, how do you know about your kidney deficiency and your sister-in-law?" Silence. Among the small children from classes 2 and 3 squatting on the ground, despair etched across their faces as they realized the teacher no longer cared for them. One clever-looking child quickly devised a plan, shattering a window and leaping out. Seeing this, the others, enlightened, concluded that rather than facing these two demons, it was better to jump from the building, suffering merely some physical pain. Thus, dozens of children, like carp leaping over the dragon gate, swayed their bodies and broke through the windows, free-falling from several dozen meters. Upon landing, even with their bones shattered, they erupted into laughter, having narrowly escaped with their lives. The delinquents clung to the window, discarding several machetes that randomly struck down a few unlucky children. Turning to Song Zang, one of them inquired, "Brother Ghost Shadow, what shall we do next? Shall we eliminate the disciplinary director?" Playing with a scalpel. Song Zang nodded in agreement. "It's a good plan, otherwise trouble will find us." "You lot, can you move?" Xiao Jia and a few others quickly gathered, assuring they were up for the task. "Today, we will deal with the Run and Yuan families." Chapter 51. The disciplinary director, venting resentment in the disciplinary office. The director vehemently suggested, I strongly recommend that the conduct of the students and teachers from classes 1 and 3 be classified as the most severe and egregious collective incident since the establishment of our institution. This behavior is organized, premeditated, and has a clear objective. Ghost Shadow and the delinquents, being human, harbor ulterior motives. Their aim is undoubtedly to incite all students and destabilize our academy. I demand once more that the security department be mobilized to eliminate these two and restore tranquility to our institution. Ren Liang, filled with fervor, stood beside the desk, passionately condemning the actions of Song Zang and his accomplices. Behind the desk, a gaunt middle-aged man remained unruffled, sipping his tea. Little Ren, how long have you been working here? 4.5 years, almost 5, Director. You wish to mobilize the security department for just 2 pests? Are you out of your mind, or am I? His serpent-like gaze fixed on Ren Liang, silencing him instantly. The security department is the president's private force. Even I must seek the president's approval to mobilize them. I've heard he is pressing matters at hand. Do you really think you're in a position to instruct me? With a heavy blow, a large whip shattered Ren Liang's knee, forcing him to kneel before the disciplinary director. Yuan Fong, what is your opinion? Yuan, standing rigidly, dare not raise her head. Coldly, she stated, students involved should reflect in the confinement room for half a month, and teachers involved should be dealt with immediately, sparing the director any further concern. Did you hear that, Little Ren? Learn from Yuan Fong. In times of crisis, one must take initiative for the academy and the president. Do not assume others are fools, using them as tools while you hide behind. With the next election approaching, Yuan Fong had already received a nomination for Outstanding Teacher, while you have yet to qualify even for the shortlist. Your wife's departure is not solely due to your impotence. The failure of your mind is far more lethal than the failure of your body. You must reflect on this reason. Cold sweat trickled down Ren Liang's brow. He had presumed himself clever, yet his petty schemes had been thoroughly seen through, while Yuan Fong, seemingly foolish, was the one with true depth. The office door swung open without ceremony, and the delinquent strode in confidently, heading straight for the desk, ignoring the astonished gazes of the 3 ghosts. He approached the disciplinary director, whispered a few words, then stood aside, disregarding the others. The director's expression tightened upon hearing him, nodding in gratitude before hastily exiting the office. Ren Liang and Yuan Fong stood in stunned silence. What did you say to the director? The delinquent, grinning, sat in the director's chair, propping one leg on the desk and the other across it, boasting, I told him I'm taking your lives. With that, he produced a silver Desert Eagle and silently fired 2 shots. Ren and Yuan, astonished, gazed at the syringes embedded in their chests, with Yuan speechless, pointing at the gun. Their bodies swayed, ultimately succumbing to the anesthetic's potency, collapsing to the ground. Excellent, truly excellent. The delinquent toyed with the silver Desert Eagle, which Song Zang had retrieved from under the desk in Class 3. A slight disappointment lingered as the bullets had been replaced with tranquilizers. The door opened again, and several children poured in, placing urine bags over the unconscious teachers and administering another injection, collectively carrying them away. Well done. These little ones have potential. The delinquent genuinely admired Xiao Jia and the others for their adept skills. Rising from his seat, he exited the office, greeting the disciplinary director not far from the door before departing swiftly. The director waved amicably, feigning ignorance towards the 2 trapped in the urine bags. Turning back, he asked excitedly, President, does this mean next month's election has been arranged? Indeed, I have decided to appoint you as the newly created vice president. This decision is set in stone. The dissenting voices from the moral education department have been discreetly handled. These 2 teachers were planted by our opponents in the academy, so I shall utilize human hands to eliminate them. The disciplinary director nodded, bowing hastily. Song Zang turned to leave, his eyes bloodshot, the inner turmoil compelling him to wish to tear the ghost before him to shreds. Choosing once more to adopt the president's identity, he fabricated the appointment of a vice president, not merely speaking whimsically. The highest position on the wall of distinguished teachers is the president's photograph, followed by the directors of discipline, administration, and moral education, all lined up beneath the president. Since there was no such position as vice president, Song Zang felt at ease fabricating the temporary addition to deceive the disciplinary director. Finding an inconspicuous corner, he struggled to remove the ghostly mask, his mind regaining its composure. While the delinquent was aware of his ability to disguise himself, he remained unaware of the tools he employed, thus the mask could not be revealed. Even the seemingly righteous delinquent must be guarded against critical issues. The mask's owner, Zhang Rue, served as a cautionary example. The brother who appears supportive may be the one wielding the deepest knife, as he alone knows where your vulnerabilities lie. In a certain restroom, although not at the same time, Song Zang pushed the door open. The delinquent and the other children awaited here, with the two unconscious teachers sprawled on the floor. Removing the urine bags, Song Zang poured his potent concoction of fermented child's urine over the faces of the teachers. A sizzling sound erupted, and thick yellow smoke began to rise from their ghostly faces. The concoction, having fermented for several days, had turned into a murky orange yellow, and as it was spilled, its pungent aroma instantly filled the air, prompting everyone present to cover their mouths and noses. The two teachers shrieked as they awoke, instinctively swatting at their faces. But the burning sensation was akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. As their ghostly hands made contact with the orange-yellow liquid, they too began to decay. And soon their hands dissolved into dark liquid. Binding their arms with ropes, he hoisted them up. Song Zang produced 2 syringes filled with central nervous system stimulants, designed to enhance neural activity and stimulate the cerebral cortex, allowing for prolonged states of euphoria. In simpler terms, it would make them hypersensitive, experiencing tenfold pleasure with every punch. Big brother, spare me. Ultimately, I was merely disciplining the students. I meant no harm to you. Ren Liang pleaded desperately. Where are you anyway? Compared to Ren Liang, Yuan Fong knew that escape was futile today, and her emotions spiraled into madness. Shaking her decaying flesh, her face became even more horrifying under the torment, and she roared. We are all acting in accordance with the Academy's rules. Those fools who sent these little brats here, do you think it was for education? Early romance, internet addiction, rebellion, introversion, truancy, they are all afflicted. This is a sickness. It must be cured. The Academy is the place for healing. It will make them kneel and understand the essence of filial piety. The Academy will make them smile, becoming a source of pride for those fools. Their parents are grateful to us. Why do you come here pretending to be a good Samaritan? Wen Liang stared blankly at Yuan Fang's hysterics, surprised to see such a frenzied side of her, usually so taciturn. Suddenly, Tong Yao's body began to tremble, black blood oozing from her eyes. Soon, blood poured from her mouth, nose, and ears, her hair falling out, and her once smooth skin rapidly withering. Nearby, Xiao Jia's head split open entirely, revealing her decaying black brain matter. Xiao Pang and Xiao, you were similarly transforming into grotesque forms. What on earth are you little demons doing? The madman leaped to the doorway, watching as Xiao Pang's wrist spurted blood, stepping back in fear of being splattered. Song Zang emerged from the restroom, calling the madman outside. His words had successfully incited the little demons, causing them to manifest in their deathly forms. What now? The madman tightened his grip on the steel rod, wary of the little demons losing control and attacking him. He began to devise a plan to eliminate these demons. Just wait. Once they vent their frustrations, it will be fine. Song Zang finished speaking and closed the restroom door. A chilling wail echoed from within. Chapter 52, Sour Pickles. Information exchange. When the abandoned restroom was opened again, the little demons had returned to normal, chatting and laughing as they emerged. Teacher Ing, Teacher Kwong, thank you. The little demons lined up, bowing sincerely to the two. Haha, splendid. You all did wonderfully, the madman said, chuckling awkwardly as he hid the steel rod behind his back. After the chaotic skirmish in the teaching building, Xiao Jia and the others were disheveled, their clothes torn and smeared with black blood. Tong Yao looked even worse, having been the most frenzied in the restroom. Thankfully, the inky blood obscured her exposed skin. You all should change into clean clothes and take a shower. Tell the classmates that after lunch, they can rest in the dormitory and come back for class at 2 in the afternoon. Don't worry about the English teacher. I'll handle it. Song Zang smiled as he instructed, then walked back inside. Stepping through the thick blood, he approached the lifeless bodies of Ren Liang and Yuan Fong, collected the noose, and retrieved a scalpel, slicing open Ren Liang's forehead to begin skinning him. The two ghostly skins were soon removed, and he discarded the bloodied remains into the last stall of the restroom, closing the door behind him. After washing his hands, he exited the premises. Wasteful. The shadowy ghost appeared, sensing Song Zang's good mood. That Yuan person has already become equivalent to the English teacher. If you let me consume it, I could at least grant you a fraction of ghostly power. Let's forget it. My main objective is to satisfy these student ghosts. That little bit of ghostly power is trivial compared to alleviating their grievances. By the way, what do you need the ghost skins for? The shadowy ghost inquired curiously. To conduct a small experiment when the opportunity arises. In the corridor, several little demons had already left, leaving only the madman behind. Brother Ghost Shadow here. The madman handed Song Zang 100 ghost coins, grinning. I almost forgot about this. When the little demons mentioned food, it reminded me. Borrowing 20 and returning 100? I thought you were out of money? Song Zang, not one to be polite, stuffed the coins into his pocket and asked curiously. Money is still quite easy to earn here. The madman chuckled awkwardly, avoiding the question. Both were astute individuals, each harboring their own secrets. Just like how Song Zang concealed his use of the ghost mask from the madman, he understood the unspoken privacy and refrained from pressing further. Upon entering the cafeteria, they were greeted by a pungent, sour smell that made them grimace. There were noticeably more ghost teachers around the campus compared to yesterday, and even the cafeteria had added additional ghost staff, with more serving windows and several bowls of sour pickles, old-fashioned noodles, and various hearty dishes. Some players, seeing these seemingly normal complimentary dishes, tried a few, and upon tasting them, all exhibited expressions of astonishment. It's that flavor, a familiar taste from the human realm. Tears of excitement streamed down the players' faces as they secretly resolved to rely on these sour pickles for their meals in the future. Song Zang disliked overly pungent food and opted for donkey meat from the vending machine, while the madman dashed into the staff restroom, emerging long after. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he spent 100 ghost coins on 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, sitting across from Song Zang to feast. Brother, would you like 2 skewers? The madman, with grease on his lips, offered Song Zang. Have you heard that saying? If you have money, you should indulge in kidneys. Not quite my taste, thank you. Song Zang smiled, declining the madman's offer. Ah, you never know when to replenish. By the time you realize, it might be too late. The madman earnestly advised. Suddenly, his gaze fell in the distance. Hey brother, over there. The madman gestured toward a corner of the cafeteria. It was a group of little demons from class 3. Song Zang recognized them as well. The green-skinned little demons were bandaged up, surrounding a group of tall high school students, their faces contorted with anger as they spoke animatedly. As they spoke, they cast ominous glances toward a particular table. Following their gaze, Song Zang saw Xiao Jia and Xiao Pang sitting together with a few big boys from the madman's class, seemingly having made friends. These little demons are quite troublesome. Song Zang mused. Haha, it would be best if all the ghost students in the school came to beat them up. The madman laughed heartily, aligning with Song Zang's thoughts. The little demons in my class almost hated me to death, but after we had that skirmish, their animosity turned into friendliness. If I take them into a few more fights, a 5-star review will surely be mine. At that moment, 7 or 8 human players approached, encircling the two. The madman stowed away his smile, carelessly pulling out a thin steel rod, brandishing it menacingly as the black blood and bits of flesh splattered to the ground, creating a foul stench. Leading the group was a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Song Zang, suggesting they had used the same character template. Friends, there's no need to be tense. We mean no harm. The middle-aged man stepped forward, spreading his hands in a gesture of goodwill, continuing courteously, My name is Chiu Wei, and we are a group of players temporarily assembled. We seek your assistance with a rather unwelcome request. Since it is an unwelcome request, then do not ask. I have no time to spare for you. To speak candidly, we are truly at our wits' end. The students in our class are growing increasingly hostile towards us. If this continues, we may not survive until tomorrow. Chiu Wei looked at Song Zang, his eyes filled with desperation. We merely wish to ask if you have any methods to improve our standing. We hope, considering we are all human, you could lend a hand. Thank you. Looking at you, you seem old enough. Do you think sweet-talking will obligate others to help you? How absurd. The madman mocked. Weren't you among those who watched the commotion yesterday? Why didn't you offer a helping hand then? Now that you see us doing well, you come begging for help. This game has truly taught you nothing. The others behind Xiao Wei exchanged helpless glances, their faces shifting from white to red, rendered speechless by the awkwardness. In the end, a group of people gathered together and collected over 200 ghost coins. This was all the currency we had left. Given that this instance did not offer any quests, it was particularly challenging for newcomers to navigate. I hope my friends do not take offense. The amount of money is inconsequential. Our primary concern is to maintain a proper attitude when dealing with others. It is only natural to tuck the coins away into one's pocket. The bold one turned around, feigning profundity. If you wish to foster good relations with the students, you must integrate with them. Integrate? Xiao Wei quickly inquired. It all depends on your personal understanding. Personally, I once had a confrontation with them, and immediately their attitude improved. The hopeful expressions on Xiao Wei and his companions quickly faded. The little rascals in their class were already troublesome enough. They dared not provoke students from other classes. Song Zang, sitting nearby, finally spoke up. Since you wish to gather information, it would be prudent to exchange it for something of value. Upon hearing Song Zang's words, the group perked up. A young man eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, I know. During class earlier, I made a significant discovery. What discovery? Not only Song Zang and the bold one, but also the other young men accompanying him looked surprised, clearly unaware of what was to come. This morning, a few little rascals threw a tantrum, and I had to hide under the podium in a panic. Guess what I found? The young man pulled out a dagger from his lower back, showcasing it to everyone. This dagger was taped beneath the desk, and the blood grooves still have dried stains. When I took it, it indicated it is a ghostly object. What do you think, Brother Kowtow? Is this news useful? Kowtow casually pulled out a desert eagle and waved it around. See this? Just a heads up. Not every classroom has one, so you won't be disappointed later. The expressions on the faces of the group turned complicated again, worried that they might not find a ghostly object under their own desks. The young man also felt a bit disheartened, realizing that his significant discovery held no value for the two. The atmosphere grew tense. Most of these individuals were novices. Merely surviving until now was a feat, let alone offering useful intelligence. I believe the students harbor animosity towards us due to the influence of those ghostly teachers, likely tied to the academy's teaching methods. Indeed, those directors are even more terrifying. To the students, they are practically demons. Just yesterday afternoon, a few little rascals attempted to confront me, but the disciplinary director happened to pass by, and they were too frightened to move, allowing me to escape unscathed. I've also heard that the dean is even more formidable than the directors. The group began to discuss fervently. In truth, they had already deliberated these matters in private. Now, they merely conveyed them to Song Zang, hoping it might be of some use to him and his companion. Do you have any information regarding the dean? Song Zang interrupted. The faces of Xiao Wei and the others lit up with excitement as they turned toward a girl in the crowd, stepping back to allow her to come forward. Glancing at the girl's name badge, it read Yanzi. She seemed somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes and timidly remarked, I don't have much information. I'm unsure if it will be of any use. That's all right. Please share what you know. Song Zang was eager to learn more about this elusive dean. As the FAAD they presented left him feeling uncertain. After all, it would be awkward if he were to encounter the real person one day. Once, I overheard two ghosts discussing in the infirmary. They suspected that the dean has been ill and hasn't shown up for over a month. Moreover, he has moved out of the teaching dormitory, but I don't know where to. After Yanzi finished speaking, she took a couple of steps back to merge into the crowd. It was no wonder the disciplinary director easily believed her. The ghosts rarely had any contact with this mysterious dean. While you are in class, you can show the students these films. Remember, when we conclude the instance, we only need to ensure the student satisfaction. Their academic performance is irrelevant. Song Zang shared some tips on how to handle the English teacher and handed out a few DVDs, such as Passion High School and Northeast Matters, distributing 2 copies to each person. This way, they were unlikely to receive any negative feedback. Is it really possible to operate like this? Xiao Wei and his companions were left dumbfounded, but soon they grasped the concept. Reflecting on their own school days, they realized these strategies were second nature to them. Now, they just needed to immerse themselves and transform into students with the identity of a teacher. They expressed their gratitude repeatedly and hurriedly left the cafeteria. Typically, he did not enjoy sleeping in the afternoon. Even a brief nap would lead to insomnia at night. However, now sleep was essential for rejuvenating his spirit. With the academy's dean absent and the disciplinary director having given the green light, there were numerous tasks to accomplish after nightfall. Sleeping? What a pity. The students energetically entered the classroom. The shadow teacher, Fat Mary, is the disciplinary director's cousin, Xiao Jiao remarked while sitting by the podium. Song Zang smiled and asked, "Haven't you attended physical education class in a while?" Because Fat Mary mentioned that the physical education teacher had a terminal illness. All physical education classes had been converted to English for the past 3 years. Just then, a loud noise echoed from outside as steel bars scraped against the wall. With a loud crash, the classroom door was kicked open. The familiar manner of entering was soon followed by a familiar phrase. Fat Mary strode onto the podium wielding a thin steel bar, ignoring Song Zang as she addressed the class. "Before we start, each of you will come up to receive 100 dragon whips." Everyone understood what the 100 dragon whips signified and stood up, staring at Fat Mary without moving. "Your expressions are quite displeasing to me," Fat Mary remarked, seeing the eyes fixed on her, some filled with anger, others with disdain, and some icy, but none showed fear. Xiao Jia quietly pulled out a short stick, but Song Zang held her shoulder to stop her. With a smile, he took the stick and looked at Fat Mary standing in front of him. "Hey, Mary, do you remember me?" The students widened their eyes, watching as Song Zang raised the wooden stick and thrust it directly into the back of Fat Mary's head. He shook the stick, twisting it left and right, and then forcefully pounded a few more times. I wanted to do this for a long time. This stick is just the right size." "Ugh, why is there still something oozing out?" Song Zang pulled Xiao Jiao away, narrowly avoiding the ghostly claws that Fat Mary lunged at him with. "You little pest!" Fat Mary roared, and with her other claw, she hurled the steel bar, striking Song Zang squarely in the forehead. "Damn it, you little pest. I'll let you off easy." As she saw Song Zang freeze in place with the steel bar lodged in his forehead, Fat Mary cursed. With her brain turned to mush, her reaction was slightly delayed. After speaking, she pulled the wooden stick from the back of her head, shaking her plump head as the grotesque brain matter spilled out. "Is this your strength?" Song Zang's voice sounded again from behind. Before Fat Mary could turn around, she cursed again and bent her arm at a strange angle, suddenly stabbing backward, just when the entire class thought Song Zang would be pierced through the heart. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. At that moment, he was enveloped in a layer of shadow. He could barely see his original form, while the shadowy face bore a resemblance to his own, albeit slightly blurred with a smile. "I borrowed a bit of your dark energy, which allows me to surpass my normal state, just a tad." Ignoring Fat Mary's claws embedded in his chest, the hazy face took a deep breath, revealing an expression of relief. Oddly enough, beneath the shadow, Song Zang's own face remained completely still. "Letting you out is for you to feast, not to act like a freak. This is my debut. You really don't hold back with your words. Don't rush. Let me show you the devouring prowess of our shadow ghosts. Prepare yourself." With a strange laugh, the shadowy face began to swell grotesquely, the entire figure expanding rapidly, engulfing the podium in mere moments. "Fat sister, do you have any final words to convey?" Chapter 54. Devouring Mary, Whipping Liangjun. "Damn it, shadow ghost." Fat Mary cursed and turned to flee. Evidently, it was aware of the specter known as the shadow ghost and knew the impending ordeal it was about to face. No matter how it ran, it could not escape the confines of the podium. That layer of ethereal darkness acted as an insurmountable barrier, ensnaring it within, even muffling its cries for help. Then, the shadow swiftly contracted, the corpulent figure being compressed and distorted until it resembled a specimen affixed to the shadow, ultimately plunging into Song Zang's mouth, a sensation that made his stomach convulse slightly. Supporting himself against the lectern, Song Zang rubbed his temples, striving to dismiss thoughts of that gruesome, bloody form. "You must be doing this on purpose," he thought, sensing that the shadow ghost was harnessing that very power. "Congratulations, player. Your reputation among the students of Class 3-1 has increased, and the overall sentiment has shifted from neutral to friendly." "Teacher, are you all right?" a student below inquired softly. Regaining his composure, Song Zang forced a smile. There will be no more English classes. Now let's head to gym class, move. With a grand gesture. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into excited cheers as students rushed out. Song Zang followed suit, with a few mischievous spirits trailing behind him. It was of little consequence, but Song Zang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. The doors to classes 2 and 3 were shut, with sounds resembling the striking of steel against palm emanating from within, likely the arrival of a new teacher. Passing by class 4, he noticed a ruckus. A wild spirit had somehow procured a rocking chair, sitting in it while munching on seeds, watching a movie with the students. "What are you up to, Shadow Brothers?" The wild spirit called out as Song Zang walked by. "Gym class, heading out to the field," Song Zang responded, prompting an uproar from class 4. "Gym class? Our school has gym class? Weren't we told that the sports teacher was unwell and recuperating?" The wild spirit spat out the seed shell and stood up, asking, "What's wrong? Do you all want to go out and stretch your legs?" The students in class 4 nodded vigorously. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The wild spirit charged out first, followed closely by a throng of enthusiastic students. Across from the comprehensive building, a loudspeaker abruptly blared. "Which class is making all that noise?" The discipline director leaned out of the window, holding a megaphone. "I command you, report to the discipline office immediately." "Ah, yes, the broadcast test has concluded. What you heard was a historical recording. Students on the playground need not heed it. Sports teacher, hurry to the field and guide the students in their lesson." The students on the ground stood dumbfounded. They had clearly seen the discipline director pointing at them, reprimanding them. Yet, when 2 teachers waved at him, the narrative shifted entirely. Even instructing the frail sports teacher to lead the class? Truly, these 2 teachers were remarkable. Upon arriving at the playground, the legendary sports teacher was already pacing with palpable anticipation. Upon seeing the adorable students and their human instructors, tears of excitement welled at the corners of his mouth. After 3 long years, he had finally waited for this moment. "Hello, everyone. I am your physical education teacher, Liang Zhen. It's our first meeting after 3 years, and I am thrilled." The students fell silent, gazing at this deeply muscled man whose voice resonated with vigor, seemingly at odds with the rumors of his frail health. "Haha, I know what you're all thinking. Don't believe the rumors circulating in the academy. They're the fabrications of selfish individuals, and you understand their motives. Now, let us make the most of our precious physical education time." Song Zang exchanged glances with the wild spirit. Liang Zhen appeared to be unlike those nearsighted scholars in the academy. Could he be a rare, passionate mentor? However, the next words that followed compelled them to draw their weapons. "Now, each student will come forward to receive 50 dragon whips as a token of our meeting. Then, you will run 100 laps around the field, totaling 40,000 meters. The first 10 to finish will be exempt from further instruction, while the rest will receive a corresponding number of dragon whips based on their rankings. And you 2 humans will participate as well to enhance your physical fitness." The wild spirit pointed to himself, inquiring me, "2 humans?" Liang Zhen flicked the dragon whip in his hand, his voice booming with authority. "Yes, I am indeed referring to you." With a chuckle, the wild spirit rolled up his sleeves and approached Liang Zhen, already pulling out a thin steel rod. Liang Zhen towered over him, but as a formidable athletic spirit, he was not intimidated, patiently waiting for the wild spirit to draw near. "Step back. Those wanting to watch a fight should go to the stands, and those wishing to play ball should head to the field." Song Zang temporarily assumed the role of order keeper. "Teacher, we don't have any footballs," a few spirits shouted. Casting a glance at the 2 towering figures about to engage, Song Zang realized that requesting a football from Liang Zhen at this moment would be somewhat ill-timed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had a remnant from an earlier incident, the severed head he had obtained to prevent Zhang Rui's resurrection. It seemed to retain some freshness, still warm to the touch, and even had a slight bounce when dropped on the ground. A few spirits joyfully kicked it into the field. The wild spirit and Liang Zhen had already begun their clash, both wielding matching thin steel rods, relentlessly attacking without defense. "Go, wild spirit. Show him who can't even take care of himself. Dare to provoke our wild teacher, Liang? Today, I want to let you off lightly." The larger students from class 4 led the cheers, their voices filled with excitement. Liang Zhan's neck flushed red as he struck harder with each blow, causing the wild spirit's claws to tremble. Meanwhile, the wild spirit grew increasingly frenzied, fully abandoning defense. Absorbing Liang Zhan's strikes with one side of his body while delivering rapid blows with the other, the sound of cracking bones reverberating in the air. Liang, your bones must be breaking. If you can't win, just admit defeat and spare your life. Liang, your mother, the larger student, witnessing the wild spirit's injuries, grew frantic, unleashing a barrage of curses that echoed the wild spirit's teachings. In contrast, Xiao Jia and the chubby spirit were more pragmatic. Song Zang observed as these mischievous spirits stealthily approached the battle circle, armed with bricks, bags of urea, and syringes, seeking an opportunity to ambush Liang Zhan. Indeed, as the adage goes, a general's manner begets his soldiers. These spirited children perfectly mirrored Song Zang's style, and without hesitation, he recalled that it was Liang Zhan himself who had called for both humans to join in. Such a request must be honored. With that thought, Song Zang stealthily approached the battle circle, channeling all his strength. With a sharp crack of the whip, a massive black whip, twisted from two hanging ropes, struck Liang Zhan's face with a resounding impact. Blood splattered, and half of Liang Zhan's face was left mangled and gory, a gaping wound appearing at his chin. Seeing Song Zang, who wielded the whip with a smile, Liang Zhan's expression shifted between shock and fury. He attempted to shake off the wild spirit, but found his body paralyzed and immobile. The wild spirit seized the chance, swinging the steel rod against Liang Zhan's head, delivering several blows that caved in half of his skull, dark blood staining his upper body. Brothers, charge! Little Yu, blowing bubbles, leapt onto a companion's shoulders, skillfully placing the urea bag over Liang Zhan's head. Xiao Jia followed suit, simultaneously smashing the bricks down, and finally, the chubby spirit expertly injected the anesthetic into Liang Zhan's body. The towering figure collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Before losing consciousness, Liang Zhan could only recall the sinister grins of several mischievous spirits. Dozens of these little fiends descended from the stands. Xiao Jia, you and your companions are treacherous. Da Zhuang exclaimed, feeling indignant. It turns out you had a plan all along while we sat like fools, merely spectators. After venting his frustration, he seemed unsatisfied and kicked Liang Zhan a few times. Hey, take a lesson from this. Our boss is quite cunning, Xiao Pang remarked triumphantly. What should we do with this scoundrel? The maniacal figure swayed unsteadily, his left side numb, and under his clothing, purple bruises were swollen high. You decide his fate. He himself said he hadn't attended class in 3 years. Even if he vanished, who would care? Da Zhuang, go fetch something. Let us choose a suitable burial ground from Master Liang. The maniac waved his hand, instructing Xiao Pang and the others to carry Liang Zhan towards the sandy ground beside the restroom. On the top floor of the administrative building, a long-haired female spirit stood at the window, her face as pale as paper, lips of vibrant crimson, clad in a fitted black gown that accentuated her alluring figure. In a corner of the playground, several little spirits enthusiastically dug a pit, while a flat-headed youth in teaching attire sat nearby, with Liang Zhan's head resting beneath him. Madam Dean, should we notify the security office? Asked the gray-haired administrative director from another window. That fool Liang Zhan has squandered years of salary. Even if those two humans do not intervene, I shall eliminate him myself. The female spirit spoke in a flat tone, revealing remnants of flesh between her teeth as she spoke. Although those two humans have spared me some trouble, they have breached the Academy's rules and must be dealt with. Indeed, I noticed that the disciplinary office seems wary of those two. They evidently wish to curry favor with them. I fear they may be individuals of significance. The administrative director cautiously advised. What is there to worry about? I hold absolute authority over this entire academy. The female spirit seemed agitated, her pallid face suddenly marred by dark veins. The administrative director lowered his gaze in fear, avoiding her eyes. You are correct. Those whom the disciplinary office dares not offend are certainly not ordinary. Tomorrow, arrange to find a pretext to test the depth of those two. Let us handle them and observe their reactions. As for Liang Zhan's matter, let it be as if it never occurred. His monthly salary will continue to be disbursed in cash, and you shall manage it. Approaching him, The female spirit's gaze sparkled. Without you, I truly would not know how to navigate these dilemmas. Her delicate fingers brushed against the chest of the administrative director, who appeared like a bashful child. Bowing his head even lower, informed the guardians of the students in Class 9 that the Academy has decided to admit them into higher education institutions, implementing a 4-year closed management system, during which they shall not be allowed to contact their families. The female spirit lifted her black skirt, swaying her slender waist as she exited the office. Only then did the administrative director raise his head, gazing at the empty doorway, his eyes filled with tenderness. By the way, noticing the administrative director's flustered expression, the female spirit smiled and remarked, "Tomorrow, the Academy will allocate a special budget for the recruitment of the unique class. The admission criteria will also be lifted. As long as an agreement to waive fees is signed, the Academy will not charge anything and will personally collect the special targets." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her movements exuding charm. "Tomorrow is the open day. I entrust all of this to you. I cannot appear in the spotlight." She chuckled. On the playground, Liang Jun had vanished, while the flat-headed youth filled the pit with dirt. After a flurry of activity, the administrative director leaned back in his chair, contemplating how to resolve the issue concerning the two humans. After a few minutes of closed-eyed reflection, he seemed to devise a plan, picking up the phone and dialing 2 sets of numbers. The physical education class continued on the playground. Song Zang and the others played a vigorous game of kickball with the students for an entire afternoon, concluding only when a powerful kick from maniacal figure shattered Zhang Rui's head, gathering these energetic little spirits together. Song Zang noted that there was no trace of sadness or despair on their faces. Yet, this was insufficient. Song Zang sought to liberate them entirely. Moreover, the class's current attitude towards him was merely friendly. To achieve high ratings, he needed to ignite their spirits once more. "What activity is it, Teacher Guiying? Are we going to sneak out to surf the internet?" Regardless of what it was, following the two teachers could only lead to good fortune. This time, he would not lag behind. De Zhuang rubbed his nose, feeling indignant. "Haha, Zhuang, still not satisfied? No worries. Tonight, the brothers will take you flying. You little rascals. What kind of teachers take students over the wall to surf the net? You'll find out what the activity is tonight. Now hurry off to eat." The maniac laughed as he kicked the behinds of 2 overly proud little spirits, sending them away. Once all the students had departed, the maniac approached with gossiping curiosity. "Brother Guiying, what's the activity?" "Of course, it's to help these students resolve their troubles, while also boosting our friendly reputation a bit." "Great. What a wonderful opportunity." The maniac excitedly inquired. "Is it that group from the high school department?" "Yes, but not exclusively. Are there others? You don't mean to drag out the little spirits from classes 2 and 3 for another beating, do you?" "Haha, you've reminded me. Tonight, remember to bring out those few little spirits from class 3. Chapter 56. Deceptive Beauty. Strike first after a simple dinner. The terrifying world knows no sunset. At this moment, the Academy remained relatively bright, with the occasional evening breeze providing a pleasantly cool sensation. Song Zang wandered the corridors of the Academy, observing the walls adorned with teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety, along with various slogans and prints. If this place were as it appeared on the surface, how delightful it would be. Song Zang found himself rather fond of this academically rich environment. Unfortunately, all the beauty here was merely a facade. By the wall, a smiling little spirit was diligently copying ancient texts, yet internally, he was on the brink of collapse. The extensive content that needed to be completed before dark was mandated by the mentor, and he was now 20 minutes overdue, facing punishment with each passing minute. Under a willow tree, 2 little spirits dressed in traditional robes were deeply engrossed in a game of chess at opposite ends of the board. Their serious expressions suggested complete immersion in the ongoing match. However, Song Zang had learned that the bones below their waist had been extracted, leaving only a mass of decayed flesh, rendering them immobile beneath their robes. The purpose of this was to display them as part of the scenery. Dead scenery paired with living scenery would create a more profound ambience. Such false beauty was rampant, prompting Song Zang to shut his violet eyes, wishing to avoid the distress it brought. At that moment, a dark, alluring silhouette flitted past the administrative building. Even though night had fallen, the ethereal figure caught Song Zang's attention, primarily due to her extremely pale, ghostly visage, which was strikingly conspicuous, with lips of bright crimson, as if stained with blood. He watched as she approached the space between the administrative building and the water room, the location of the small dark room mentioned by Xiao Jia. Just moments later, the woman in the black dress emerged, cradling a severely hunchbacked high school spirit, inquiring about his health with a semblance of concern and tenderness. Observing the two spirits entering the boys' dormitory, Song Zang muttered to himself, "There's no information about her on the master's wall. She can't possibly be a good spirit." Amused by this thought, he quickly dismissed it. The night seemed to offer a different thrill, igniting excitement within Song Zang, who resolved to investigate the situation in the small dark room. Approaching the water room, he did not hesitate, turning into the alleyway and proceeding straight to the end of the path. To his surprise, the so-called small black room was neither guarded nor locked. A piece of paper was affixed to the entrance, emblazoned with the words "Boredom Room." Peering inside from the doorway, he found only a narrow corridor flanked by exceptionally slim iron doors, roughly two-thirds the width of a normal person. The height of these doors was about 1 meter. As Song Zang entered the passage, he bent down to peer through a tightly shut iron door. Inside, the space resembled a dog hole, where a small specter was trapped between two walls, the meager width preventing him from crouching down and forcing him to stand in a hunched position. Upon noticing Song Zang, clad in a teaching uniform, the pair of eyes in the darkness dilated with intense fear. Straightening up, Song Zang surveyed the countless small rooms surrounding him, finally comprehending why those emerging from the small black room displayed such hunchback postures. Out of sheer indignation at the inhumane torment endured by these specters, he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything in sight. Yet, considering the consequences of failing the task at hand, he regained his composure and suppressed that impulse. Turning to leave, he refrained from releasing those small specters, knowing that such an action would only subject them to harsher punishments. Upon entering the classroom, a wave of commotion erupted among the students. "Teachering, what activities do we have tonight? We can hardly wait." After a day of transformation, the chubby boy had liberated himself, no longer the morose youth who constantly engaged in self-harm. "The lunatics of Class 2-6 must have been summoned by the dogs of Class 3, Xiao Jia remarked, frowning by the podium. "Thus, tonight, we shall take the initiative." With that, Song Zang led nearly 30 boys out of the classroom in a grand procession. The lunatics were already waiting in the corridor, holding the bandaged small specters they had seen at noon, with over 20 boys led by De Zhuang standing behind them. The two groups exchanged nods in silent understanding, quietly making their way to the teaching building of the senior high department. They halted outside the door of Class 2-6. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, with not even a moonbeam penetrating. The dozens of small specters fell utterly silent, their pale faces fixated on Song Zang and the lunatics, creating an eerily chilling scene for both. After a brief exchange, Song Zang produced the prepared gas masks and rubber batons. He kicked open the door to Class 2-6 and hurled the dogs inside. "Which class are you from? What do you intend to do?" A gaunt, middle-aged man with a sinister aura and a handlebar mustache pointed an accusing finger at Song Zang and barked. Noticing the teaching uniform on the man, Song Zang furrowed his brow slightly. "Aren't teachers supposed to supervise evening study sessions? Dogs? What the hell do you want? If you have something to say, do it after class." A bald student rose, having recognized the dogs that had been thrown in. "Be brother. They must have heard something from somewhere and are planning to take action against you." "Sir, those outside are from Class 3, 1, and 4. Those two humans are the class leaders, bringing their classes to stir trouble in your class." The dogs scrambled to hide behind the mustached man, pointing at Song Zang with resentment. The mustached man, with a dark expression, shoved the dog away and stepped forward, positioning himself between Song Zang and the lunatics. His cold, ghostly eyes scanned their faces. "You two humans are the specters from Class 3, 1, and the lunatic from Class 4? Is your reputation so great?" "Indeed, it is us." The lunatic stepped forward, deliberately bumping his chest against the mustached man, lifting the heavy steel rod he had acquired from the disciplinary director onto his shoulder. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, the ghostly eyes of the mustached man suddenly relaxed into a smile. "Feel free, gentlemen. Just try to keep them breathing, and don't let it turn fatal. After you're done, simply leave the cleanup to me. Xiaoba. Chapter 57. A Joyous Fight. Promotion and care. All members of Class 2-6 were left dumbfounded. Was this really their previously vicious and malevolent class leader? Why had he turned into a sycophant in front of humans? A rubber baton pressed against a bald head. Lunatic, I've heard you've been looking for me lately. Do you really wish to challenge me? Do you have the capability to contend with me, Lu Hua, or my companion, Lu Dezhuang? Dezhuang, brimming with arrogance and pride, had just put into practice what the lunatic had taught them. If you're unwell, you should transfer to the special class. The ghost student, nicknamed Lunatic, squinted his eyes. Though they had never seen that particular television show, Dezhuang's irritating demeanor made Lunatic itch to tear him apart. As Lunatic spoke halfway, he suddenly lunged at Dezhuang. Seeing this, the surrounding tall boys also sprang into action, swiftly capturing several small specters, their bones cracking under the sudden force. Dezhuang, relying on his experience, quickly retreated just in time to evade the incoming ghostly claws, while donning a gas mask over his face. He turned to Xiao Jia and the others watching the commotion outside, shouting, "Are you all deliberately standing by? Get in here and help." Xiao Jia produced 2 palm-sized iron cans, pulled out their safety pins, and tossed them into the classroom. As thick white smoke began to billow, several small specters blocking the front and back doors donned gas masks and charged into the classroom. In an instant, desks and chairs were overturned, and chaos erupted within. Amidst the white smoke, a cacophony of sneezes, coughs, and retching filled the air. Let these small specters have their fun. Would you two care to join me in the office for a cup of tea? Glancing at the classroom where his students were being overwhelmed, the mustached man closed the classroom door securely and flashed a smile at the two. Well, you have some discernment. The lunatic patted the man's shoulder, keeping the steel rod at the ready, wary of this repulsive, ghostly figure. The disciplinary director has privately instructed that whatever you two do, we cannot interfere. Only clean up afterward. The mustached man produced a pack of cigarettes, extracted 2 sticks, and offered them to the two. My brother doesn't smoke, so give it to me. Seeing the man's courteous demeanor, the lunatic accepted the offer and, in a swift motion, snatched the entire pack, leaving one for the mustached man. The mustached man's lips twitched. This was a rare delicacy he had painstakingly acquired, something unobtainable in the terrifying world. Let us wait here for a moment. I have a few questions for you. Song Zang approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black campus. In the center stood a statue of a balding man, enveloped in shadows. After some contemplation, Song Zang realized that in the eyes of this mustached man, he and the lunatic were the Chancellor's minions. Even if he desired to inquire about the Chancellor, he could not broach the subject directly. Thus, he delicately inquired, "Is everything all right in the administrative office?" The 3 directors of the academy oversee 3 management offices, having disposed of the moral education director under the guise of the Chancellor. The moral education office falls under the administrative office's jurisdiction. As the executioner in this role, it was entirely natural for Song Zang to pose this question, seeking to alleviate the Chancellor's burdens. The long-faced fellow breached protocol and brought calamity upon himself, insisting on conducting nighttime affairs during the day. Even if the Chancellor were to flay him alive, he would have no grounds for complaint. I suspect he wouldn't dare truthfully report the cause of his injuries to the administrative office. You see, such matters must only be handled privately at night. If the lady were to find out, his fate would be nothing short of catastrophic. After the mustached man finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Lady? Song Zang mused for a moment before deducing the identity of the woman in the black dress. Not listed among the faculty, she roamed freely within the academy and possessed the authority to enter the small black room. He casually remarked, "I just saw the lady leading the small specters out of the boredom room." "Oh, that? ISNT tomorrow, the open day?" The lady must have selected a few uniquely talented small specters to showcase for those fools. The mustached man bore an expression of shared understanding. Song Zang had also familiarized himself with the details surrounding the open day. Once a month, parents from the outside are invited to visit the academy to observe its environment. If they are satisfied, they will send their children to the academy for further education. With a lewd grin, he finished his sentence and wiped his thin mustache, his eager demeanor causing his face to flush. It was then that Song Zang remembered there were girls in the classroom. With a loud bang, the ruffian kicked open the door and entered, covering his nose. The air was somewhat pungent, but the white mist inside had mostly dissipated. In a classroom of two third-year classes, some students leaned against the windowsill, while others slumped against the walls. De Zhuang and several boys were sprawled on the floor, heads lowered, looking utterly drained. The boys in the high school section appeared even more disheveled, lying motionless on the ground. A few girls donned in gas masks, huddled in a corner, unharmed. Fortunately, these boys had some sense of justice and had given the extra gas mask to the girls. "What happened to you?" The ruffian kicked De Zhuang. "I can't take it anymore. It was too exhilarating. Can we sleep in tomorrow morning, please? I'm completely drained." De Zhuang simply laid down on the podium, resting his head on the body of the fainted boy. "Is this all you can manage? Was that enough excitement for you?" He glanced at the mustached man outside. The ruffian chuckled and squatted down beside De Zhuang, whispering, "There's still an event later. The girls from our class are waiting inside." "Really?" De Zhuang perked up. Xiao Jia and Xiao Peng teamed up to toss the fainted boys out of the window, then approached De Zhuang and kicked him. "Feeling weak?" The two simple words made De Zhuang jump up as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. "Xiao Jia, how can you say such a heartless thing? If I hadn't been in front taking the brunt, would you have had the chance to output? All right, I get it. Move aside." Pushing De Zhuang aside, Xiao Jia and Xiao Peng grabbed the last fainted boy's arms and legs, lazily counting down to 3 before tossing him out. The window frame shattered as he fell to the ground below. Our class just loves to meddle. Look, the room is already cleaned up." Song Zang pointed to the classroom. The mustached man was left speechless, nodding in agreement. He had expected these boys to be so ruthless. It would take at least half a month for the others to recover. The mustached man wanted to rush into the classroom, but Song Zang blocked the door first. The mustached man, not foolish, understood Song Zang's intention immediately and quickly said, "No problem, Brother Go Shadow. You've worked hard. If there's a chance, please say a few good words about me in front of the principal. I would be immensely grateful." He discreetly slipped a wad of ghost coins into Song Zang's pocket. Judging the thickness, there were at least 2,000. Song Zang smiled and replied, "Rest assured, instructors like you who are loyal to the academy will certainly be taken care of. Just wait for next month's outstanding teacher recognition." The mustached man gratefully nodded and decisively left. "By the way, Brother Go Shadow, my office is on the 5th floor, room 514. Come visit me sometime. I'll arrange for a few students who need extra tutoring." "Certainly." Chapter 58, Night Operations, becoming fear walking down the academy's Huai Lu Avenue. The only sound accompanying him was the wind stirred by the ruffian's footsteps, while the silence behind him was eerie. Turning his head, he could see dozens of green-faced spirits trailing behind, their presence imposing, reminiscent of a horror film. Entering the teaching building, it seemed as if the dark clouds had drifted away and a layer of serene moonlight illuminated the corridor. Several classrooms were shrouded in darkness, as if abandoned for ages, exuding an unsettling quiet. In Class 4, a dozen pale-faced girls sat silently at their desks, fixated on the doorway. "Have Xiao Peng call Tong Yao and the others here," he instructed. Xiao Peng eagerly asked from the front, "Teachering, what does psychological health practice mean? Let me ask you, what do you fear the most?" The students exchanged glances, none daring to speak. "Speak your mind. What are you hesitating for? Where's that fierceness you had earlier?" The ruffian lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers, and impatiently pointed at the students below. A girl suddenly spoke up. "I'm most afraid of the small dark room." "Me too. Sometimes, even when I haven't done anything wrong, I get punished by the teacher and locked away for days." With two girls breaking the ice, the others began to voice their fears. "I fear the dragon whip. Getting hit with it means I can't even think about using chopsticks for days. I dread the geography teacher. He always finds excuses to punish me. What about the chemistry teacher? He just pours chemicals right into our mouths." Once, I encountered a high school teacher who said I smiled too insincerely when greeting him, and he cut my face. It took 2 months to heal. "I fear teacher Kwong." Laughter erupted from the crowd. The way to conquer fear is to become it. Tonight, I'm giving you a chance to embody the fears of those teachers and vent your frustrations. What do you think? Under the moonlight, faces transformed into expressions of disbelief. which quickly morphed into fervent excitement. In the campus, a horde of spirits marched together. Song Zang led the students from 2 classes, marching into the dormitory building. Spanning 14 floors, aside from the human players' dormitory, over 100 student spirits dispersed, forming small groups in front of each ghost teacher's door. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Each group of spirits held identical walkie-talkies. Song Zang's voice echoed from within. All of you, follow my command. Unlock the doors. As his words faded, faint sounds of locks turning could be heard through the walkie-talkies. Song Zang instructed again. Put on your gas masks, remove the safety pins from the hallucination grenades. Toss them in the bedrooms, exit the rooms, and close the doors. After hearing the soft sounds of doors closing, Song Zang fell silent, beginning to wait. 5 minutes later, go in, leave them with an unforgettable night. Remember, do not cause any fatalities. We still have great use for them. He switched off the walkie-talkie. Donning a ghostly mask and wielding a scalpel, he transformed into a ghostly doctor, entering one of the dorm rooms on the 1st floor. As each spirit donned their gas masks and infiltrated the dormitories, the ghost teachers had already inhaled sufficient quantities of the hallucinogen, staring in terror at the monstrous figures that had invaded. In their eyes, the living room was crawling with green-haired zombies, the wardrobe concealed bald clowns with split lips, and the television unleashed a ghostly figure with a gaping mouth, while countless skeletal hands emerged from beneath their blankets, attempting to drag them into hell. These spirits had morphed into the very embodiments of their deepest fears, leaving no room for resistance. Witnessing their usually bloodthirsty instructors now reduced to this state of terror, the spirits finally shed their fear and unleashed their pent-up frustrations with rubber clubs. This night was destined to be long. Starting from the 1st floor, Song Zang moved in and out of every dorm room with a scalpel. When he reached the 5th floor, a few spirits were just exiting room 514. Upon entering, he found a mustached man battered and bruised, kneeling beside the bed, coughing up black blood, his lower half having lost control. Those scarecrows were too terrifying. It must have been a dream. Wake up, the mustached man muttered to himself. After slapping himself several times, he staggered to his feet, intending to wash his face to snap out of it. As he stood up, he was confronted by an old man in a white coat, his face marred with corpse-like spots. A hallucination? It's just a hallucination. How could there be a proper doctor at the academy? The mustached man ignored the old man, clutching his side as he attempted to wash up. But the scalpel buried in his lower back made it clear this was no illusion. The pain was excruciating, enough to send shivers through his very soul, snapping him out of his stupor. Before him stood the old man, gripping a pair of bloodied kidneys. This was no mere illusion. Could those kidneys belong to him? He touched his lower back, finding it drenched in dark blood. The mustached man felt a wave of weakness wash over him as the world spun, and he collapsed onto the floor. Do not succumb to unconsciousness just yet. I have a little procedure prepared for you. A deep voice lingered beside him as a syringe pierced his neck. The subsequent words sent chills through his very soul. This is a stimulant. You will be fully aware of everything you have experienced. It has come to my attention that you possess an abundance of energy, yet fail to fully invest your heart into your work. I shall now perform a penile resection on you, and to avoid any damage to your brain, I will refrain from administering anesthesia. The surgical knife sliced through his pajamas, and the cold sweat on his body was instantly dried by a chilling breeze, penetrating to the marrow of his bones. Does the lady know? Please tell her, I shall never dare again. They all came to me willingly for the ghost currency. The mustached man pleaded. He struggled to break free, but a dark cord bound him tightly. The surgical knife gleamed ominously, and despair enveloped him. The wind chilled him to the bone, and thus, the terrifying world gained yet another incomplete specter. Chapter 59, Eerie Atmosphere, Pitiful Phantoms Throughout the Night. Every educator in the academy, regardless of gender, was gutted by Song Zang. He would also conveniently extract an organ from their bodies, such as their kidneys. The oppressive clouds had dispersed from the campus, revealing a clear night. Over 100 little ghosts gathered, excitedly discussing their recent exploits, until Song Zang and the maniac appeared simultaneously, silencing them. Upon encountering the maniac in the teaching building, Song Zang realized this individual had been shadowing him, plundering the unconscious ghost educators. Judging by his gleeful demeanor, he must have gathered quite a bounty. Hooray! Long life! My dear teachers, I adore you. Congratulations, player! Your prestige among the students of Class 3-1 has increased, and their overall sentiment has shifted from friendliness to respect. Song Zang exchanged glances with the maniac, both receiving a game notification. Accompanied by the boys from the two classes, Song Zang anticipated trouble from the dormitory's ghost manager. However, upon entering the dormitory building, he discovered that the dormitory office was unguarded. A faint presence of dark spirits lingered nearby. Is it not the case that Fat Mary has not exploded? He teased, vividly recalling the image of devouring the ferocious Fat Mary. I am no bloodhound. I merely sensed a trace, uncertain if it resides within the dormitory. Glancing outside, he noted the inky darkness, realizing dawn was fast approaching. Seizing the opportunity while the dormitory ghost was absent, Song Zang quietly circled the first floor. Can you sense it? Could it be a student in the dormitory? It is impossible for it to be in the dormitory. When I first arrived in this building, the aura was striking, hence I could perceive it. Now, I can sense nothing, indicating that the source of the aura is hiding quite deeply. Song Zang yawned. I must say, your abilities leave much to be desired. After consuming an irate glutton, I feel as though there has been no change whatsoever. That single bite was hardly even a dessert. Once I complete my transformation and return to you, it will only add a fraction of strength, which you naturally cannot detect. As he exited the dormitory building, a chorus of children's laughter floated through the air. Unlike the sinister laughter of ghosts, Song Zang was certain this laughter was genuine, exuding a light and pure joy. Behind the dormitory lay a patch of wasteland where several luminous phantoms chased and played, their laughter resonating among them. Despite the distance, Song Zang noticed something peculiar about these little ghosts. There were 5 phantoms in total, 2 boys and a girl bore nearly identical features, wide-set eyes, low nasal bridges, and low-set ears, with matching faces yet varying heights. Song Zang discerned they were not triplets, but rather individuals with Down syndrome. These 3 little ghosts circled a seated boy, tossing black mud that appeared from thin air onto him, while the boy, far from being upset, erupted in giggles. A girl sitting at the outskirts nibbled on her fingers, her other hand pointing at the mud-covered boy, laughing heartily. The girl gnawed rapidly, soon finishing her left hand, spitting out tiny bone fragments before continuing on to her right hand. Song Zang observed the black mud sliding from the boy's face, revealing a viscous, dark liquid beneath. The clumps of mud were unmistakably the ground-up flesh and blood of specters. Indeed, in this terrifying world, nothing was normal. These little ghosts bear no malice. They are merely fragmented souls reliving their happiest moments before death, the shadow ghost explained. Song Zang nodded silently. Have you made any discoveries? The shadow ghost inhaled, even extending beyond its corporeal form to sense the surroundings, yet shook its head. It is the same as inside. The aura is too faint to grasp. Minutes later, the darkest hour before dawn came to an end, the ink-black sky transforming into deep blue as light began to break. In the blink of an eye, the 5 little ghosts had vanished as if they had never existed. Those who have experienced an all-nighter know that just before sunrise, one's mind becomes unusually invigorated, devoid of drowsiness. Lying in bed, Song Zang felt this sensation. Though mentally fatigued, sleep eluded him. Special class? Song Zang murmured to himself, recalling the 5 little ghosts who wore academy uniforms adorned with a special insignia on their chests. This reminded him of the words spoken by the bald maniac from the high school department, who had scolded De Zhuang, saying, if you have a problem, you should transfer to the special class. Could it be that the special classes were filled with such students, each possessing some form of deficiency? Tomorrow, he would inquire with Xiao Jia and the others. Turning over and wedging the thin blanket between his legs, he settled into a comfortable position on his side. If they were reliving their final moments, it implied that these scenes had occurred in reality. The ghostly security and educators, despite their cruel punishments, would not harm their faces, as that would be too conspicuous. This indicated that they still held some reservations. However, with 5 lives extinguished within the academy, would their parents not seek answers? Song Zang furrowed his brow. Unless he opened his eyes, his expression darkening significantly. If that were the case, everything would make sense. An agreement was reached. The parents abandoned these children here, while the academy profited from their plight. No one would pursue accountability, nor would a third party be aware of the arrangement. Thus, Song Zang's understanding of the academy deepened with a chilling clarity. As dawn broke outside, Song Zang tossed and turned for a long while. Finally, as the morning light streamed into the room, he fell asleep. Not long after, the wake-up bell rang. All the ghost educators in the teaching building jolted awake. Cries of anguish erupted from each classroom. The ghost educators were all covered in bruises, each bearing deep puncture wounds the size of fists. Was the nightmare from the night before true? He sat up, reaching for his lower back. There were no scars, but the feeling of weakness confirmed that the kidneys within them were undoubtedly gone. Furthermore, the bedding was in disarray, indicating that some regions had indeed been violently disturbed. Recalling the rubber baton from the previous night, I come from the mountains, bringing orchids. The bell rang. Today was the open day. If classes were delayed, it would impact the visiting guests, leading to serious repercussions. The ghosts hurriedly got up, hastily placing tissues on their wounds, and staggered towards their respective classrooms. Chapter 60. Open Day, a Knife in the Dark. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our academy. The administrative director led a group of parents through the gates of the academy. As you can see, the corridor you enter is called the Corridor of Literary Fragrance, showcasing spontaneous works from a selection of our students. Undoubtedly, this is the most highly regarded academy online. Every selection exudes excellence. Indeed, my little one has been here for 3 years, mastering not only calligraphy, but also painting, chess, and musical instruments with remarkable prowess. A chorus of admiration surrounds me, including a couple of proud parents of senior students. "Oh, what are those iron chains for?" inquired a mother, pointing to several chains as thick as an arm behind the entrance. Those are called the heartlock chains, serving as a constant reminder to our scholars that once they enter this institution, their hearts are locked away from the distractions of the outside world, allowing them to focus on their studies. Rest assured, the chains are not secured to the gates during regular hours. As we proceeded, the attention turned to the renowned artist Jean Xiaomu, who designed the auspicious Cloud Pavilion. The administrative director briskly moved away from the chains, gesturing toward the pavilion. The mission of our academy is to cultivate virtue and character, producing students of exemplary moral standing, far more significant than merely acquiring knowledge without wisdom. Those 2 children are prime examples. They are utterly engrossed in chess, showcasing astonishing talent. We have constructed this pavilion specifically for them, nurturing their gifts with great care. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, with a few emotional mothers discreetly wiping away tears. Resolute in their decision to transfer their children from traditional high schools to foster their talents and character. My little princess once exhibited promise, but alas, her early romantic entanglements derailed her. Now, I truly believe I have placed her in the right environment, remarked a beautiful woman, reminiscent of Tong Yao, reflecting on her emotions. Rest assured, I also assure everyone that once your sons and daughters enter our academy, after 3 years, you will receive a child imbued with knowledge, humility, and filial piety. The director continued, "This way, please." Over there, where the guqin is played, is our newly established Quietude Sound Hall. The administrative director led the group towards the teaching building. This section is the junior high school, comprising a total of 108 classes. Do not assume that our academy's emphasis on character development means we neglect academic subjects. Our faculty and teaching methods are indeed formidable. And do not misconstrue, formidable is merely a metaphor. He chuckled. The director opened several classroom doors in succession. Inside, students exhibited decorum and courtesy, each wearing a smile that radiated happiness. Behold the caliber of children we cultivate. I resolved to transfer my 3 offspring here. Indeed, have you noticed that every teacher seems to suffer from back pain? They lean against their waists, appearing utterly exhausted, with weary expressions on their faces. Such a magnificent spirit of dedication. I too observed a few who looked barely able to stand. It was profoundly moving. The director, overhearing the comments, silently commended the teachers. What a splendid performance. Director, may we visit Class 1 and Class 4 to surprise our children? The woman resembling Tong Yao inquired, embracing another parent excitedly. Certainly, you may go separately. The director nodded with a smile. Adjusting his collar, he addressed the other parents. Allow me to take you to the dining hall. Today's meal may not be lavish, comprising only 50 dishes of meat and vegetables each. Yesterday, we received criticism for the abundance of our meals. Thus, we were compelled to have the variety. If you do not mind, please enjoy lunch before departing. Tong Yao's mother. Have you not seen your child in 3 years? Indeed, if not for the director's proactive call, we would have to wait several more years until graduation to reunite. The two parents, linking arms, laughed as they ascended the teaching building. Ah, here we are. Xiao Ming's class 4 is just at the entrance. I shall head inside. See you shortly. The classroom was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of instruction. The doors were shut tight, obscuring the interior. As they passed by classes 3 and 2, the melodic recitations echoed, stirring excitement in Tong Yao's mother. Contemplating how her daughter could finally bring her peace of mind, a comforting smile emerged on her lips. The open doors of 2 classrooms revealed a thriving atmosphere of learning, with polite smiles from the students igniting her imagination of her daughter being equally engaged. How wonderful! However, upon reaching class 1, the profound silence within the classroom elicited an unsettling feeling. The wooden door remained firmly closed, amplifying her unease. Gently pushing the door open, it creaked ajar. The classroom was utterly empty. This girl has left quite an impression on me. Every time I visited her school, I dreaded that she would skip class. Perhaps she is at physical education or attending an event. She reassured herself, patting her chest. It's not just my child missing, surely not the entire class, nor the teacher could be absent, she chuckled, shaking her head at the absurdity of her thoughts. Are you a parent of a student? At that moment, a male teacher emerged from next door, dressed in faculty attire. He softly added, they might be in an elective class. I am curious about what unique courses that girl is taking. The neighboring teacher, leaning against his waist, adjusted his glasses, hesitating to speak. Eventually, he shook his head and turned away. Excuse me, is there something you wish to convey? Your class is adjacent to class 1. Do they often have extracurricular activities? A wave of anxiety surged within her, her intuition warning that what the teacher had to say might not bode well. I do not wish to discourage you, but I cannot allow your child to receive a substandard education. The teacher paused, observing the beautiful woman opposite him, her complexion paling. Yesterday morning, the head teacher of class 1 led the entire class in viewing inappropriate films. Following this, they joined forces with class 4 to severely injure all the students from both classes. After speaking, the teacher instructed the students in the class to stand, removing their shirts to reveal an array of stitches covering their bodies, particularly their arms, where all had been reattached after severe injuries. Tong Yao's mother gasped, trembling as she asked, were the girls involved too? Both boys and girls participated. I recall a girl named Tong Yao who was quite close to the young head teacher and displayed rather familiar behavior. They even assaulted 2 of our colleagues, both of whom are currently missing. Moreover, the students are still in the dormitory, showing no interest in attending classes. Even that individual is in the faculty quarters. Yet to rise. Tong Yao's mother turned pale, as if her soul had departed, and she staggered back, leaning against the wall. Simultaneously, a scream erupted from the direction of class 4. Xiao Ming's mother covered her mouth in disbelief, tears cascading down her hands. Actually, the academy is powerless in this matter. That teacher was forcibly assigned here. What benevolence can one expect from a mere human? In truth, every student in class 1 possesses great potential. They have merely been led astray by that individual. I have repeatedly requested to take over class 1, but the academy lacks the authority to make such changes. If only the parents could unite. The teacher's words trailed off. Tong Yao's mother's expression transformed. Her eyes deepened with despair, and splotches marred her face, defying her makeup. Rising, she nodded emphatically at the teacher, stating, "Rest assured, we will handle this issue. That despicable individual will surely be expelled." With that, she exited the corridor, dragging Xiao Ming's mother along. Xiao Ming's mother. Listen to my plan regarding the teachers of these 2 classes. Chapter 61. Collective Protest, Eradicating the Scoundrels as the Sun Rose High in the Sky. Song Zang awoke naturally from his slumber. Even in reality, he had not enjoyed such quality sleep in a long time. It seems that exercising in the evening indeed contributes positively to one's sleep. After rising and completing my morning routine, I glanced at the clock and realized that lunch had long passed. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. It sounded too urgent to be one of my students. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a chubby little boy, drenched in sweat, pacing anxiously outside. Spotting me, he rushed over and exclaimed, "Teacher Ging, something terrible has happened. Teacher Kwong and my mother are about to clash. No, it's with all the parents. They're all gathered at the academy's entrance. Didn't they say you hadn't seen your parents in years? Why they all suddenly arrived?" I asked, puzzled. "I don't know. They're all very angry and they brought a lot of signs. Teacher, I can hardly breathe." The boy was nearly choking as I gripped his collar, eliciting a roll of his eyes. "You can walk on your own," I said, releasing him onto the stairs as I hurried down, making my way to the courtyard. From a distance, I could see a sea of white banners splattered with bold, red characters. "Unprincipled teachers mislead the youth. Restore a peaceful learning environment. Strongly demand the expulsion of the academy's disgrace. Fight against unprincipled teachers to the end. Eliminate the pests. Restore a good child." Teacher Kwong was red-faced, confronting the furious parents, clearly agitated. Nearby, a group of internet celebrities, equipped with live streaming gear, held up signs, broadcasting the scene. As I approached, my pace slowed and the concern on my face vanished. To the chubby boy, what seemed like the end of the world was merely a ruckus of protesting parents. I glanced at the signs held by the internet celebrities. Shock. Humans actually engage in such acts with ghostly students. Indescribable. The misdeeds of two disgraceful individuals at the academy. My daughter's education is under threat. Desperately, I dialed a long-forgotten number, and the next moment, the sky fell. You all are such hypocrites. You abandon your children here and turn a blind eye. Then when someone stirs the pot, you come running. Did you know they were being mistreated, beaten with iron rods, and fed worse than pigs? Teacher Kwong's voice boomed over the parents. "You're talking nonsense. The teachers said my child is doing well at the academy. Just look at your ridiculous hairstyle. You must be lying." A parent shot back, his patience wearing thin. "What kind of child are you, using such outdated excuses?" My little Bao said the same 2 years ago, and later he admitted it was all a lie to avoid school. Kwong's eyes reddened with anger as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront the male parents. "You're getting desperate. That's a sign of guilt." Bah. A well-mannered father, losing his composure, spat at Kwong, a thick glob landing on his collar. "Go ahead, hit me. If you do, I'll just lie down right here. You'll need to cough up a fortune to leave." A thin steel rod struck the father's leg, disregarding his screams as Kwong pointed angrily at the others. "You ungrateful wretches, do you really think I want to take action against you? Help! This bald-headed teacher is attacking us." Someone cried out, urging the crowd to record the incident. "Look, everyone, his true nature is being revealed." The parents quickly retreated, pulling out their recording devices, shouting in outrage. "Dad, these two teachers aren't what you think. They're actually good people." Students from both classes gathered around me and Teacher Kwong, as a girl hurried to help the fallen father. A resounding slap echoed as the father struck the girl. "You shameless brat, be quiet. I spent so much money sending you here to make you more outgoing, and now you've learned how to skip classes. What a joy for your father." The father's demeanor shifted from polite to menacing, revealing his true nature. The girl covered her face, unable to respond, tears streaming down as she bowed her head. "Enough." Teacher Kwong attempted to step forward, but was blocked by the crying girl. The angry father jumped into the crowd, threatening, "We'll see about this. This matter isn't over." Suddenly, Tong Yao's mother emerged, her face marred with splotches, glaring at Tong Yao behind me. "Yao Yao, you have truly disappointed me. It's been 3 years, and you still haven't changed. Associating with these underachievers and those two dubious humans. I am ashamed for you." Seeing her long for family, Tong Yao's tears flowed freely. But her mother's words, coupled with a gaze full of disappointment, left her unable to express her feelings, choking on her words. On the outskirts of the crowd, a grand vehicle pulled up. An elderly man in a butler's uniform stepped out, joined by the driver, who guided him through the throng, eventually finding the boy standing beside me. "You've changed a lot in these years, young master," the the butler remarked, his voice low and cold. I noticed the boy straighten his posture slightly. Without any visible emotion, Xiao Jia suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the boy. The butler shook his head and returned to the car, rolling down the window to say, I've prepaid 7 years of tuition for the young master. Take care of him. With that, the vehicle sped away, vanishing into the fog outside the academy. The students stood dumbfounded, astonished by the boy's impressive background. Attention, attention! Class 3, 1, and 4 representatives report to the administration office immediately. The announcement rang out just in time. Let us go. There's no need to waste our breath here. We should see what the administration director wants. I urged Teacher Kwong as I looked up at the top floor of the main building. An elderly man with graying hair stood by the window, holding a microphone. The students gazed longingly at their parents, receiving only disappointed and scornful expressions in return. I won't forget you, kid. You'd better hope you don't fall in my hands. Teacher Kwong warned the blackened parent, brandishing the steel rod before following me away. What should we do? Do you think this commotion will lead to a reduction in fees? If not, we'll just keep creating a ruckus. This learning environment does not justify the money we paid. Tong Yao's mother stepped forward, declaring, the administration director has promised that expelling the 2 humans is the least they can do. We will receive a satisfactory explanation by tomorrow morning. Let us return then. Chapter 62. The smiling director, T and conversation brothers of Ghost Shadow. Do you think the administration office is aware of our actions from last night? As soon as we took these little ghosts on a field trip, the parents who haven't shown their faces in 3 years all arrived. If this is a mere coincidence, I wouldn't believe it for a second. Teacher Kwong casually picked at his ear, unconcerned. Today is the day for new parents to visit the academy. I suspect they invited the parents of our 2 classes. Even without last night's events, they would have sought us out during regular classes. As I walked ahead, I analyzed, or perhaps it's simpler than that. We didn't have classes this morning. But how did the parents find out? They came in droves. They must have been informed one by one. Only the administration office has those contact details. Both scenarios require the involvement of the administration office to hold water. I believe the first scenario is more likely. Having parents witness students collectively skipping class provides undeniable evidence. Thus, it seems we are indeed under the scrutiny of the administration office, but it has nothing to do with last night. Teacher Kwong nodded. It appears the upper echelons of this academy are quite intricate. The director of guidance offered us goodwill in front of the entire school yesterday. Yet the administration director countered immediately, indicating that they are not on the same page. I nodded, pondering if my offhand remarks had inadvertently struck a chord. Were the 2 directors truly vying for the position of vice president in secret? Regardless, it was evident that we would not receive a warm reception upon entering. So it would be wise to exercise caution until we ascertain the strength of our opponents. Song Zang, feeling uneasy, reassured, Don't worry, brother, I'm not reckless. If we can handle it, we shall tackle it together. If not, we can discuss it amicably. At worst, I'll face a reprimand and dismissal. After all, the students have transitioned from liking us to respecting us. The impulsive one waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Song Zang should remain at ease. A smile graced Song Zang's lips. Collaborating with someone of a similar mindset was indeed effortless, as there would be no ideological rifts to hinder their progress in the task at hand. As they conversed, the 2 ascended the staircase, arriving at the top floor. The door to the administrative office stood ajar, revealing an elderly director with graying hair, diligently attending to paperwork at his desk. Song Zang knocked lightly on the door twice and paused outside. Both prepared themselves for a barrage of reprimands. Yet to their surprise, upon seeing them, the director promptly rose, setting aside his work to greet them at the entrance. You 2 have worked hard. Come in, sit down. He welcomed them with a cheerful demeanor, ushering them inside and offering them a seat on the sofa while he began to brew tea. Exchanging a glance, Song Zang and the impulsive one both sensed a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. However, the look of uncertainty vanished in an instant, and they reciprocated smiles while accepting cups of tea from the director's hands. Thank you, director, they both expressed in unison. Ah, you 2 are too polite. My name is Yin Kaming. We all serve at the academy, so there's no need for such formalities. Just call me Brother Yin in private. The director appeared quite amicable. a stark contrast to his earlier authoritative tone over the intercom. Song Zang quickly complimented, "We are both quite young and inexperienced. Addressing you as brother feels a tad disrespectful. It is better to refer to you as Director Yin. Hee, you two are indeed polite individuals, aligning with our academy's educational philosophy. Now let us enjoy the tea." Yin Kaming replied, gesturing graciously. The impulsive one sat silently to the side, listening to the pleasantries exchanged. While he prided himself on being a formidable opponent in the realm of insults, he found himself at a loss for words in this scenario. Yet, he was content to relish the moment, lifting the teacup to his lips, savoring the aromatic brew, which turned out to be a perfectly ordinary cup of hot tea. During the process, Song Zang discreetly observed, the tea was indeed unremarkable, a standard cup of Maojian. Thus, seated across from Yin Kaming, the two quietly sipped their tea, and the atmosphere gradually turned frosty. "Should I swallow it for you?" The shadowy figure interjected, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer. "What is its strength? Just a vengeful spirit. Though it lacks flavor, the atmosphere here is rather uncomfortable for me. Let us wait and see what it can conjure up." The shadow rolled its eyes and ceased further commentary. Winking at the impulsive one, it offered a reassuring glance. Song Zang presented his empty teacup to Yin Kaming, requesting a refill, and after exchanging pleasantries, continued to enjoy the tea. "Ah, it seems both of you appreciate tea. How rare," Yin Kaming remarked, his expression lighting up as if he had encountered kindred spirits. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern as he changed the subject. Unfortunately, both Song Zang and his companion realized it was time to address serious matters. "Please, Director, speak plainly. There's no need for formalities," they said, setting down their teacups. "In the past, I could have retained you based on your initial performance. However, your actions today have crossed a line. If I do not provide an explanation to the 100 parents, our academy's reputation, painstakingly built over the years, will be irrevocably tarnished." The administrative director refilled their cups, remaining silent to gauge their reactions. Song Zang lifted his cup to drink, while the impulsive one, who had been silent until now, asked, "What kind of explanation does the director intend to give? This may cause you some distress. As you heard earlier, I had to reprimand you to appease the parents. Without a satisfactory resolution, they will not rest easily. In this age of rapid information exchange, it could take just one night for public opinion to destroy our academy. Please, Director, just be straightforward." The impulsive one interjected, growing impatient with the conversation. "I will announce the termination of your employment in front of those parents and notify all educational institutions to refrain from hiring you. However, there is no need for concern. Based on your performance on the first day, I found it quite satisfactory. Therefore, you will still have access to the staff accommodations and will not be expelled from the academy." The impulsive one was momentarily taken aback. "Is that all? Given the nature of these spirits, a public execution would be the mildest punishment. A mere dismissal that still provides meals and lodging?" "All right," Song Zang replied, downing the tea in one gulp. As he lowered his gaze, the purple glow in his eyes had faded. "We understand the difficulties you face, Director Yin. Tomorrow, when the parents arrive, we will fully cooperate with your arrangements. Then we shall not disturb you further." "Thank you for the tea," Song Zang said, returning the teacup to Yin Kaming, casting a glance at the impulsive one before standing up first. Once outside the administrative building, the impulsive one remarked nonchalantly, "Being dismissed isn't so bad. It saves us from daily classes. It seems this Yin fellow possesses a bit of humanity, unlike those other teachers filled with malice." Song Zang chuckled lightly. "Do you want to hear the truth?" "What truth?" "Once we're dismissed, we revert to being ordinary individuals. Outside the academy, we become nothing more than walking targets. Staying within the academy, at least we can contribute to the cafeteria's menu." Song Zang candidly shared Yin Kaming's underlying thoughts with the impulsive one. "Wow, this old chap was actually waiting to ensnare us," the impulsive one exclaimed. "It seems he intends to keep us at the academy for observation, perhaps fearing we have some connections. After a few days, he might decide what to do with us. But it's all right. He won't get the chance, and he won't be able to dismiss us." "Oh." The impulsive one sensed an exhilarating possibility and promptly inquired about Song Zang's plan. Chapter 63. A major undertaking surfaces. Dear students, You all witnessed the events of this morning. The administrative office has decided to terminate our employment and will provide an explanation to your parents tomorrow morning. Song Zang and the impulsive one stood before a crowd of over 100 students, their expressions lacking the usual levity. No, teachers, our parents don't understand you. We apologize on their behalf. Please don't leave. Tears streamed down the faces of the little spirits, with even Xiao Jia and Zhuang having glistening eyes. Observing the pallid faces filled with genuine sorrow warmed Song Zang and his companion's hearts, making them appreciate the sincerity of these little spirits. The impulsive one, silent until now, approached the sobbing students, extending his hand. With a few firm slaps on the back of their heads, he admonished, "I'm not dead. Why are you mourning? Wipe your noses and tears dry. We're just not teaching you anymore. Who said anything about leaving? You all look so pathetic. Don't ever say you're from my class again. It's embarrassing." After receiving a light scolding, the little spirits understood the underlying message. Quickly using their sleeves to wipe away their tears, eagerly asking, "Teacher Kwong, you mean you're staying at the academy and not leaving? Not only are we staying, but we will also undertake a significant task together." The students turned their gaze toward Song Zang, who wore a wide grin, though it sent shivers down the spines of the little spirits. In a secluded area of the academy, strange sounds echoed from the darkness. A female voice suddenly broke through. "Don't rush. Another batch will arrive tonight." The peculiar sounds continued unabated. Over a month had passed, yet only this meager result was achieved. What a waste. A little girl's voice cackled eerily. "You know how many affairs need handling outside, right? Fortunately, I have managed to win over Yin Kaming to act as a front, allowing me to discreetly gather information." Her voice, though youthful, carried a biting sharpness. I do this for everyone's sake. Likewise, you should exercise some discretion. If you continue to speak like this in public, I shall have no qualms about silencing you. Of course, I cannot outmatch you in the tactics used on that old man," she taunted, "but if you dare, come at me and let me taste the difference of your flesh." The girl continued to provoke, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the ghostly figure. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon plunging into a swamp, intensifying the metallic sweetness in the air. After a brief silence, the ghostly voice returned, now tinged with respect. "Thank you. I will make arrangements promptly. Tomorrow, the parents will visit the school again. Once this is resolved, they won't inquire for at least 3 years. I will ensure that both classes of students are brought in. I shall take my leave now. I will bring that batch of special students later tonight." The ghost concluded before departing. The peculiar sounds persisted, as if whatever was transpiring would remain uninterrupted. The girl's voice fell silent. As night descended, the ghost arrived at the campus, concealing her dark legs beneath her skirt, and nonchalantly entered the main building. After receiving a report from the administrative director, Yin Kaming, she rewarded him lightly with a smile before departing. Under the cover of darkness, she exited the academy, where dozens of hulking fiends awaited outside. Wordlessly, the ghost led the sinister assembly away, disappearing into the misty night. Meanwhile, physical education classes continued on the playground. Nearly 100 students were punished, standing stiffly at a corner. 2 humans wielding dragon whips stood at the front, seemingly administering punishment for skipping class earlier that morning. The events of the previous night were collectively forgotten, never to be discussed among them. The instigator of their suffering was concocting an even more frenzied plan. Half an hour later, the bell for recess rang, and the entire academy plunged into darkness. The lineup of students in the corner vanished into the shadows, the faint glow from the ground failing to penetrate this corner. Song Zang faced the students, his back to the ghostly light, his features obscured. Silence reigned as they maintained discipline and stood solemnly. "Very well, let us proceed as planned." With a gesture for action, Song Zang led the group quietly to the academy's entrance. The main gate stood unlocked that night, and the on-duty guard was absent. A frenzied individual wielding an oversized hydraulic cutter awaited their arrival. The lack of guards was peculiar. Many positions at the academy had become mere formalities, binding the students tightly in adherence to the rules. Song Zang observed the iron chains on the ground, typically locked to the gates. Was this due to the open day? Feeling something was amiss, he decided to stay behind while instructing them to proceed. He passed the hydraulic cutter to the frenzied individual, handing over a large package of syringes filled with a concoction. Remember, use the drugs upon sight. Do not be overconfident. The individual nodded, flashing a wide grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Let us go, little ones. Lead the way. With a wave of his hand, he led the throng of small fiends out of the academy. Once they had cleared the area, only Xiao Jia, the chubby one, and 2 small fiends from class 4 remained. Ghost teacher, we're going as well, the 2 small fiends chimed in. That is fine, I have a plan. Song Zang smiled, guiding them to the guard room, where he picked up the phone. Just as the call connected, he suddenly recalled something. Chubby, what is your name? Wang Riqian, the chubby one chuckled, pulling out a badge from his pocket for Song Zang to see. Such a flamboyant name, I usually don't wear it. This name indeed feels like a sparrow perched atop a cow's rear, pecking at dung. The call connected. No, he is not pretending to have a stomachache. No, he did not hit his head. He certainly did not fall from a building. To be precise, he is dead. Please come to the academy before dawn. Otherwise, we shall donate Ritian's body to the local hospital for scientific research. The cause of death is undetermined. I am merely the notifier. See you soon. With that, Song Zang hung up the phone. That's decisive. Xiao Jia gave a thumbs up. Using the same method, he notified the parents of the other 2 students. Song Zang turned to Xiao Jia. Are you sure you don't want to contact your family? No, that would be too dangerous. Xiao Jia preferred not to discuss family matters, and Song Zang did not pry further. The 4 small fiends remained quietly in the guard room. After approximately 2 hours, the heavy door was pushed open from the outside. That was quick. The chubby one stood up, eager to go outside. Song Zang too felt puzzled, peering through the glass at the outside. His expression changed drastically. Get down. Song Zang pressed the chubby one to the ground, signaling Xiao Jia and the others to crouch beneath the window. Over 100 shadowy figures entered silently, their footfalls inaudible. Song Zang was certain that these intruders were not the frenzied individuals they had encountered earlier. With just a wall separating them, Song Zang and the others dared not move, crouching in silence to listen to the happenings outside. Once the sounds of foolish laughter faded, the door was shut, followed by the sound of chains binding it. Afyu, lock it up. All right. The sounds of rummaging through pockets followed. The keys are in the guard room. I'll go fetch them. Song Zang and the others exchanged glances, their pupils dilating in alarm as they turned to the table behind them, where a brass key lay. Let us move and keep an eye on that bunch of fools. You hurry. Okay, go ahead. I'll be right there. With that, Afyu entered the guard room alone. The other dark-clad men hastily approached the boys' dormitory door, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the crying small fiends. When Afyu exited the guard room and approached the entrance, he inserted the key into the iron lock, but did not secure it. He jogged toward the boys' dormitory, following the group inside. Beside him, a bearded man kicked the drooling, half-laughing giant in front of him. Taking advantage of the giant's commotion, Afyu shouted, "What is taking so long?" Afyu mimicked the action, delivering a solid kick to the giant as well. After searching so long, it was right in my jacket pocket. A thin monkey on the left also kicked the giant, taking advantage of the chaos. How about after this, we visit the girls' dormitory? Afyu delivered the final blow, hitting the giant on the back of the head. I advise against it. The lady has been quite strict lately, and anyone caught will face severe consequences. The bearded man attempted to speak further, but the giant, having learned his lesson, whined and retreated into the crowd, distancing himself from the conversation. The group fell silent, obediently following at the rear as they passed through the first-floor corridor, turning past the washroom and restroom, arriving at a locked security door. The lead black-clad female Ghost produced a key to unlock it. As they stepped inside, a musty odor assaulted their senses. Behind the door lay a different world, crumbling walls, abandoned dormitories, and cobwebs everywhere. The bunk beds were haphazardly arranged, and the floor was littered with tissues and clothing, now covered in mold. Dozens of dark figures, towering like Afyu, along with these foolish small fiends and adult ghosts, filled half the room as space. The female ghost gestured, and one of the shadows stepped forward, lifting a rusty iron ring from the ground. The ring revealed a downward passage, and the stench of blood surged upward, invading their nostrils. Ignoring the cries, laughter, and wails, the black-clad fiends mercilessly kicked the small fiends down the passage. As everything came to a conclusion, The specter in the black dress waved her hand. The surrounding malevolent spirits began to disperse, and a Fu, waiting until the end, followed the bearded man and the lean monkey out. Being the last to exit, a Fu noticed the black-dressed specter pressing against an iron plate as she descended into the passageway. Upon leaving the dormitory building, the spirits scattered in different directions. Among this group, it seemed that a Fu shared a closer bond with the other two. The lean monkey waved his hand, feigning departure, but upon noticing a Fu standing still, he halted, suspiciously inquiring, "A Fu, what's wrong?" "Hee, I see you've hidden little Jiao in there. Come on, buddy, let's go." The lean monkey grinned mischievously, eagerly pulling a Fu along. "What little Jiao? It's merely a pack of cigarettes. Don't go." A Fu's lo dispace, attempting to restrain the lean monkey. "Brother Hu, are you coming? This kid is definitely hoarding some treasure, and doesn't he want to share with us?" The lean monkey winked at the bearded man. The latter shook his head in silence and waved his hand, departing from the scene. "Ah, Brother Hu is just too serious. It's best that it's just the two of us. We share similar interests." The lean monkey, appearing somewhat mischievous, dashed like a wild dog towards the guardroom, forcefully pushing open the door and leaping inside. "Let me see which little treasure it is." Unfortunately, there was no treasure, only four wide-eyed little spirits. In the corner, a Fu's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, his arms twisted off and discarded, his neck gruesomely slashed, the horrifying wound still oozing dark blood. "A Fu?" The lean monkey, somewhat dim-witted, turned his head stupidly to glance outside, spotting another A Fu stepping in with a helpless expression. "They say not to come. Yet you insist on courting death. You can't be stopped." The lean monkey's face was contorted with fury, realizing that the figure at the entrance was a fake. Skillfully drawing a steel belt from his waist, he raised his hand to strike at the false A Fu. However, before he could swing it down, four little spirits flew in from behind, tightly restraining his limbs. The imposter A Fu, remarkably swift, threw out a black rope that ensnared the lean monkey's neck. Choking off his screams, blood sprayed from his shoulders as both arms were twisted off, and a surgical knife was drawn towards the incapacitated lean monkey. Inside, the others worked in unison, poised to replicate A Fu's demise. Yet, just as despair clouded the lean monkey's eyes, an unexpected excitement surged within him. His face contorted in joy despite being choked. "Someone's behind me. Move." He turned, ready to draw his weapon. Unfortunately, the surgical knife was halted mid-thrust as a gloved iron hand struck him fiercely on the head. A blow powerful enough to shatter A Fu's skull had no effect whatsoever, not even producing a sound upon impact. Witnessing his attack bizarrely thwarted by A Fu, the bearded man instinctively attempted to retreat, only to discover that his gloved hand seemed to be firmly ensnared by the dark veil, rendering him immobile. Soon after, excruciating pain surged as his forearm was nearly severed, leaving only sinews connecting to his elbow. Moreover, the black veil that made contact with the iron fist appeared to come alive, swiftly consuming his wrist and climbing up his forearm. The bearded man, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, forcefully tore through the remaining sinews, abandoning his severed arm and pivoting to flee. Alas, just as the iron hand pushed open the guardroom door, it was engulfed by a dark mass before he could step outside. The door slowly closed behind him. In the pitch-black night, no one noticed the disturbance within the guardroom. Even the moonlight shining through the window could not dispel the dense darkness inside. Chapter 65, Perspective Shift. The warden's judgment, the heavy clouds of night, continuously wove through the sky above the academy, casting a dance of light and shadow upon the ground. The campus was eerily silent. Suddenly, the thick school gate creaked open, the iron chains clinking melodically. Song Zang emerged from the guardroom, unlocking the grand entrance. "This teacher, I am the parent of Wang Ritian from Class 3-1. We received a call stating that Ritian." 6 indistinct spirits, their features obscured, surrounded Song Zang as he donned his teaching attire. Their tone was urgent and furious. "Follow me." Without further explanation, Song Zang locked the door and led the spirits toward the teaching building. Despite their complaints, the human leading them remained mute, only uttering a single sentence before disregarding them entirely. "Humph, just a mere pest. What right does he have to act superior toward us? If he weren't the teacher of Ritian, I would have devoured him already, grumbled a hefty spirit behind him, seemingly intending for Song Zang to overhear. The rotund female spirit beside him rolled her eyes in disdain, clearly looking down upon Song Zang, the human. Unperturbed, Song Zang continued, guiding them up to the teaching building. He knocked on the door of Class 4. The wooden door swung open, and a maniac peered through the crack with an expressionless face, nodding at the other 4 spirits, ushering them into the classroom. What on earth are you all doing? With such a serious situation, instead of going to the hospital, you're here playing mysterious. The hefty spirit, inflamed with anger, covered his nose from which black blood flowed, shouting at the tightly shut wooden door. He then turned to threaten Song Zang. You better give us an explanation. Out of the blue, you say my Retian is dead. Truth or not, I won't spare you. What schemes do you, a mere human pest, have? Where's the warden? I demand to see the warden. The chubby spirit's mother could no longer contain herself. For her, having a human teach her child in this esteemed academy was utterly unacceptable. Standing outside Class 1, Song Zang finally spoke. If you wish for an explanation, please enter the classroom. The little chubby one is inside. The hefty spirit glared at Song Zang with a darkened face, swaying his corpulent body toward the entrance of Class 1. With a smile, Song Zang gestured for him to enter, pushing the door open. All right, I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. How much chaos can you truly stir in this academy? The hefty spirit mocked, turning to step into the classroom. But as he turned, he froze in place. Come on, move. The rotund female spirit collided unexpectedly against his back, urging him while glancing into the classroom. The dim light within illuminated countless glowing ghostly eyes, all staring intently at him. The classroom was filled with little spirits standing around, while the parents seated at their desks sat upright, expressionless, save for 2 sets of eyes that glimmered with anxiety and horror. Hey, parents, after so many years. Did you miss me? The little chubby spirit stood at the podium, revealing his scarred wrists, greeting them with a cheerful smile. You little brat, you. Reach in. The 2 spirits at the door were about to unleash their anger when steel needles suddenly pierced their backs, paralyzing their bodies instantly. Always prepared, the chubby spirit gleefully approached, supporting the 2 parents, reassuring them not to be afraid or nervous, guiding them to their seats to sit straight. Once again, he introduced himself. Song Zang stepped up to the podium, surveying the ghostly parents. This morning, most of you have already met me. I am the former head teacher of Class 1. A ghostly figure. I know many of you harbor grievances against me, believing I have ruined your obedient children and hindered their studies here. Today, I shall hold a parent-teacher meeting in this manner, also serving as a farewell gathering, with the theme being perspective shift. The spirits below displayed their disdain. Rest assured, I won't preach to you. That would be a waste of breath, and you wouldn't listen anyway. He pulled out a stack of human skin and placed it on the podium. I am rather pragmatic and prefer to speak through actions. The gazes from the audience shifted toward the stack of skin, its pale visage exuding an eerie aura under the dim light. Their expressions morphed, transitioning from disdain to sheer terror. As you may have surmised, the materials used for crafting these skins were sourced from your own kind. Come now, students. Come up and choose. In the classroom, a flurry of whispers erupted as the little spirits quietly explained to their seated parents, each donning their mask. Tong Yao raised her face and spoke to a beautiful woman sitting nearby. Today, the ghost teacher has fulfilled my greatest wish. You can finally comprehend how the obedient child in your eyes came to be. Ignoring the woman's incredulous gaze, she placed the mask on her face. You must have looked just like this in your youth. So beautiful, Tong Yao remarked, caressing her own visage. You must think your daughter has lost her mind, but fear not. Tomorrow will reveal everything. Thank you for your patience. Song Zang's original plan involved fitting them with specially designed ghost masks, administering a dose of madness-inducing serum, and tossing them into a special class for an experiential lesson. However, after witnessing the actions of the ghost in a black dress, he abandoned this notion. Lessons learned are one thing, but he could not allow them to truly lose their lives. The term suppress exceeded Song Zang's imagination, seeming tailor-made for this operation. Clearing his throat, he addressed the 46 adults present. You are involved in non-normal gatherings, instigating disturbances, illegally entering a closed educational institution, vandalizing public property, intentionally harming faculty members. An attempted murder, among more than 20 charges. Under the astonished gazes of nearly 100 students, Song Zang first approached the chubby boy's seat. A cacophony of cracking bones ensued, and Song Zang nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This cheap warden identity seems quite appealing." Chapter 66, Transformation and Immersive Experience. The once hefty child had been compressed into a medium-sized version of himself, resembling a twin to the smaller boy beside him. Exiting the classroom, Song Zang made his way to Class 4. Do not speak casually, do not move about aimlessly, pay attention in class, safeguard your pens and notebooks. Remember to rise and greet upon entering and leaving, and ensure to clean up after meals in the cafeteria. The little spirits reminded them in a breathless string of instructions, leaving the classroom only when the dawn light began to creep in. These miniature parents remained seated, unable to move, casting glances at one another, perplexed by the expressions of the little spirits, as if they were being led to the gallows. Upon reaching Class 4, the little spirits were busy fitting parents with masks. Notably, the charred ghost, who had been kicking and shouting, had been so thoroughly beaten that even its own mother would not recognize it. Song Zang could only identify the bloodied, immobile figure in the corner by the lingering scent of burnt flesh. With nearly 100 students to manage, there was no choice but to find a spacious hiding place. After settling the little spirits, Song Zang and the ruffian swaggered downstairs. By now, dawn had broken, and students from the academy hurried out of their dormitories, hastily consuming a breakfast that hardly qualified as a meal before scurrying to their classrooms. The entire campus buzzed with a sense of urgency, yet maintained an air of order. The two moved against the current of rushing students, arriving at the academy's main gate. The iron chains that had once secured it were nowhere to be found, leaving the door wide open and ready for parents to stir trouble. Waving at the first window of the administrative building, the two stood calmly at the entrance, waiting for the parents who would not arrive. Their expectations were soon dashed. Suddenly, a wave of screams emanated from the teaching building. The internet-famous ghosts widened their eyes, peering inside, eager to discern the source of the commotion. What's that noise inside?" inquired a glamorous red-haired ghost, winking at the two. Noticing that yesterday's protagonist had shed her teaching attire, she astutely refrained from addressing her as a teacher. "As you hear, as you imagine," Song Zang replied, aware that the red-haired ghost was broadcasting live, and it was crucial not to say anything that could be maliciously edited or misconstrued, thus adding to their troubles. "Come on, dear brother, just give us a hint." The red-haired ghost cooed. The academy previously provided an official explanation, claiming it was a dance class practicing warm-ups. "Is that true? Well, what I can share may not align with your expectations. What I wish to convey might just reflect your own thoughts," Song Zang replied, while the ruffian gave him a thumbs up, marveling at his adeptness in evasion. Suddenly, another crash echoed from the teaching building, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. "Do you believe it?" Song Zang asked. The female ghost shook her head, eyes filled with anticipation. "Today is Sunday. It is not the time for revelations. If you desire exclusive news, arrive early tomorrow." "Until Monday," Song Zang chuckled and beckoned the ruffian to leave. Earlier, as they descended, Song Zang had noticed that classes 1 and 4 had been assigned new homeroom teachers, accompanied by several assistants. The cries and sounds of breaking glass originated from these two classrooms. He raised his hands toward the administrative building, unconcerned whether the director of affairs could hear him, and called out to the top-floor window, "We are cooperating actively. If they do not come, there is nothing we can do." With that, he entered the teaching quarters. Atop the teaching building, a child exclaimed, "Look, that one getting slapped is my dad." Another chimed in, "Oh dear," still resisting after being hit. "Dajuan, your dad has quite the spirit. My mom hits my dad much harder at home, and he doesn't even make a sound." Dajuan proudly raised his head. "Quick, look, your dad is about to be thrown off the building." The LCD screen on the rooftop, intended to keep them entertained, displayed a live feed from 2 pinhole cameras in the classrooms below. The chaos in the classrooms could only be described as pandemonium. Initially, the parents had all crowded around the new teachers, attempting to assert their identities. However, the two class mentors swiftly brandished their dragon whips, while other assistants blocked the exits, justifying their actions by claiming the parents had violated classroom protocols and failed to greet the mentors, leading to their education. Even amidst the collective cries of the class, the assault showed no sign of abating. Once most had learned to behave and cease their protests, the assistants pulled out those who had remained quiet in the corners, citing tendencies toward introversion requiring guidance, and continued their disciplinary measures. Subsequently, the few who feigned smiles and appeared resigned were all thrown downstairs, accused of disrupting the serious atmosphere of the classroom. The remaining few who attempted to reason with the mentors received a severe beating before being confined to a small dark room, labeled as defying the teachers. During this time, the parents of the chubby child were summoned to the podium, facing the blackboard with their backs turned, enduring 100 lashes each with thin steel rods. The rationale? Their proximity suggested an early romantic involvement. Once order was restored, the little spirits atop the building simultaneously remarked, "Another 100 lashes, and the morning session will be over." Indeed, on the LCD screen, it seemed the assistants had heard the little spirits as they administered an additional 100 lashes to each parent, justifying it by claiming the teachers had educated them for so long without a sense of gratitude. Ultimately, the entire class collapsed in submission, expressing gratitude for the mentors' teachings, marking the end of the morning session. Once the mentors and assistants vacated the classroom, the parents of both classes lay on the floor, tears dried, utterly defeated. On the rooftop, the little spirits gazed sympathetically at the screen. This batch of parents is exceedingly difficult to manage. It is too soon to collapse. A far more terrifying cafeteria awaits them. Chapter 67. The mysterious principle, keeping useful one's nightfall, finally descended. The bell signaling the end of evening study rang like heavenly music. The parents of classes 1 and 4, their pent-up emotions finally released, embraced each other and wept profusely. A day had felt longer than a century. Struggling to their feet, they helped one another prepare to exit the classroom. Just then, the demonic shadows appeared once more. "Hello, teachers. Hello, assistants. We are grateful for your teachings. Grateful to the academy." After a day of instruction, everyone has developed a conditioned reflex, kneeling on the ground and beginning to extol everything. Indeed, all were taken aback. This was the only praise they had heard all day, and their hearts raced with excitement. As a reward for their commendable performance, they would be confined in a small dark room for the night, continuing their moral education course the next day. Gratitude was extended to the teacher for the motivation, to the assistant for the guidance, and to the academy, with 2 classes and 100 parents, whose eyes dared not reveal despair, merely expressing numb gratitude. They then lined up and orderly made their way to the dreary room. After placing all their clothing, including undergarments, into storage baskets, each received 2 sour buns before being ushered into the small dark room. The entire process was silent, without a single cry or complaint, everyone cooperating fully. After the lights went out, the entire academy was engulfed in darkness, save for the light still shining from the top of the comprehensive building. Tomorrow night, I require students from those 2 classes. The woman in the black dress sat on the sofa, her gaze playful. This dutiful administrative director, who had always complied with her wishes, now bore an expression of difficulty and resistance for the first time. Yin Kaming murmured without responding, lost in thought. "My cool, haughty voice interrupted Yin Kaming's reverie. The voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling him to lift his gaze and immerse himself in those deep, abyss-like beautiful eyes. "Tomorrow night, I need those 2 classes. You cannot refuse." Lazily leaning back against the sofa, tilting her head, one delicate hand cradled her jade-like cheek as she spoke earnestly. "Good," Yin Kaming murmured in reply. His inner voice told him that even if the woman before him desired his heart, he would unhesitatingly offer it to her. The sight of Yin Kaming's dazed expression delighted the woman, causing her beautiful eyes to curve into crescent moons, emitting a series of charming giggles. In her presence, Yin Kaming completely lost himself. The wise elder's gaze softened as he looked at her, even breaking into a foolish smile. At that moment, Yin Kaming sensed a noticeable halt in the woman's emotions. Although her laughter continued, an unsettling feeling lingered, which he managed to perceive. Yet, he chose not to reveal it. If she wished to speak, she would do so naturally. If she did not wish to share, there was no need for him to inquire. "I will stay tonight," the woman said, her smile fading as she shifted her sitting position, one long, pale leg emerging from beneath her black skirt, resting atop the other. "All right," There are many affairs to manage at the academy. If you feel tired, you may rest in the back. The bedding is new. Yin Kaming did not question the woman's reasons, simply offering a considerate remark. Then I shall go. Once I finish, you may also take a rest. Winking at Yin Kaming, the woman in the black dress stood up, laughing lightly as she walked into the room opposite the desk, leaving the door ajar. After a while, the sound of running water from the bathroom reached the office. It seemed she lacked the habit of closing doors properly. Yin Kaming chuckled and shook his head, returning to the documents on his desk. A black dress was casually discarded at the junction of the office and the inner room, seemingly serving as a guide. Steam rose in the bathroom. Amidst the mist, the woman stood beneath the shower with a cold expression, allowing the hot water to cascade over her enchanting figure. Indeed, she was no ordinary person. Let us see if you can emerge alive from here. 2 minutes earlier, in the boys' dormitory, a sudden loud noise caused all the sensor lights on the first floor to illuminate. After the commotion, silence resumed. An unwritten rule in the boys' dormitory stated, no matter the situation or what sounds were heard at night, one must never go outside. Otherwise, one would vanish forever from this academy. Deep within the corridor, the safety door had been violently forced open, hanging awkwardly from the frame, swaying slightly. Behind the door lay an abandoned corridor, where 2 faint footsteps traversed over littered benches, stopping in the largest room. The sound of iron rings being pulled was audible. What the hell? Is this a cesspool? The ruffian, overwhelmed by the stench, felt his vision blur. Song Zang frowned as well. Yesterday it was smelly, but not this unbearable. To describe the odor as that of a cesspool felt like an insult to cesspools. The rancid, decaying stench was beyond any suitable description found in the dictionary. Ghost brother, I haven't read much, don't trick me. Are we really here to catch the dean? In such an environment, even a dung beetle would develop anorexia. The ruffian, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly replaced the cover. Song Zang covered his mouth and nose, urging him to exit the room first. Once in the abandoned corridor, they entered another small room, closing the door tightly before daring to breathe freely. To be honest, I'm just speculating, Song Zang said after a moment of silence. The ruffian nearly fainted from disbelief. He felt he had never been this speechless in his life. I mean, is it possible that it's actually a cesspool down there? He asked tentatively. Song Zang shook his head. I can assure you, there is definitely a ghost down there, and is highly likely to be the Academy's dean. Wu Jinbao. For someone to provide food for the dean's wife personally, it must be connected to that mysterious dean. In truth, Song Zang had another hypothesis. The ghost down there could also be a dark-type hungry ghost raised by the dean's wife, but he still believed the dean was the more probable culprit. Is that ghost still down there? Song Zang inquired of the shadow ghost within him. Don't worry, that creature cannot leave its rooted ground, the shadow ghost scoffed. Once gluttony takes root in one place, it will not cease feeding until its life state evolves. Do you ghosts follow the digital monster routine? Has it evolved yet? Such a fool, wanting to evolve. That's just wishful thinking. It seems its purpose in managing this academy is to cover its tracks and obtain a continuous supply of food. The ghost's tone was tinged with schadenfreude. Speaking of which, this creature is quite unfortunate. Didn't it just disappear over a month ago? It's only just beginning in the initial stages of feeding. To complete its evolution, it will need to feast continuously for a few years. Unfortunately, it encountered me. It feeds on ghosts, and I feed on it, heh. Song Zang smirked. All right, enough of the gloating. I know you're impressive. Just remember not to eat it, understood? I need it for something. Chapter 68. Half-headed lowly. The corpse has gone useful again? I mean, are you really going against yourself? Do you know how rare it is to encounter a glutton? This is a huge opportunity. If you don't cherish it now, once it's gone, you will regret it endlessly. You must seize this chance tonight. Song Zang waved his hand, dismissing the nagging shadow ghost. To prevent the embarrassing scenario of being suffocated before even encountering the gluttonous ghost, Song Zang spent 500 ghost coins in the system mall to purchase 2 sets of protective gear. Wow, you have everything. First, it was a pinhole camera, and now you're even prepared with protective gear? The ruffian exclaimed excitedly as he accepted a set. In this situation, it was a lifesaver. Better safe than sorry. Once again, he grasped the iron ring. If I can't smell the stench, that's a good sign. With a decisive tug, he completely lifted the cover, and the ruffian took the flashlight from Song Zang while gripping a sturdy steel rod, leading the descent down the passage. Song Zang followed closely, also turning on a flashlight. The passage was long, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Gradually, claw marks began to appear on the steps beneath their feet and on the walls, a layer of dried black blood covering the scratches. Further down, the claw marks multiplied, and eventually, the steps were completely obscured by large patches of dried black blood. The enclosed space was stifling and humid, with the external odors undoubtedly intensified. Ahead lay a corner, where the madman halted and turned to gaze at Song Zang. Under the beam of a powerful flashlight, a viscous layer of dark red liquid could be seen spilling over the corner platform. Placing a hand on the madman's shoulder, Song Zang stepped past him and advanced. He cautiously lifted his foot and stepped into the liquid, finding it merely sticky and not overly troublesome. As he rounded the corner, an expanse of pitch-black underground space unfolded before him. Two beams of light scanned the area, revealing what resembled an underground parking lot with concrete pillars spaced closely together to support the structure. The ground was a pure black, reflecting a faint, deep brown shimmer under the flashlight, reminiscent of the dark blood within a monstrous creature. With his weight shifted to his right foot, Song Zang extended his left cautiously into the dark blood. With a splat, half his foot sank into the viscous substance, eliciting a sensation akin to stepping in excrement. His other foot continued to probe downwards, and upon realizing he had not stepped onto a lower platform, he discerned that the depth did not extend beyond the surface of his foot. Bending down, he touched the solid ground, scooping up a handful of the dark liquid. As it trickled through his fingers, a small clump of residue remained in his palm. No wonder it felt like stepping in waste. Beneath the dark blood lay a layer of flesh pulp. "Are you here to rescue us, brothers?" A sudden voice startled the two, prompting them to swiftly direct the flashlight forward. A small head peeked out from behind a nearby concrete pillar. A little girl, likely with pigtails, revealing one of them. She cowered behind the pillar, her large, bright eyes wide with fear as she gazed at them. Perhaps charmed by the innocent girl, the madman softened his usual fierce demeanor, adopting a gentle expression akin to that of a big brother. "Little sister, are you one of the students here? We can help you escape. Is there a bad person here? That's wonderful. Finally, someone is here." Suddenly, a sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed through the space. Following this, the sound of a body collapsing into the shallow pool emanated from behind the pillar, shaking off the remnants of flesh from the rebar. The madman waded through the dark blood to take a closer look. "Brother, brother." Two overlapping voices rang out simultaneously from behind him. The madman turned in surprise to find two identical little girls emerging from either side of the concrete pillar. Their skin was a deep black, devoid of clothing, and their little feet melded with the dark liquid beneath them. On one half of their heads, only a single eye and half a mouth remained. The rest was eerily vacant, resembling a crescent moon perched upon their necks. "Brother, didn't you say you came to save us? Why are you deceiving us?" The dual voices turned angry, chillingly accusing as they lunged toward the madman. A black whip shot through the air, ensnaring one of the girls at the waist and violently flinging her against the concrete pillar. Her fragile half-head shattered upon impact, and she crumpled to the ground, motionless in the dark blood. The girl who had been flung away lay limply, her lower half incapacitated, yet she still propped herself up with her hands, crawling towards him with half a mouth agape. The madman quickly approached, swinging the heavy rebar down on her crazed, youthful visage, shattering it instantly. There was only one behind the pillar just now. Where did these two come from? After voicing his confusion, he illuminated the surrounding area with his flashlight, feeling as though there were lurking, head-tilted figures behind each pillar, grinning at him in the shadows. Triplets? Given their coloration, they might have been hiding in the blood, poised to ambush you, Song Zang speculated, gazing at the corpse on the ground. Since they are dead, let us seek out the main culprit. This place offers little concealment and should be easy to navigate. The madman nodded and stepped further inside. The layer of dark blood on the ground necessitated lifting his feet slightly with each step, producing a muted, slapping sound. He swung the flashlight about, searching the area. After taking several steps, the madman suddenly realized that in this vast expanse, the only sound was the noise of his own footsteps. The The ghostly figure behind him seemed to have not followed. Turning back, he was relieved to see that Song Zang remained in place, illuminating the bloodied pillar with his flashlight. "What is wrong, ghost brother?" the madman whispered, instinctively tightening his grip on the rebar. After days of interaction, he had come to understand this ghostly companion. Though typically taciturn, he had a knack for spotting critical issues. When he seemed lost in thought, it was not pretense. It either indicated a new discovery or a grand scheme brewing in his mind. Holding the flashlight aloft, Song Zang quietly stated, "The body is gone." Chapter 69. A desperate search. Frantic imagination. The madman immediately grasped whom Song Zang referred to. The flashlight beam shifted to the side. As Song Zang had indicated, not only had the body beneath the pillar vanished, but the girl who had been struck in the heart was also nowhere to be found. How peculiar. Where could two corpses have disappeared within mere minutes? Whether dragged away by someone or having crawled off themselves, such a short distance would have produced some noise. Wouldn't it? Surely, they couldn't have simply dissolved into water. Giggle, giggle. Are you looking for us, brother? Multiple voices echoed simultaneously. At the edge of the flashlight's glow, two indistinct ghostly figures suddenly materialized behind Song Zang. Those two deceased little girls. "Behind you," the madman shouted urgently. Before he could finish his warning, a rush of wind whipped past him. His shirt was torn as a searing, pain shot through his back, prompting him to roar and swing his arm backward, twisting his body in the process. The powerful swing of the rebar missed its target. A few steps away, two half-headed little girls stood, one licking the crimson flesh strands from her fingernails. "Kill them, eat them." Voices from the front and back converged. With that, the two little ghosts leaped toward the madman, their eerie claws poised to rip him apart. The madman scowled, using the rebar to fend off the ghostly claws while retreating. The raw agony from his back only fueled his fury as he faced the two little ghosts, their half-formed mouths grinning as if toying with their prey. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he bellowed. He blocked the left side attack with his rebar, while his right arm endured a claw strike. 5 bloody gashes immediately appearing on his flesh. With a deft maneuver, he reached for the half-formed head of one of the ghosts. The solitary eye, first gleeful then alarmed, had no time to react before he seized its neck and thrust it toward the sharp end of the rebar with force. With a sickening crunch, the neck was pierced, producing only a wheezing sound. Kicking the left ghost away, the madman emulated Song Zang's earlier action, violently hurling the ghost attached to the rebar against the pillar. Without concern for the ghost's fate, he stepped forward and brought the rebar crashing down on the left ghost's head. The remaining half-head, along with its neck and chest, was obliterated, leaving it lifeless in the pool of blood. After dispatching the two ghosts, the madman spat angrily. His arm throbbed with an unbearable itch, as if worms were crawling beneath his skin. He knew it was the blood from the wound trickling down. His flashlight had fallen into the dark pool, lost to sight. Looking around, the madman lifted his rebar, ready to assist Song Zang. Upon spotting the sole source of light, his eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this companion was far more formidable than he had anticipated. As he approached, he found Song Zang crouched between two girls, wielding a scalpel. One of the girls was bound by a black rope, her limbs stretched behind her back and tied together. The girl opposite him had her limbs severed and was being methodically sliced by Song Zang, who was carving away at her decaying flesh. "If you remain silent, your fate will be the same shortly," Song Zang remarked nonchalantly to the bound girl. As a madman approached, he tossed him a roll of bandages and a bottle of antiseptic, while still continuing to inflict wounds upon the girl's body. The madman, squatting beside her, hastily bandaged her wounds, stanching the flow of blood. Watching Song Zang's actions left him grimacing, yet he soon realized that the girl's skin tone was not merely superficial. Her muscles and bones were equally dark. "Ha, come on. This excites us even more." The girl, her mouth spilling black blood, displayed only madness in her single eye. Song Zang scrutinized her gaze, searching for the fear hidden beneath her insanity, but he found nothing. Seizing the opportunity, while Song Zang looked away, a small girl suddenly grinned bloodthirstily. The madman, catching sight of this smile, thought to himself that something was amiss. Before he could rise, he gripped a steel rod tightly and thrust it toward her heart. The girl, sensing the danger, struggled fiercely, just before the steel rod pierced her chest. The black ropes binding her tightened suddenly, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing, contorting her body into a spherical shape. The rod penetrated her chest, and her face retained a bloodthirsty smile even in death. Song Zang glanced at her, his expression darkening. This little fiend was seeking death intentionally. She understood that resisting would lead to her strangulation, yet she chose to act nonetheless. Frowning, Song Zang noticed the little fiend beneath the knife was also stirring. Turning around, he saw her charging directly at him, or rather at the blade in his hand. Seeking death, are we? A flicker of surprise crossed her mad eyes. This human was quick to react. Song Zang flipped the scalpel, feeling a surge of irritation. These little fiends were impervious to reason. He could extract nothing useful from them. And once subdued, they descended into madness, more frenzied than rabid dogs. Do you wish to die? Patience. I shall meticulously carve away your flesh until only your skeleton remains. Then sprinkle salt upon you, bandage you up, and nail you to the wall, allowing you to savor the slow embrace of death. After detailing his intentions, Song Zang grasped the girl's chin, inserting the scalpel into her mouth, severing her delicate tongue. He then took the half-full bottle of antiseptic from the madman and poured its contents into her decaying mouth. I wonder if you fiends would bite your tongues in despair. For the sake of your life, it's best to remove it first. The madman wiped away cold sweat at the spectacle. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was shockingly brutal, more monstrous than a ghost. This was not his true visage. In reality, he could very well be a perverse monster lurking in the shadows of society, perhaps even a ruthless criminal incarcerated in prison. The madman felt increasingly alarmed. Just a minute ago, he thought he understood this shadowy figure, but now he realized that what he knew was merely the surface that Song Zang allowed him to see. He even began to doubt whether the specter was truly his ally. The madman's imagination ran wild as he speculated about Song Zang's identity, envisioning him as Agent Number 10. Regardless of the little fiend's anguished screams, Song Zang remained crouched, focused on his salting endeavor, oblivious to the fact that the madman had already envisioned him as a black widow. The screams abruptly ceased, and from the gaping maw of the disfigured face came an ethereal, chilling laughter. Strangely, the surrounding area echoed with laughter too, mingling with that of the near-death little fiend, leaving one unable to discern who was truly laughing. A fierce wind howled from behind, and up close, Song Zang felt the terrifying force behind it. The scalpel swiftly sliced through the little fiend's neck, and as he turned, he immediately thrust the knife forward, only to see the madman, wide-eyed with shock, descending with the steel rod aimed at him. A sickening thud echoed as his skull shattered. The blade plunged deep. Chapter 70, Resurrection, Division, and the brutal slaying of the madman. The rancid black blood splattered both of them. Song Zang withdrew his scalpel, gazing at the two corpses on the ground before turning to the madman. Where did they come from? Damn it, they just appeared out of nowhere. The madman stared wide-eyed. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed what had transpired. Moments ago, while Song Zang was engaged in his extreme actions, the little fiend he had bound and strangled had decomposed into a black sludge, silently coalescing on the ground into two identical bodies. Luckily, they had managed to eliminate the two little fiends before their disfigured heads could fully reform. Let us go. Suddenly recalling the earlier chilling laughter, Song Zang called out sharply as he began to move back down the corridor. However, as he took a step, four dark figures were already rushing towards him from a distance, precisely where the madman had dealt with the two little fiends. They were not twins. They had resurrected and split. Despicable humans, dumb busts. The angry shouts from behind confirmed Song Zang's suspicions. The little fiend whose head Song Zang had severed had reformed into two unscathed bodies. Meanwhile, the two corpses they had just dispatched began to rot and slowly coalesce into four dark figures on the ground. Without time for the two to communicate, the four had already reached Song Zang. In a panic, the madman leaped forward to engage the four little fiends, but before he landed, Song Zang shoved him aside, sending him crashing into a pool of black blood. Bang, 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 bang. For flashes of fire erupted, illuminating a small area around Song Zang. The four little fiends fell to the ground, their heads bursting open with the gunfire. Turning, he fired 2 more shots, expertly switching to a new magazine, raising his hand to shoot the remaining 4 incomplete heads as they began to form. "I say, brother, could you give me a heads up before you start shooting?" The madman, having crawled up from the shadows, rubbed his back, now drenched in black blood. As Song Zang spoke, he hastily made his way to the entrance of the corridor and stepped up. The madman responded with a grunt, quickly following him into the passage. Upon entering, they stood on a corner platform, halting their ascent. They remained vigilant, watching the corridor exit for any signs of the little fiends pursuing them. "Brother, lend me that thing." I dropped my weapon into the blood pool. The madman, fixated on the outside, extended a hand eagerly. Song Zang tossed him a few 45 caliber metal bullets. "What? You want me to throw them barehanded? Hand me that gun too." The madman replied helplessly. Bang, bang. At such close range, 2 large caliber bullets ruthlessly shattered the madman's knees, sending both of his lower legs flying. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his knees and rolling in the pool of blood. "You!" The madman's face turned pale, his teeth clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, the pain beneath him making his expression particularly grotesque. "You have 3 seconds. Where is he?" Song Zang raised the gun once more. "Who? What are you talking about?" Bang! An arm was blown off, and blood spurted from the madman, mingling with the black blood on the ground. After reloading, Song Zang aimed the gun at the madman again. "Still not admitting it? Let us try another question. Answer correctly, and I 1T kill you. Answer incorrectly, and I'll take another arm." The madman, with only one arm remaining and blood gushing from 3 wounds, leaned against the wall for support. His eyes were filled with derision as he mocked Song Zang. "I didn't expect that I would consider you a brother, while you see me as a weapon. After risking my life down there, you don't need me anymore, do you? Go on, ask, since you've already made up your mind to kill me. No matter what you ask, I certainly 1T answer correctly." The madman forced a bitter smile, gazing at Song Zang, seemingly trying to discern his true thoughts. Ignoring him, Song Zang coolly responded, "Odd changes even remain unchanged." "What the hell is that?" The madman looked utterly bewildered. Bang! The lone arm was violently severed, and the bullet struck the wall behind, leaving a deep indentation. The madman leaned against the wall, helplessly wailing, gazing at the malevolent figure before him, whose eyes shimmered with a purple glow. Song Zang smiled and shook his head. Indeed, the thoughts he could hear were nothing but the most vulgar of curses. "I shall deal with you shortly." The corpses had vanished without spawning anymore. In the beam of the flashlight, the madman lay there, entangled in arms, a ghostly hand firmly covering his mouth, his eyes rolling back in desperation, as if on the brink of unconsciousness. These ghostly hands seemed to recognize the prowess of Song Zang. As he approached, they automatically released the madman, merging into the black blood on the ground. Taking a deep breath, the madman exhaled forcefully, rubbed his eyes that sparkled with stars, and finally staggered to his feet. "Go, Shadow Brother, you are truly formidable. Once again, you have saved my life. I saw you deceived by that scoundrel and thought today would be your last. I nearly suffocated from anxiety. Should you find yourself ensnared again, remember to remain calm immediately if you cannot break free. The normal limit for holding one's breath is 5 minutes, but if you struggle, you may only survive for a minute." Song Zang offered this piece of wisdom. "I sincerely hope there will not be a next time. What about that scoundrel? Have you dealt with him?" The madman picked up the steel rebar from the ground, grimacing as he rubbed his back, feeling the wound reopen. "Let us go. I've saved some for you." After speaking, he sensed something amiss. Gazing at that identical face, it felt as though he was berating himself. Collecting a few bullets from the ground, the madman squatted down, chuckling to himself, and brandished a silver desert eagle. "Ha, you can mimic my face, but your memory cannot replicate this. This is the first indication of your folly." He removed the tranquilizer from the desert eagle and loaded it with the bullets. "Are you attempting to deceive me into thinking you'd shoot my ghostly brother? Ah, you are unaware that I possess one myself. Ah, one cannot blame you. After all, it is not as though you carry it in your pocket. How could this wretched creature possibly be aware of the existence of the inventory?" The faux madman remained silent, his sinister eyes darting about. Before it, the madman sheathed his weapon behind his back, casually shaking his wrist as he reassured, Rest assured, I shall not end your life with a single shot. Regrettably, you specters are devoid of breath, unable to fathom the suffocating sensation I recently endured. The recollection of that encounter ignites my fury as the fervent assailant raises his fists, striking blow after blow upon that visage, so akin to his own. Despite losing several teeth in the process, that face uttered not a single sound. The assailant, driven by a fierce determination, surveyed his surroundings in search of a suitable weapon. At that moment, a pair of menacing gauntlets was proffered. Use this, strike until lifeless. Upon first glance at those gauntlets, the assailant was captivated to the core. Excitedly, I received it and adorned my hands. It fit perfectly. With a sudden, forceful swing of the fist, flesh and bone twisted and blood splattered. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Ability. The Outline Master. The specter on the ground finally revealed its fear, but it was too late. The exposed head endured only 2 blows before it was caved in significantly. As the next punch threatened to shatter it completely, in that fleeting moment, the ghost summoned its remaining strength and dashed toward the corner of the passageway, seemingly intent on meeting its demise there. Song Zang had long anticipated its movements. In the blink of an eye, his body was compressed into a pulpy mass, and the ghastly head remained wide-eyed in terror until the very end. As the black cords tightened and constricted, they ultimately snapped back into a singular form. Black ichor and decaying flesh erupted in a grotesque spray, splattering across the walls and floor. The remnants of flesh fell, instantaneously vaporizing into a dark mist. And with the disappearance of the head, swirling tendrils of black smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a few remnants on the once pristine ground. Indeed, it was as he suspected, murmured Song Zang. How could this creature not employ the same tactics as the little spirits below? Could it be related to the nature of the venue? The madman prodded the remnants with his gauntlet. Nothing particularly noteworthy. It seemed that, in the realm of darkness, he had always exuded an air of invincibility. Only when I cast him into the light did I perceive a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. After finishing his statement, Song Zang inquired of the shadow spirit within him. What is the ability of the gluttonous demon? As the later stages approached, it became less finicky. This structure, much like those cement columns and brick edifices, would be devoured by it. However, the specter beneath paused momentarily. That gluttonous entity must have consumed something peculiar to continually summon such minions to impede you. Thus, you must allow me to consume it. I shall study it thoroughly, and I am certain it will prove beneficial to you. The shadow demon eagerly expressed his thoughts in one breath, awaiting a response from Song Zang. When the time is right, I will ensure you are consumed, Song Zang replied dismissively. Do you currently possess a means to deal with those mischievous little spirits that tend to split apart? Upon hearing Song Zang's words, Shadow Ghost struggled for quite some time before managing to utter 2 words. Impossible. Embarrassed. Even he felt a twinge of shame. Shadow Ghost further explained. Those are not truly ghosts. Consuming them is akin to chewing someone else's used gum. Devoid of flavor, and excessive indulgence may lead to indigestion. Enough with the explanations. You're even more finicky than that gluttonous ghost. At least he doesn't discriminate, Song Zang remarked with a touch of sarcasm, choosing to ignore the speechless shadow ghost. The madman stood on the corner platform, gazing inside. Upon noticing Song Zang lost in thought as he approached, he returned the metallic gauntlets and, using his flashlight to scan the area, remarked, There's been no movement inside, nor have I seen that little girl. Song Zang glanced at the gauntlets. The remnants of flesh and grime now thoroughly wiped clean. You may keep them. We shall descend shortly. He did not extend his hand to accept them. Thank you, Brother Ghost Shadow. Haha, I truly relish this thing. Once the instance concludes and grants me otherworldly rewards, you may come to Rong City and choose at your leisure. Or I could seek you out as well. Song Zang's mind wandered as he nodded slightly, then spoke. I have a hypothesis that requires validation, and it may necessitate your taking a risk. Indeed, please go on. The maniac donned his gloves, brimming with eagerness. Descend and locate that little girl. Deliver her a beating. Rest assured, I shall provide cover for you here. After hearing Song Zang's words, the maniac chuckled heartily. If I can overpower her, I shall strike her relentlessly. If not, I shall simply flee. What dangers lie herein? Just wait and see. After securing the flashlight to his attire, he stepped outside. The assailant appeared to meander aimlessly. Yet he was in fact searching within a fixed sector centered around the position of Song Zang, in pursuit of the girl. "Brother, you have come again?" A timid voice emerged from behind the concrete pillar, revealing half of a head, evoking a sense of pity. "Indeed, come here quickly. I have brought you some fruit-flavored hard candies," he replied, shaking the knuckles adorned with gleaming metal studs. "Is that true?" Dear brother, please do not deceive me as you did earlier, for otherwise, the younger sisters may become quite upset." The girl emerged with a playful giggle, her lips curving in a peculiar manner as she extended her hand, demanding, "Give it to me." Song Zang stood on the platform, observing the strange interplay between a person and a ghost, each aware of the other's sinister intentions, both engaged in a performance of deceit. According to the script, there would be no sugary treats, only the weighty blow of an iron fist. Indeed, the familiar sound of an explosive impact echoed, and the girl, maintaining her outstretched hand, fell straight down. Within a minute, her body began to decay, as two forms gradually rose from the blackened ichor. Once the two fractured heads came together, the single eye atop blinked in unison. Before it could break into a sinister grin, the maniac, with swift strikes, rendered her incapacitated once more. In less than a minute, for bodies coalesced simultaneously. As the mouths of the heads emerged, they immediately proclaimed, "Foolish humans, let us see how many times you can withstand us. Sooner or later, I shall tear you apart." With a malevolent grin, the maniac unleashed 4 powerful punches, each strike resonating with force, causing the heads to explode before they could finish their taunts. Song Zang watched from the rear, fixated on the girl, who continued to resurrect and divide. With each death, the intervals between resurrections grew shorter, her temperament seemingly becoming more ferocious. The maniac found himself overwhelmed. Having just dispatched 2, he barely evaded the assaults of other specters, only to see those 2 regenerate completely. Now, 10 ghostly figures encircled him, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. 2 little demons lunged forward, and the madman wasted no time in seizing them by their necks, forcefully snapping them. However, 8 more had already pounced upon him. The madman had no time to react. Just then, the distinctive thunderous report of the Desert Eagle erupted from behind. 7 bullets obliterated the upper halves of 7 little demons, and the remaining 1 was no threat. The madman yanked it down and smashed its head violently against the ground. Brain matter mixed with black blood splattered everywhere. Yet the madman noticed that the half of the skull in his hand began to decay, and an angry roar echoed from behind. They were reviving faster. Without a moment to spare, 20 demon bodies materialized, with the nearest clawing at the madman, while those further away leapt into the air, barreling towards him. On the platform, Song Zang discarded his Desert Eagle, pulled out a .92 pistol, and called out to the madman, "Turn around and shoot. Hitting 5 is sufficient. I'll take care of the rest." Trusting Song Zang, the madman did not hesitate, pulled out his Desert Eagle, and turned to fire. Bang, 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 bang. As if a master of outlines, the madman missed all 5 shots. What the hell? Chapter 72. The Arsenal of Firearms Shooting Game. The madman instinctively glanced left and right, trying to see where his bullets had gone. Unsurprisingly, he found nothing. All he could see were the little monsters lunging at him, baring their blood-stained jaws. He raised his hand and fired off the last 2 shots. Fortunately, the Desert Eagle had enough power. Despite being slightly off target, it shattered the bodies of 2 little demons. But the remaining 3 had already bitten down. The madman discarded the Desert Eagle, thrust his hands into the mouths of the 2 demons, and firmly clamped their jaws shut. With his armored fists, he needn't worry about being bitten. With a powerful motion, he smashed the 2 heads together towards the last little demon, obliterating all 3 skulls simultaneously. Shaking off the 2 corpses, the 10 or so nearby little demons fell one by one, each one receiving a precise shot to the head. "Come on." After firing 15 rounds, Song Zang discarded his pistol and pulled out a micro-submachine gun. The madman's eyelids twitched. Increasingly suspicious of the age and identity of the ghostly figure, he quickly responded and ran onto the platform. Just as he turned around, he saw the area illuminated by a flashlight, filled with shadows coalescing. Song Zang placed 2 searchlights on the ground and tossed 2 micro-submachine guns to the madman, saying, "One has 30 rounds. Conserve your ammo." As the words fell, the sharp whine of the 9 began to pierce the air. Due to the overwhelming number, Song Zang resorted to continuous fire. The ample light from the searchlights caused 40 little demons to collapse en masse. Quickly swapping out the magazine, he continued firing until the remaining little demons fell as well. Meanwhile, while the madman was still contemplating how to switch shooting modes, Song Zang had already produced a robust assault rifle. A 50-round high-capacity magazine resembled a large blade pressed against the base of the barrel. Song Zang stepped forward, stabilizing his stance with one leg forward and the other back, raising the weapon to his shoulder. "Stop thinking. There are 80 of them. Empty the magazine." Song Zang seemed to have caught a rush, exuberantly shouting at the madman. The madman, too, was swept up by the excitement. What man wouldn't revel in such a scene? After a brief shock, he also joyfully raised 2 micro-submachine guns, anticipating the oncoming horde of demons. Bang, bang, bang. The micro-submachine gun fired 3 rounds into one little demon. Yet, the demon remained unaffected, continuing to coalesce until its incomplete head formed. "Damn it, misfire, my bad," the madman muttered. The twitching little demons collectively hesitated. Once their heads fully formed, they fixated on the madman, screeching as they charged forward. The furious gunfire erupted first, bullets piercing through the heads of the foremost demons, relentlessly shredding the bodies behind them. In such numbers, a single bullet could easily slay 2 or 3 little demons. The madman laughed heartily, joining in the shooting spree. The 3-round burst mode ensured he knocked down 1 or 2 with every pull of the trigger. These weapons had been requested by Song Zang from the Spirit Bureau, and during the retrieval, he had received a reprimand from his superior, questioning why they needed such firepower in a horror instance, as if they intended to engage in combat with ghosts. Minutes later, the little demons were utterly annihilated, shredded to pieces by bullets. The madman grinned, rubbing his ears. The incessant gunfire had left him with a severe case of tinnitus. Song Zang glanced at the platform beneath his feet and purchased 2 pairs of earplugs from the marketplace. Once both had fitted them, the little demons had already completed their splitting process. A dark mass of 160 little demons stood in the blood pool, thrashing wildly. The madman, donning earplugs, saw Song Zang's mouth moving but couldn't discern what he was saying. Despite the madman's expression resembling that of a fool, he instantly understood Song Zang's next move. Song Zang's command was, "Next!" A 249 was tossed over, and the madman hurriedly caught it with both hands. The machine gun was already equipped with a belt of ammunition, ready to unleash a barrage with a simple pull of the trigger. The madman was now fully ignited with excitement. With a fierce shout, he tore off his shirt, his hands clad in fearsome gauntlets supporting the machine gun, feeling like a hardened warrior. Alas, the moment of glory was fleeting. Without a gas mask, the acrid stench enveloped him, causing his eyes to roll back, nearly dropping the machine gun on his foot. Song Zang, crouched on the concrete platform assembling another firearm, quickly rose to steady him and fitted a metal respirator onto the madman. With his brain replenished with oxygen, the madman returned to the platform's edge. Scratching his head, he offered an awkward grin to Song Zang before turning to aim at the approaching horde of demons. The machine gun rattled, the thunderous gunfire roaring. As flames licked from the muzzle, the dense smell of gunpowder nearly overpowered the stench, and when all bullets were expended, the little demons lay outside the passage, forming a fan-shaped wall of corpses. The wall was decaying, merging into a black slurry on the ground. Song Zang stood up, hoisting the assembled heavy machine gun and handing it to the madman. Gatling. Flames of unnameable fury ignited in the madman's eyes as he received the heavy machine gun. His left hand gripped the top handle, while his right hand positioned on the trigger. He turned. Wasn't he this just like the Terminator? Song Zang fed the belt into one side of the machine gun. It weighed over 40 kilograms. Fortunately, the madman's physique was sufficient. Lifting it for a barrage felt relatively easy. This model, the 134, was unmodified, capable of firing 500 rounds per minute. Take it easy. Save some ammo for the next wave, Song Zang reminded, then crouched to assemble another firearm. Yeah, the madman roared with exhilaration, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the 300 little demons nearby. The muzzle spat out an ethereal blue flame, illuminating the passage behind him. The rapid gunfire merging into a continuous line, and heaps of spent shells cascaded, clattering against the concrete floor. In less than a minute, 320 little demons exploded on the spot, leaving not a single intact piece of flesh. The Gatling was formidable, terrifyingly so. The madman reveled in the moment, never imagining he would one day hold a Gatling and unleash a frenzied barrage. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium rounds. With a breath, 3,600 revolutions. Great compassion to save the evil spirits. Observing the hellish scene before him, he couldn't help but recite a fitting poem. The madman set down the Gatling, intending to strike a heroic pose, but Song Zang had already assembled another firearm and handed it to him. The poem was nice. You seem a bit too hyped. Wasting over 200 rounds. Song Zang placed a new belt of 500 rounds into the madman's machine gun and loaded 300 rounds into the one on the ground, hoisting it himself. The next wave will consist of 640. You cover the broad area, and I'll handle any stragglers. My hypothesis was correct. Yet, we now faced a pressing issue. Once we have vanquished these 640 little phantoms, if they do not resurrect, we shall still have a chance to apprehend the mastermind behind this. After speaking, Song Zang lifted the Gatling gun, positioning himself beside the frenzied individual. Before them, illuminated by the searchlights, lay a multitude of disfigured little girls, each adorned with a chilling, artificial smile, awaiting the completion of their severed heads. Upon hearing Song Zang's words, the frenzied individual snapped out of his self-indulgent state. Surveying the still motionless horde of spirits, he inquired of Song Zang, "Why must we retreat? With this device in hand, if we multiply it several times, we too shall be able to unleash our power upon them." Song Zang shook his head. "We are out of ammunition." Chapter 73. Infinite Firepower. Song Zang speculated, "This is not a movie. Ammunition is indeed finite." Without granting the two individuals a moment to continue their discourse, a cacophony erupted before them as hundreds of diminutive fiends surged forth in a relentless tide. The two individuals stepped back, the barrels of their guns rotating, as a cascade of bullets formed a line, sweeping across the group of little devils, instantly tearing apart a swath of vacuum. As the hail of bullets shifted elsewhere, the void was swiftly filled by the relentless onslaught of the minions, trampling over the shattered remains of their companions as they surged towards the passage. Song Zang stood nearby, providing cover fire, deliberately targeting those that the frenzied attackers had overlooked, as well as the foremost minions. As the minute concluded, the madman's machine gun fell silent, precisely on cue. Beneath his feet lay a heap of scorching, smoking shell casings, while beyond the platform, within a 10-meter radius, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had formed, among which were about 20 minions, dragging their mangled bodies in a desperate attempt to crawl closer. With fewer than 100 rounds remaining in his machine gun, Song Zang dispatched the half-dead with careful shots, his expression grave as he surveyed the unfolding situation. The minions had forcefully advanced a few meters towards the passage, paying the price of having over 600 of their own torn apart. It was then that the most unwelcome sight materialized before him. The mound of corpses and the blood-soaked ground began to rot and merge, blending with the dark blood in the distance, preparing for yet another division. He patted the madman on the shoulder, signaling him to remove his earplugs. It was imperative that they retreat. Song Zang, having hastily concluded his words, swiftly gathered the firearms and ammunition strewn across the ground. Go, Shadow Brothers. Approaching at this moment would indeed be a futile endeavor. Is there truly no other recourse? The renegade, somewhat unwilling, relinquished the Gatling gun and assisted Song Zang in retrieving the handguns and submachine gun from the ground, presenting them to him. Song Zang discarded these items into the alternate dimension. Each firearm corresponds to a specific set of ammunition, and the final 800 rounds we secured were acquired through the entirety of my ghost currency. Now I am left with but a single shell. Detonating it here would equate to an act of self-destruction, leaving me with no alternative but to ascend. Upon hearing Song Zang's words, the renegade paused his actions and tentatively inquired, "Brother, are you saying that you can exchange ghost currency for ammunition?" Song Zang naturally would not divulge matters regarding the system's marketplace. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Huh? Oh dear, don't clean up. I have ghost coins here. The madman was ecstatic, his excitement causing his face to flush. Song Zang remained indifferent, observing that the little spirits had already materialized. He swiftly retracted the 2 Gatling guns and addressed the madman. It is not as you perceive. A mere pittance of ghost coins is utterly insufficient. Each bullet necessitates the exchange of 10 ghost coins, and these 2 machine guns will deplete a staggering 10,000 ghost coins every minute. I understand the regret, but we must ascend now. Upon hearing this, the madman seized Song Zang, who was about to depart, and seeing the confusion etched on his face, urgently exclaimed, I have money. I will give you 100,000. Song Zang thought he had misheard, but when the madman truly traded him 100,000 ghost coins, his composure finally shattered. After a brief moment of astonishment, he swiftly handed the Gatling gun back to the madman, purchasing 2 extended ammunition belts. The 2 of them promptly installed them and immediately pulled the trigger. Over 1,000 little demons have surged forward, engulfing the 2 searchlights, plunging the entire space into utter darkness. The foremost group of these creatures, poised to rush into the platform's passage, had already bared their bloody maws. Suddenly, the familiar tongues of flame ignited once more, unleashing an even more ferocious barrage than before. The twin Gatling guns whirled with blinding speed, their cerulean flames illuminating a small expanse of the platform. Before the eyes lay a multitude of fiendish visages. Countless projectiles rained down mercilessly upon the advancing horde of demons, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of flesh and bone, leaving no trace behind. The diminutive fiends before me surged forward in relentless waves, their youthful faces contorted in a frenzied display of madness. Even as their comrades were reduced to mere remnants, they recklessly charged ahead, oblivious to the peril surrounding them. Their singular aim was clear: to rend these 2 humans asunder. Even if met with death, one must charge to the forefront, for upon resurrection, one will be closer to them. Regrettably, under the overwhelming onslaught of firepower, these wretched souls were afforded no opportunity to advance. A multitude of corpses were propelled far away, transforming the area beyond the platform into a veritable void once more. After a minute, the distinctive cacophony of the Gatling ceased, plunging the space into darkness. Save for 2 barrels, glowing red-hot from rapid rotation, swaying desolately in the gloom. The 2 individuals activated their shoulder-mounted flashlights, illuminating a scene where 1,080 of the wretched souls had been utterly shredded by bullets, their mangled bodies, limbs, and appendages heaped high, while the cement pillars were riddled with bullet holes. Some of the nearest columns had been perforated entirely, the concrete reduced to rubble, exposing the steel reinforcements within. The berserker rubbed his ears, numbed by the reverberations, and raised an eyebrow at Song Zang, who traded an additional 50,000 ghost coins. In the distance, the specters continued to coalesce, albeit at a significantly slower pace. After accepting the ghost coins, he procured an extended belt of 1,000 rounds, attaching it to the end of the remaining belt of the berserker's machine gun. Is this a reward? Song Zang, sensing the essence of the situation, inquired with curiosity. Ha! Slaying a ghost earns 100 ghost coins. I truly wish these little spirits could proliferate endlessly. After tonight, I shall become the wealthiest in the realm of ghosts. The madman laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned by the trickle of congealed blood seeping from his ear due to the absence of earplugs. Indeed, a tenfold profit is a fine business venture, yet I suspect you shall be disappointed. Song Zang discarded 2 searchlights onto the ground. The surrounding space lay bare before him. The little spirits were gradually coalescing, their forms stretching into an indistinct horizon. Unlike before, their withered feet had now emerged, pressing against the arid cement floor. The layer of dark blood and flesh pulp churned restlessly, swiftly dissipating alongside the gathering shadows of the multitude of spirits. Goodness, is their revival truly a consequence of that dark blood upon the ground? The madman discerned the crux of the matter. To be precise, they were not resurrected beings. Rather, they were mere puppets, their flesh manipulated to reconstitute identical shells. Consequently, their speech and actions exhibited remarkable uniformity. Song Zang, unhurried and composed, replenished the ammunition belt of his machine gun. Their numbers must inevitably reach a limit once the flesh on the ground was exhausted. Any further assaults would lead to their complete dissolution, mirroring the way the imitated body vanished. According to my conjecture, this wave before us should represent the final batch. As if to affirm Song Zang's assertion, the searchlights illuminated the cement floor entirely, revealing, through the gaps between the little legs, not a trace of blood in sight. The first few rows had come to life, and the light shone upon their pallid faces, exposing their malevolent eyes, unblinking as they fixated on Song Zang and his companion. Beyond the gaps of the ghostly figures, the distant shadows remained shrouded in darkness, and within mere moments, the area fell into a profound silence. Save for the soft, rustling sound of the machine gun's ammunition belt being dragged across the cement floor. This wave of spirits, though still overwhelming, lacked the previous ferocity and frenzy. None dared to advance. Beneath their sinister gazes lay a palpable trepidation. Observing the spirit's hesitation, the madman could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward with his heavy machine gun. To the astonishment of both, as soon as he lifted his leg to move, the vast horde of ghosts suddenly retreated in a frenzied dash. The barrel had revolved twice, yet the bullet had not been discharged. The multitude of tiny demons had vanished into the darkness where the light could not reach. Chapter 74. The Black Flesh Wall. What do you intend to do? The sudden shift left the berserker somewhat bewildered. What now? It appeared that the little demons had learned their lesson, realizing that charging headlong resulted in death, and hiding made them difficult to locate. The berserker placed the Gatling gun on the ground and spoke to Song Zang. Hiding also signifies their fear of us. Song Zang, displaying an air of composure, stowed away the machine gun and retrieved a length of black rope and a scalpel. Then let us venture in and drag them out. I am eager to see just how much trouble this which King Leopard can stir up with his 2,000 little demons. Excellent. Let us deal with him. The berserker spat defiantly, slinging the belt of ammunition over his shoulder, hefting the weighty machine gun, and leading the way inside. Song Zang picked up the searchlight and followed closely behind. The space before them morphed back to its original state upon their entry, the only distinction being the absence of the repugnant black sludge underfoot, while the stone columns were now riddled with bullet holes. Suddenly, gusts of fierce wind rushed from above. The vengeful spirits shrieked, and several clawed hands viciously struck the back of Song Zang's head. At that moment, the black rope whipped backward, and as Song Zang turned, he slashed out with the scalpel, witnessing several disfigured heads roll to the ground, dissipating into black mist. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall handle what is behind. Shoot at any sight of the little demons. Sensing the berserker's intention to provide covering fire, Song Zang's voice rang out to halt him. The latter shifted his shoulders and nodded, continuing onward. With a swift motion, Song Zang cast aside the corpses, and a flare shot into the sky, illuminating a vast expanse nearby. The height of this space was approximately 7 stories, and, as the flare brightened the ceiling, countless little demons crouched above, their murky eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, the Gatling gun erupted with a continuous low-pressure gunfire, causing hundreds of little demons to scatter, their bodies shredded by bullets, raining down like stone fragments, ultimately transforming into swirling black mist until they vanished. With 110,000 demon coins remaining, Song Zang was not stingy, firing 5 additional flares at 200 demon coins each, illuminating the space ahead to its very end. Damn! The berserker bellowed, a single word encapsulating his current emotions. The corner of Song Zang's eye twitched slightly, and he instinctively shook his hand, gazing silently at the towering wall ahead. Under the glow of the flares, a massive black flesh wall loomed at the end, stretching over 1,000 square feet. The wall undulated like rippling water, with countless branch-like black veins adhered to its surface. And innumerable holes of various sizes pulsated with its breath, continuously oozing thick black blood. The most disturbing aspect was at the very center of the flesh wall. Thousands of black-bodied, white-faced little demons surrounded an enormous head, resembling loyal soldier ants guarding their queen. The head's face was a grotesque amalgamation of grayish flesh, with features having largely regressed into a mass of decaying meat. leaving behind an absurdly large mouth that opened and closed. In this motion, little demons would crawl into the cavernous maw, their crunching sounds echoing like metal as they were reduced to mushy sustenance, swallowed whole. The berserker rubbed his eyes, pointing at the lower section of the flesh wall, murmuring, could it be that the blood plasma on the ground earlier was this creature's excrement? There was a fist-sized black soft hole that, with each movement of the massive mouth, would violently spray black blood and flesh matter, reminiscent of a severe gastrointestinal eruption. The berserker, upon verbalizing this, triggered a recollection in Song Zang of that viscous, slippery sensation, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. As if unwilling to cease its chewing, a garbled string of words emanated from the giant mouth. The berserker looked perplexed, glancing at Song Zang, who also indicated that he could not comprehend. Tentatively adjusting the Gatling gun, they unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the giant face. The bullets struck the demon's visage, producing muffled thuds, akin to glass marbles bouncing off a leather sofa. The giant face contorted its features, unleashing a torrent of incomprehensible demon language. Song Zang activated his magical eye, poised to translate, when he noticed a mass of flesh rapidly sprouting beside the demon head. The flesh morphed into the form of a small girl. Connected to the flesh wall by her upper body, she sported 2 ponytails, and her large eyes sparkled with an unusual intelligence beneath her pert little nose. Her cherry-red lips curled into a naive smile. The girl, connected to the wall, swayed her head, taking a moment to acclimate before addressing the berserker. "You pitiful scum. Do not make things irreversible." Suddenly, the girl was torn apart by bullets. Since her appearance, the berserker had been frowning at her. Such an innocent and adorable face, materializing in this grotesque, serpent-like form, was intolerable to him. Upon hearing her utter foul language, he immediately unleashed hundreds of bullets, obliterating her entirely. The flesh mass reappeared, reconstituting itself, as the girl screamed in rage, pitiful. As she manifested for the 3rd time, the berserker unleashed every single bullet from his machine gun, causing the flesh wall to shudder violently, while the demon face grimaced in agony, gnashing its teeth on the remains and spewing a stream of vile curses. The berserker received a fresh belt of ammunition from Song Zang, turning menacingly towards the demon face and declaring, "If you dare to transform into that little girl again, I have thousands of bullets to offer you." Once the new ammunition was loaded, the barrel was once again aimed at the demon face. For the berserker, the innocent and beautiful image of a lowly was not to be defiled. The terrifying demon head momentarily fell silent before another mass of flesh emerged from the wall. This new mass took shape, revealing an alluring figure, akin to the previous girl, but her upper body bore striking differences. Her cheeks were sharp, devoid of any excess flesh. Her almond-shaped eyes resembled those of a fox. Her nose was elegantly arched, and her lips were blood-red. This visage bore a threefold resemblance to the previous girl. Song Zang recognized her at first glance. The dean's wife. No wonder the scent emanating from her had been peculiar. It turned out she was also a fragment of this creature. What ability does she possess? Song Zang inquired. It is difficult to discern. First, incapacitate her, and I shall attempt to consume her to unveil the truth, the shadow demon suggested earnestly. You shall have your chance to feast, but not just yet. On the black flesh wall, the pallid-skinned female demon opened her eyes, her sultry gaze exuding an air of wicked allure. She chuckled seductively, her voice soft and teasing. "Oh, brother, how cruel of you. If you dislike little sisters, you could simply say so. I can embody any style you desire." Chapter 75. The Cannon Roars. A fortune in gold. The berserker pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Song Zang fiddled with some metallic tubes. Neither man paid heed to the self-proclaimed enchanting female demon. The demon's feigned smile lingered for half a minute. Seeing that neither man showed interest, she cleared her throat suggestively. When they finally turned their gaze towards her, she gracefully swayed her serpentine lower half, wiggled her arms, and feigned shyness, saying, "How about you spare me tonight? I'll be waiting for you two in the dormitory." Afterward, she tossed them 2 seductive glances and pouted playfully. The berserker, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled. "I must say, my dear sister, your skill in ensnaring men is indeed that of a masterful player. Alas, we are neither Su Xian nor Ning Kai-chen. The demon girl looked momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the berserker's words. However, Song Zang's subsequent declaration was straightforward. The bullets are ineffective against the flesh wall. Let us try this. Aim for that demon head. The maniac, clutching a cigarette, was about to raise his Gatling gun when Song Zang intervened, handing him the freshly assembled olive green rocket launcher. Brother, have you entered the wrong game? This is a battlefield. The maniac gasped in shock, his stash of cigarettes instantly depleted. After figuring out how to operate it, he inquired of Song Zang, "Is this building secure? Don't let us be buried here without killing the monster." Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he immediately pressed the launch button upon receiving a reassuring nod from Song Zang. A series of rocket-propelled shrieks filled the air, the thrusting air currents causing their clothes to flap wildly. Just before the explosion erupted, both men swiftly took cover behind a stone pillar. The thunderous roar drowned out the cries of the damned, and the explosive shockwave swept across the space, enveloping it in smoke, the impact causing the building to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the explosion was as quick to dissipate as it was to arrive. Only a few stone chips fell from above before things settled. Once the smoke cleared, they emerged from behind the pillar. The flesh wall was charred and decayed, the little demons scattered upon it reduced to cinders by the intense heat, the scent of burnt flesh permeating the air even through the filter. Filth! The gluttonous beast, having been deprived of sustenance, finally uttered a curse, extending two bloody claws from the wall, lunging at the two men. Although the enemy's momentum was fierce, their assault lacked intensity. Song Zang gestured for the maniac to refrain from firing, tossing a scalpel and black rope. The claws were instantly ensnared by the rope, tightened, and then severed cleanly by the blade. The severed claws trembled violently on the ground before dissolving into two wisps of black mist, while two pale, translucent shadows floated skyward, gradually fading away. The demonic head on the wall emitted a muffled grunt, quickly silencing itself, deterred from further action. Hannibal's scalpel plunged into the flesh wall, embedding itself deeply, leaving only half the handle exposed. The malevolent aura emanating from the blade tormented the gluttonous demon, yet it remained tight-lipped, refusing to utter a single scream despite the agony. "Be cautious, ghostly brethren." The maniac, fixated on the scene, warned Song Zang as he approached the flesh wall with ill intent. "Fear not. This creature has already lost its nerve," Song Zang replied, gripping the handle to withdraw the scalpel, which oozed black blood from the flesh wall. "I presume you have foreseen your fate. Rest assured, we shan't kill you tonight, for tomorrow is Monday." The long-absent Dean Wu Jinbao should address the students and reassure the faculty. With a mocking flourish, Song Zang traced a square of blackened flesh on the wall with the scalpel. As the chunk fell to the ground, it sizzled as if landing on a hot griddle, rapidly vaporizing and vanishing. Several more pale shadows emerged, giggling before disappearing. The demon's head on the wall could no longer contain its anguish and let out a wretched howl. Ignoring it, Song Zang continued his work, excavating chunks of decayed flesh, releasing countless shadows that swirled around him and slowly dissipated. Among these phantoms, Song Zang recognized the children who had played with the flesh on that fateful night, as well as a few familiar faces from the previous night's group, including the burly one he had kicked several times. The blade in his hand moved increasingly swiftly, and Song Zang's expression grew darker. In a short while, over 100 souls had been liberated. The maniac, witnessing this, was left speechless, and upon inquiry, learned that these were the souls of students who had perished within the gluttonous demon's belly. Upon realizing the truth, he became enraged, akin to a lion with its fur ruffled, demanding a cleaver from Song Zang and swinging it fiercely. The maniac's involvement accelerated the crumbling of the flesh wall. Ultimately, Song Zang wielded the scalpel with black rope guiding it, slicing through the black flesh wall at will. The demon's head had already torn its throat, weakly lamenting in despair. As thousands of souls were freed, the black flesh wall completely disintegrated. Without its support, the enormous head dropped to the ground but did not dissipate into black mist. Rolling halfway, it suddenly sat upright. It was then that Song Zang and his companion noticed something beneath the head, a normal-sized body obscured from view. "I concede," At my current strength, I cannot contend with you two. Name your terms for my release. A muffled voice emanated from the seated figure, which was shrouded in shadows. The gluttonous demon's demeanor incensed the maniac. Casting aside his blade, he lunged at it, clenching his fists and throwing punches. The metallic edges struck the demon's head, drawing blood with each blow, yet the glutton remained silent, even as its skull caved in and its face decayed into a grotesque mass. At that moment, Song Zang approached with the scalpel, tilting his head to inspect the bloodied hole created by the maniac's fists. Suddenly, he thrust his hand inside, the sound of squelching filling the air as he withdrew it, shaking off the viscous residue. The maniac, perplexed, struggled to comprehend Song Zang's intentions. Then, without warning, Song Zang raised the scalpel, unexpectedly slicing open the demon's head. A vibrant explosion of blood and bone splattered everywhere, the two halves of the head falling to the ground, hissing as they emitted black mist. No way. I thought this fellow was bold, taking a beating without a whimper, but it turns out he was wearing a fake head. The demon, Wu Jinbao, hastily began to negotiate. Brothers, let us talk this over. I am the founder of this academy. I can fulfill any request you may have. If you desire, I can even transfer ownership of the academy to you, as long as you spare my life. Seeing one of them furious and the other with ulterior motives, Wu Jinbao attempted to win them over. Here, put this on. Song Zang, smiling, produced a pair of black shackles from behind his back. Chapter 76, Soul-Binding Shackles, Preparing for Judgment. The soul-binding shackles, specially crafted by the mountain prison, capable of restraining one's spirit. If the other party willingly submits to the shackles around their neck, they will unconditionally obey your commands. Wu Jinbao's expression faltered, hesitating to take the shackles. Little brother, this is a bit excessive. Isn't it? After all, I am the principal. How would it look for me to wear this in public? Song Zang, maintaining a smile, continued to extend the shackles. Do you believe your actions are not excessive? Forced confinement, corporal punishment, coercing relations, and the slaughter of thousands of lives. Such deeds deserve a bullet to turn you to dust. Yet that wouldn't even begin to settle your debts. Wu Jinbao had long anticipated such accusations. Patting his hair with a smile, he retorted, whipping therapy and the confinement room are signature educational methods of our academy. Furthermore, next month we will introduce the renowned Professor Yang's electroshock therapy to help students overcome internet addiction. All of this is reasonable and compliant with standard procedures. As for those little demons, they voluntarily sought my guidance for ghost currency, and I compensated them each time. If we are to pursue this, the most I could owe is a financial penalty of 5,000 ghost currency. Moreover, everything our academy has done was with parental consent. If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be the responsible parents, not me. Wu Jinbao spoke confidently, eager to elaborate further, but was abruptly pierced by a scalpel through his throat. So tell me, we were these shackles or not? Song Zang smiled at Wu Jinbao, his palm pressing against the knife's hilt, slowly pushing it deeper. The latter decisively nodded, swiftly shackling his wrists and ankles. If it's not too much trouble, might I also have the iron ring placed around my neck? As a gesture of gratitude, I can heal your neck wound. Under Wu Jinbao's terrified gaze, Song Zang slowly withdrew the blade, staunching the flow of black blood with a simple bandage. Yet the knife remained poised at his throat, never lowering. Of course, I don't mind, Wu Jinbao replied, his eyes fixed on the blade that could sever his head at any moment, left with no choice. With a couple of sharp clicks, a large black iron ring clamped around the neck of the Wu Jin leopard, which immediately stood upright beside Song Zang, its expression vacant. The madman, curious, waved his fingers in front of the leopard's eyes, and upon seeing no reaction, boldly prodded its eyes with his fingers. The Wu Jin leopard, however, did not flinch or evade. It allowed the fingers to jab at its eyes. Even as dark blood oozed out, it remained standing straight, showing no signs of movement. Goodness, Brother Ghost Shadow, is this the effect of your cuffs? The madman asked, wiping the black blood on the leopard's body and turning to Song Zang with astonishment. Indeed, it will not act without my command, Song Zang replied, equally surprised by the cuff's potency. Unfortunately, this effect only manifested when the subject willingly donned the restraints, implying that the opponent must first be subdued. If only, in the future, when encountering formidable spirits, One could simply throw out the cuffs to resolve matters. How splendid that would be. Glancing at the clock, it was already the following morning. We can ascend now. The dean needs to preside over the Monday morning meeting. The golden dawn illuminated the entire academy. A few popular ghosts had already set up live-streaming equipment outside the gate, with the leading figure being the red-haired ghost who had interviewed Song Zang the day before. "Sister, do you think what that boy said yesterday is credible?" One of her followers adjusted the lighting, inquiring skeptically. "There's an 80% chance it's true. Today promises to be revealing." The red-haired ghost, her hair styled in a ponytail, confidently declared, "I have exclusive news. All the parents who caused a ruckus 2 days ago have mysteriously vanished. Even a dog could deduce that this is related to our academy." Once they had adjusted their equipment, they heard the crackling of the loudspeakers in the campus courtyard. "Attention! The disciplinary office reports. The Monday morning meeting will commence early. All faculty and students, including those from the troubled room, please assemble at the venue." The disciplinary director repeated the announcement 3 times. After shutting off the broadcasting equipment, he stood up respectfully and said, "Dean, as per your instructions, I have notified everyone. I will now head to the venue to make arrangements." The Wu-Jin leopard nodded expressionlessly. The disciplinary director respectfully acknowledged Song Zang, who stood behind the dean, before exiting the office. Looking down, Song Zang observed groups of students surging towards the venue, interspersed with parents who had just emerged from the small darkroom. Unable to stand upright, with a snap of his fingers, Song Zang led the way downstairs, the dean, the Wu-Jin leopard, trailing closely behind him like a soulless entity. The chains clattered as they were discarded on the ground. The academy gates swung open from the inside. The madman raised his chin, scanning the few individuals outside. "Just you handful? TSK, that's rather sparse." Upon seeing this, the red-haired leader approached, politely stating, "Do you remember me, big brother? After hearing your words yesterday, we arrived before dawn. Rest assured, my red-haired team boasts millions of followers. Any news we share will undoubtedly make a significant impact. Leave this matter to us, and you won't be disappointed." The madman, uninterested in further conversation, waved his hand, allowing the red-haired spirits to enter. The red-haired ghost rubbed her hands together in excitement, urging her team to follow swiftly. Spotting the chains in the corner, she could not help but inquire, "What are those chains for?" "Oh, those are for filming. We need them to prevent the students from escaping after receiving brutal beatings," the madman replied, gesturing toward a distant pavilion. Over there, 2 little spirits had their leg bones extracted, posing as if they were playing chess. Soon, 2 people will lift their robes for a photo. And over there, in the small dark room next to the water room, capture footage of the cafeteria's back kitchen, where daily student meals are prepared. Also in the piano room, there's a phonograph, but all the piano students have been summoned to scrub the toilets. As the madman walked, he instructed the red-haired team to document everything. Before they reached the venue, the red-haired ghost and her crew were already astounded and hurriedly began filming, creating material for their live broadcast. Currently live, a renowned academy exposed. Click on my profile to uncover the dark secrets hidden within this institution. Behind this century-old academy lies a shocking secret. Join the red-haired team as we unveil the academy's facade, warning countless unaware parents. This is madness. This academy breaks students' legs merely to use them as backdrops. And there's an even more outrageous scene. Click on my profile. We are live. Chapter 77. Exposing the academy. Public execution. The Octopus Academy is already a well-known institution. The videos produced by the red-haired team quickly stirred up a commotion, and with the intentional traffic boosts across several platforms, they skyrocketed to the top of the 24-hour trending list within half an hour, amassing over 1 million views. It's collapsing. It's collapsing. The esteemed institution I held in high regard is nothing but a hellish nightmare. Wah! Finally, someone has exposed this demonic academy. I spent 6 months inside. Thankfully, my parents moved and took me out. That half year was a nightmare I can never erase. The discussions online exploded as the red-haired ghost beamed, watching the follower count soar. She swiftly led her team to a corner on the 2nd floor of the venue, setting up their live-streaming equipment and commencing the broadcast. "Hello, my dears. I am your treasure broadcaster, Hong Hong. Please take a moment to tap that little hand of yours, give us a follow, and share the news to let more people see the situation here," preventing more children from being sent to this academy to suffer inhumane abuse. The red-haired ghost was remarkably proficient, aware of what the viewers wanted to see. After a brief introduction, she directed the camera towards the thousands of students and teachers on the first floor. The sight revealed students sitting upright, some struggling to maintain their posture, yet all adhering to a commendable order, with not a single one daring to move or whisper. The teachers, on the other hand, wore expressions of exhaustion, appearing utterly drained. On stage, the disciplinary director strode confidently to the front, commencing the weekly routine address. In the online sphere, critical voices gradually gained prominence, condemning the red-haired team for fabricating tales to gain fame. However, these accusations were swiftly silenced. Suddenly, the massive screen behind the disciplinary director lit up, projecting an image that resonated throughout the venue. It depicted a classroom where students sat rigidly. Upon the entrance of the teacher, accompanied by several assistants, without uttering a word, each assistant brandished a thin steel rod and began mercilessly striking the seated students. The students attempted to assert their identities, yet were met with even harsher beatings, blood streaming from their heads, while the teachers and assistants showed no intention of halting. The scene unfolding before them was precisely the ordeal experienced by the ghostly parents of Class 3-1. The faces of the thousands of students in attendance turned ashen, rendered mute. Despite the mere 40 students being beaten in the footage, it echoed the personal experiences of everyone present. In the audience, hundreds of teachers remained unperturbed. Such punitive measures were commonplace within the academy, nothing to be surprised about. Although these actions were tacitly accepted by the entire school, showcasing them publicly remained in poor taste. "The video is being shown with my consent," the disciplinary director stated, glancing towards the backstage, instantly losing his composure and hastily plastering on a smile. All eyes turned to the newcomer, and the red-haired ghost shifted the camera to follow. A slightly overweight man with a severely receding hairline approached the stage. It was Dean Wu-Jin Leopard. Ignoring the disciplinary director who approached him, the dean stood in the center of the stage, motionless. At that moment, a plain-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, gently tapping the microphone, smiling as he spoke. "Hello, everyone. I'm the former homeroom teacher Class 3-1, featured in the video, Ghost Shadow. At the dean's behest, I am here to share a few words with all faculty and students of the academy." The dean, standing beside Song Zang, applauded, prompting the students and faculty below to offer a thunderous ovation to Song Zang. Only classes 3-1 and 3-4 were present. The parents, who had been transformed into students by Song Zang, reluctantly complied with a brief photo opportunity. It seemed that the spirits of my previous class had not been particularly high. Now, I invited a student to come up and share his thoughts. With a smile, Song Zang pointed to the father of the chubby boy in the sea of people, calling out, "Wang Riqian, come up." The father of the chubby boy, seething with resentment, muttered a few curses under his breath upon hearing Song Zang's summons. Yet he managed to muster a smile and hurriedly ascended the stage. "Greetings, teacher. I am grateful for your guidance, and I acknowledge your hard work." Once on stage, the father of the chubby boy performed a deep bow, pressing his forehead to the ground, only daring to rise when given permission by Song Zang. However, Song Zang ignored him, allowing him to remain kneeling. As you can see in the video, a lively child from yesterday has been reduced to this today. To the thousands of students present, have you not also undergone similar transformations, becoming the individuals you are now? The room fell into a profound silence. The teachers below glared at the kneeling figure, their expressions hostile. "Are you too afraid to speak? No matter. Now, let us invite the current head teacher of Class 3-1 to the stage." Song Zang gestured to a certain strict teacher below. The teacher, recognizing the peculiar relationship between Song Zang and the dean, dared not delay and hurried onto the stage. "Wang Riqian, it stands before you now. Do you have anything you wish to say or do?" The father of the chubby boy, bewildered by Song Zang's intentions, shook his head respectfully, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, a pistol clattered to the ground at his feet, prompting him to look up at Song Zang in astonishment. "Consider the suffering your son has endured. The opportunity is now yours to seize." Song Zang's words jolted him into realization. With newfound resolve, the father of the chubby boy detached himself from his student persona, picked up the gun and fired. Bang! A shot rang out, shattering the head of the strict teacher across from him. The thousands of students in the audience gasped in disbelief at the madness unfolding on stage. The disciplinary director attempted to intervene, but was restrained by the dean's grip on his shoulder. The live stream from the red-haired ghost channel surpassed 10 million viewers. My goodness, this teacher is incredibly fierce. I am captivated, was the social media account of this ghostly teacher. I must follow him and never unfollow. This teacher is truly capable. He is willing to act for his students. The red-haired ghost, holding her smartphone, watched in astonishment as Song Zang's fierce demeanor unfolded. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary human would display such ferocity, even daring to harm a college teacher in front of the dean? Remarkably, the dean showed no reaction whatsoever. Song Zang smiled as he observed the stir among the students below. It was time to drop the next bombshell. Thus, he picked up the intercom. Let them in. Chapter 78. Seizing the Academy, bloodshed commences. The doors of the venue were forcefully kicked open. A band of marauders strode in boldly, followed by 100 or so small ghosts donned in gas masks, wielding rubber clubs. The small ghosts swiftly divided into groups of 10, charging at the strict teachers. Upon seeing this, the teachers immediately drew their dragon whips, intending to discipline the small ghosts. However, as the small ghosts approached, they denied the teachers an opportunity to swing their whips, swiftly producing black canisters and spraying a white mist into the teachers' eyes. Instantly, a pungent, eye-stinging odor permeated the venue. The strict teachers coughed and gasped, their eyes unable to open, retreating in panic while clutching their reddened eyes. The small ghosts did not linger. They quickly shifted their targets and attacked another teacher. Each small ghost had a specific role. Some specialized in spraying tear gas. Others ambushed from behind, while others blocked exits to prevent the escape of other teachers. Their operations were seamless and impressively coordinated. Within mere minutes, over 100 strict teachers fell victim, clutching their eyes and howling in agony. Dean, it appears these small ghosts are staging a rebellion. Is this part of your plan? The disciplinary director, drenched in cold sweat, realized the situation had spiraled out of control. If the small ghost advanced, even he would be in peril. The dean patted his shoulder reassuringly. The disciplinary director wiped his sweat, just about to exhale in relief when a sudden force struck him from behind, accompanied by the sound of a vertebra snapping as he was simultaneously kicked off the stage by the dean, staring in disbelief with wide eyes. The disciplinary director landed at the feet of the front row students, incapacitated by his broken spine. He glanced at his live stream, which had surged past 1 million viewers, with gifts and donations exceeding 100,000 ghost coins. Students, this is your seemingly ordinary classmate. Take a good look. Xiao Jia, the chubby boy de Zhuang, Tong Yao, Xiao Yu, and others all remove their masks to reveal radiant smiles. And these wailing teachers? They are not as formidable as you think. They can be hurt, and they can bleed. They too must face consequences for their wrongdoings. You should return the treatment they have dished out to you. I am giving you this opportunity. It is up to you to decide whether to resist or submit. Thousands of students were on the verge of action. As they gazed at the pained and rubbing-eyed teachers, they exchanged glances, still hesitant. They needed a spark to ignite their resolve. Slapping the large figure of Wang Ritian beside him, Song Zang swiftly tore the ghostly mask from his face. In an instant, the father of the chubby boy regained his original form, nodding gratefully at Song Zang before leaping into the crowd, his hefty body crashing down onto the disciplinary director, targeting the ghostly head and landing squarely on it. A squelching sound echoed as black blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The entire Class 3-1 erupted in thunderous cheers. The masks were torn off, and all parents from the two classes returned to their true appearances. Let us take these scoundrels down. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame for you. De Zhuang's father led a group of small ghosts, immediately charging toward the new head teacher of Class 3 for the one who had caused them so much distress. And in the blink of an eye, he was torn to pieces. Black blood sprayed freely, and the air was thick with a bloodthirsty, violent aura, igniting the fervor of the thousands of students. It was akin to a horde of zombies unleashed. Hundreds of students feasted upon a single teacher, engulfing even teaching assistants and security personnel in a tide of bodies. The academy's venue transformed into a joyous sea. Countless students, seemingly deranged, could not discern whether they were crying or laughing, howling as they plunged their hands into the bodies of teaching assistants, pulling out and plunging in repeatedly. Their pent-up grievances were released, their twisted and suppressed hearts finally liberated. In a corner of the second floor, the red-haired ghost team collectively recoiled. After failing to find any surviving teachers, the thousands of students ultimately set their sights on the stage. The dean of the Octopus Academy stood expressionless behind the human figure. I understand your feelings at this moment. The true culprit stands before you. However, if you were to tear it apart directly, it would be too merciful. You may voice your demands for how best to alleviate your grievances, and I believe this dean will cooperate. Song Zang stated earnestly. The parents and some students conferred briefly, and a leading student stepped forward, speaking sternly. It must not only kneel and apologize, but also face the consequences for its actions. The same sentiment flooded the live stream, as millions stood in solidarity with the students, supporting them from behind the screen. Subsequently, all voices unified into two words, kneel. Song Zang stepped aside, leaving the center of the stage to Wu Jinbao. Bang! Wu Jinbao knelt forcefully on the stage, his knees shattering under the impact, blood gushing forth. I apologize, Song Zang remarked casually. As the words fell, a flicker of fear crossed Wu Jinbao's eyes, but he had no choice. He straightened his back and swiftly bowed his head forward. Thud! A resounding thump echoed, splattering drops of blood. Rising again, blood streamed down his forehead. The room fell into an eerie silence. Students standing below were expected to accept Wu Jinbao's reverent gestures. I was wrong. With the second bow, blood poured forth. I apologized to everyone. With the third bow, his forehead was a mangled mess. I apologized to all who had been harmed. With the fourth bow, the blood refused to cease, flesh sticking to the ground. Wu Jinbao continued to kneel on stage, bowing his head repeatedly to the students below. Each strike sent forth black blood or fragments of flesh, yet it did not deter him from continuing. The shackles could conceal themselves within Wu Jinbao's being. Song Zang had intentionally left him a sliver of consciousness, allowing him to grasp his current plight and the agony of his body. Simultaneously, he controlled the force of his bows, ensuring he would complete 999 strikes. If all went as planned, by the time the last bow was struck, his head would collapse like a rotten watermelon. Congratulations, player. Your reputation among the students of Class 3-1 has been elevated, their overall sentiment shifting from respect to reverence. The game notification and the sound of iron gates locking reverberated simultaneously. All exits of the venue were sealed by iron barriers, including windows, which were suddenly barred shut. Song Zang observed the dean, who was madly battering his own head, chuckling softly. Your guard has come to rescue you. Chapter 79. The unmasking mysterious reinforcements outside the venue. 97 figures clad in black, armed with riot gear and various weapons, surrounded the exits, leaving no escape. Yin Kaming, the director of political affairs, stepped forward, gazing through the glass with indifference at Song Zang on stage. A glance at the dean, who had lost all semblance of his former self, filled Yin Kaming with disdain. If it weren't for Mayor speaking up, this foolish pig would be better off dead. This was a request made by the woman in the black dress before leaving the academy, entrusting the security force to Yin Kaming, hoping he could rescue the dean. The thought of the woman brought a fleeting softness to Yin Kaming's eyes. He then hardened his expression, standing outside the door, addressing Song Zang and the ruffians. You two have truly impressed me. Never did I expect matters to escalate to this extent. Now that it has come to this, can we cease this farce? Thousands of students fell silent. The fierce characters from a security department were nightmares in their hearts, far beyond the capability of the venue security to contend with. Inside the venue, only the sound of the dean's forehead striking the floor remained. The group of parents, brimming with fury, approached Yin Kaming to confront him. But as they did, the black-clad thugs outside shattered the glass, launching a frenzied assault upon them. What we do now, Ghost Shadow Teacher? Parents, including little Fatty's father, stood beside Song Zang. Ghost Shadow Brother, shall we burst through this door? I refuse to believe that with over 100 parents and a few thousand little ghosts, we can't drown those thugs in spit. The ruffians, including Big Zhuang and Xiao Jia, also ascended the stage. Song Zang had become their pillar of support. Do not worry. The wicked have their own way of dealing with each other. Let the students enjoy the show, Song Zang reassured them with a smile. The ruffians exchanged glances, genuinely curious why Song Zang always seemed so confident. Ignoring Yin Kaming's intentions, Song Zang stepped to the center of the stage. The security personnel outside were also Wu Jinbao's private force used to suppress resistant students. Song Zang pointed toward the window. The crowd, including Yin Kaming outside, appeared confused, unsure of whom Song Zang was addressing. Look, the second floor. A sharp-eyed student spotted the live broadcast equipment on the second floor. The red-haired ghost awkwardly stood up, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of thousands of eyes, waving her hand to direct the camera towards the window. I see, the academy has its own enforcers. No wonder those students dared not resist. This Wu Jinbao is akin to a tyrant, cultivating his own underworld forces within the academy. It's utterly outrageous. Only then did Yin Kaming truly become enraged. For a closed institution, no matter how much commotion erupted, he had means to suppress it. He had already envisioned the academy as a personal property shared with Mayor, fantasizing about a harmonious life managing the academy together. Yet all of this was destroyed by that young man on stage. Ghost Shadow, have you ever considered how to conclude this? Yin Kaming gritted his teeth, beckoning with his hand. A group of teachers, bound and brought forth, were forced to kneel. Ghost Shadow brother, Ruckus brother, save us. These were the remaining 10 or so humans, and Song Zang recognized Xiuwei among them, one of whom was a youth crying out for help. Song Zang recalled the youth who had unexpectedly discovered a dagger under the lectern, having exchanged a few words in the cafeteria days prior. Are you threatening me with them? Song Zang chuckled lightly. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary casualties. Of course, if you do not care for their lives. I shall gladly offer them to my subordinates as a meal. Then we shall rush in, first capturing those who intruded to film, and finally dealing with you and those troublesome parents. Yin Kaming, now devoid of any restraint, spoke with a sinister expression about his forthcoming actions. After finishing, he impatiently barked, Wu Jinbao, you fool! Can't you stop? The dean continued to strike his forehead against the ground, having lost half his head from hundreds of strikes. Song Zang observed the increasingly deranged Yin Kaming, who had completely lost his usual wisdom. Shaking his head, he replied, I am indifferent. Do as you please. However, I advise you to act swiftly. Damn it, we have already devised a way to safely navigate through this ordeal. Why create such chaos? Are you pleased to see us perish because of you? Even as fellow humans, isn't it too much to lend a hand? The youth, in a fit of hysteria, placed all blame upon Song Zang. Silence. Yin Kaming waved his hand impatiently. Instantly, two thugs approached, forcing the youth's jaw open, while another yanked out his tongue along with his vocal cords. The youth gaped in horror, blood erupting like a fountain from his throat. Song Zang cast a glance at him, then looked at his watch. Just then, a tremendous buzzing sound emanated from outside the academy. Exactly on cue. As Song Zang's words fell, the academy's gates were smashed to pieces by the impact of a truck. Subsequently, a monstrous heavy truck roared into the campus, barreling straight towards a venue. Thick black smoke billowed from the truck's metallic exhaust, remnants of flesh and coagulated black blood hanging from the front, evidence of the many creatures it had struck down on its way. Yin Kaming's expression turned grim as he watched the fearsome vehicle approach, even as it drew nearer. It showed no sign of slowing down. Finally, under the pressure of that bloody momentum, Yin Kaming lost his composure and scrambled to the side. Seize them! A roar came from the truck, and moments later, the monstrous front crashed against the iron gate, which could not withstand the impact, soaring away as the truck barreled into the venue, crushing 10 rows of seats. Stop! Turn off the engine! Thousands of gazes fixated upon the colossal intruder. Yin Kaming immediately rushed in, giving the unruly parents a warning glare before disregarding them, leading a group of knife-wielding thugs to encircle the truck. The pitch-black glass of the driver's cabin concealed the interior, and the canopy that carried the occupants remained tightly shut. A rogue struck the front of the vehicle with the hilt of his knife, signaling for those inside to disembark. Yet, there was no response. Two burly men attempted to scale the rear of the truck, intending to tear the canvas cover away. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out in rapid succession, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Just as the two men managed to lift a corner of the tarp, they were instantly shot in the head, their lifeless bodies plummeting from the vehicle. Fools! The boss said to leave one alive. Are you daft enough to forget her orders? Another voice chimed in. It's my first time out. I'm a bit excited. Chapter 80. Transformation of the Beauty, Bloodstained Tactics, Noticing the Firearms. Yin Kaming and his entourage retreated several paces, clearing the space around the truck. The door to the passenger seat swung open, and a petite figure clad in combat boots stepped down from the front of the vehicle. Wow! The sight of her captivated all present students, prompting a collective gasp. Even in her sleek black tactical attire, her graceful silhouette was undeniable. Her hair, elegantly pinned beneath a cap, revealed a delicate and fair neck, presenting a striking contrast of vigor and the allure of a mature woman. In that fleeting moment, she unwittingly became the object of many naive male students' fantasies. The boots thudded heavily against the ground as Lu Yuan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, surveying the assembly with piercing eyes that bore a hint of lethal intent. Those who met her gaze, including students and parents, instinctively averted their eyes, except for Song Zang and the madman. Upon seeing Song Zang, who stood on the stage like a star surrounded by admirers, Lu Yuan paused momentarily before striding towards him. Is it you? Lu Yuan's eyes shimmered as she inquired. Upon receiving a signal from the deputy warden, she had known Song Zang had once again entered this terrifying realm. With mixed emotions, she promptly mobilized all prisoners within the prison. The signal indicated that this venue was the source of transmission. Although this man appeared ordinary, an unremarkable middle-aged figure, Lu Yuan's instincts told her he was indeed Song Zang. Since he chose to conceal his identity, she refrained from calling his name directly, instead opting for a more subtle inquiry. Song Zang, upon seeing the genuine expression on Lu Yuan's face, smiled warmly and nodded slightly. I'm glad you're all right. The worry on Lu Yuan's face dissipated, replaced by excitement as she enveloped him in a hearty embrace. All surrounding students were left speechless. Even the male parents discreetly wiped their mouths, secretly giving Song Zang a thumbs up. Inside the truck, 50 prisoners had their jaws drop in disbelief. How could the notorious queen bee of Shanshan prison be interested in such a loser? This guy seemed to lack both strength and looks. Was this truly her taste? Who could tell me where I went wrong? The prisoners murmured among themselves, careful not to speak too loudly. Yin Kaming stood nearby, his expression shifting from dark to light. Being closest to the truck, he caught snippets of their discussions. Upon hearing the name, Shanshan Prison, a desire to retreat surged within him. He had heard whispers about this mysterious prison known for housing severe offenders. The fact that this individual had connections to it and could summon a truckload of inmates signified a position of considerable authority. With this realization, Yin Kaming decisively retreated, stealthily moving toward the exit. Hey, Yuan Jia, can we come up with a different way to greet each other? This is the second time I've nearly suffocated. Song Zang managed to extricate himself, rubbing his nose as he led Lu Yuan to a quieter spot away from the crowd for a hushed conversation. Oof, you truly are restless. In less than half a month, you're back to causing chaos. Do you really treat this world like a game? Lu Yuan crossed her arms, her expression one of reproach. Fortunately, with your warden status, you have the authority to call for prison support. I suspect the troubles you faced were from that group of black-clad security guards, right? The burly guards from the security department fixated on the two, their eyes widening as the pair's gaze shifted toward them, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It's not that daunting. I have ways to deal with these big oafs. After all, we need to replenish the prison's numbers. We can't let such robust manpower go to waste. As Lu Yuan turned, her smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Trash! Get these black-clad pigs onto the truck. At her command, an eerie laughter erupted from within the truck as numerous figures clad in black and white striped prison garb surged forward. 50 diverse prisoners confronted 96 black-clad security guards, akin to a ragtag militia facing an organized army, outnumbered yet undeterred. However, the prisoners exuded an overwhelming aura, overshadowing their adversaries. In the presence of true criminals, these black-clad bullies, who had terrorized the campus, proved no different from mere security guards. When the first leading prisoner lunged at the opposition, the scene erupted into chaos. Resembling wolves among sheep, swiftly turning the tide. Those once perceived as demons by the students faltered under the prisoner's onslaught, unable to withstand even a few seconds before being thrown into the truck. For those who resisted fiercely, the prisoners inflicted severe torment without resorting to murder, with some ravenous ones seizing the opportunity to devour a few limbs. Once they savored the taste of flesh, their bloodlust spiraled, compelling them to use their claws to crush the skulls of several black-clad guards. Just then, a bloodied axe cleaved through the air, slicing through the raging prisoners with ease. The surrounding inmates, struck with terror, hastened their actions, and within minutes, all 96 black-clad guards were tossed into the truck. Lu Yuan stepped atop the remains of one of the prisoners, extracting the axe blade lodged in the ribcage. And number 002, having shot 2 pigs, faces an additional 20-year sentence, with the cancellation of auxiliary police nomination and a restoration of prisoner status. Furthermore, all outdoor privileges are permanently revoked. Should anyone reoffend, they will be executed on the spot. In just 10 days, you have transformed completely. You are no longer that timid woman who hid behind others, weeping. Song Zang approached Lu Yuan, a smile gracing his lips. Yin Kaming attempted to summon his ghostly powers to resist. The black ropes tightened rapidly, dislocating his limbs with a crack, and sensing the terrifying grip of the restraints, he promptly relinquished his struggle, casting a lingering glance outside before resignedly closing his eyes. With a flick of his hand, Song Zang cast him into the truck as well. With that, the entire upper echelon of the academy had been dealt with, leaving only the dean's wife unaccounted for. Song Zang surveyed the area again, still unable to locate the specter in the black dress. Pondering the true identity of the female ghost, Song Zang's gaze fell upon the dean, who was fervently bowing in supplication. Chapter 81. The quest concludes. The demon descends. The terrifying world had indeed changed Lu Yuan. In the previous moment, her face was a mask of coldness, but upon facing Song Zang, she blossomed like spring, her smile warm as the sun. I told you, this place truly suits me. With a playful smile, Lu Yuan extended her palm towards Song Zang. What is this? The prison needs development. You can't just sit back and relax. You must contribute some funds. Hurry up and provide some ghost currency. Observing Lu Yuan's mischievous expression, Song Zang chuckled. Despite her imposing demeanor before these fiends, he knew she bore multiple responsibilities, single-handedly managing the entire prison's operations. One could easily fathom the burdens she carried. The reckless individual transferred 110,000 ghost coins to Lu Yuan, and Song Zang contemplated that he would have to explain to the reckless one later. For the time being, he could only borrow the amount, intending to repay it once the prison turned a profit. Fortunately, the artillery shell he had provided to the reckless one had allowed him to earn over 100,000 ghost coins in one go, so he should not be lacking in funds for the moment. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that he would truly produce such a substantial sum. Though astonished, she was not one to decline and immediately accepted the funds. Turning to face the prisoners, she commanded, "Stand at attention. Greet the boss." The prisoners, with reverence in their demeanor, chorused, "Greetings, boss." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Dismissed. The prisoners swiftly climbed onto the truck, and Lu Yuan took her seat in the passenger side. "Wait," Song Zang called out to her. Lu Yuan rolled down the window, playfully arching an eyebrow at Song Zang, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with your sister?" Song Zang rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for words, reflecting on how much Lu Yuan had changed. The academy's cafeteria was staffed with a complete kitchen team and over a dozen serving ghosts. Simply fabricating a crime could allow her to take them along, making things easier for herself. Truly, she is a remarkable sister. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled as she waved at Song Zang, directing the truck towards the academy's cafeteria. "Goodbye, boss." The prisoners in the truck respectfully waved farewell to Song Zang. He nodded helplessly. This atmosphere made him feel as if he were a black market kingpin. However, he unexpectedly gained a reward as the game notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, player. Your reputation among the students of Class 3-1 has increased, their overall sentiment shifting from respect to admiration." The eyes of all the students in Class 1 sparkled with awe. They had not anticipated that their homeroom teacher was, in fact, a formidable figure among those notorious prisoners. This scene surpassed even the grandest displays of Chun Haonan. Observing the students in attendance, it seemed they had vented their grievances, and the dean on stage had bowed numerous times. Song Zang controlled the soul-binding shackles, bringing them to a halt. He called over the red-haired female ghost on the second floor, summoning them to the stage. With a single phrase from Song Zang, thousands of students could not contain their overwhelming joy, bursting into tears of elation. Hooray! The thunderous cheers echoed throughout the venue, students raising their arms, unabashedly shouting and releasing their pent-up emotions. Countless students surged onto the stage, encircling Song Zang, the reckless one, and the parents, tightly embracing them, expressing their heartfelt gratitude and excitement, perhaps sharing the bond of being human teachers. Chiu Wei and others outside the venue were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed their own prestige among the students simultaneously rise from friendliness to respect. They realized they were on entirely different levels. He had no desire to leisurely navigate the instance. His objective was to obliterate this instance entirely, Chiu Wei mused. He then solemnly advised the young man beside him, "If you had not acted so impulsively, you wouldn't have been harmed. Once the game concludes, let us focus on healing through scores." After all, the high favorability they had garnered was largely thanks to him. On stage, Song Zang stepped away from the crowd. He had managed to escort the dean away just before he was trampled to death, arriving in an empty dressing room. "Where is the lady in the black dress?" Song Zang inquired of the dean. It seemed that the lady in the black dress had taken the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. "Can we proceed?" the shadow ghost asked eagerly. If the shadow ghost had a physical form, he would undoubtedly be drooling at the prospect. After considering that the dean had lost his value, Song Zang released the shadow ghost. The narrow dressing room was swiftly engulfed by darkness. Even the transparent doors and windows turned pitch black, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Moments later, the door of the dressing room was pushed open from within. Song Zang emerged, frowning and appearing nauseated. Is there a way to devour differently in the future? The raw consumption truly tests one's mental fortitude, he lamented, leaning against the wall. Just as he was about to retch, he found himself suddenly in the schoolyard. Over a dozen players breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Finally, it's over. This time, the survival rate of the instance was less than 1/3. The remaining were those, led by Chiu Wei, who had received Song Zang's protection. Seeing Song Zang conversing quietly with the reckless one, Chiu Wei approached with a young man who had lost his tongue, intending to express his apologies while collectively thanking Song Zang. Just as he lifted his foot, the game notification sounded once more. Chiu Wei and the others stood helplessly, watching as lines of light appeared beneath their feet, encircling them within a luminous boundary. However, just as they awaited the teleportation, a fierce black wind suddenly swept across the schoolyard, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Song Zang's expression turned grave. The light circle beneath his feet remained, and he needed merely half a minute longer to teleport out. Suddenly, an oval black curtain materialized in the distance, rapidly enlarging until it stood over 2 men tall, abruptly hovering in the air. The sound of a beast's breath emanated from behind the curtain. A massive gray-white hoof stepped forth, followed by another. As it planted itself firmly on the ground, a pair of rectangular pupils scrutinizing the crowd. An evil aura surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire schoolyard. In unison, everyone thought of one word: demon. Chapter 82. Perilous Situations, A Brother's Farewell. The creature bore a sheep's head, a human face, and skin that was exposed in gray-white. 2 long horns curled from its forehead to the back of its head, their tips sharp against its cheeks. Its imposing, humanoid form was partially unclad, with robust, muscular arms and thighs covered in gray-white fur. Below the calves, it possessed 2 enormous gray-white hooves. Bah! The crowd stood frozen, staring at this half-man, half-sheep monstrosity, shrinking back in confusion, unable to comprehend its utterances. Its terrifying presence suffocated them, yet they dared not step outside the light circle, merely wishing for time to hasten, to facilitate their swift escape. The reckless one gazed at the bizarre creature, feeling an overwhelming, irresistible sensation emanating from its malevolent aura. Only Song Zang maintained a serious demeanor, aware that the being was addressing him. "You're the human from the live broadcast." This was the voice, the broken delusion demon I was attuned to. The horned beast then let out a derisive snort, shattering the ground beneath its massive hoof, charging towards Song Zang like a cannonball. "Why, you reek of gluttony." The monster advanced with ferocity, its massive form closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Realizing evasion was futile, Song Zang steeled himself and activated the Great Might Celestial Dragon. The upgraded Celestial Dragon tattoo granted a boost to his physical constitution, causing Song Zang's frame to swell by 1/3, transforming his once slender figure into a muscular form, each muscle visible through his clothing. Simultaneously, a resounding dragon roar erupted. The black dragon energy surged forth, swirling around Song Zang, absorbing the impact of the horned beast's charge. The horned beast, taken aback by this audacious insect daring to confront it head-on, felt a wave of humiliation wash over it. Snorting through its nostrils, it dug its hooves into the ground and slammed its twin horns into the region of Song Zang's chest. In that moment, the black dragon energy intercepted the sharp horns, piercing his chest, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously. The sheer force of the impact sent Song Zang hurtling backward, his insides churning violently, and before he could rise, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood from his throat. This creature was even stronger than the fierce prison warden. "Damn it, you've slain gluttony. That was meant for the master." The horned beast appeared deeply vexed. With an angry bleat, it advanced menacingly towards Song Zang. "Old Song!" In the crowd, the reckless one roared in fury. Earlier, upon seeing that truckload of prisoners, he recalled the experiences Song Zang had shared with him upon exiting the instance, which seemed to pertain to the God Mountain prison. Song Zang had even mentioned that he had gained a leadership position in the prison due to a stroke of fortune. Initially, he thought it might have been coincidental and did not dwell on it. The shadow of the black dragon tattoo behind the ghostly figure confirmed it without a doubt. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was indeed my brother. Drawing out a rocket launcher, I cursed vehemently while aiming at the horned beast's head, launching the last rocket. "Damn you, beast! If you have the guts, come at me." The explosion sent the horned creature flying several meters away. The blast dissipated the chill of the playground while kicking up a storm of dust, obscuring the creature enveloped in black smoke. "Come on, dare to harm my brother. I will obliterate you today." Hearing the madman's furious roar, Song Zang spat out a mouthful of blood. The madman was Zhang San. Song Zang finally lost his composure, his heart racing with anxiety. The fate of others was irrelevant to him. Even if he couldn't defeat the monster, he could easily abandon them and escape alone. But with Zhang San present, if he provoked the horned creature in his anger due to Song Zang's injuries, he would surely face its wrath. How could he withstand a single attack from such a fiend? With the protection of the black dragon's aura and his enhanced physique, just one hit could nearly spell his doom. To confront such a creature with a normal human body would likely end in being torn to shreds in an instant. Quickly rising, the black aura swiftly coalesced, transforming back into the form of the black dragon, its claws reaching for the horned beast shrouded in smoke. Song Zang hurried to his brother's side, stepping back into the protective circle. There was no way to fight back. His only hope lay in the teleportation set to occur in 10 seconds. You Rongwang. I should have guessed it was you. Zhang San's idol was Yu Rongwang, which made Song Zang finally understand the resemblance in their features. "Ha! I knew you were strong. Even your personality is similar. It turns out my brother has been fighting alongside me all along. However, wasn't your online name always Bullhead, Little Druid? Why the silly name change?" Zhang San laughed heartily, not missing the chance to tease Song Zang. All others crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, lacking the courage to even look at the terrifying beast. Ignoring Zhang San's jests, Song Zang used the last 500 ghost coins he had to purchase another shell, handing it to him. 5 seconds left. Let's fire again. All right. The horned beast had already broken free from the black dragon's grasp, its red eyes tearing apart the dragon's claws, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The rocket launcher shrieked again. Another hit was all that was needed to delay the creature for a few seconds, allowing everyone to escape safely. However, having already felt the power of the rocket, The horned beast would not allow another projectile to strike. With a powerful thrust of its hooves, it created deep craters in the ground. The creature moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. In a mere flash, it evaded the whistling shell. Fire erupted nearby, and through the dust, a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto Song Zang. "Stand still." After the teleportation, "Contact lowly and explain my situation," Song Zang hurriedly instructed, tossing a pair of black shackles while gripping a scalpel and a black rope, leaping out of the protective circle to shield Zhang San. The shackles were instantly broken as they clamped onto the horned beast. The creature lunged forward, one ghostly claw suddenly reaching for Song Zang's heart. With Zhang San behind him, Song Zang had no chance to evade. Channeling the strength of the Black Dragon's aura, he advanced instead of retreating, wrapping the black rope around the beast's claw while aiming the scalpel at its vital point. A metallic clash echoed as the blade left a white mark on its neck. Simultaneously, the black rope failed to stop the claw that found its way to Song Zang's chest. The filthy, sharp claw easily pierced through his clothing, blood splattering as it embedded itself into his skin. Time seemed to slow for Song Zang in that moment. He even had time to glance down at the claw about to pierce his chest, and then at the sinister horned face before him. Since death was unavoidable, the only thing he could do now was buy a few more seconds for Zhang San to escape safely. Resolutely, he feigned an attack on the horned beast, intending to hold onto it tightly. The claw, having left a trail of blood on him, withdrew without fully claiming its prize. "Ha! You two will have a day when I save you. Speak for yourself when you get out. I won't deliver your messages." Zhang San scooped up Song Zang, turning to shield him from the beast's assault, forcefully tossing Song Zang back into the protective circle. Zhang San. Song Zang could no longer maintain his usual calm demeanor. Howling in a trembling voice, bloodshot eyes welling up with crimson tears, a claw, bound with black rope, pierced through his back and out of his chest. Zhang San, with his chest thrust forward, managed to smile at Song Zang, though blood froth spilled from his mouth, rendering him speechless. Gritting his teeth, he tore off the black rope and threw it to Song Zang. As the rope landed in the protective circle, a flash of white light erupted. The crowd vanished with a white glow. "Farewell, brother." This was the heartfelt message Zhang San sent to Song Zang just before his disappearance. Chapter 83. Return to Prison. The truck roars into pure white space. Various rewards were dispensed. Song Zang stood in a daze, his eyes hollow, completely oblivious to the system notifications. "Would you like to consume points to heal the player? Would you like to consume points to heal the player?" Coming to his senses, he pressed his cracked, pale lips together. "Yes. Consume all points to prioritize clearing the deadly ailment, eliminating 16 cancer cells from the brain, leaving 697, wiping away the blood tears from his cheeks." Song Zang forced himself to rally his spirits despite the overwhelming difficulty. Yet, he had to confront the painful truth of Zhang San's demise. The broken illusion demon, I could dispel the mental illusions of ghosts and hear their innermost thoughts. Indeed, in that moment before teleportation, he had heard Zhang San's voice. Teleport to the divine mountain prison. Song Zang was unwilling to accept this fate. A sliver of hope lingered within him, a desire to encounter Zhang San's spirit. As the white light dissipated, the blurry scene gradually became clear, and Song Zang found himself standing on the prison basketball court. Where did this pest come from? A hulking one-eyed demon dressed in prison guard attire stormed toward him in a rage. Before it could swing its baton, both of its arms were severed. "Hello, great boss." The prisoners lounging around recognized Song Zang immediately and rushed over, respectfully greeting him. One astute prisoner, resembling a small gang leader, subtly gestured with his hands behind his back. A subordinate in the distance understood the signal and hurried into the concrete building, heading straight for the top floor. These prisoners were unaware of Song Zang's true identity. They only knew to refer to him as boss per Lu Yuan's instructions. However, regardless of his connections, attacking a prison guard was a grave offense. Even Lu Yuan could not protect him, unless he were the warden, the one who set the rules of the prison. But could that be possible? With a scalpel in hand, Song Zang felt a surge of agitation and fury. The sight of the arrogant demon guard only worsened his mood. Seeing it glare at him with its mouth sealed, he extended his fingers and brutally gouged out its eyes. Swinging the knife again, he severed its legs, rendering it a mere stick. From now on, stop calling humans that. Casting a disdainful glance at it, Song Zang surveyed the faces of every prisoner present. No one dared to meet his cold gaze, all bowing their heads. Song Zang, Song Zang. Two gasps echoed as Lu Yuan and the warden, Xing Xiong, emerged from the concrete building. Upon seeing the chaos caused by Song Zang on the basketball court, Lu Yuan quickly approached, whispering a few explanations to Xing Xiong regarding Song Zang's appearance. The prisoners collectively sighed in relief. The warden had personally arrived, and it seemed this boss was about to face consequences. Just when everyone thought Xing Xiong would explode in anger and take down Song Zang, he instead ignored the guard reduced to a stick and chuckled, patting Song Zang on the shoulder. No need for pleasantries. How could such trash qualify as a guard? Were you all brainless when selecting personnel? Song Zang interjected, mercilessly reprimanding Xing Xiong. The demons stood dumbfounded. This guy dares to lecture even the warden. Xing Xiong's expression grew awkward as he glanced at Lu Yuan, who remained silent. With unwavering resolve, he unsheathed the long-handled axe and decisively severed the head of the ghostly prison guard. Devoid of spectral energy, the guard did not succumb to death. Instead, his head spun in a dizzying dance, rolling a few circles before coming to a halt in an unknown location. The imposing figure of Xing Xiong stood awkwardly, scraping his foot against the ground. Observing that the three-room, one-hall structure was taking shape, the one-eyed malevolent spirit fortuitously rolled over and came to rest at his feet. With a swift motion, he crushed the head beneath his foot, leaving the surrounding ghostly prisoners awestruck, their heads filled with countless questions. What manner of individual is this middle-aged man? With a grim expression, Song Zang inhaled deeply. Noticing the unusual emotion emanating from him, Lu Yuan inquired with concern. What is the matter? Weren't you just at the academy? Why have you suddenly emerged? Song Zang's tone remained calm, yet his aura grew even more frigid. Ada, fetch the transport vehicle. The small leader among the ghostly prisoners promptly acknowledged and hurried to the rear yard. Lu Yuan stood silently beside Song Zang, recognizing that whatever had disturbed him must involve his most significant companion. Rather than offering hollow platitudes, she resolved to assist him to the best of her abilities. I will accompany you. When the prisoner named Ada brought the large truck, Xing Xiong leapt into the driver's seat, forcibly removing Ada considering the warden's formidable strength. Song Zang nodded and took his place in the passenger seat. Lu Yuan, clutching the bloodied axe, squeezed into the passenger seat as well, nudging Song Zang with her hip to sit closely, securely closing and locking the door. Thankfully, the passenger seat was not a single seat. It could accommodate two individuals with some effort. Are you trying to create chaos? Lu Yuan retorted playfully. How could that be called chaos? I wish to see what manner of beast it is. If it hasn't departed, let Xing Xiong deal with it. If even he cannot overcome it, then we shall need someone to collect the remains. Lu Yuan chuckled, deliberately lightening the mood as she exchanged glances with Xing Xiong. He immediately understood, a sinister smile creeping across his scarred face. After a fearsome shout, he disregarded Ada's lamentations, shifted gears, and accelerated the truck, roaring away from the God Mountain prison. Upon exiting the prison gates, they encountered a misty mountain road. Xing Xiong drove the truck at breakneck speed, never applying the brakes, when encountering wandering spirits crossing the road. He pressed the accelerator harder, mercilessly turning them into a gruesome mass. Those who cross the road deserve their fate. Sentenced to 10 years. Report to God Mountain Prison after recovery. Should you fail to report, your bounty will multiply 100-fold, and you shall never escape imprisonment. Lu Yuan shouted, leaning out of the window towards the rear. Song Zang understood Lu Yuan's intentions. He sighed inwardly, sheathing his surgical knife, as his previous fury and rage subsided. The truck roared as it swiftly exited the deep mountains. Song Zang attentively observed the landscape outside the confines of the quest. The truck soon entered the city, where the sky remained overcast and fog enveloped the streets, desolate and silent, with buildings tightly sealed. Some spirits hurried by, wrapped tightly against the chill, while others, resembling animated corpses, moved aimlessly, indifferent to the truck's blaring horn, allowing themselves to be crushed into a bloody pulp. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan gathered more laborers. Under Xing Xiong's command, the truck, be it by design or happenstance, snaked along the straight road, occasionally veering onto the sidewalk, resulting in the demise of dozens of spirits. Eventually, the truck, its front end adorned with remnants of flesh, came to a halt before the familiar dilapidated gate. A bittersweet feeling washed over Song Zang as he beheld the Octopus Academy. Chapter 84. The world remains, reality distorted. Pushing open the door, he stepped out, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to traversing through time. Merely an hour had passed, yet the Academy's once majestic entrance now bore the scars of decades. Its crimson paint faded to a dull brown, cracked and decayed. Scrawled upon the door and exterior walls were remnants of derogatory phrases painted in black. An array of insults that resonated disturbingly with the harsh language of the ghost realm, reminiscent of a mysterious organization from the real world known collectively as the Zhuan people. Lu Yuan, equally astonished, followed after Song Zang as he strode into the campus, summoning Xing Xiong, who was engrossed in studying Zhuan culture. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of devastation. The Academy's pride, the Feng Shui Pavilion, had lost its roof tiles, shattered upon the ground. The willow trees beside the pavilion stood as mere stumps, and the pond lay parched, with deep furrows etched into its bottom, reminiscent of countless years of neglect. The playground, once marred by battles, had seemingly been filled by time, revealing only shallow depressions. Song Zang appeared lost, drawn to the spot where Zhang San had met his demise. He scooped up a handful of soil, clenching it tightly in his palm. The notification at the end of the quest had declared this place permanently closed. Perhaps this was the essence of permanence. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. Lu Yuan adjusted his collar, noting the boy's expression filled with dejection, regret, helplessness, and fatigue. Her heart ached for him. Over the years, my uncle and aunt have treated me as their own child. Zhang San was their only son, and now that he is gone, I must take his place and care for his parents. However, due to personal reasons, I must complete a few more quests before I can truly assist them. I need to ensure my own safety before I can look after them. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Though a sense of loss lingered within her, she recognized this as the authentic Song Zang. His inner strength surpassed her expectations. If you need assistance in the upcoming quests, do not hesitate to call on us. We have an exceptionally formidable fighter at our side. She playfully patted Xing Xiong's shoulder, offering earnest encouragement. Before others, the fearsome warden appeared notably amiable towards Song Zang and Lu Yuan. Not solely due to having been saved by Song Zang, but also because he had quelled the prison chaos single-handedly, earning his respect for Song Zang's capabilities. Thus, he grinned widely, saying, "Brother, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll rally the entire prison to support you." Song Zang nodded and retrieved an ancient-looking long-handled battle axe, faint blue sparks dancing upon its surface. "Here, take this battle axe. It's a fine, ghostly weapon that can be upgraded after slaying many spirits. It suits you well." Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she caressed the axe, having discarded her ordinary fire axe. The slender design paired with the fierce battle axe created a striking contrast. After swinging it a few times, a deep rumble resonated. "Thank you. You truly know how to care for your sister," Lu Yuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Now I can deal with all those unruly spirits." As she beamed at her newfound treasure, Xing Xiong pointed at himself, looking expectantly at Song Zang. "Your strength has reached the level of a formidable ghost. I have nothing here that would be of use to you. How about some cigarettes?" Xing Xiong nodded vigorously. With his remaining 40 ghost coins, he purchased a pack of cigarettes from a system store and tossed it to Xing Xiong. "Next time we meet, I'll get you more." "I'm short on funds right now," Song Zang said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Xing Xiong immediately lit one of the cigarettes, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he exhaled a plume of smoke. "Remember what I said earlier, God Mountain Prison will always be your support." Unlike their previous parting at the prison, Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears as she waved farewell to Song Zang. "Make sure you survive until we meet again." The sensation of weightlessness lingered for a fleeting moment as Song Zang swayed slightly and settled back onto the sofa. It was afternoon, and the sun hung high in the sky, casting blinding rays through the window. The curtains were drawn halfway, illuminating one side of Song Zang's body while the other remained shrouded in shadow. The room was eerily silent, to the point that he could not even hear his own breathing. With his eyes closed, he savored the reality of the world, momentarily reluctant to open them. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The side exposed to the sun began to feel uncomfortably warm. A bitter smile crossed his lips. The truth of Zhang San's death was an inevitability he had to confront. He opened his eyes and surveyed the spacious room. Memories of the years spent with Zhang San during their university days flooding back. He tore off a few strips of tape from the underside of the coffee table and retrieved a baseball bat. Old Song had to ensure that weapons were hidden within easy reach for any unexpected situations. This spot was indeed quite suitable for concealing a bat. Glancing across the sofa, Zhang San's silhouette reappeared. Old Song, I've discovered that the Songlong Guild has gained a reputation for its fierce demeanor, with many of its crimes brazenly displayed, showing no inclination to disguise their wrongdoing. They will undoubtedly become a significant trouble for us. Zhang San sat on the sofa, gesturing at his laptop. Song Zang observed another version of himself standing to the side, listening to Zhang San's analysis and nodding in calm agreement. Then, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and the vision vanished, leaving Song Zang alone. A pang of genuine pain throbbed at his temples, prompting him to pinch his brow as he leaned against the sofa, contemplating how to convey this harsh news to Zhang San's parents. Just as he felt overwhelmed by the headache, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. Song Zang froze. He turned to see the villa door swing open, a man and a woman entering while pulling along suitcases. Upon spotting Song Zang lounging on the sofa, the woman behind them broke into a tender smile. "Darling, have you missed your mother?" Like a child caught in wrongdoing, he hurriedly stood up, racking his brain for the right words. Zhang San's father had already placed their luggage down and quickly approached the sofa, his gaze fixed on Song Zang's pallid face. A mask of concern etched across his stern features. Yet, the words that followed from Zhang San's father left Song Zang's mind in a state of bewilderment, utterly incomprehensible. "Song Air, have you been taking your medication regularly? You don't seem very well." Chapter 85, Dissociative Identity Disorder, Unfathomable. Song Zang was rendered speechless. He opened his mouth, straining to force out 3 words. "You." The gentle visage of the woman, now also filled with worry, reached out with her delicate hand to caress every inch of Song Zang's face, tears shimmering in Su Yun's eyes. "Darling, have you forgotten your father and mother? Where are your medications? Why do you always neglect to take them on time?" She began to search him for the so-called medicine, but found nothing. "Auntie, I am Song Zang. Uncle Zhang, what is happening?" With a sense of apology, Song Zang extricated himself from Su Yun's grasp and stood, hurriedly attempting to explain to the couple. Zhang San's father remained silent, while Su Yun sat on the sofa, secretly wiping away tears. "Uncle, Auntie," Song Zang tried to clarify, but Zhang San's father raised a hand to interrupt him. "Are you trying to say that you're not our son?" Song Zang nodded earnestly. "Isn't our son named Zhang San?" A flicker of joy crossed Song Zang's face at the mention of Zhang San, but the words he was about to speak caught in his throat, leaving him dejected once more. Zhang San's father sighed deeply. Su Yun beside him sobbed softly, her complexion pale and haggard. "Uncle, Auntie, have you received the news about Zhang San's passing? I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect him, and he perished in that terrifying world." He urged Su Yun to take care of her health, as he anxiously explained, but the more he spoke, the more she cried, and Zhang San's father grew increasingly grave. "Zhang San is merely a figment of your imagination." Su Yun finally could no longer contain herself, shouting through her tears. Song Zang's comforting words were abruptly cut off, leaving him feeling as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. "You are our child, Song Zang. He is not Uncle Zhang. He is Song Wanshan, your father. My child, awaken." Su Yun trembled as she stood and embraced Song Zang, tears streaming down her face onto his shoulder. "My father, Song Wanshan? Song Wanshan, Zhang San, my delusion." Song Zang repeated, his thoughts completely muddled. Song Wanshan gently wrapped his arm around Su Yun, shaking his head in bitterness. "Please sit down." As Song Zang gazed at the man he had always called Uncle Zhang, he was stunned to realize that he had transformed from Zhang San's father into his own father. His thoughts remained jumbled, but he tried to remain calm and sat across from him. "The doctor mentioned that revealing the truth might provoke you, but I still wish to convey your situation honestly. I hope you can remember these words with your current memory." Song Zang nodded, listening quietly. "Since elementary school, You have had an imaginary friend with whom you shared everything, even a deep understanding. Initially, we thought you were simply imaginative and did not intervene, for we noticed you learned many things from this imaginary friend that school could not teach you. However, as you grew older, this imaginary friend did not fade away with your childhood innocence. That was when we realized something was wrong. Your thoughts were more intricate than those of an adult, and your rational personality was chilling. At times, you exhibited extreme volatility, displaying a domineering side. You would smile and tell us that this violent person, named Song Zang, was your brother. From that point onward, your behavior fluctuated, eventually leading you to believe that Song Zang was our son, while you were merely an orphan without parents. In reality, Song Zang never existed before us. He was merely a brother born from your dissociative identity disorder, residing within your subconscious. Song Zang furrowed his brow, enduring the throbbing pain in his temples as he forced himself to remain composed. Rubbing his temples, he spoke, "So, all of this is merely a result of my dissociative identity disorder? The Song Zang who perished in that terrifying scenario while trying to save me never truly existed? However, when the terror descended, your condition relapsed." Song Wanshan paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He retrieved a tablet from the suitcase, entered an extensive password, and logged in. The screen turned toward Song Zang. The image displayed him sitting alone on the sofa, wrapping tape around the baseball bat, muttering to himself, "Old song, in case of emergencies, always hide weapons within easy reach. For instance, this spot is quite suitable for concealing a bat." After finishing, the Song Zang on screen grinned oddly. The expression exaggerated as he pressed the bat beneath the coffee table. Song Zang found it difficult to remain calm, for that very bat was in his hand, the one he had just torn off. It appeared that he had assumed this position to avoid another person seated beside him. "Old Song, I found that the Songlong Guild is somewhat renowned, known for its fierce demeanor, with many of its crimes brazenly displayed, showing no inclination to disguise their wrongdoing. They will undeniably become a significant trouble for us." Song Zang observed his own lips moving, nodding calmly after uttering those words. The bizarre atmosphere sent chills down his spine. As he searched for the camera in the corner of the ceiling, he noticed a deer head mounted on the wall above, its eyes glowing faintly red, indicating the location of the camera. He turned to the man before him, feeling utterly speechless. What kind of family hides miniature surveillance devices in the living room? In his memory, this Uncle Zhang was a stern and serious businessman. Could it be because he suffered from a mental illness? The thought sent a shiver down his spine as he considered the bedroom, bathroom, and other places. Seeing Song Zang's strange expression, Song Wanshan touched his nose and began to explain, "Your mother and I are also here to monitor your condition." Song Zang remained silent, processing this information in his mind. Noticing that Song Zang's reaction was even more stable than he had anticipated, Song Wanshan showed a hint of joy and continued to emphasize, "I understand that this truth is difficult for you to accept, but look around this house. Where is there any trace of Song Zang's existence? Can you accurately say which bedroom he occupied?" This statement struck a chord with Song Zang. With a complex expression, he glanced at the bedroom at the end of the first floor and slowly walked towards it. Chapter 86. Maintain doubt, confirm identity. The ancient Chinese wooden door was silently pushed open. Inside was an ordinary guest room, the bedding neatly covered with a layer of dust cloth, while the wooden floor and furniture were coated with a thin layer of dust. Song Zang frowned as he observed the room. This was the bedroom that Song Zang had specifically chosen, claiming it was quiet enough for him to practice his dual combat techniques at night without interruption. Yet the room before him was clearly long uninhabited. Seeing Song Zang's dazed expression, his father stood up and encouraged him. "Ultimately, Song Zang is merely a figment of your imagination, a character that never existed. How can we speak of his death? So, my son, do not feel psychological pressure. Your physical condition has greatly improved, and your consciousness has accepted that Song Zang is dead. Henceforth, he will not appear in your life. It is likely that your personality consists solely of the current you, perhaps even self-healing." He handed over a pale blue pill. Song Zang accepted it, reminded of Wei Ge. He looked at his father, who was gazing at him with affectionate eyes, and swallowed the pill before turning towards the bedroom down the other corridor. Upon entering, he found Su Yun sitting at the edge of the bed, wiping her tears incessantly. Her soft sobs made Song Zang feel an unexpected pang of sorrow. "Mom." He opened his mouth and, summoning his courage, called out the name he had not uttered since he could remember. Completing this difficult task left him feeling slightly breathless. "Is my baby all right?" Su Yun, seeing Song Zang's calm demeanor, rushed to his side, frantically checking his body, unsure where to place her hands. I'm fine," Song Zang replied, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of that term, forcing a smile. "Have you taken your medicine?" Su Yun's gentle face suddenly turned serious as she raised her voice in concern. "I have." "Open your mouth so I can see." Song Zang reluctantly complied, sticking out his tongue. "Lift your tongue and turn around." Su Yun continued her commands. Song Zang couldn't help but smile at the classic procedure for checking if a psychiatric patient had taken their medication. Seizing the moment when he smiled, he discreetly swallowed the pill hidden under his tongue. Seeing that Song Zang's mouth was clean, with only faint traces of blue on his tongue, Su Yun's expression brightened, and she affectionately pulled him to sit beside her on the bed. "Darling, please don't blame your mother for being strict. It's all for your own good. You must not fall ill again and worry me." Song Zang nodded repeatedly. "How has school been lately?" Everything's fine. Remember, kindness is the most important quality in a girl. Being good-looking is merely a bonus. You're at an age where you should be more attentive." Song Zang felt overwhelmed and, after a few vague replies, quickly excused himself. "Is your mother all right?" "Yes, she's fine. I'm going out for a bit. Dinner won't be at home," Song Zang muttered, hastily leaving the room. A moment later, Su Yun emerged and instructed Song Wanshan. "Remember to lower the water temperature. Bloodstains can only be cleaned with cold water." "Understood." Song Zang hurriedly left the villa, his figure disappearing around the corner. The path was deserted, confirming no one was following him. He made his way to a secluded spot and dug his fingers into his throat. He retched violently, finally expelling the last white pill, mixed with light blue bile. It had taken a while, but thankfully it hadn't dissolved. Song Zang buried the pill in the dirt, ensuring no one had seen him before donning a mask. Transforming back into his uninjured self as he exited the villa area. The adjacent street led to the university town, and Song Zang headed towards the school. He intended to search once more for traces of Zhang San's existence. He would never accept that Zhang San was merely a figment of his imagination or that he suffered from dissociative identity disorder. His mind was indeed troubled, but to claim he had a mental illness or dissociative identity disorder was absurd. Just then, a sudden warmth surged through his lower body. Did I just lose control? As he questioned himself, the warmth rose to his abdomen, radiating throughout his body, transforming into a familiar strength that revitalized him. Ghostly power. Have you completed your digestion? Enjoying the feedback from the shadow ghost's power and feeling his body grow stronger, Song Zang inquired. "It seems the process is not yet finished." His steps became lighter, and his speed significantly increased as he soon entered the medical university campus. Senior Song Xuezhang. It was early evening, and as students finished their classes, some younger students greeted him immediately upon seeing him. Senior Song is truly formidable. After being burnt to that ghastly state a few days ago, he appears completely unscathed now. He must have participated in another terrifying quest and healed himself. TCH, do you even know who Senior Song is? P.S. My idol. As a prominent figure at Rome City Medical University, Song Zang's presence always sparked lively discussions. Smiling, he made his way directly to the sports field, a place where Zhang San frequently spent time. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, he bowed his head over the counter, raised his arm, and gestured for entry. Too timid to speak. During his years at university, Song Zang had either been in the experimental dissection room or working part-time, and he could count the number of times he had entered the sports field on one hand. However, he was aware of the field's rules. Hard-soled shoes were prohibited to protect the surface, allowing only soft-soled sports shoes. He would find someone and quickly exit. The tall individual behind the workstation dared not speak. As he approached the basketball court, where Zhang San loved to play, he found 4 teams fiercely competing on the 2 halves of the court. Upon his arrival at the east half, the 2 teams instinctively halted, all quietly greeting Song Zang, including a few senior students who called him Song Ge. The players on the west half also paused their actions, leaving the court to hydrate. Song Zang sensed impending disappointment. Who remembers Zhang San? As soon as he posed this question, the students before him visibly tensed, as if the mere mention of Zhang San's name instilled fear in them. A few crouched down, clutching their heads, gazing up at Song Zang. Through their expressions, he gleaned the answer. Zhang San represented their terror. And he was Zhang San. Chapter 87. Mysterious Parents. Night Visit to the Cemetery. Exiting the gymnasium, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights had yet to illuminate. The evening breeze was gentle, dispelling the afternoon heat as clusters of students strolled through the campus, their footsteps light. On the walkway, some students wore stiff, eerie smiles, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, drenching their bodies. Those emerging from the cafeteria clutched overflowing lunch boxes, dark blood oozing from the edges, containing white brain matter and decaying flesh. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he closed his eyes to take a deep breath. When he opened them again, the horror had reverted to normalcy, with couples strolling hand in hand as if nothing were amiss. A few younger students passed by, offering shy smiles, their lunchboxes clean, devoid of any grotesque contents. It appeared that prolonged exposure to a horrific world deeply affected one's perception, leading him to associate everything with such ghastly imagery. Dissociative identity disorder. Could it be related to the cancerous cells in my brain? Song Zang shook his head in denial. Even with video evidence, he would never believe that Zhang San was merely a figment of his imagination. Instead, it is as if I have suddenly become the uncle and aunt of my own parents, shrouded in an aura of suspicion. There is one crucial point to note. At home, I present my true self. My face is marred by scars, my hair completely gone, yet my parents seem oblivious. As if my appearance matters not to them. They merely play the role of parents, while I am expected to conform to this fade. A group of boys approached, their laughter fading immediately upon seeing Song Zang, who quickly averted his gaze and turned to walk away. Observing that they would rather circumvent him than pass by, Song Zang paid them no mind, retrieving his phone to dial a number. "Hello, it's me. Let's meet. I have a few questions for you." "Yes, right now. Please send me your location." "All right." After ending the call, Song Zang exited the school grounds and hailed a cab, heading towards the outskirts of the city. In a secluded corner of a traditional villa neighborhood, a solitary villa stood with its windows and doors firmly shut. Song Wanshan was outside, tending to the lawn. "Sister Wang is out for a jog," he greeted as a well-maintained woman in her 40s, dressed in a pink athletic shirt and black shorts, jogged past. "Just finished my meal and thought I'd exercise a bit. Are you tidying up the garden?" She smiled, halting at the outer wall. "Yes, I've been away for too long. The plants have become unruly and need some care," Song Wanshan replied, resting his shovel against the grass. "Ah." He did not continue the conversation, lowering his gaze. "Wanshan, dinner is ready," came a voice of Su Yun from inside the villa. "Ah, why am I chatting with you? Finish up quickly and join us for dinner. When you have time, come over. I've managed to get some new tea for you to sample," she added. Song Wanshan concealed a smile and picked up the shovel. Beneath the even lawn, blood seeped through. Nearby, a wheelbarrow was filled with soil he had just dug up. After shoveling some dirt to cover the bloodstain, he transported the excess soil to the wall, spreading it evenly. Threat neutralized, support withdrawn. Investigate the social relations of Jean at the Medical University of Rong City. Upon returning to the villa, he locked the door securely. "Still willing to come back? Did you let Sister Wang steal your soul?" Su Jun did that. Busying herself with the disarray inside, the hall bore the marks of a fierce struggle, with shattered glass strewn everywhere and blood splattered across the walls and floor. There you go again," Song Wanshan chuckled as he righted a fallen chair, inadvertently crushing an abandoned pair of golden glasses beneath his foot. He fetched a broom to gather the shards of glass. How could a teacher from a medical university end up in such a state? It's neither possession nor a half-ghost. What could they possibly want here? Even if our identities were exposed, they wouldn't be foolish enough to barge in during broad daylight, would they? Su Yun, typically not one to cause a scene, asked seriously. "Our identities cannot be exposed. I suspect they are after the child. I have already sent someone to investigate." Su Yun's expression darkened, her previous gentleness replaced by a fierce intensity. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my child, whether it be the guild or the authorities, must face dire consequences." Indeed, the taxi drove into the suburban outskirts. Song Zang sat silently in the back seat, seemingly asleep. The driver, a plump middle-aged man, was sweating profusely despite the air conditioning being set to its lowest. Dark clouds completely obscured the moon, and outside lay a chaotic burial ground. Mounds of earth and broken graves were illuminated by the dim headlights, while yellow paper, weighed down by dirt, swayed eerily as if greeting the rotund driver. "Hey, buddy, wake up. We're almost there," the driver said, unable to tolerate the strange atmosphere. Song Zang opened his eyes to check his phone. The ride-hailing app indicated they had arrived at their destination. Navigating through the cemetery, the taxi halted before a closed black iron gate. Through the bars, a dark building loomed, devoid of any light, standing ominously. The plump driver nervously stole glances at Song Zang in the rearview mirror as he stuttered, "All right, payment successful. Thank you for your hard work." Song Zang raised his phone and stepped out of the car. Once the door closed, the driver hastily exited the ride-hailing app, eager to accelerate away from the area. Song Zang covered his mouth and nose, stepping back from the dust clouds stirred up by the taxi. He understood the driver's reaction. After all, who in their right mind would take a cab to a cemetery at midnight? He confirmed the location once more under the faint moonlight, then dialed, "Hello, I'm at the entrance." After hanging up, he waited silently outside the iron gate for a few minutes until a shadow emerged from the building. The shadow approached and affixed a card to the wall. With a beep, the iron gate swung open. Song Zang stepped inside. As he entered, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. When he approached the figure of Loli, he could barely discern her features. "Ah, the boss is indeed impressive. You've completed the second copy so quickly and even regained your handsome appearance. What do you think of our unit's location? Is it sufficiently terrifying?" "Terrifying? I'd say it resembles the headquarters of the men in black," Song Zang remarked, observing Loli clad entirely in black. At that moment, Loli wore a black suit jacket and a matching short skirt, her legs encased in black stockings adorned with letters, and her feet shod in black leather boots. She suppressed her smile and sighed. For someone usually so carefree, her display of worry indicated there were matters unbeknownst to Song Zang. "A few days ago, it was announced that our department would undergo restructuring, splitting us into 3 independent divisions. All special incidents in Rome City, particularly those involving crimes by superhumans, will now be handled by the newly established Special Affairs Bureau. The oversight of the horror copies has been transferred to the Horror Supervision Bureau. We still belong to the Spiritual Management Bureau, but with the addition of Southwest Branch, responsible for managing supernatural events in the Southwest region." Song Zang raised an eyebrow. But before he could respond, Loli reiterated, "Indeed, the directive from above is clear. Handle supernatural incidents." After swiping her card to close the gate, Loli led Song Zang deeper into the cemetery. "Do you recall the energy channel mentioned in the prison copy? I suspect some apparitions have already utilized that channel to arrive in our world. This recent move by the higher-ups hints at that. However, we have not heard of any supernatural incidents lately. Since relocating to this desolate place, we seem to have been forgotten." As Loli spoke, they reached the dark building, and she gestured for Song Zang to enter. He hesitated, standing at the entrance of the cemetery. "Loli, I came to see you today to verify something important." Loli paused, turning to look at him with curiosity. "Go on, what is it?" "Do you remember Zhang-san?" Song Zang asked, his heart racing as he focused intently on Loli. At that moment, the clouds parted slightly, with a faint moonlight illuminating her face. He noticed a flicker of contemplation in Loli's eyes, as if she were searching her memory for the name. Seeing her reaction, a feeling of despair washed over Song Zang. He had already deduced the answer. I have a vague impression," Loli replied thoughtfully, stroking her chin. "Really?" Song Zang grasped her shoulders, unable to contain his excitement. Loli, startled by his sudden gesture, nodded in surprise. "I told you that kid couldn't he possibly be a figment of my imagination," Song Zang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he released a breath he had been holding, patting Loli on the shoulder with a smile. Lori hesitated slightly. "In truth, I had only heard this name from your lips and had never encountered the individual myself." After candidly expressing her thoughts, Lori sensed that Song Zang's hand resting on her shoulder trembled slightly as he stood there, seemingly in a daze. "What did you say?" Song Zang's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, plummeting from euphoria to despair in an instant. At that moment, I found myself perplexed, wondering about your murmured soliloquies. After you spoke, you opened the door to glance outside and closed it again before discussing subsequent matters with me. Song Zang stood lost in thought in the garden, reflecting on the incident. According to Lori, every mention of Zhang San had morphed into his own identity, and he had unwittingly played two roles. For a fleeting moment, doubts crept into Song Zhang's mind, but he quickly regained clarity. Even if all evidence pointed to him being Zhang San, he steadfastly believed in his convictions. At the very least, Zhang San's parents were undeniably peculiar. Although he had no recollection of his biological parents, he was certain they were not the ones, for he felt no sense of kinship with them. Furrowing his brow, he realized this was not promising news. Observing his expression, Lori promptly added, "Now that you're here, let's proceed with the onboarding process. We just received a new batch of equipment that's far superior to the replacements, and I've saved one for you." With that, she swiped her access card and dragged Song Zang along. Intrigued by Lori's words, he temporarily set aside his thoughts and accompanied her into the black building. Upon entry, they encountered a square table positioned at the entrance, adorned with a visitor registration sign and a desk lamp. The lamp emitted a dim, warm glow, partially illuminating the figure behind the table, a man clad in a security uniform, engrossed in a newspaper. Initially, Song Zang assumed the man was merely reading under the subdued light until he heard the faint sound of snoring. That's Uncle Lee, the guard. His favorite pastimes are reading the newspaper and napping, Lori whispered, cautious not to disturb him as she led Song Zang around to the side and entered the elevator. After Lori placed her card on the magnetic sensor, the elevator doors closed and it began its descent. Song Zang noticed the absence of buttons, with no indications of how many floors lay below. After approximately 10 seconds, a chime sounded and the doors opened. Before them stood a massive electronic screen, occupying an entire wall, displaying countless small squares, all streaming surveillance footage from outdoor cameras. Beyond the door lay a spacious office resembling a typical office space, with fluorescent lights suspended from the ceiling. In front of the screen was a long table where two nearly identical young men were engrossed in a game. Alme. One shouted, "Hey, expand it, Han." Another chimed in. "These brutes, unable to win, resort to sneaky tactics. And you better change your name. King Han doesn't suit you. Foolish Han would be more appropriate. How about I gift you a name change card right now?" The boy named Han, with a scowl, smashed his phone screen in frustration. The other boy immediately feigned indifference, ceasing his boisterous remarks. Lu ran, "Could you possibly refrain from being so obnoxious?" Lori sighed, rolling her eyes. She retrieved an old phone from a wall cabinet and tossed it to Han. "This is already the 10th phone this month. At this rate, by the end of the month, you'll owe the company money after your salary is deducted." Han remained silent, glancing at Song Zang, before focusing on the new phone. "Sisterly, who is this guy? Our new colleague?" Lu Ran inquired, standing up with a grin. "Lu Ran, Lu Han, they are twins just turned 20, and my two newly recruited brothers. This esteemed individual is Song Zang," Lori introduced. "Hello, Brother Song." The twins greeted, their personalities seemingly polar opposites. Lu Ran greeted warmly, while Lu Han nodded solemnly, returning to his game. This system allows us to monitor all outdoor footage within the southwestern jurisdiction. Currently, the displayed images are from key intersections, enabling us to promptly access live footage in the event of supernatural occurrences. You use surveillance to hunt ghosts? Well, this is merely an auxiliary system provided by the higher-ups. Our primary equipment at the Southwestern Division is that. Lori pointed to a landline phone on the long table. Song Zang regarded Lori with an unspoken expression of disbelief. "Is this really it? The division has just been established, and no one has ever encountered ghosts. Nor do we know how they manifest in our world. For now, we can only implement the most traditional method, monitoring the hotline and responding once a supernatural event occurs." Lori, embodying the diligence of an employee, immediately defended the division's image upon perceiving Song Zang's expression. It seemed she was eager to prove something to him, and after speaking, she led him further into the office. "Let's find Sister Sue to complete your onboarding, and then you can receive your login device." "Login device?" "Yes. Oh, you'll understand soon. It's a marvelous tool." They arrived in office with a nameplate reading Director Su Ziwen. After lightly knocking, a soft female voice called out, "Come in." He. Lori cheerfully entered. "This is the esteemed individual I mentioned," who scored an impressive 147 on the first instance and has just completed the second instance with equally high ratings. He rushed here to report to our division right after. As Lori continued to boast, Song Zang shot her a sidelong glance and politely greeted, "Hello, Director Su." "Ah, hello. Song Zang. I've heard so much about you from Lori. It's rare to find a young person with both intellect and capability, especially one who advances from the novice instance to the second so swiftly," Su Ziwen remarked, setting aside her work, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and offering a warm smile. Though she was 35, her well-maintained complexion resembled that of a woman in her 20s. However, her oval face bore signs of fatigue, with dark circles around her eyes, projecting an air of exhaustion. Song Zang smiled, internally criticizing who would willingly venture into that ghastly place unless compelled by survival. Nevertheless, he remained modest in his response, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Casually glancing at the ventilation fan above Su Ziwen, he noted it was inactive. "The onboarding forms are ready. Please sign here to officially join us," Su Ziwen said, producing a document and placing it on the table. She then retrieved a palm-sized flip machine from her drawer, opening it to reveal a fingerprint scanning device. Lori discreetly poked Song Zang from behind. He shifted to the side, evading her incessant nudging. "This must be the login device," she mentioned. "This is an innovative login device developed by Dacia for horror instances. Once your identity information is entered, you can voluntarily participate in horror instances. After the registration period concludes, you will be transported inside, and you will also have one chance for resurrection." Song Zhang's expression shifted from calm to astonished. He had previously envisioned a login system akin to online games that would require identity verification before entry into the horror world. This would not only prevent criminal activities like those of the Songlong Guild and Zhang Rue, but also significantly reduce the workload of the Supernatural Monitoring Bureau, allowing for precise oversight of players within the game. However, a substantial obstacle had previously hindered the realization of this concept. Why would individuals willingly use a login device? Most who entered were capable and purposeful individuals. Why would they submit to government surveillance? Now, Daxia had elegantly solved this dilemma. Upon entering the terrifying realm through the login device, one is granted a single resurrection, a right no one would refuse, not even the most reckless of individuals. "Truly, my country is remarkable." The young girl, rubbing her hands together, leaned toward Song Zang, winking playfully, and proudly declared, "A special reminder. The official login device possesses a unique feature that allows one to safely exit the current dungeon upon death, albeit at the cost of forfeiting any accumulated score rewards. Unlike the login devices soon to be released for public sale, which only offer the resurrection function and do not permit teleportation from the dungeon, those lacking sufficient strength must ultimately perish within." After her proclamation, the girl beamed with satisfaction, crossing her arms and smiling. "How about that? I told you this was a valuable item." Indeed, the emergence of this device marks a significant turning point in the year of terror's onset. It will profoundly alter humanity's disadvantaged position in the horror world while effectively monitoring those with ulterior motives among the guild members. Song Zang, resolutely signing his name on the employment form, felt an authentic sense of pride for the Great Xia, the world's first nation to implement effective measures in response to the terror's arrival. Su Ziwen smiled, thinking how perceptive this young man truly was. Rubbing her sore neck from days of relentless overtime, she felt her body beginning to falter. "All right, make some time to take a passport-sized photo. I'll give it to Loli, and she'll handle the subsequent arrangements for you." Song Zang nodded, diligently taking notes, and discreetly tucked the login device into his pocket, concealing it within an alternate dimension. After securing the device, he showed no intention of departing. "Is there something else?" "Sufiben inquired. Director Su, I have some personal matters I need to discuss with you beforehand." "No need for such formality. Please go ahead." She gestured for him to speak. Loli, intrigued, stepped back to observe. Song Zang felt there was no point in concealing his predicament. Gesturing toward his head, he said, "I have late-stage brain cancer. After 2 rounds of scoring treatments, 697 cancer cells remain, and I must clear several more horror dungeons to achieve a complete cure. Thus, my urgency to grind through the dungeons. Until I am healed, I may not be able to return to the Bureau regularly." However, you could assign me tasks to substitute for others entering the horror dungeons, which I could complete in the process. Loli was momentarily stunned, finally murmuring, "So, you truly have a grave illness." Suzuin pondered for a moment, then nodded, understood. "Although the departments within the Bureau are managed separately, I will coordinate with you to prioritize your substitute tasks." Seeing Suzuin's understanding nature, Song Zang felt a sense of relief. Suzuin reopened the previous folders, preparing to resume her work, yet noticed Song Zang still standing at the desk. "Is there something else?" she asked, perplexed. "Yes." Song Zang's pupils glimmered with a violet hue. "Now, allow me to resolve the trouble you carry." Chapter 90. The Ghost on My Shoulder. My best friend Taozi, my trouble? Suzuin was somewhat bewildered. However, she considered that Song Zang would not jest about such matters, especially after witnessing the otherworldly violet in his eyes. "What trouble do I possess?" Loli, perceptively, refrained from interrupting, stepping aside to watch the unfolding scene. Song Zang spoke earnestly. "Do you not feel discomfort upon your shoulder?" Suzuin's pupils constricted, instantly grasping Song Zang's implication. "Are you suggesting I have a problem here?" After speaking, she pinched her shoulders and rubbed her sore neck. Song Zang slightly nodded, remaining silent. Under the gaze of the broken illusion demon eye, a ghost clad in a white dress and dark hair, wearing a ghastly expression, sat upon Suzuin's back. The ghost's head appeared gruesomely damaged, as if it had fallen from a height, with the back of its skull a gory mess, bone fragments mingled with flesh. Its neck twisted at a 90-degree angle, staring as Suzuin's hand passed through its form, massaging her shoulder. The ghost, perhaps not entirely lucid, bore rotting blackened teeth and sat upon her shoulder, drooling thick yellow saliva, with its dark claws wrapped around Suzuin's neck, wearing a sickly, twisted grin. Noticing the absence of any reaction from the specter, Song Zang coolly remarked, "It appears to be a female ghost, seemingly quite fond of you. Long black hair, and despite its severe decay, one can discern it possesses a diamond-shaped face. Ah, its dental health is also quite poor," he added. Suzuin's complexion drained of color, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Yet, as the head of the Spirit Management Bureau, she quickly regained her composure, whispering, "Taozi?" Upon uttering those two syllables, the ghost on her back paused momentarily, revealing a look of confusion, its murky eyes seemingly stirred. Song Zang believed the ghost had awakened its consciousness due to Suzuin's call, only to hear it suddenly let out a piercing wail, gripping Suzuin's neck tightly with its claw. This ghostly scream was heard solely by Song Zang, while Suzuin only felt a sudden constriction around her throat, finding relief futile even when loosening her shirt collar. Loli observed Suzuin's face flush, nearly dripping with water, her eyes misty and on the verge of suffocation. Song Zang shot a silent glare at Loli, exasperated by her unfiltered remarks. Extending his hand, a wisp of black mist coiled around his fingers, spiraling before darting towards the ghost. The black mist intertwined and ensnared the ghost, forcibly dragging it from Suzuin's back. The ghost's claw had tightened excessively, prompting Song Zang to release a surge of fierce black energy to sever its arm. Lacking rationality, the ghost continued to shriek incessantly. Song Zang controlled the black dragon energy to pin it against the wall, rendering it unable to escape the grasp of the dark mist, regardless of its struggles. Approaching Suzuin, Song Zang removed the ghostly claw still clinging to her neck, crushing it into ethereal essence that dissipated into the air. Suzuin's delicate chest rose and fell as she took considerable time to recover. Rising to her feet, she pointed cautiously at the black rings pinned to the wall, asking, "Is she over there?" Song Zang nodded. "Is there a way for me to see her and speak with her?" Song Zang shook his head at this moment. "She resembles a malevolent spirit, devoid of consciousness, clinging to you, perhaps merely driven by a lingering obsession. Over the years, do you recall our agreement?" Seemingly speaking to herself, yet explaining the ghost's identity to Song Zang, Suzuin stared blankly at the wall. "Her name was Taozi. She was my best friend during university. Due to a hereditary form of diabetes, she suffered numerous complications by the age of 20, one of which was tooth decay, resulting in a mouthful of blackened teeth. For a blossoming young woman, this was a cruelty more harrowing than death itself. Moreover, some classmates mocked her for it, often resorting to personal attacks. I reassured her that this could all be treated through surgery, and she need not concern herself with idle gossip. Initially, Tauzi managed to face it with a smile. Until one day, she received the news of her parents' simultaneous passing. Her father was only 45, succumbing to kidney failure due to years of medication. Her mother, overwhelmed with despair, consumed an entire bottle of pesticide to avoid being a burden to Tauzi, and followed him in death. Suziwen's expression turned melancholic as she sighed. I was anxious, fearing she might do something reckless, so I deliberately smiled and promised to care for her. Even when Tauzi married, I vowed to remain her lifelong confidant, hoping our families would live next door forever together. That night, we talked for hours from school to work, even discussing marriage and children, and we had even chosen names for our future offspring. We joked about how if a boy and girl grew up, they should become in-laws. We chatted until dawn before finally drifting into a sleepy haze. However, soon after, her smile faded and her expression turned bitter. That night, shortly after I had fallen asleep, I received a call from a classmate informing me that she had jumped from a building in a tragic act of suicide, precisely an hour after we hung up. Song Zang listened quietly to Su Ziwen's account, feeling unsurprised by the news of Tauzi's death. With both parents deceased and her own health deteriorating, surrounded by harsh words, it was exceedingly difficult for a girl to bear such immense pressure. That evening marked her farewell to her dearest friend. Lori stepped forward, her expression reflecting more regret than sympathy. Even a decade ago, diabetes could have been managed effectively. Tauzi's father had succumbed to a late stage of the illness, failing to control his blood sugar adequately and relying solely on medication, which ultimately ravaged his health. At merely 20 years old, Tauzi had the potential to manage her condition through treatment and care, which made Lori feel a profound sense of loss. Though the wall bore no visible ghost, she bowed to the areas shrouded in dark energy. Suddenly, a thought struck Lori, and she straightened up with wide eyes. Wait, 15 years have passed. Why does the ghost obsession remain so intense? Sister Sue, is there more to Tauzi's suicide? Chapter 91, Vice Bureau Chief and the Curse of the Ghost-Faced Song Zang cast a glance at Lori, conveying a look of mentorship. Recalling the documents on her desk, she had not anticipated that her first case upon taking office would be so personally entwined. After Tauzi ended the call, she utilized that hour to pen a farewell letter. Suziwen's expression turned stony as she read it. In her letter, Tauzi expressed her inability to endure any longer, mentioning her reluctance to part with me, yet lamenting her lack of will to continue living. The letter recounted the insults and curses hurled at her by several boys in our class. Rather than viewing Tauzi's death as a suicide, it was more accurate to assert that she had been driven to her demise. Even after her passing, while sorting through her belongings, I discovered numerous paper offerings tucked away in her desk, an ill-conceived prank by those boys who thought it amusing. It was only after entering society that I realized their actions could warrant criminal charges, but by then, it was too late. We had all gone our separate ways after graduation, and accountability had slipped away. Suziwen's expression was peculiar, a mix of relief and sorrow. Among the supernatural incidents emerging in the Southwest, one particularly caught my attention. The deceased, all aged 35, bore no external injuries and were diagnosed with myocardial infarction. Upon autopsy, the forensic team discovered their abdomens were completely emptied of organs, filled instead with paper offerings. The reason for my concern was that these deceased individuals were all classmates from my university days, specifically the boys who had bullied Tauzi. Song Zang and Lori exchanged knowing glances. Suziwen paused, addressing Song Zang earnestly. This time, we owe you a debt of gratitude, Song Zang. This marks the first instance since the establishment of the Spirit Management Bureau that we have uncovered a supernatural phenomenon in the real world. Previously, we believed that these spirits existed like entities in a horror realm, independent of our reality. It appears we have been mistaken. Is this your ocular technique? It seems that merely possessing spirits is insufficient to identify such entities. We must rely on your unique abilities or specific spiritual artifacts. After finishing her statement, Suziwen took out a round mirror made of sandalwood to direct at the ghost, but there was no reaction. She then locked gazes with Song Zang. Eager to learn more, Song Zang nodded, diverting her gaze. There was no need to disclose the nature of her magical eyes. She opted to feign ignorance. allowing Su Ziwen to probe further without revealing her knowledge. Seeing her former best friend pinned against the wall, remaining so composed and focused on work, was a testament to her capability as a bureau chief. Glancing at the ghostly figure of Taozi, Song Zang inquired, "What will become of her? If possible, I hope she can find peace in the afterlife." Song Zang hesitated, scratching her head. "I only know how to perform rigorous exorcisms. I lack a gentler approach. Moreover, I must be candid. This ghost has lost her sanity, likely due to the act of killing those men, which has awakened her inner malevolence. If we do not address her, she is bound to create further chaos, and you, Chief Su, will be the first to suffer the consequences." The ghost's power was merely that of a lowly wandering spirit, albeit with an excess of resentment, showing signs of transforming into a vengeful soul after committing murder. For Song Zang, it would take but a single hand to reduce her to ashes. Had it not been for Su Ziwen's feelings, even Lori could have wielded her hammer to obliterate the threat. Just as Su Ziwen found herself in a quandary, a booming voice echoed from outside. "Allow me. This young one has done commendably. But to think he unearthed such a creature after merely 2 days away. Perfect for my research." A middle-aged man entered, cigar in mouth and an eye patch covering his right eye, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, grinning broadly as he slapped Song Zang jovially on the shoulder. Observing Su Ziwen's expression, Lori, with a clever glint in her eye, remarked, "I suggest you take it easy, Director Zhou. If you make another mistake, you may find yourself demoted to my level." "Huh, that suit me just fine. No more fretting over wolves and tigers. Being a bureaucrat is far too confining. You, little lady, best keep your distance, lest I accidentally blow you away." The middle-aged man seemed to relish bantering with Lori, laughing heartily. "Master, please allow her a path to the afterlife." Suthiban Fainity Interjective. This man was undoubtedly Zhou Guorong, the vice director of the Southwest Division, and surprisingly, Su Ziwen's mentor. Thus, it seemed his vice director title stemmed from the demotion Lori had mentioned. "Young Song, release your restraints. I will take care of this one." As the ghost in the white dress broke free from its bindings, it lunged towards Song Zang. Yet, Zhou Guorong, appearing to perceive the ghost's form, swiftly drew a short broad knife, striking decisively. The wind generated by the blade howled through the room, causing Su Ziwen and Lori to squint their eyes, desperately trying to protect the documents on the table from being blown away. Just as the blade was about to cleave the ghost in two, Zhou Guorong expertly flipped his wrist, forcefully striking the ghost with the flat of the blade. The broad knife seemed to possess a certain allure. The ghost did not get repelled, but instead melded into the blade itself. In an instant, the wind subsided, and the ghost vanished, leaving only disarray in the room. Zhou Guorong, exhaling a thick plume of smoke from his cigar, chuckled as he patted the back of his knife and sheathed it. "Cough, cough. Master, your smoking has become incessant, aside from when you sleep, hasn't it?" After tidying up the scattered documents, Su Ziwen and Lori looked at Zhou Guorong, who was enthusiastically puffing on his cigar, and asked weakly, "Huh, indeed, I've played through so many rounds of lung cancer that I've eradicated it. What I have to fear, even if my lungs were to fibrose again, it would merely be a matter of a few more rounds, and I'd be as spry as a young lad." The three in the room were left speechless by Zhou Guorong's remarks. Lori rolled her eyes in exasperation. Initially, she thought Song Zang was peculiar, only to discover that Director Zhou treated the horror world like his own backyard. Su Ziwen was equally a loss for words, clearing her throat twice before solemnly asking, "How did your trip to headquarters go? Did they provide any plans for our substation?" Those old-timers are only concerned with power struggles. Initially, separating the three departments was a wise decision, but those stubborn fools have hindered progress. Each one is set in their ways, unwilling to share information. Our substation remains here, as they claim it's more discreet for investigating the supernatural. In truth, they simply view us as less significant than the other two departments, relegating us to a decrepit building to save costs. Zhou Guorong exhaled a fierce cloud of smoke, venting his frustrations. "Master, could you temper your temper? There are video recordings in here." At that moment, I pointed my finger at them and scolded them vehemently. If they couldn't tolerate me, they could just expel me. That pompous director, let anyone who wants to take the position do so. Zhou Guorong took a sip of water and downed it, then sat beside Su Ziwen's desk. "Luo Li, standing behind Song Zang, muttered quietly with a single powerful strike. He toppled over a dozen subordinates and once cleaved his way to the position of deputy director at the Spiritual Management Bureau. Who would dare to expel him? That would be courting death. Hearing Luo Li's complaints, Zhou Guorong turned his face and chuckled. Little girl, you wouldn't believe it. But I almost chopped down that bureau back then. If I had done so, I would certainly have ended up in jail, and you wouldn't see me here now. As he spoke, Zhou Guorong produced a brand new replacement device and tossed it to Su Ziwen. Su Ziwen was taken aback and instinctively asked, Master, what is this? Zhou Guorong gestured with his chin, and she quickly realized. After checking her body, she indeed found a ghastly face tattooed on her lower back. The mark chosen by the Terror Realm, the Ghost Face Tattoo. Chapter 92, Replacement Identity, Stay Tonight, Zhou Guorong. With a cigar in his mouth, casually remarked, Your current identity is not suitable for venturing into that realm. Leave it to me. This is a perfect opportunity for a little vacation, and you can undergo a physical examination upon your return. After considering his words, Su Ziwen nodded in agreement. She pressed her fingerprint for registration, and a drop of blood stained the yin-yang fish. Following that, the replacement device sailed over Zhou Guorong's head and landed in Song Zang's hands. Master S' current identity is also unsuitable for adventure. This opportunity should go to those who need it. Hey, you little rascal, thank you, Director Su. As Song Zang saw Zhou Guorong attempting to snatch it back, he quickly pressed his fingerprint onto it, staining another yin-yang fish with his blood. Once the replacement device is used, it cannot be undone, and Zhou Guorong did not expect Song Zang to be so decisive. He huffed in dissatisfaction. How rude, not even giving me a chance to relax. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhou Guorong stood up to leave, but not before advising Song Zang. If you encounter trouble over there, you can seek assistance from the Ghost Police Bureau. I have an identity there as a ghost officer. Mentioning my name will be of help. Thank you, Director Zhou. Song Zang nodded, thinking he probably wouldn't need that connection, as his prison warden identity would suffice. After finishing his instructions to Song Zang, he turned to Su Ziwen and said, In the next few days, I need to visit the headquarters to ensure they disseminate a set of equipment to deal with spiritual entities. I will give that female ghost a chance after her grievances have calmed. Su Ziwen smiled, finally feeling at ease. After Luo Li received Su Ziwen's approval, the two left the office. After collecting a set of uniforms and credentials from Zhou Guorong and greeting the twin brothers who were engrossed in a game, they took the elevator down to the ground level. The guard, Uncle Li, was sound asleep, having changed positions to rest his feet on the table. Outside, the night sky was bright, free from clouds, and the silvery moonlight illuminated the entire cemetery. Just moments ago, it had been dark and foreboding, but now, as the moonlight revealed the gravestones, the inscriptions in vibrant red, yellow, and green were clearly visible, contrasting with the black and white portraits of the deceased, whose benign smiles now took on a peculiarly eerie quality. A beam of white light appeared as Luo Li emerged from an abandoned shed, riding a youthful pink electric scooter, and approached the building. She handed Song Zang a pink safety helmet adorned with rabbit ears. Song Zang glanced at her Hello Kitty-themed helmet and reluctantly accepted the rabbit-eared one. You sit in the back. I'll take you. As Song Zang steadied himself on the handlebars and sat down, he accidentally pushed Luo Li to the back. She chuckled, playfully flicking the cute rabbit ears, knowing that being taken along by Song Zang might be his final act of stubbornness. Navigating through the cemetery, Song Zang drove the scooter across the uneven ground, urging, Hold on tight. Luo Li laughed and placed her small hand on his waist. The ride was bumpy, and as Song Zang, naturally quiet, fell into silence, Luo Li enjoyed the tranquility, focusing on maneuvering the scooter around the potholes. Suddenly, a soft warmth pressed against his back. Song Zang instinctively straightened his posture, puzzled at how such a petite figure could exude such softness, only to hear the faint sound of her snoring behind him. The warmth turned damp, accompanied by the sound of her smacking her lips. Turning his head, he saw Luo Li's cherubic face pressed against his back, her mouth slightly ajar, leaving a wet spot. To think she could sleep soundly in such an environment, he mused. All around them were desolate graves and crumbling tombstones. Some ancient burial pits had collapsed, revealing the dry white bones within. Occasionally, Faint greenish flames flickered in the distance, known in superstitious lore as ghost lights. Scientifically, they were merely phosphine gas generated from decaying bodies igniting upon contact with air. With scientific reasoning, the fear dissipated. After nearly half an hour of bumpy travel, they finally reached the asphalt road, picking up speed. The city came alive at night, its lights sparkling as Song Zang estimated it was around 9 o'clock, with numerous vehicles still bustling about. Navigating the electric scooter through intersections, Luo Li swayed back and forth behind him, leaving him no choice but to use his left hand to shield her from being thrown off. When the guard noticed Song Zang's protective gesture towards the little girl, he sincerely admired him and quickly opened the gate, allowing them to enter the community. Song Zang nodded at the security guard who gave him a thumbs up, taking Luo Li into the residential area. As they rounded the corner of Aunt Wang's villa, Song Zang suddenly squeezed the brakes, stopping at the turn. But it was too late. He had been careless, forgetting that his two parents were waiting for him at home. A twinge of regret washed over him for riding straight into the community. Song Wanshan and Su Yun were chatting in the garden. Their family was the only one living in this area, and the lush greenery and lighting of the villa community allowed them to see Song Zang approaching on his scooter from afar. Su Yun stood up and called out, "Where did you get such an adorable little scooter?" Song Zang forced a smile and waved at Su Yun, but did not move closer. "Wake up, I'm here," he said, shaking Luo Li awake. "Oh, where are we?" Luo Li mumbled, squinting as she looked around, scratching her helmet. After a while, realizing it didn't help, she gave up and wrapped her arms tightly around Song Zang's waist, resting her face against his comfortable back, wanting to sleep just a little longer. "Hey, wake up!" Song Zang raised his voice slightly. Luo Li jolted awake, and upon confirming they had arrived at Song Zang's community, she scratched her helmet again and naturally asked, "Big brother, I'm a bit hungry. Are there any places nearby that sell fried skewers?" Seeing Aunt Su emerging from the small courtyard, her face lit up with excitement as she hurried towards them. Song Zang dismounted, placing the rabbit-eared helmet in the storage compartment of the scooter, and half-pushed, half-encouraged Luo Li to go ahead. "Ah, I wondered why this little scooter is so cute. Turns out it's carrying an even cuter girl." Su Yun et Galim, approaching Luo Li with surprising speed, tightly holding her little hand. "It's late. You shouldn't be eating those greasy things. I happen to have made some snacks. You must eat something before you go. What's your name?" "Hee hee, Annie, you're so pretty." "My name is Luo Li," she replied, a hint of shyness creeping in at Su Yun's enthusiasm. But as soon as she heard there were snacks, her eyes lit up like crescents, and she followed Su Yun into the yard. Song Zang was left aside, silently watching the honeyed lips of the charming Lori, alongside the evidently overzealous Aunt Su Yun, who exclaimed, "The more I see you, the more I like you." Do not blame Song Zang. Sometimes, boys simply do not grasp the nuances of romantic gestures. Chapter 93. Dreaming back to the academy. Layers of illusions. When Su Yun led Lori into the courtyard, Song Wanshan had already prepared bamboo stools, brewed fresh tea, and arranged several exquisite pastries on a low table. Upon seeing Song Wanshan, Lori hesitated momentarily, feeling that his face seemed somewhat familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. Then, with a sweet voice, she greeted, "Hello, uncle." "All right. Haha. Please sit here next to your aunt." Song Wanshan, unusually a bit nervous, nodded with a satisfied smile, striving to appear more amiable. Initially, Lori might have felt a tad shy. However, her stomach, growling with hunger, could no longer contain itself. Upon seeing the delicacies, she immediately grabbed a piece of osmanthus cake and a rose pastry with both hands and stuffed them into her mouth. "Song Zang, aren't you two going to eat something?" Su Yun chided, noticing the child as hunger. "What should I order for you? This is not like your father. When he pursued me, he was not as wooden as you. Back in the day, we would rather skip shopping than not have a meal first. We needed our strength for the night." Cough, cough, cough. Song Zang was speechless. His mother certainly had a knack for sharing everything. Lori giggled beside them, her hands and mouth busy. After a sip of clear tea and having eaten her fill, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for the hospitality. The pastries you made are delicious. Rest assured, the big boss at school is certainly not lacking in admirers. He's just not my type. I am his colleague." Heh. With a slight bow, Lori donned her helmet again and mounted her electric scooter. "Goodbye, uncle and aunt. and thank you once more for your hospitality. I will not disturb you any longer." Su Yun, wishing to keep her a little longer, was met with Lori speeding away from the villa. Alas, this child is quite something. Hearing Su Yun's words, Song Wanshan smiled in satisfaction. "I was just thinking how honest this girl is. A little food and drink can win her over. Looking at her, isn't she just like you were in your youth? So clever, haha." Su Yun rolled her eyes at Song Wanshan and turned to Song Zang, asking, "Did she just say your colleagues?" "What colleagues?" Song Zang had no intention of concealing the truth. He retrieved his uniform and credentials from his bag and revealed from the spiritual administration. "I will be a senior next month, so I will be interning there." Su Yun expressed her surprise with an O, but quickly beamed with pride. "My baby is truly impressive. You have your own path to working at the bureau. Your father even suggested you come to our company. But it seems that one TB necessary." This earned her another eye roll from Su Yun. "I'll head upstairs first." Song Zang could not endure this warm family scene, typical of Zhang San's household, and excused himself into the house. Lying on his bed, he could still hear the couple downstairs chatting about trivialities. Yet, Song Zang could not witness the exchanged glances or the discord between their spoken topics. That night, within a lighted circle, Zhang San stood before him, grinning foolishly. A blood-soaked claw emerged from Zhang San's chest, gripping a vibrant, pulsating heart. The heartbeat grew weaker, and Zhang San's face gradually turned ashen. When the heart finally ceased its rhythm, Zhang San's countenance became ghastly, his skin rapidly losing moisture, becoming slack and desiccated. Although aware that this was merely a dream, Song Zang could not suppress his inner rage and yearned to sever the head of the claw's owner with his own hands. Just then, the claw that clutched Zhang San's heart began to crack, its sharp, filthy nails shedding and rough, iron-like skin flaking off, crumbling into a heap on the ground. The claw transformed into a human hand, a man's hand, familiar to Song Zang. Before he could contemplate further, a head emerged from behind, resting on Zhang San's shoulder. Both gazing at him, Song Zang's breath caught. That face was so familiar. The head resting on Zhang San's shoulder was his own, confronted with his own reflection. His expression grave, yet uncanny. Just as Song Zang was about to strike himself, both faces grinned simultaneously, and the hand clutching the heart tightened fiercely. Blood and flesh splattered. The heart was instantly crushed, the remaining blood mixing with air, splattering on his Song Zang's face. Unmoved, he watched as Zhang San's body slowly deteriorated, drying up until it transformed into a cloud of dust, swept away by the chilling wind. Meanwhile, the self before him maintained its terrifying smile, standing in for Zhang San, as if mirroring his own identity in reality. The light within the circle shone brightly, and Song Zang abruptly awoke. The first sight upon opening his eyes was Zhang San's bloodied face, staring intently at him from the bedside. Gasp! Song Zang inhaled sharply. He reached for the bedside lamp switch and sat up. The light illuminated half the room, and Zhang San's figure had vanished. A pulsating pain throbbed at the side of his head, making it unbearable. Song Zang gently shook his head, exhaling softly. Leaning against the headboard, he took a sip from the cup on the nightstand. As he tilted his head back, the feeling of being watched inexplicably returned. Frowning, Song Zang caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing in the corner of the room, shrouded in shadows, motionless. Judging by the physique, it was undoubtedly Zhang San. Calming himself, Song Zang felt no fear and called out in surprise. Yet the figure remained unresponsive. When he focused again, he realized it was merely a coat rack in the corner, adorned with a black jacket. On the second floor, Zhang San's head appeared pressed against the window, his neck seemingly twisted, the gaping wound dripping with blood and flesh, staining the glass. Song Zang glanced at it, choosing to pretend he hadn't seen. He drank the water in his cup, set it down, and lay back down, striving to clear his mind. Enduring the relentless pain in his head, he gradually succumbed to sleep. A night without conversation passed. The following morning, Song Zang rose early, feeling quite well. It seemed the horrors of the previous night had left no trace on him. Glancing out the window, the glass sparkled like new, the morning light reflecting golden hues. After freshening up, he descended the stairs. Su Yun, donned in an apron, had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Song Zang, she expressed her surprise. "Darling, Why are you up so early? You usually don't rise until lunchtime. Song Zang smiled wryly within. That was Zhang San's routine. Mom, could you refrain from calling me darling from now on? I'm a grown-up now. Song Zang accepted the slice of bread Suyin offered, already spread with jam, another of Zhang San's favorite breakfasts. You are still my darling. Of course I must call you that in front of others. Haven T, I also started calling you by your name. Suyin had her hair tied high in a ponytail, smiling playfully. Though in her 40s, she appeared as if she were in her 30s, her skin even more delicate than Aunt Wong from the previous building. Fine, do as you wish. Song Zang reluctantly finished the slice of bread, the overly sweet jam making him feel slightly nauseous as he detested sweet foods, while Zhang San, in contrast, relished them. Suyin offered another slice, but Song Zang grimaced at the thick layer of strawberry jam. Grabbing a bottle of milk, he stood up, stating, I'll drink this on the way. It's my first day at work, and being late would not be good. Suyin quickly inquired, Darling, how will you get to the office? By taxi, Song Zang replied, already stepping outside. Let me drive you. Suyin called after him. No need. The taxi is already waiting at the door. When he re-emerged, he had changed clothes and was carrying his bag, ready to leave the villa. Song Zang exited the villa area, where a taxi awaited him at the entrance. After the vehicle had traversed a few blocks, Song Zang suddenly spoke up, Driver, please change the destination to the First Central Hospital. Chapter 94. Examination results. The Songlong assassin your brain tumor has progressed to the late stage. During the early onset of dizziness and swelling, you missed the optimal window for treatment. The cancer cells have now metastasized, and this pain will intensify, particularly in the midnight hours. I recommend you arrange for hospitalization immediately with proper treatment. You may have approximately another year and a half to live. Otherwise, 2 months is the maximum you can hope for. Hallucinations? He pondered. He had not encountered such clinical symptoms before. Most patients experienced excruciating headaches without any mention of hallucinations. However, the brain is the most enigmatic region of the human body, and anything is possible. Your condition may be rather unique. I must reiterate my hope that you will be hospitalized as soon as possible for treatment. With the lab report and a series of brain imaging films in hand, Song Zang exited the central hospital. Initially, the doctor hesitated to disclose the results, insisting that a family member should be present. As a medical student, he understood the doctor's intentions were well-meaning, aimed at sparing the patient from undue distress. Yet, Song Zang deftly deflected with a curt remark, I have no parents. All my relatives have perished. Eventually, seeing Song Zang's resolute demeanor and fearing further deterioration of his condition, the doctor reluctantly divulged the information. It was just as he had imagined. Indeed, there was not much time left. With a light step and a smile gracing his face, Song Zang discarded the examination results into a trash bin. He hailed a taxi and swiftly departed. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by a bespectacled man from an upper floor who was, in fact, the doctor who had diagnosed Song Zang. The doctor shook his head and sighed, seemingly lamenting Song Zang's plight. What he did not know was that just days prior, this young man had been a late-stage brain cancer patient. Now he had transitioned to the middle-late stage, and thus, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of relief. Once in the car, after informing the driver of his destination, he closed his eyes to rest. This was a habit of his, utilizing the time in transit to ponder various matters while avoiding conversation with the driver. In front of strangers, he could truly be described as taciturn. However, today's driver was the epitome of a garrulous type, incessantly chatting about a myriad of topics, effortlessly maintaining the conversation even when Song Zang remained silent. Attention, you have a new delivery task from Tally Garden to the university town. The passenger is waiting by the roadside. A voice suddenly interrupted the driver's enthusiastic monologue. Hey, young man, would you mind if I pick up a ride along the way? It's tough in our line of work nowadays. The platform takes a hefty cut, and fuel prices keep rising. I'm just hoping to earn a little extra by carpooling, the driver said, slowing the vehicle and glancing at Song Zang through the rearview mirror, a hint of embarrassment evident in his inquiry. Song Zang opened his eyes, met the gaze of the driver, and nodded, saying, all right. Perhaps having someone to converse with would spare him the burden of engaging in conversation himself. After passing a traffic light, the taxi pulled over to the side of the road. A middle-aged man dressed in black trousers stood by the roadside, holding a phone. Upon noticing Song Zang in the back seat, he promptly opened the front passenger door and took a seat. "Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you. For your safety, please fasten your seatbelt," the driver greeted cheerfully as he resumed the journey. Song Zang donned a mask and closed his eyes once more. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was also quite talkative, and as the car moved forward, they exchanged pleasantries. Nevertheless, both men occasionally cast glances toward the back seat where Song Zang sat, yet continued their casual conversation. The taxi navigated several streets, gradually picking up speed. The two in the front appeared to be long-lost friends, engrossed in their discussion, completely oblivious to Song Zang's presence. Meanwhile, he had little interest in their chatter. Just then, a warmth surged through his lower abdomen. This sensation coursed through his body, a slight discomfort emerging from the heat within, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of invigorated strength. The vehicle hit a sudden bump, prompting Song Zang to slowly open his eyes. A glimmer of sharpness shone in his gaze, which did not go unnoticed by the middle-aged man in the front passenger seat. Stealthily, he placed his right hand on the concealed dagger at his waist, a Nepalese army knife. Taking a rideshare to the university town only to end up at a graveyard? "Did you pay for your driver's license?" A cold voice emanated from behind. The driver shouted, "Damn," as he slammed on the brakes, locking all the doors. The two had clearly plotted this. The middle-aged man did not stumble despite the abrupt stop. Instead, he seized the opportunity, drawing his curved blade and swiftly lunging towards Song Zang's right shoulder. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Instead of a scene drenched in blood, the blow that could have severed the young man's arm was effortlessly deflected by a small surgical scalpel, which easily sliced through the attack. In the next moment, a size 44 shoe struck the middle-aged man's chest with brutal force, instantly fracturing several ribs. He was hurled backward, crashing through the windshield and tumbling out of the vehicle. Only then did the driver react, hastily grabbing the broken knife that had fallen onto the center console and swung it backward. But he met nothing but empty air. In the rearview mirror, the back seat was already vacant. Just as he turned to investigate, a cold black cord constricted around his neck, the frigid sensation rendering his teeth chattering as his brain succumbed to the darkness of oxygen deprivation. He flailed, tongue lolling in a desperate attempt for air. Suddenly, he remembered a self-rescue technique from short video, where an individual was strangled from behind. He hastily reached with his left hand toward the seat beside him, hoping to recline it instantly. Yet, the seat maintained a steady pace, gradually reclining. After 4 seconds, it came to a halt. The driver's face turned a deep shade of purple as he was succumbing to the noose held by Song Zang. "Damn it, this short video has ruined me." A wisp of spirit dissipated, leaving behind a curse of resentment. Song Zang unlocked the car, pushed the door open, and stepped out. The middle-aged man, with broken ribs, lay on the ground, bubbles mingling with crimson blood, staring at himself in terror. Had the broken bones pierced his lung? Truly unfortunate. Seeing that his opponent could only exhale but not inhale, Song Zang sighed. "Are you one of Song Long's people?" he inquired, already deducing the man's identity, yet still posing the question. He produced a syringe, injecting it into the man's chest, while the surgical scalpel had already sliced open his skin. The shattered bone lodged in his lung was extracted. With a gasp, the middle-aged man finally drew a breath of life, feeling as though he had been reborn. "How much information does your guild possess about me?" Song Zang asked, his countenance darkening. He had not anticipated that they would find him so swiftly. The fact that he could board their vehicle immediately after leaving the hospital was enough proof that they had been monitoring him for some time. Song Zang, a medical student known for his capricious temperament, simultaneously labeled a genius and a bully at Rome City Medical University. His residence is, but before he could finish, Song Zang, growing impatient, forcefully reinserted the broken ribs back into the man's lung. "You." The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his face contorting in agony once more. Disregarding the writhing figure on the ground, Song Zang stood up and surveyed the familiar, desolate graveyard. Once the man had completely suffocated, Song Zang strode towards the stillness of the cemetery. Chapter 95. Leaving no trace, sudden transmission arriving at the cemetery gate. He retrieved his identification and placed it on the adjacent sensor, causing the iron gate to silently swing open. The cemetery during the day presented an entirely different visage. Lush green grass, fresh and tranquil surroundings, a perfect locale for summer retreats and outdoor picnics. After a casual stroll, Song Zang entered the building. The doorman, Li Bo, glanced at Song Zang as he sat at the entrance, then buried his head back into the newspaper. Engrossed in its contents, Song Zang chuckled softly, choosing not to disturb him, and proceeded to the elevator that led to the underground office. Upon exiting the elevator, his gaze was drawn to a twisting lamp resembling a dragon, suspended from the ceiling. The black wooden lamp rotated slowly, its 5 faces displaying fierce, grimacing visages. This was indeed a supernatural artifact, and Song Zang could faintly sense the ghostly power it harbored within. The brothers, Lu Ran and Lu Han, remained seated at the long table, likely deprived of their usual joy due to the constraints of work hours. Their faces contorted in displeasure as they stared at the wall-mounted display, occasionally casting furtive glances towards the director's office. "Big brother Song Zang is here," Lu Ran exclaimed, rising with excitement upon seeing him, eagerly pulling out a chair for him to sit and chat. Lu Han, however, merely nodded in acknowledgement, his expression impassive. "Big brother, I just heard from Sister Li this morning that the entire scene in the prison instance was orchestrated by you." Lu Ran continued, his enthusiasm unabated. "But you completed 2 instances in succession, right? Which was the second one? Was it the graveyard of the undead or the ghost station? I noticed that several high scores have emerged from the recent completions. Surely one of them must be yours. It can't be the Midnight Salon, can it?" He chuckled weirdly, the laughter hinting at a shared understanding. Song Zang had indeed heard of the Midnight Salon instance, which featured a well-known Easter egg. At midnight, a mysterious dark pink light would illuminate a street lined with salons, where a simply dressed female ghost would be seated outside. If players entered the room lit by the pink light, a mysterious iron plate would seal the door. Inside, players could exchange some ghost coins and stamina. And when the iron plate opened again, it would alleviate their fears within the horror realm, simultaneously bolstering their mental fortitude. Song Zang shook his head with a smile. "I merely dabbled in a minor instance, and my score was nothing remarkable. By the way, what's the purpose of that lamp?" The brothers' faces fell in disappointment. They had long desired to scrutinize the terrifying events that transpired in the Midnight Salon after the mysterious iron plate descended, but alas, they could not extract answers from Song Zang. However, Lu Ran soon brightened again. "This is the ghost hunting lamp that Director Zhou insisted on acquiring from headquarters. With it, any invisible ghostly entities are rendered visible. Weaker spirits are directly captured within the lamp, their souls incinerated." "Indeed, what a treasure," Song Zang nodded. Though the lamp lacked formidable offensive capabilities, it was precisely what the Bureau of Spiritual Affairs required to detect supernatural beings. Otherwise, it would be absurd for a district director to be overrun by nameless specters. As Song Zang stood to head towards Director Su's office, Lu Ran suddenly called out to him. It was no wonder they appeared lackluster. Their phones had been confiscated. After giving the 2 internet-addicted youths an understanding gesture, Song Zang approached the director's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," came Su Ziwen's voice. Upon entering, Song Zang greeted her. She was seated behind her desk, examining an ancient mirror from the previous day. Upon noticing Song Zang's arrival, she remarked, "I thought you would take the opportunity to rest at home these past few days. I even asked Li to bring this to you." Without hesitation, Song Zang accepted the ancient mirror. Regardless of its utility, it was a gift, and he would take it regardless. Unable to ascertain its functionality in the real world, he held the mirror and inquired, "This is also a supernatural artifact, is it not? Wouldn't it be better suited for you, Director Su?" "Suthiba Nadith." This was retrieved by a former subordinate from an instance, but he has since been transferred to the Special Affairs Bureau. I decided to leave it here. As you observed yesterday, this mirror has no effect on real-world entities. I am uncertain of its exact capabilities, but I have heard it possesses properties that restrain supernatural beings. I hope it proves useful when you venture into horror instances. "Thank you, Director Su." Song Zang stored the mirror and continued, "I was unexpectedly brought here today." "Brought here?" Su Ziwen asked, puzzled. "Yes." Song Zang replied with a wry smile. "I'm not sure if we mentioned it, but I eliminated a member of a guild in the first instance. That individual was part of the city's Songlong Guild. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, she maintains a serious approach when necessary. Song Zang elaborated. I suspect that the few survivors from the Shinshan prison instance will eventually track me down and eliminate me. They only recently set their sights on me. Today, they flagged me down in a taxi, right when I was hailing one. Suzian's brows irrot. She was aware of the madness of unlawful guilds, but had underestimated the Songlong Guild's audacity. So they intended to ambush you in this desolate area? Song Zang nodded. And how did you manage to escape? Were you injured? Although she did not observe any apparent wounds on Song Zang, Su Ziwen still expressed concern. Before Song Zang could respond, Li burst out of the elevator, exuberantly asking the Liu brothers, "Is the big boss here?" Haha. Upon seeing the two corpses by the taxi, I knew it had to be the big boss's doing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Song Zang. Did you kill them? Su Ziwen turned her attention to Song Zang after hearing Li's remarks. In that situation, it was the only option, Song Zang replied matter-of-factly. Sufibin Saif. This was one of the grim impacts of the horror world, a desensitization to life. The consequences of murder in the real world were well understood. Even in this era of terror, homicide remained one of the gravest offenses subject to legal retribution. Fortunately, as the assailants were criminals and given Song Zang's affiliation with the Bureau, he would likely evade repercussions for privately eliminating those two, merely needing to inform the Special Affairs Bureau afterward. Ensure that Liu Ran and his brother clean up the bodies in the scene, Su Ziwen instructed. Rest assured, Sister Su, I've already taken care of it on my way here. By next year, the grass on their graves will be as tall as I am. However, Big Boss, you truly are ruthless, chasing down the last two stragglers to this extent, not leaving a single soul behind, are you? Li praised, her admiration for Song Zang intensifying. What do you mean? Both Su Ziwen and Song Zang inquired simultaneously. What else could it mean? This morning, the entire Songlong Guild was wiped out. Not a single person left alive in their office building, not even the janitors. The guild leader was thrown from the top floor. Surely this was your doing, Big Boss? Li waved her phone, displaying images sent from her friends at the Special Affairs Bureau just 5 minutes prior. Hundreds had perished in an office building, and a middle-aged man in a suit lay shattered on the pavement. Su Ziwen's expression grew grave, her gaze fixated on Song Zang with unease. The sudden eradication of a guild that had been hunting him. Could it be connected to him? If this young man were indeed responsible, how formidable was his strength? Or rather,